Everything that happens in this book happens in a parallel world, not the real world, so don't take it too seriously. Manager Han, are you off work? Yes, I'm off work. Then take care. Okay. After pressing his fingerprint on the time clock in the receiving area at the back door of the supermarket on the first floor, the machine showed the time to get off work. Han Xiaofan said hello to a few colleagues, then left the receiving area and went out the back door. There is a large parking lot at the back door. It is not only a parking lot for the supermarket's incoming goods, but also a parking lot for more than 300 employees and more than 1,000 counter staff. The parking lot is full of various vehicles, and there are also a large number of electric vehicles. As an ordinary manager of the supermarket, Han Xiaofan has only worked for 2 years and does not have much savings. Naturally, he cannot afford a car, so his car is an electric car. Riding on his beloved scooter, Han Xiaofan said hello to the security guard who was guarding the vehicles in the parking lot and left the parking lot. Han Xiaofan's workplace is not far from his rental house, only about 3 kilometers away, and he returned to his rental house in just 20 minutes. Because it is located in the suburbs of Shenzhen, the rent is not as high as in the city. The rent for a single room with a toilet and bathroom is 1,200 yuan per month, which can be said to be very good. Of course, this is also related to the old building, otherwise it would not be so cheap. Han Xiaofan rented a room on the 3rd floor, which is neither high nor low, just right. After parking his scooter and charging it, he went upstairs and returned to his rental house. He closed the door and turned on the computer. While waiting for the computer to start up, Han Xiaofan started cooking. Yes, for the sake of his health, he cooked by himself. He could cook rice with a rice cooker. As for cooking, he usually steamed it directly. After getting the rice cooker ready and plugging it in, Han Xiaofan sat in front of the computer desk. He took out a small stone from his pocket. The stone looked very ordinary. Actually, Han Xiaofan picked up a stone because the stone appeared in a very strange way. When he was inspecting the supermarket warehouse at work, the stone suddenly appeared in front of him. Yes, that's right, it appeared suddenly. Han Xiaofan likes to read online novels. He naturally knows that such a situation is very strange, which means that this stone is definitely not an ordinary stone, so he picked up the stone. It looks like an ordinary stone no matter how you look at it. Do you want to try dripping blood like in the novels? Han Xiaofan, an orphan with ordinary looks, no parents and no relatives, can be said to have always been unwilling to be ordinary in his heart. But in this era, without any capital, he can only be an ordinary mortal. If there is no adventure, he may find an ordinary woman in a few years, get married and have children, and then raise the children to adulthood. Finally, when the children get married and have children, they will have to take care of grandchildren, and their lives will be ordinary. With a small knife, he cut his finger directly, separated a little wound, and then stuck the blood on the stone. Han Xiaofan was uneasy and had some expectations. Fortunately, the stone did not disappoint him. The blood soon disappeared on the surface of the stone. It was absorbed by the stone. Han Xiaofan did not have to wait too long. In just a few seconds, the stone burst into a burst of light and then shot towards his forehead with a whoosh. He was unable to dodge and was shot by the stone. Just when he felt that his forehead would bloom and his life would be in danger, he only felt that his eyes went black, and then he knew nothing. After an unknown amount of time, Han Xiaofan woke up. He sneezed twice in a row and found himself lying on the floor. He touched his forehead and found no wounds. He knew that everything that happened in his dream was real, not his fantasy. But when he thought that Blue Star would enter the end of the world in 5 days, he felt powerless. That's right, that stone is Han Xiaofan's adventure. The origin of the stone is no longer traceable. The stone itself is a crystal with an intelligent life inside. According to the novel, it can be called a spirit, but it doesn't know the origin of the stone. It only knows that it has recognized Han Xiaofan as its master, and Han Xiaofan will be its master in the future. The crystal itself is equivalent to an external system, but for some unknown reason, the system has lost a lot of functions. Now it only has a dungeon function, which can also provide a great security guarantee for the upcoming Doomsday for Han Xiaofan, the master. Of course, this crystal has another important function, which is that it can improve the master's physical fitness over time. When Han Xiaofan knew about this function, his inner anxiety about the upcoming Doomsday was reduced a lot. After all, according to Xiaoji was the name Han Xiaofan gave to the intelligent life in the crystal. The Doomsday that Blue Star is about to usher in is not a simple Doomsday like the biochemical crisis. If Han Xiaofan doesn't make preparations, he may die at the beginning of the Doomsday. Even if Han Xiaofan reveals it to the country and asks the country to join forces with all other countries, it will not be able to stop the Doomsday. Even if the country is notified, the country will not have time to prepare for it. Han Xiaofan is not a selfish person, but he is not a simple person. He knows that even if he tells the country about the Doomsday, the biggest possibility is that he will be sent to a mental hospital and treated as a mental patient. If he really stays in a mental hospital until the end of the world, Han Xiaofan may regret it, and he may die directly in the mental hospital. There are still 5 days left, and I have to make some preparations. It's just 5 days. If the time can be longer, I can have more time to prepare. Han Xiaofan thought with a little regret. But compared to everyone in the world, I am much luckier. After all, I know the time when the Doomsday will come, and I have the help of the crystal plug-in. If I can't survive well in the Doomsday, I can just hang myself with the rope. Han Xiaofan encouraged himself. Getting up from the floor, Han Xiaofan sat back in front of his computer desk. He opened the web page and searched for what preparations should be made for the Doomsday. Soon, a large number of links appeared on the search engine. Han Xiaofan didn't even eat much that night. He kept browsing various Doomsday survival websites and forums. Finally, he simply joined a group called Always Prepare for the Doomsday. Although there are not many people in this Doomsday survival group, only a few dozen people, but all the group members are experts when it comes to Doomsday survival. He learned what preparations need to be made for the Doomsday in the group, and he gained a lot. Although there is an intelligent life like Xiaoji in his mind, for some reason, Xiaoji's wisdom is only equivalent to that of a 5-year-old child, which seems rather dull. Xiaoji can't help Han Xiaofan with many things, probably because the crystal is damaged. Fortunately, in addition to the underground city system, the crystal also has an almost infinite storage space. The materials that can be stored in it can completely store the materials of the entire Shenzhen city. You must know that Shenzhen city is a super first-tier megacity in China, with a population of more than 20 million. There is no telling how many materials there are in the entire Shenzhen city. If it is only provided to Han Xiaofan, he can use it forever. With the storage space, many of Han Xiaofan's Doomsday preparation plans can be implemented. Otherwise, he would not know how to collect materials. In order to make preparations before the end of the world, Han Xiaofan surfed the internet for a long time, and only in the early morning did he write down the detailed plans for various preparations in his notebook. Various materials, especially food, are the top priority. Although the underground city has the function of a plantation, it takes time to plant and wait for the food to mature. It is better to start collecting a large amount of food before the end of the world. There are also materials that need to be prepared to deal with extreme cold weather and medicines needed for illness. According to Xiaoji's explanation, Han Xiaofan knows that although his physical fitness can become stronger over time, the recovery of crystals requires a certain energy which can be obtained from the bodies of mutant creatures after the Doomsday, but he needs to hunt mutant creatures. That's right. According to the information revealed by Xiaoji, the Doomsday facing Blue Star this time is not just the global extreme cold weather, but also the ancient virus exposed from the Antarctic continent. This virus is highly infectious and can infect all creatures in the world, not only animals, but also plants. No creature can stay out of it. The loss brought to Blue Star by this ancient virus is much greater than the extreme cold weather. According to Xiaoji's speculation, at least more than 6 billion people out of the world's 7 billion population will be infected, and finally become mutant humans in a very short time, not to mention other animals and plants. Fortunately, there are more than 1 billion humans who are immune to this ancient virus. Otherwise, Han Xiaofan would be worried that he would be the only one left in the end. Even if he was still alive, it would be meaningless. After all, he was the only human in the world, and loneliness alone could defeat him. He didn't want to face the Doomsday world alone and survive alone in the Doomsday world. There were still 5 days before the Doomsday outbreak. Han Xiaofan originally planned to reveal this news online, but he knew that such a thing would not be believed at all, and if he revealed this news, he would most likely be arrested for spreading rumors. This possibility was still very high. Han Xiaofan has never been a saint, and he doesn't have the great idea of sacrificing himself for others. He can only think of revealing this news online on the 5th night. As for how many people believe it, it is not something he can control. Anyway, it will definitely attract some people's attention. In fact, if there were no such thing as the ancient virus, Han Xiaofan would really find a way to reveal the Doomsday information on the internet without revealing his true identity. However, with the existence of the ancient virus, even if the country is now fully mobilized, it is impossible to prepare various countermeasures in just 5 days, and the country may not necessarily believe such a ridiculous thing. After finishing writing half of the notebook, Han Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, then turned off the computer, turned off the lights, and went to bed. He would be busy starting tomorrow. The next day, Han Xiaofan ate a bucket of instant noodles and then rode his little sheep. He had to go to the supermarket to resign first. After all, there were only 5 days left, and there was no time to waste on work. Arriving at the supermarket office, Han Xiaofan found the supermarket manager Ma Yong. Han Xiaofan told him that he needed to resign because of an emergency at home. Ma Yong, who didn't like Han Xiaofan because he didn't know how to flatter, first pretended to ask him to stay. After seeing that Han Xiaofan was very willing to resign, he immediately agreed and said that the salary for this month would be transferred to his salary card by the finance department tomorrow. Han Xiaofan signed the resignation letter with the personnel department, immediately went to his desk to pack up his things, and then said hello to other colleagues who got along well with him. And then he left the office. When passing the supermarket checkout counter, Han Xiaofan saw the beautiful figure that made him dream. She was curvy and just wearing ordinary supermarket work clothes, but on that beautiful figure, there was an alternative uniform beauty. In addition, the other party's beautiful face was always wearing a faint smile while serving customers. Just look at the 10 checkout lanes, 9 of which had few people queuing, and almost all men were queuing there, and you can know how beautiful that figure is. This stunning beauty is called Liu Shanhong. She is a sophomore at Shenzhen University and works part-time at the supermarket. It can be said that since she started working part-time at the supermarket's business has been much better. Many men come to the supermarket just to see her, and there are many rich second generations here, so they buy more things. After all, the longer the checkout time, the longer they can talk to Liu Shanhong. It stands to reason that a stunning beauty should not be able to work in a supermarket. And as a cashier, although it is a part-time job, but with Liu Shanhong's status as a student at a prestigious university, plus her beautiful appearance, she can always find a better part-time job than a supermarket. I just don't know why Liu Shanhong wants to work part-time in the supermarket. Han Xiaofan naturally doesn't know this. Although he is a supervisor in the supermarket, he doesn't have much contact with Liu Shanhong. With his ordinary appearance and orphan family background, he is a person from 2 different worlds. Although he heard that the other party is also an orphan with no relatives, Han Xiaofan knows that appearance is very important in this world. Xiaofan came to a real estate agency not far from the supermarket. He told the agency about his requirements. He needed to rent a villa built on a mountain or halfway up a mountain for 1 week. He also needed to rent a warehouse with an area of not less than 1,000 square meters, also for a short-term lease, for 1 week. After hearing Han Xiaofan's requirements, the agency quickly found a suitable villa and warehouse. Han Xiaofan followed the agency to see the villa. The villa was located on the top of a mountain near the first industrial zone in Long District. It was a villa area with more than 100 villas. It can be said that it was the favorite villa area of the middle class, and almost all the people living in it were middle class. The villa provided by the agency was a 3-story villa with Western-style decoration. The area was not too big or small, with a total of more than 600 square meters. There was a small yard in front of the villa, and a small garden in the back. The decoration inside the house was also good. It was just that because the owner had been away from the country, he entrusted the agency to rent it out and collect rent. As for how long the tenant would rent it, it was decided by the agency. For someone like Han Xiaofan who only rents for a week, the price is naturally much more expensive than a long-term lease. But Han Xiaofan doesn't care. After another week, the money won't be of much use. After all, it's the end of the world, and money is too hard to use to wipe one's ass. I am very satisfied with this villa. Let's go with this one. Okay, sir, as long as you are satisfied, shall we go and see the warehouse? Of course, hurry up and get it done. Han Xiaofan didn't want to waste time. He had to hurry up and get the villa and warehouse leased. The villa was naturally not for living. He needed an entrance to an underground city. Such a mountain was the best place to place the underground city, and the villa could be used as the entrance to the underground city. As for the warehouse, it was naturally used to conceal people's eyes and ears. After all, Han Xiaofan needed to buy a lot of supplies, and he didn't want outsiders to know that he had such an unscientific existence as a storage space. If it weren't for China's Sky Eye system being so advanced, he would have wanted to steal from the warehouses of major supermarkets of goods in the next few days would be a bit troublesome. After all, entering the industrial zone requires passing through the front gate. If so many trucks enter and leave every day, they may be noticed by the management committee of the industrial zone. This is a trouble for Han Xiaofan. Fortunately, the warehouse is just next to the industrial zone. Outside the industrial zone, there are a large number of factories in the entire industrial zone. There are factories that are open 24 hours a day, and there are a large number of accommodation areas. Although it is called an industrial zone, the area and population are at the scale of a town. The management committee inside is also equivalent to an administrative unit at the town level. There is nothing to see in a warehouse. There is a 2-meter-high wall outside, and inside is a warehouse. Han Xiaofan does not need to hire a janitor. Anyway, this warehouse is just a disguise, and the materials entering the warehouse will be quickly stored in the storage space. Let's take this warehouse. I am very satisfied. Okay then, Mr. Han, let's go back and sign the contract. Hearing that Han Xiaofan was so happy to decide, the young agent was very happy and showed a happy smile on his face. He liked such a straightforward customer the most. The two returned to the agency and quickly signed a lease contract. The villa and the warehouse together would only cost 50,000 yuan for a week. Yes, it was that expensive because it was a short-term lease. Of course, for Han Xiaofan, 50,000 yuan didn't matter. After 5 days, the money would become waste paper, and he would make a lot of money from the lending platforms. Han Xiaofan returned to his rental house, packed up the important things, left the rental house with a suitcase, and came to the villa he had just rented in the villa area. Because the villa had always been cleaned by the cleaning staff hired by the agency, it was still very clean, so Han Xiaofan could move in directly. After putting down the suitcase in the master bedroom on the second floor, Han Xiaofan began to use his mobile phone to borrow money on various lending platforms. In this era of mobile internet, it is so convenient that you can borrow money without leaving your home. As long as you are not a dishonest person or a criminal, and you have a credit value, you can borrow money on any lending platform. Of course, there are many lending platforms that are not so formal, but Han Xiaofan doesn't care at all. Anyway, the end of the world will be in 5 days, and it is impossible for any lending platform to urge him to pay back the debt. After a fierce operation, Han Xiaofan borrowed the maximum amount he could borrow on dozens of lending platforms, and borrowed a total of more than 7 million yuan. This amount of money is still not enough for Han Xiaofan to prepare for the end of the world, but he has no other means to get money. Han Xiaofan is not very worried. After all, after entering the end of the world, there are a lot of ownerless materials in the whole city. At that time, he can go out to collect materials, but he just needs to pay attention to his own safety. He squeezed his fist hard and felt the power coming from his body. Han Xiaofan believed what Xiaoji said. As time went by, his physical fitness would gradually become stronger. In the future, he could get crystal cores from mutant organisms. As the crystals in his mind slowly recovered, his physical fitness would become stronger and stronger, and the speed of strengthening would become faster and faster. It was equivalent to having an external plug-in. This was his biggest capital in the Doomsday world. Mutated organisms and mutant humans, their evolution and strengthening speed were far inferior to Han Xiaofan's. The crystals that Han Xiaofan fused were much more mysterious than he imagined, but he didn't know it yet. In the next hour, Han Xiaofan bought all kinds of food, warm clothes, seeds, bottled water, etc. on the internet, and spent all the more than 7 million yuan he had just borrowed. As one of the most numerous super first-tier cities in the country, Shenzhen has a wide range of commodities. Buying directly from suppliers also has discounts. In addition, Long District is also under the jurisdiction of Shenzhen. The goods can be delivered to the warehouse tomorrow, and the 7 million goods can be delivered in 2 days. After placing the order, Han Xiaofan looked at the news on his phone again. He found that there was a news report that the sunspot flare seemed very active, which was rare in 1,000 years. The news reminded the public to pay attention to communication problems, which might cause short circuits in communication, etc. However, experts reminded the public not to worry. This situation is actually not a big problem. After all, sunspot flares are solar activities that are active every 10 years, but this time the scale is larger. Only Han Xiaofan was shocked. He knew that this was a sign of the end of the world. In the next 5 days, he could see various natural disasters around the world in the news, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and a large number of icebergs melting in Antarctica. On the 5th day, almost all active volcanoes on the entire blue planet erupted, and then it was officially the end of the world. Han Xiaofan had actually become an orphan since his parents died in junior high school. He had no grandparents, his father had no brothers or sisters, and his mother's relationship was not good, so he had not been home much until he graduated from college. He would only go back once, unless he needed to go home to apply for documents. I haven't contacted my classmates in junior high school and high school for many years. Even friends who used to have a good relationship have become indifferent under the erosion of time. As for college classmates and roommates, it's even more needless to say. As long as you don't do well, you will soon lose contact with other classmates. This is a kind of inferiority complex. Han Xiaofan has always been very clear about this in his heart, but he doesn't want to change it. It's good like this. Knowing that the world will enter the Doomsday era in 5 days, Han Xiaofan felt a sense of peace and panic. That is, he finally didn't have to pretend to be with other people in the future. Well, Han Xiaofan admitted that he was a little socially anxious. Every holiday, he stayed alone in the rental house to play computer, watch movies, cartoons, novels, etc. He was free and didn't want to deal with people. But no matter how socially anxious he was, Han Xiaofan didn't want to be the only one left on the entire Blue Star. Such a life was too boring, and he didn't want mankind to completely perish. In the end, even if his body evolved to live to 1,000 years old, it would be useless. He would die of loneliness at that time. After thinking for a long time in the bedroom, Han Xiaofan finally made up his mind. He would issue a doomsday warning online to remind the world, especially the Chinese government, to pay attention to the signs that have occurred in the past few days. As long as the government can make some preparations in advance, at least more Chinese people can be saved. Of course, for his own safety, Han Xiaofan still needs to hide his identity. He has never underestimated the intelligence capabilities of a big country. If he casually issues a doomsday warning message on the internet, he may be caught by the authorities in less than 2 days. He will not be able to escape the charge of spreading rumors and false information. If he is locked up in the public security station, it will be miserable. After all, the world will end in 5 days. He may not be able to escape at that time, and there is only one way to die. Although Han Xiaofan does not want the entire human race of Blue Star to perish, and only he is left, it is absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice himself for the world of Blue Star and mankind. He is not great enough to be a saint. He is just a selfish person. His life is the most important. As long as his life can be guaranteed to the greatest extent, he will try to help the world of Blue Star and mankind. In the future, he will have his own underground city. Han Xiaofan does not plan to save everyone who enters the underground city. He will select people who are suitable for the development of the underground city according to some requirements. These people who are suitable for the underground city are the ones he will save. As for the life and death of others, he can't care so much. Originally, the underground city in the crystal can be materialized now and placed directly in the basement of the villa. However, when Han Xiaofan learned from Xiaoji that if building materials can be collected, the materialized underground city will not only become larger in scale, but also more complete in function. Moreover, there is only this opportunity. If you want to expand the underground city in the future, you need more than just building materials. Han Xiaofan knew this situation. He thought about it seriously, and still did not use the money borrowed from the online lending platform to buy building materials. He decided to use one day on the 5th day to collect building materials from major construction sites. Anyway, after the 5th day, the entire Blue Star world will enter a state of chaos. At that time, not many people will care about those large construction sites. Even if those bosses know that the building materials on the construction site have disappeared, they will not have time to catch themselves if they call the police. This is Han Xiaofan's plan. It was almost noon, and Han Xiaofan didn't want to cook in the villa. Although the villa had a kitchen with complete tableware and kitchen utensils, he didn't have much energy to cook. He still needed to do something in the afternoon, which was to go to a remote mobile phone store to buy an anonymous mobile phone card and expose the fact that Blue Planet was about to enter the end of the world on the internet. No matter what, he couldn't just stand by and watch people die. As for how many people and countries would be hurt by his warning, it was not something he could control. This villa area is not very high-end, and it is not ranked in the entire Shenzhen market. After all, it is built for the middle class of Shenzhen. Han Xiaofan looked at the beautiful women dressed up on the road. He wondered if this villa area was bought by rich people for their mistresses. A villa worth tens of millions is not cheap, but it is just a small amount of money for rich people. Shenzhen has nothing but rich people, and there are so many local rich people. Maybe a local who is dressed very sloppily on the road has assets of hundreds of millions. This is not surprising in Shenzhen. This is a very magical city. Han Xiaofan swiped his short-term door card to the security guard at the gate and passed through smoothly. When he came out, he found a restaurant with good traffic in a village near the industrial zone and ordered a set meal. While waiting for the meal, Han Xiaofan took out his mobile phone and checked the news. He wanted to see what the netizens on the internet thought about the abnormal phenomenon of the sun and whether anyone could detect the abnormality. However, the result disappointed Han Xiaofan. No one noticed what the abnormal solar phenomenon meant. However, he was not sure whether the 5 major countries of Blue Star had already noticed that the abnormal solar phenomenon would have a great impact on Blue Star. Regarding this point, Han Xiaofan felt that even if the 5 major countries did not notice that the abnormal solar phenomenon was completely different from the previous ones, the 5 major countries should continue to pay attention to the sun. After all, the 5 major countries were very strong in both military and technological strength, and naturally had special emergency departments to pay attention to this situation. Not long after, The meal was ready. Han Xiaofan finished the meal as quickly as possible. After paying, he left the restaurant and walked for more than 10 minutes to a remote alley. There was a mobile phone repair shop in the alley. Although it was a cultivation shop, there were still mobile phones for sale. As for the origin of these mobile phones, Han Xiaofan did not care. He just wanted to buy an anonymous mobile phone card and a smartphone that could access the internet. Hearing Han Xiaofan's request, the owner of the mobile phone repair shop did not ask anything. Everyone who could buy mobile phones in his shop knew it tacitly. Even if Han Xiaofan used the mobile phone he bought here to do something bad, it would be impossible to hold him accountable. After all, many things cannot be held accountable. He spent more than 1,000 yuan to get an anonymous mobile phone card and a new smartphone, which can only be said to be very cheap. After Han Xiaofan left the mobile phone repair shop, he went directly to the warehouse because there would be goods delivered to the site in the afternoon. He needed to be there to receive the goods and put all the items into the storage space. Han Xiaofan had already tested it. Only when he touched it with his own hands could he put the items into the storage space. This problem was a bit troublesome, but Xiaoji also told him that in the future, as the crystal recovered, he could put the items into the storage space without touching them with his own hands. It just took time. Lu Sanxi, a native of Shenzhen, had several rental buildings. He could be said to be a very rich landlord. Although he is a very rich landlord and does not have to work, Lu Sanxi still feels that he is not very happy. He always feels that the Blue Star world will sooner or later explode the Doomsday, and this time is coming soon. Yes, Lu Sanxi is a Doomsday fanatic and a Doomsday survivalist. In order to ensure that he can survive in the Doomsday world, he has been training his wilderness survival ability since he graduated from college, and has participated in many extreme exercises to exercise his extreme survival ability. In order to prepare for the Doomsday survival, Lu Sanxi spent a lot of money to transform the villa where he lived into a Doomsday survival base, and also collected a lot of supplies to deal with the Doomsday. It can be said that in order to prepare for the arrival of the Doomsday, he has already shown signs of mental illness in the eyes of others. Of course, Lu Sanxi has never cared about other people's opinions, as long as his family supports him, and he firmly believes that the Doomsday will come soon, and those who will regret it then are those who laugh at him. On this day, Lu Sanxi was surfing the internet as usual. When he saw the news about the abnormal phenomenon of the sun, a serious expression suddenly appeared on his face. Although many experts on the internet refuted the rumor that this was a normal phenomenon of the sun, he still felt uneasy deep in his heart. He wanted to find some different comments on the internet, but to his disappointment, no one found anything abnormal. Finally, Lu Sanxi clicked on the group he created. He wanted to ask other Doomsday survivalists in the group what they thought. However, although the people in the group were all Doomsday survivalists, not many people agreed with his view that the abnormal phenomenon of the sun would cause big problems on the blue planet. However, although everyone did not agree with his point of view, they still agreed with what he said to do some preparations. After all, they were Doomsday survivalists. All group members had already made preparations for Doomsday survival. Whether it was the Doomsday survival base or the materials, they were very well prepared. It can be said that even if the Doomsday came, they were the best group of people to survive. After surfing the internet for more than an hour, Lu Sanxi was a little hungry. He went to get something to eat. After eating, he turned on his mobile phone again to see the chats of group members in the group. Soon, Lu Sanxi saw a lot of information in the group. He looked through it carefully and found that a new member who had just joined their Doomsday survival group had sent a very interesting document, a small document called the Doomsday Manual. The group members were expressing their opinions. Kill zombies with a machete. Group leader, click on this document and take a look. It actually predicts that the world will end in 5 days. It's really scary. I am a Doomsday legend. Haha, our new group member is really talented. He can actually predict the end of the world. He shouldn't join our Doomsday survival group. He should find a group of prophets. Beautiful woman walking in the Doomsday world. Everyone should take a careful look at this document. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. What is written in this document seems to be true. There was an abnormal phenomenon in the sun today. Starting tomorrow, many natural disasters will occur on the blue planet. If it is true, everyone should pay attention to it. Strong man kills through Doomsday. The beauty is right. Everyone should pay attention to it. Although I don't hope that what is written in this document is true, we should still make some preparations. Seeing the messages from the group, Lu Sanxi was still very curious. What exactly did this new group member send that caused so much discussion among the group? With some curiosity, he downloaded it directly to the memory card of his mobile phone and saved it. When Lu Sanxi opened the document, he was curious at first, but soon his face became very serious. The content was too scary. Although he felt uneasy when he saw the news about the abnormality of the sun and felt that it would have a bad impact on Blue Star, he was not completely sure that it would directly lead to the Doomsday era of Blue Star. But this document was different. It predicted that the entire Blue Star world would enter the Doomsday in 5 days. In just 5 days, Blue Star would be served by various natural disasters in turn. After 5 days, that is on the 6th day, the entire Blue Star would enter the Doomsday era. The Doomsday era described in the document was also written in great detail, as if the author had experienced it personally. On the 6th day, Blue Star would enter the Ice Age, and the ancient virus would break out. All creatures on Blue Star, whether plants or animals, would be infected. If they could not withstand the infection of the ancient virus, they would directly become mutant creatures. Humans as animals would naturally be infected, but most humans could not withstand the infection of this ancient virus. More than 7 billion humans would lose 90% of their population, which was too terrible. The most terrifying thing is that the mutants are full of aggression, which is the biggest disaster for the surviving humans. You must know that the Blue Planet will enter the Doomsday in a few days. All the national systems on the Blue Planet will be destroyed, even if the officials who survive can only fight on their own. In the future, all humans on the Blue Planet will huddle together for warmth and form independent bases. It should be difficult to survive alone. Although the document says that there is a crystal nucleus in the mutants that can help humans evolve, Liu Sanqi is still very frightened. If such a doomsday happens, he dare not guarantee that his family can survive intact. Is what this document says true? If what is predicted in this can really happens in the next few days, should I report it to the authorities? Liu Sanqi is very entangled. In the end, Liu Sanqi decided not to report it. He also told others in the group about his decision and warned everyone in the group not to spread the things in this document. Everyone can judge for themselves whether to make preparations or not. After all, the result will be known in 5 days. The people in the group are doomsday survivalists. Their thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Even if they don't believe the predictions in this document, it doesn't stop them from making preparations for the end of the world. Han Xiaofan used his new phone to post the Doomsday manual he edited on the internet, and also posted it in several Doomsday survival groups he joined. As for whether people on the internet and in the groups would believe it, he didn't care much. He put his phone in the storage space so that even if someone reported it or the network administrator noticed the Doomsday manual, they would not be able to find it. This was his way of self-protection. "Boss, open the door! The goods you ordered are here!" Hearing the driver's voice coming from outside the gate, Han Xiaofan knew that the goods he ordered would arrive one after another. As he walked out, he shouted, "Wait a minute, I'm here!" Although there are not many people in the Doomsday Survival Group established by Liu Sanqi, there are talents from all kinds of professions in it. Among them is a group member with the online name, "I am a Doomsday Legend." His original name is Xu Yunjian, a native of Xinjiang province, and an upmaster with more than 1.4 million fans. Xu Yunjian quit his job a few years ago and became an upmaster. Moreover, he is very different from other upmasters. He is an upmaster who rides all over China. It can be said that such people are still very rare in China, especially in the north, where the temperature is -20 to 30 degrees Celsius in winter. Without certain professional knowledge and perseverance, it is impossible to persist. Although he made some money in a few years, Xu Yunjian did not use the money to buy a house or invest. He invested all the money in an underground base built on his own land in his hometown. That's right, Xu Yunjian not only behaves like a doomsday survivalist on the internet, but in reality he is always preparing for the end of the world. The underground base is the best base he built for himself and his family to survive safely in the end of the world. As soon as the document appeared in the Doomsday Survival Group, Xu Yunjian clicked it to see it. After seeing the predicted future Doomsday world scenes in it, he began to feel uneasy. No one knew that Xu Yunjian had a special ability. That is, his sixth sense was very strong, much stronger than those mercenaries who walked in war-torn areas all year round. This was also the most important reason why he could easily ride and camp in the north in winter. As long as there was danger, his sixth sense could sense it. When the news showed abnormal conditions of the sun, Xu Yunjian's sixth sense frantically reminded him that a great terror was about to come. Now this document predicting the end of the world appeared in the group. It can be said that in the entire group, he was the one who believed that this document was true the most. Others might still doubt it, but he would not doubt it at all. Without any hesitation, Xu Yunjian threw most of his things directly on the spot. He took his important things in a backpack and took a taxi on the road to the nearest city nearby. In the car, he had already booked a high-speed rail ticket to Xinjiang province in the south. After just 1 hour of waiting, Xu Yunjian took the high-speed train south to his hometown, Zhejiang province. On the high-speed train, he took out his phone with a hesitant expression on his face. He was a little hesitant whether to broadcast live on the platform to tell his more than 1 million fans and remind them that the world will enter the Doomsday era in a few days. Xu Yunjian knew that the authorities would severely punish him for spreading rumors. If he broadcast live saying that the end of the world is coming, the live broadcast might be blocked soon, and he might also be found and locked up in the detention center. When the end of the world comes, he will have no chance to regret it. Alas, it is better not to broadcast live. If he is indifferent and does nothing, he may feel guilty for the rest of his life in the future. Xu Yunjian finally decided to post a post on the background of his account and set the posting time to noon on the 5th day. By then, even if the platform finds this post, it will be too late to delete it or make trouble for him. After writing the post and setting the posting time, Xu Yunjian didn't care too much. He wanted to make full use of the 6 or 7 hours at home. Although he had prepared a lot of Doomsday supplies a few years ago, his supplies were far from enough if he followed the Doomsday scenario in the Doomsday manual. Moreover, there were mutants, which were biological weapons that were simply genocidal for living humans. Although humans can also evolve, their evolution speed and number are far inferior to mutants. In Xu Yunjian's view, the humans who survive in the future will not only face the extremely cold weather in the glacial world, but also face the threat of mutants. It can be said that whether humans can be passed on really worries him. After all, the ancient virus will first eliminate the old, weak, sick and disabled, and a large number of humans who can't withstand the erosion of the virus will be infected. Xu Yunjian is worried about his elders. I don't know if they can withstand the doomsday threat of the ancient virus, but Xu Yunjian also knows that it is useless to worry about it. He can only take preventive measures. At that time, he will isolate his family members to prevent them from being infected and becoming mutant humans and being attacked and hurt. Xu Yunjian almost used up all his savings by ordering a lot of supplies online. He also borrowed several million yuan from various lending platforms like Han Xiaofan, and soon used up all the borrowed money. Finally, Xu Yunjian called his father and asked him to receive the supplies and store them in the underground base, especially to avoid the eyes of outsiders. Although his father was surprised by Xu Yunjian's special request, he knew that his son was very opinionated and had been making various preparations for the end of the world. His father was used to some of Xu Yunjian's strange requests, so he readily agreed to his request. Han Xiaofan naturally didn't know how much waves his Doomsday manual would cause in the Doomsday survival group. In the next 2 days, he was paying attention to various natural disasters that occurred frequently around the world on the internet, and there were also some riots in various countries around the world. Some more sensitive netizens on the internet have begun to hoard supplies. After all, it was less than 2 years since the last pandemic disaster, and many people around the world still remembered it. In the free and democratic United States, there are endless gun battles every day, and the $0 shopping activities are in full swing. There is a kind of vitality and a scene of everything competing. Han Xiaofan naturally doesn't care about how the lives of foreigners will be. He is mainly concerned about the situation in China. When he found that most netizens on the internet were hoarding supplies, he felt relieved. Although this cannot guarantee that they can save their lives under the first wave of doomsday threats of the ancient virus, no matter what, if they have supplies, the people who survive the threat of the ancient virus can live longer. What makes Han Xiaofan happy the most is that he saw on the internet that all cities with subways in the country have suspended subway operations. When he saw this news, he knew that this was the official action. The official also realized that it was definitely abnormal for natural disasters to occur so frequently in the world. The official naturally had to be prepared for the eventuality, otherwise the Chinese people would really suffer heavy losses. However, the authorities did not have a good solution for the vast rural areas and farmers. After all, the authorities could not move the entire country's 900 million farmers to the city just because they were not sure whether a major disaster would occur and lead to the end of the world. This was not realistic. In fact, Han Xiaofan was very curious whether the authorities had noticed the Doomsday manual he had issued. If they had noticed it, it would be best for the authorities to take countermeasures according to the Doomsday manual so as to minimize the losses. However, Han Xiaofan knew that he could not find out about this situation, and he could not ask on the internet. He believed that there must be officials monitoring the situation on the internet, and the authorities would definitely want to find him, the initiator. While paying attention to the latest news on the internet, Han Xiaofan put all the materials transported to the warehouse into his storage space. He knew that his warehouse would definitely attract other people's attention if it only took in materials, but not out materials. But he did not care. Even if someone noticed the abnormal situation, the warehouse would be useless in 5 days. It was just that he did not know whether anyone would come to the warehouse to look for materials at that time. At that time, those people would be disappointed, and there would be no materials in the warehouse. On the third morning, Han Xiaofan got up early. His energy was getting stronger day by day, and his physical fitness was getting stronger. He did not test how much stronger his physical fitness was, but he could easily lift the big bed in the room. If he punched with all his strength, he could easily create a fist wind and a sound. He knew that he was completely different. In the future, he would become stronger faster and faster, much stronger than those evolved humans. The two sides were not at the same starting line at all. The crystal in his mind was his biggest trump card. Han Xiaofan would not tell anyone. Even if he had a wife and children in the future, he would not tell them. After all, if a secret was known by a second person, it would no longer be a secret. He would take the secret to the coffin, but he might live a long time, or even immortal. Leaving the villa and coming outside, Han Xiaofan was browsing the news online. Various natural disasters on the entire blue planet have become more and more frequent. It is said that a large amount of ice in Antarctica is melting at an accelerated rate, and the largest volcano in the United States is on the verge of eruption. Even the most obtuse people can sense that there is a big problem on the blue planet. Han Xiaofan saw many people on the street rushing to buy things, especially food and water. The shopping mall was as crowded as the New Year's shopping. Han Xiaofan did not join in the fun. He went out this time to go to the only blacksmith shop in Long District to order a Tang sword. The owner of this blacksmith shop is his fellow villager. They are all from the same county. In particular, he has a good relationship with Liu Meng, the son of the boss Liuan, so he is confident that he can order a sharpened Tang sword. As for getting hot weapons, it is simply unrealistic in China, a country that bans guns. Han Xiaofan does not have that channel. Even if he has it, he will not take the risk. After all, the more chaotic the time, the more the authorities will strike hard. Just looking at the patrol force on the street than usual, he knows that the authorities want to prevent too much chaos in society. Originally, we should have reached Liuan's blacksmith shop soon, but several streets were blocked. Han Xiaofan thought that there was only one important subway station in these streets, and he had some guesses in his mind. It seems that the authorities still take the Doomsday manual he uploaded to the internet seriously. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. For the authorities, there are naturally many experts and scholars who have made predictions based on the increasingly frequent natural disasters that have occurred on Blue Star in the past 2 days. What is the probability of a doomsday disaster on Blue Star? Han Xiaofan believes that the authorities will definitely make preparations. After all, everything in China is people-oriented, and the upper echelons cannot really take any preventive measures. If a doomsday event really happens, it will be too late for the country to do anything. Moreover, many things written in Han Xiaofan's Doomsday Manual are terrifying. It can be said that the country actually hopes that it is false. That is, the world is peaceful, and at most a rumor spreader whose real identity cannot be found spreads rumors on the internet. But if it is true, the country can start to make some preparations now and preserve some seeds. It can be said that the country has also made the worst-case scenario. A large number of doomsday-level bases have been activated. Many of them were built by the country to deal with the end of the nuclear war during the last century when the two poles were in opposition. Especially in the Northwest, no one except the top leaders knows how many doomsday-level bases there are. Han Xiaofan naturally didn't know about the country's big move, but he could guess that the country would make some preparations. The Doomsday Manual he uploaded to the internet has been found by many netizens, and many netizens are speculating about his true identity. Some people say that he is a prophet, and many people say that his true identity is actually a traverser who traveled back to Ali from the future. There are even many people who hope that he will stand up and admit his identity. He is not a fool. If he really stands up, Han Xiaofan estimates that his end will be tragic. The best outcome is to be under house arrest. When the doomsday really happens, he will never be free for the rest of his life. He may even be dissected because of the crystals in his mind and the abnormality of his physical fitness. He has never doubted the darkness of human nature, especially after the Doomsday era. It is common for humans to fight each other and dominate. After walking for half an hour, Han Xiaofan finally arrived at a village in Long District. Although it is called a village, it is actually an urban area in Long District. After all, there is no rural area in the entire Shenzhen city. Shenzhen City is a super large city that is 100% urbanized. Iron making nowadays does not require manpower like it did more than a decade ago. 2 people hammering iron one by one is pure hard labor. Now iron making is done by machines. There are very few manual labors, not to mention such a primitive method of human iron making. But for Liu An, the livelihood of his ancestors cannot be lost, and the iron-making techniques passed down for thousands of years cannot be lost. Otherwise, even if he dies, he will not be able to see his ancestors. So Liu Meng suffered a lot. After graduating from junior high school, he did not continue to study because his grades were too poor. He went directly from Mei City to his father to learn how to iron. Yes, although Liu's iron-making shop has machine operation, Liu An still requires his son Liu Meng to learn the techniques passed down by his ancestors. Fortunately, Liu Meng is honest and kind, and can endure hardships. He also has some talent for ironwork, which makes him better than his master. In addition, in modern society, many rich people or drama crews have to make special weapons to achieve realistic effects. Liu Meng's handmade ironwork skills are naturally put to good use. He earns much more money from his own handmade ironwork every year than from the store. Han Xiaofan is looking for Liu Meng. He knows that Uncle Liu An is timid. If he knows that he wants to make a sharpened tang sword, he will definitely not agree. He might even call the police directly. "Brother, Han, why are you here? Do you have something to ask me?" When Liu Meng saw Han Xiaofan coming to his store, he had some doubts on his face. After all, if Han Xiaofan wanted to drink with him, it would usually be at night or he would call him. It is still rare for someone to come to the door in person. Han Xiaofan saw Uncle Liu working in the shop. He first smiled and said hello to Uncle Liu. Then he waved to Liu Meng and said, "I came here to see you for something. Come with me." "Okay?" Although he was still a little confused, Liu Meng smiled and agreed readily. Han Xiaofan took Liu Meng to a small alley not far from the blacksmith shop. He told Liu Meng directly that he wanted to make a sharp tang sword. Hearing Han Xiaofan's request, Liu Meng showed a worried look on his face. "Brother Han, is there something wrong?" "Nothing." Han Xiaofan smiled and shook his head, but his face soon returned to calm. He thought about it and decided to remind Liu Meng. After all, Liu Meng was the only person he could call a friend in the Dragon District. His face looked very serious, and he said, "You should know about the chaos that has happened in the world in the past few days. There have been so many natural disasters on Blue Star in the past few days, and many countries have almost fallen into civil strife." Liu Meng naturally knew about it. He nodded, but he didn't know why Han Xiaofan said this. "It's good that you know. I think we should prepare for the worst. I asked you to make the tang sword for self-defense. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad." The expression on Han Xiaofan's face seemed very sincere. Of course, after the end of the world, no one would care what he did with this sword. "Okay, I got it, Brother Han. Come get the knife tonight. A customer ordered a knife, but it's not sharpened yet. It can be done in one afternoon. Come get it at 6. Liu Meng naturally trusted Han Xiaofan's promise, and he didn't say much, but he still took Han Xiaofan's warning to heart and decided to ask his parents to buy more food and water, as well as some medicines and other supplies after returning. "Thank you. I'll come at 6. Liu Meng agreed, and Han Xiaofan felt much more relaxed. With the Tang Dao, he had the ability to protect himself. Of course, he believed that his physical fitness would become terrible in 5 days, and it should not be bad compared to those special forces, but with weapons in hand, he could give full play to his physical fitness advantages. At 6 p.m., Han Xiaofan went to Liu Meng again and got a sharpened tang sword from him. The sword was made of a special alloy and cost him 20,000 yuan in total. This was still a friendly price, otherwise 50,000 yuan would be considered cheap. The two did not say much, but Han Xiaofan reminded Liu Meng again to pay attention to the information on the internet at any time, and to pay attention to the outbreak of a pandemic. Han Xiaofan couldn't directly tell Liu Meng that the ancient virus had spread to the entire Blue Star world with the melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, and all species had been infected with this ancient virus. He could only remind Liu Meng in a roundabout way. As for whether Liu Meng understood his reminder, he couldn't care too much. At most, he could come to see their family if he had time in 5 days. If Liu Meng's family survived, he could let them join his underground city. Of course, Han Xiaofan didn't accept everyone. For example, he knew Liu Meng's family inside out. He knew that the Liu family was honest and loyal, not treacherous. Such people were the best candidates for his subordinates. That's right, Han Xiaofan never thought that he could survive well in the Doomsday world alone. It was impossible for one person to pass on human civilization. He needed capable and unambitious subordinates. Han Xiaofan has learned from Xiaoji in his mind that as long as he materializes the dungeon, there will be a technology manufacturing center in the dungeon, which can produce some black technology items, such as identity bracelets. This identity method can not only solve the identity problem of people joining the dungeon, but more importantly, it also has means of monitoring and punishment, which completely saves Han Xiaofan, the owner of the dungeon, from worrying about whether he will invite wolves into the house. Not to mention, after the dungeon is materialized, Xiaoji can separate an avatar as the intelligent management center of the dungeon. With the existence of Xiaoji's avatar, there is no need to worry about people with ulterior motives causing unrest in the dungeon. Walking to a remote place, Han Xiaofan found that there was no figure and no surveillance video. He immediately put the Tang sword, wrapped in cotton cloth in his hand, into the storage space. After all, with the current domestic situation, if he walks on the street with a Tang sword like this, if he is discovered by the security guard, he may be arrested, and then it will be a big trouble. Ahem, Mom, I'll take a leave and go home tomorrow. You don't have to worry about me. Okay, that's it. Walking on the street, a white-collar worker in a suit came towards him. Han Xiaofan found that the other person's face was pale, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he kept coughing, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Some saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth involuntarily. Han Xiaofan's heart tightened immediately. He knew what this phenomenon meant. He also found that half of the pedestrians on the street had this symptom, but some people had milder symptoms. Originally, Han Xiaofan thought that humans infected with the ancient virus would not explode until the 5th day, but looking at the current situation, it might explode today. By then, all countries in the entire Blue Star world will definitely fall into chaos, but few national officials will clearly realize the terribleness of this phenomenon. Of course, the Chinese officials may make the right judgment, but facing the billions of infected people, no senior officials will make up their minds to make a difficult choice. This is impossible. Originally, Han Xiaofan planned to collect construction materials from various large construction sites in Long District on the 5th day, but seeing the current situation, he still felt that he should go earlier. Han Xiaofan did what he said. He walked directly into a supermarket full of customers. Instead of shopping, he went to the bathroom of the supermarket, walked into a cubicle, took out a set of hooded clothes from the storage space, put on the clothes, and put on a mask so that it would be difficult for anyone to recognize him. After leaving the supermarket and going outside, Han Xiaofan called a taxi, then said a place name, and asked the driver to drive the taxi in that direction. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the destination. Han Xiaofan paid the fare and the taxi started and left quickly. He walked for another 10 minutes before arriving at the largest construction site in Long District. This construction site was a property developed by B1 Company, the largest real estate company in China, a large new residential area. Han Xiaofan did not act immediately. He would wait until midnight when the night guards on the construction site fell asleep before he would act. He first walked around the entire construction site and noted down the locations of the surveillance cameras. When he acted, he tried not to be caught by the cameras. Even if he was caught, he was not worried that his true identity would be exposed. After all, the security guards also needed time to investigate. He did not believe that his identity could be found out in 2 or 3 days. As for 3 days later, he believed that no security guard would have time to investigate the mysterious disappearance of construction materials on the construction site. Just when Han Xiaofan arrived at the B1 construction site, the first hospital of Long District was bustling with people. Thousands of patients blocked the gate of the hospital. A large number of patients arrived at the hospital one after another. The whole hospital was as noisy as a vegetable market. This was not only the case in the first hospital of Long District. Hospitals in China and all countries in the world were overcrowded with patients. All the officials in Shenzhen were mobilized. The crisis they encountered this time was much more terrifying than the pandemic a few years ago. All the medical staff returned to their posts. They thought that another pandemic had broken out. What they didn't know was that this time was much more terrifying than the pandemic a few years ago. It was not the pandemic they thought it was. This crisis would bring all mankind into the Doomsday era. And Li Hong, Deputy Chief Physician of the Department of Surgery of the First Hospital of Long District, a returnee with a doctorate from a famous medical university in the United States, a woman who looked more beautiful than a female star, and a woman with a cold temperament. She was also the surgeon with the best surgical skills in the First Hospital of Long District. Such a stunning beauty has attracted the pursuit of the children of the rich and powerful in the entire Long District since she entered the First Hospital of Long District. It is not surprising to say that her suitors can line up from Long District to Fu District. There were so many coughing patients in the hospital. As the Deputy Chief Physician of the Department of Surgery, An Lihong had to be there. Even though she was on vacation today, she rushed to the hospital from her rented house. When she saw the patients blocking the entrance of the hospital, her heart tightened. This scene was even more terrifying than the pandemic a few years ago. But there was no extra time for An Lihong to think about it. As soon as she entered the hospital, she was called to a meeting by her superior chief physician. She had to suppress her anxious desire to participate in the rescue of patients and attend the meeting. Fortunately, The leaders of the hospital also knew that the situation was urgent and there was no time to waste. They informed all participants of the notice issued by the Shenzhen Emergency Center Group Center, so that all participants present knew that this outbreak was not so simple. The notice also warned some important matters that participants in the treatment of patients needed to pay attention to. The meeting ended soon, and An Lihong came out of the conference room. She walked towards her office while looking at the official notice in her hand. However, some of the precautions in it made her feel confused. These precautions were simply treating patients as zombies. What was going on? An Lihong's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. She immediately called her parents in the city and asked them to pay attention to some abnormal situations, especially not to get close to patients who had lost their minds, and to go to the supermarket to buy more food and water. Fortunately, her parents did not have symptoms such as coughing. And Lihong felt a little relieved. She returned to her office, put on her white coat, and went to participate in the work of treating patients. As for escaping from the hospital, An Lihong had never thought about it at all. As a doctor, she had to do her job well. Unless her superiors ordered them to evacuate the hospital, she would definitely stick to her post. Han Xiaofan randomly found a convenience store not far from the Biyuan construction site. He bought some things in the convenience store. Although it was just a small convenience store, it was packed with shoppers. Almost all the things in the convenience store were sold out. He had a hard time squeezing in to buy a few packs of snacks and 2 bottles of beer. After paying the bill, Han Xiaofan came out of the convenience store and thought of the boss who was smiling with his teeth showing when collecting money. He couldn't help but feel funny. The happier the boss is now, the more he will regret in the future. However, Han Xiaofan saw the boss's bloodshot eyes and the symptoms of constant coughing, and he knew that the other party would have no chance to regret it. Sitting on a bench outside the convenience store, Han Xiaofan ate snacks while browsing his phone. He found that hospitals in various countries across the Blue Star world were crowded with patients. The symptoms of the patients are very similar to the global pandemic a few years ago, but this time it is much more terrifying than a few years ago. Not only are there billions of people infected, but the speed of infection is too fast. There is no time for the officials of various countries to react. All hospitals are overwhelmed by critically ill patients. China is no exception. In such a major outbreak, the army of various regions has entered the city to maintain order and is on guard in important places in various cities to prevent greater chaos. After all, at this time, many monsters will emerge, and the authorities will naturally strike hard. When seeing that the situation exposed by the news on the internet is so serious, Han Xiaofan knows that he has to hurry up to get building materials. He knows that the dead patients are not really dead. In just 3 hours, they will become another species and resurrect. At that time, the entire Dragon District will fall into real chaos. If he can't get back to the villa area in time, he may have to find a new shelter. It's not so easy to find a place to put the underground city again. Han Xiaofan has no confidence that he can find a suitable place to materialize the underground city in a short time. After eating, Han Xiaofan left the convenience store immediately and went to the periphery of the Biyuan construction site to observe. He found that several night guards were staying in the Iron House, and no one came out to patrol or guard the construction materials. This situation is also normal. After all, there are generally no unexpected situations at night, especially now that the hospitals in Long District are crowded with patients, and people are dying every minute and every second. It is already good that these night guards can still stick to their posts. They may have been paying attention to the news or contacting their families. They may not go to work tomorrow. Anyone who is not a fool knows that something big is going to happen. Although the Chinese government directly dispatched troops to enter the city, it does not mean that there are no infected soldiers. Many soldiers have also become patients, and there are also many seriously ill ones. Although there was no report on the death of soldiers in just a few hours, there is no need to guess that there are not a few. The customers who were shopping in the convenience store just now hurried home after buying things. Such people accounted for the vast majority. There were few pedestrians on the streets outside. This situation naturally facilitated Han Xiaofan's actions. Han Xiaofan came to a relatively dark wire mesh without streetlights. He took out a pair of pliers from the storage space and cut a hole in the wire mesh directly, which was big enough for a person to get in. He got in very quickly. With his original physical fitness, he couldn't move so quickly, but his physical fitness was much better than a few days ago. Both his physical strength and speed had improved qualitatively. Han Xiaofan put all the building materials on the construction site into the storage space as long as he saw them. If he didn't have to touch them with his own hands to put them in, his speed might be even faster. However, Even if he had to touch them with his own hands to put all the building materials into the storage space, Han Xiaofan's speed was not slow. All the building materials worth more than 1 billion on the B1 construction site were cheap for him. While he was happily collecting the building materials, he thanked B1 Company in his heart for setting up such a large construction site. Otherwise, he didn't know how to collect the building materials. After collecting all the construction materials on the B1 construction site, Han Xiaofan left the construction site. He originally wanted to go to another large construction site to collect construction materials, but after walking a few streets, he didn't see a taxi. He couldn't place an order online, and no one took the order. It seems that the taxi drivers are not fools. They may have gone home long ago. If he rides a shared bicycle, it will take a lot of time. Han Xiaofan is worried that even if he collects all the construction materials on the construction site, he can't go back to the villa area. Han Xiaofan knows that the first death may have been almost 3 hours. By then, the resurrected will definitely explode. Even if there is military control, it cannot stop the flood of mutants. There are hundreds of thousands of such infected people in the Dragon District. Although there may be only a few hundred or a few thousand deaths, as long as the mutants bite the survivors to death, the survivors will immediately become mutants. At that time, the number will be geometric. No army can eliminate such mutants, not to mention that the number of troops stationed in the Dragon District is only a few thousand, and it is simply impossible to stop a wave of mutants. Xiaoji, didn't you say that the Doomsday will come in 5 days? Xiaofan asked Xiaoji, the intelligent life in the crystal in his mind, while riding a shared bicycle back to the rental villa area. That's right. Han Xiaofan treated Xiaoji in the crystal as an intelligent life. After all, if Xiaoji was treated as the artifact spirits in fantasy novels, it didn't seem so scientific. Although it was not so scientific to obtain the crystal and fuse it, he still felt that Xiaoji was more likely to be an intelligent life. That's right, Master. The Blue Star world will completely enter the Doomsday era in 5 days. Now is just the first wave of Doomsday impact. Humans can't solve this ancient virus. It is the self-evolution of the Blue Star. The self-evolution of the Blue Star. Han Xiaofan had a bit of doubt on his face. Could it be that the self-evolution of the Blue Star is to eliminate creatures like humans? He asked Xiaoji in his mind directly. Xiaoji, what do you mean exactly? Sorry, Master. Xiaoji doesn't know, either. Hearing Xiaoji say this, Han Xiaofan's face suddenly became ugly. But he didn't blame him. After all, he knew that the crystal itself was damaged, and Xiaoji should also be damaged. If he wanted to completely restore the crystal, he would need the crystal core of the mutant creature. He was actually looking forward to the mutant creatures appearing soon. Along the way, Han Xiaofan also found that many stray cats and dogs had similar symptoms to humans. He knew that these animals were also infected, and they might soon become mutant animals. It was just that Han Xiaofan didn't know whether the plants infected with the ancient virus had any abnormal conditions. He couldn't stop to check the plants on both sides of the street. This was a fool's behavior. There were many car accidents on the road, the emergency sounds of ambulances kept ringing, and there were also the whistles of police cars. Passers-by hurried home, and everyone's face was full of anxiety and restlessness. After finally returning to the gate of the villa area, Han Xiaofan did not see the security guard in the security booth. There was no one inside, only a thermos cup and a walkie-talkie on the table. He guessed that the security guard must have left his post without permission and went home directly. This phenomenon is not surprising. Humans all have a sense of crisis. Since there is no security guard, there is naturally no need to register and check. Han Xiaofan rode a shared bicycle back to his villa and parked the shared bicycle outside. He originally wanted to put it in the storage space, but when he thought that someone nearby might be secretly observing him, he didn't want to take the risk. It would be bad if his secret was exposed. Xiaoji, materialize the dungeon. Received. Start materializing the dungeon and it will be completed in 10 minutes. Start the countdown. 10 minutes. Han Xiaofan used to think that 10 minutes passed quickly, but this was the first time he felt that 10 minutes would pass so slowly. He could only stay in the living room, sit on the sofa and take out his mobile phone to check the news, but all the news on the internet was full of desperate news. All the countries in the entire Blue Star were in complete chaos. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, gunfire was heard from a distance. Han Xiaofan stood up and walked to the window. He lifted a corner of the curtain he had drawn and looked out. He saw flames rising to the sky in the distance. As the gunfire continued, the noise from afar seemed to infect the villa area, and the whole villa area began to bustle. A woman ran silently. She was killed by those mutants, who were crawling there to eat. Even though it was too dark to see how the mutants ate, Han Xiaofan could imagine that the scene must be horrible. Of course, there were survivors in other villas. He didn't believe that all the residents of this villa with hundreds of villas were dead. Maybe many people thought it was safe to hide in the house, or they hoped that the army could come to save them. However, Han Xiaofan knew that these people would be desperate in 2 days. By then, the temperature of the entire blue star would enter extremely cold weather in a very short time. The entire blue star would enter the Ice Age, and those mutant creatures would become stronger and stronger over time. These mutant creatures were not like the zombies in film and television works. They would not only bite people and infect the survivors to become their own kind. These mutant creatures would only treat the survivors as food. Of course, mutants would not live in peace with other mutant animals. Different mutant creatures would kill each other. Only mutant creatures of the same kind would not kill each other. For example, mutant humans would hunt living things in groups. It can be said that mutant humans are already another species. If the survivors expect these mutant humans to starve to death or freeze to death due to extreme cold weather, they will definitely be disappointed. That's because all mutant creatures will evolve, and their evolution speed is much faster than that of living humans. Just like the Cambrian explosion of life hundreds of millions of years ago, only humans were left behind. The most important thing is that mutant creatures can reproduce like normal creatures. That's right, their number will not decrease due to death, and may even increase. After Han Xiaofan learned about this from Xiaoji, he really didn't have much confidence in the future of mankind. Fortunately, he still had a plug-in like Crystal. Even if he couldn't restore human civilization in his lifetime, he could still save a certain number of humans. The commotion outside became louder and louder. The screams of humans before they died and the sound of explosions came from afar. All kinds of sounds gathered together and seemed so violent. Han Xiaofan just watched everything outside with a cold eye. Although his physical fitness has improved a lot, looking at the mutants' movements and speed, he estimated that he could kill about 5 with his Tang sword. But if there were more than 5, he would be in great danger. He didn't have the idea of being a hero. After working for 2 years, no matter how many edges and corners he had, they would have been smoothed out. Master, the dungeon has been materialized. Xiaoji's voice in his mind interrupted Han Xiaofan's wild thoughts. He finally came to his senses and lowered the curtains. He just wanted to see what the dungeon was like. He just wanted to have a good sleep in the dungeon and take a rest. He was very tired that day. If there was no dungeon, he would not dare to close his eyes if he slept in the bedroom of the villa, for fear that he would be attacked by mutants or humans while sleeping, and then he would really die. Han Xiaofan felt that his brain was stuffed with a lot of things in an instant, and he felt like it was going to explode. Fortunately, this feeling disappeared quickly. This is Xiaoji instilling all the information of the dungeon directly into his brain. Han Xiaofan didn't expect that this kind of indoctrination would be so painful. If this happens again in the future, he might make some preparations before indoctrination, such as lying on the bed to receive the indoctrination information. Master, in the future when your strength breaks through the first-level gene lock, it will not be so hard. Xiaoji may also know that the master is uncomfortable, so she comforted Han Xiaofan in her mind. First-level gene lock? Reality is not a science fiction novel. Han Xiaofan was a little confused. He immediately asked a series of questions. Xiaoji, what is a gene lock? How many levels are there in a gene lock? How to break through a gene lock? Is it only humans who can break through a gene lock, or can all mutant creatures? Master, it's not that Xiaoji doesn't want to tell you, but telling you too much now will only make you upset, and Xiaoji doesn't remember a lot of information. You can only rely on the master to collect more crystal nuclei of mutant creatures in the future to speed up the recovery of crystals. However, Xiaoji can still tell you that only those who break through the gene lock are true evolvers. The master is just getting started now. After listening to Xiaoji's words, Han Xiaofan didn't say much. He just kept it in his heart. The most important thing now is to visit his future base, the underground city. The underground city appeared underground in the entire villa area. There are a total of 4 entrances and exits. The villa rented by Han Xiaofan has one of them. He came to the bathroom next to the kitchen and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom was no different from when he first rented it, and the items were placed as before. However, Han Xiaofan was not surprised. He directly reached for the full-length mirror on the wall of the bathroom with his right hand. Soon, the mirror showed a few large words like a display screen, and it was accompanied by a mechanical voice. Fingerprint passed, welcome home, master. As soon as the voice fell, a passage appeared in the wall, and there was an elevator inside. This made Han Xiaofan feel very magical. After all, he did not feel any abnormal changes in the villa in the 10 minutes he appeared. He did not expect that an elevator could appear directly. He did not think that this was made by the owner of the villa. It can only be said that the technological level of crystals is much more advanced than he imagined. Han Xiaofan did not think much and walked into the elevator. The elevator closed automatically. and the outside turned into a composite wall again. No one could find that there was an elevator behind this wall. The elevator only has 3 digital buttons. Han Xiaofan already knew from the transmitted information that the underground city now has only 3 floors in total. In the future, as more and more building materials are collected, the number of floors can continue to increase. The elevator door opened, and Han Xiaofan walked out of the elevator. The first thing he saw was a passage. He knew that this passage was also the first line of defense of the underground city. As long as there were enemies coming in, even if they found the entrance and entered here, they would have to face an unsolvable defense measure of the underground city. This defense measure was very similar to a method in a movie Han Xiaofan had seen, that is, the laser channel. Yes, it was the kind of laser channel that could cut the human body into countless small pieces. Xiaoji said that as long as they were not strong people above the 2nd level, as many people as came would die. Han Xiaofan walked through this inconspicuous passage. It was about 20 meters long. It didn't look long, but this was a death passage. No matter how many people came, it was not enough. The bodies that were cut into pieces could still fall into the space below through the switch on the ground and would not block the passage. So if there were enemies who wanted to paralyze this laser channel by killing people, they could only say that they were overthinking it. As the master of the underground city, although such means are terrifying, Han Xiaofan still hopes that there will be more such defensive means. He can be as cruel as he wants to treat his enemies. He does not have a saintly heart and will not sympathize with the safety of his enemies' lives. There is another gate behind the laser channel. You need to use fingerprints to enter the gate. Han Xiaofan can enter naturally. After the gate is opened, there is a relatively large space inside. There are bright lights on the top of the space. It is like daytime under the light. The space is circular, with a tree in the middle. The tree is wrapped with light strips. The tree is surrounded by a circular fence. There are stone benches for people to sit on the fence. Several passages connect this space. There are signs on these passages which read accommodation area, leisure area, commercial area, factory area, etc. Han Xiaofan looked at all the areas on the 1st floor. Because of time constraints, he did not look too carefully. Anyway, the entire underground city is his, and he has plenty of time to check it slowly in the future. The area of the 1st floor is about 10,000 square meters, which is equivalent to 2 football fields. It can be said that the area is still acceptable. After all, there are such functional areas. However, the underground city can accommodate a maximum of 1,000 survivors. Although more is also possible, it will cause the quality of life of the survivors to decrease, or the supply of materials will be tight. However, Han Xiaofan estimates that it is impossible for him to recruit 1,000 people in a short period of time. Although there are bracelets that can control the behavior of survivors entering the underground city, this bracelet cannot control the thoughts of the survivors, and he does not want to recruit some brain-dead people into the underground city. Only those survivors who are to his taste or have a positive outlook are the objects of his recruitment. However, the longer such survivors are, Han Xiaofan believes that after experiencing the unimaginable life of the Doomsday, many people will become black. It is still difficult to recruit 1,000 survivors who still retain the kindness and friendliness before the Doomsday. Han Xiaofan will not be in a hurry at that time. He has the underground city as a big guarantee, and he will not worry about no one joining. After simply looking at the various areas on the 1st floor, Han Xiaofan took the elevator again and went down to the 2nd floor. In fact, the floors are not only accessible by elevator, but also by stairs. There is not only 1 elevator, but a total of 5 elevators, including 2 freight elevators and 5 stairs. It can be said that this configuration is still very good. When he came to the 2nd floor, Han Xiaofan walked out of the elevator. He found that the 2nd floor was very different from the 1st floor. What he saw when he came out was a relatively large square with an area of 300 square meters. Han Xiaofan naturally knew what this square was used for. This square can be used as a parking lot, and there is also a large passage leading to the outside. Cars or materials obtained from the outside can be transported in through this passage. Han Xiaofan did not intend to tell anyone that he had a storage space. He knew that in this Doomsday world, as long as anyone from any force knew that he had a storage space, he would become restless forever, and all forces would come to arrest him. Anyone who was not a fool knew how important it was for a force to have a storage space in the Doomsday. There are only 3 areas on the 2nd floor. The first is the planting area. Yes, crops can be planted here. The second is the breeding area, where some poultry can be raised. The third is the agricultural processing center, which can process the output of the planting area and the breeding area. After looking at the 3 areas on the 2nd floor, Han Xiaofan took the elevator to the 3rd floor, which is the most important floor of the underground city. There is a warehouse with a large area and space on the third floor. He put out most of the materials in the storage space. It is much simpler to put out the things in the space than to collect them. As long as you imagine that the materials fill the shelves in your mind, they will be filled automatically. There will be no more or less. It seems that the storage space is intelligent and can calculate the size of the materials by itself. Of course, Han Xiaofan still left some materials in the storage space. After all, he can't stay in the underground city for a lifetime. He needs survivors, needs to go to the crystal core to speed up the recovery of the crystal, and needs the crystal core to become stronger. Although he can get stronger every day with the passage of time, even without the crystal core, he can accelerate the strengthening. How can he lie flat? As long as he keeps getting stronger, he believes that the Doomsday world will not be the end of the world for him. Half of the third floor is a warehouse, and the remaining half is separated. You have to go through a laser channel to reach another space. If this channel is not approved or authorized by Han Xiaofan, anyone who comes to this laser channel will be dead. There is another door blocking the way. Han Xiaofan pressed the panel on the wall again, and soon the door opened. He entered the door, and the door closed again. The space behind the door is like a hall, like the front desk of a five-star hotel, with several sofas, a service desk, and a bar counter. There is also a passage near the service desk. Han Xiaofan knows that through that passage, he can reach the most important core area of the underground city. One is the intelligent control center of the underground city. The lights, energy, network center, etc. of the entire underground city are controlled by the intelligent control center. Xiaoji's clone is also in the intelligent control center. There is another area, inside, which is the residence of Han Xiaofan, the owner, a luxurious house with an area of 3,000 square meters. It is better to say that it is a luxurious villa manor than a house. This villa is much better than the most luxurious and expensive villas in Shenzhen. Han Xiaofan was simply dazzled. If it weren't for the intelligent management of many things in such a large villa, it would probably require hundreds of service personnel. After just a casual visit to his future residence, Han Xiaofan came to the most important area of the underground city, the Intelligent Control Center. The Intelligent Control Center was not as sci-fi as Han Xiaofan imagined. It was a bit like the Launch Control Center of the space agency that he had seen on TV, but it was much simpler than the Launch Control Center of the space agency, with fewer monitors and a smaller area. The most conspicuous thing about the entire Intelligent Control Center was the large display on the wall, a row of computers, a total of 10, and a few chairs. There was a conference room in the back and a bedroom. The total area was 200 square meters. There is also an escape passage in the bedroom, which is reserved for the dungeon owner. In other words, Han Xiaofan can escape through this escape passage in case of emergency. However, this opportunity should not be there. With the defense measures of the dungeon and the bracelet, if the enemy can still break through, he can just commit suicide, so as not to be laughed at by the world. Moreover, Han Xiaofan does not believe that he can become stronger every day with a plug-in like the crystal. In this case, he is definitely the most powerful human in the world, and even those mutant creatures should not be able to compare with him. Of course, Han Xiaofan also knows that he cannot lie flat. If he chooses to lie flat, then he will definitely be surpassed by other humans or mutant creatures in the future. Xiaoji? Sitting on a chair in front of the large display screen, Han Xiaofan shouted directly into the air. Soon a picture appeared on the large display screen, and a panda that looked extremely honest appeared, a bit like the main character Panda in Kung Fu Panda. It winked at Han Xiaofan and said, "Master, Xiaoji is here." Seeing the giant panda on the display screen, Han Xiaofan showed a speechless look on his face. He said with a bit of a smile, "Xiaoji, why are you like this?" "Oh." In response to the master's question, Xiaoji just shook his head. Then he smiled and said, "Master, don't you like pandas the most? The image of Xiaoji is most to your taste." Okay, that's it. Han Xiaofan didn't want to debate with Xiaoji. After all, in his eyes, Xiaoji was an intelligent life, not a human being, and he didn't want to waste time. He was a little tired after running all day today. He wanted to find out the situation of the Intelligent Control Center as soon as possible, and then go to the manor where he lived to get a midnight snack and go to bed after eating. Xiaoji, tell me about the specific situation of this Intelligent Control Center. Okay, Master. The entire Intelligent Control Center is the core of the dungeon. It can monitor any screen except the situation in the rooms in the accommodation area, and any survivor wearing the bracelet can be located. Even if the person wearing the bracelet leaves the dungeon and goes to the ground, as long as it does not exceed the actual control range of the bracelet for 100 kilometers, the other party can be located in real time. The Intelligent Control Center is fully controlled by my clone. The firewall of this control center is more than hundreds of years old in this era. No hacker can invade the core of this intelligent control center. The master does not need to worry about this problem. Also, the energy center of the dungeon is here. The master does not need to know what this energy center is built for. Anyway, the energy center can provide energy supply for the dungeon for 500 years. And as the master gets more crystal cores, even if the dungeon is expanded to a scale of tens of millions of people, the master does not have to worry about energy problems. Master, because of the problem of the underground city being materialized in this villa area, the intelligent control center has actually controlled all the cameras in the entire villa area, and the monitoring system in the villa area has invaded the entire Shenzhen Sky Eye system. As long as the power is not cut off in Shenzhen, you can see any place with cameras in Shenzhen through here. Hearing Xiaoji's words, Han Xiaofan's mouth opened. He didn't expect Xiaoji to be able to invade the Shenzhen Sky Eye network system. Although Shenzhen is now in chaos due to the problem of mutants, he doesn't believe that there will be no experts in the Shenzhen Sky Eye Control Center. However, Han Xiaofan is still quite happy about this problem. Even if the power is cut off in Shenzhen, it will take some time. During this time, he can completely find an area with fewer mutants through the Intelligent Control Center, and then collect various supplies, especially food and water, as well as building materials. The most important thing is that with this, Han Xiaofan wears his own highest authority bracelet so he can receive information from the Intelligent Control Center in real time, and he can avoid many dangers. Although he felt very powerful now, Han Xiaofan was just an ordinary person after all. He had not experienced cruel battles. Only after experiencing more battles could he transform his combat power into his actual combat power. Xiaoji, turn on the surveillance of the center of Shenzhen and have a look. Okay, master. Soon, dozens of small windows appeared densely on the display screen. Han Xiaofan carefully observed these small windows and found that none of them was calm. The blood, riots, corpses everywhere, mutants eating, etc. made him feel a little disgusted, but he still forced himself to watch carefully. This was something he had to get used to in the future. If he couldn't get used to it, then his future would only end in death. There are several scenes where the Chinese army can be seen fighting mutants, but it doesn't look so optimistic. Han Xiaofan saw that the mutants were very fast, not as slow as the zombies in the movies, and they haven't evolved yet. From Xiaoji, he learned that mutants will become stronger over time, and mutants can also become stronger by hunting each other and devouring each other's crystal cores. Some mutants even evolve much faster than other creatures. Ding ding ding. Han Xiaofan heard a series of text message notifications on his mobile phone. He opened them and saw that most of them were official evacuation notices. The entire Shenzhen government had entered the subway. The government encouraged survivors who were not mutated to take refuge in the subway stations provided by the government. Why would the government provide specific subway stations instead of letting survivors flee to subway stations near their homes? This is because many subway stations in Shenzhen have been sealed by the government with cement and steel bars, leaving only a few entrances and exits. This is also to prevent millions of mutants and countless mutant cats, dogs, mice, and other creatures from attacking subway stations. It can be said that this time, because of the infection of the ancient virus, it is now called the P virus by the World Health Organization. The P virus is not the zombie virus in the movie, but a virus that can catalyze the accelerated evolution of the entire blue planet's creatures. It can also be called an evolution virus. Then the mutant creatures that have lost their minds, bloodthirsty and violent, are just evolution losers because they can't withstand the catalytic ability of the P virus. Of course, the official network has not yet given any specific functions of this virus, but the official has also suffered heavy losses. This virus is particularly targeted at the elderly, weak and disabled of humans. These people have become mutants and occupy the vast majority, which has also caused heavy losses to the official upper echelons. Fortunately, China's army is still very powerful. Under the command of the center, bases were quickly established in subway stations in major cities or underground parking lots or remote places with relatively few people. Han Xiaofan is not worried that China will be destroyed. You must know that the western part of China built countless underground bases in the last century. With the existence of those bases in the west, China will not perish, but the loss of population will definitely be terrifying, which is the same all over the world. Han Xiaofan didn't stay in the Intelligent Control Center for too long. Tomorrow, he would go out to collect supplies. Before too many small teams appeared or the extreme cold weather arrived, he would take the opportunity to collect more supplies so that he would have the capital to recruit survivors in the future. Otherwise, the millions of supplies alone would not last long. There was still network and computer. Han Xiaofan knew of the Doomsday Manual, which was released by him. It seemed that the official had completely believed in the Doomsday Manual, so at least more citizens could survive in the future, and they would take fewer detours. When Han Xiaofan was sleeping, the world's largest volcano erupted, and many other volcanoes erupted as well. The United States suffered heavy losses, and Japan suffered even worse, which was basically equivalent to the destruction of the country. China was relatively better. Although cities of all sizes were basically out of control, the government and the military were still continuing to rescue survivors and some important figures, especially the rescue of scientists. The government reminded the public to take shelter at home and be careful not to make too much noise. The hearing of mutants and various mutant beasts is very sensitive, especially at night. In addition, because of so many volcanic eruptions on Blue Star, the entire Blue Star will enter extremely cold weather in the next 2 days, and this extremely cold weather will last for hundreds of years. Blue Star is already equivalent to entering the Ice Age. The government reminds the public to pay attention to mutant creatures and keep warm. Of course, the government hopes that the public can go to the nearest shelter if they have the conditions. If they rely on the official rescue team, the survivors may be frozen to death by the extremely cold weather before the rescue team arrives. However, the authorities had no other options. After all, the mutants in each city alone made it very difficult for the military to cope with them, not to mention that the military had to take on the task of rescuing survivors and moving important supplies, etc. It can be said that the entire surviving official organization was already operating at full capacity, but they were running out of time. At most, the entire Blue Star would enter the Doomsday era in 2 days. Clicking on the message on Weixin, Han Xiaofan found that someone in his work group, which he had not yet quit, had sent a distress message. It turned out that more than a dozen staff members of the supermarket were trapped in the supermarket and could not escape. They had been sending distress messages in the group, including the beautiful Liu Xianhong, whom he had a crush on. Han Xiaofan's heart moved. He knew that this was a good opportunity to win the heart of the beautiful Liu, but he couldn't be so anxious. Now the survivors in the supermarket had not completely entered a state of despair. Even if he rescued Liu Xianhong, the other party would not be grateful to him and might even ask him to send them to the official shelter. Although he knew that what he was thinking was very selfish, Han Xiaofan did not feel ashamed. In the future Doomsday era, there would be more desperate and cruel scenes. Such a thing was just a piece of cake. There was also a message from Liu Meng on Weixin. The other family did not have a mutant, but they were also trapped in the blacksmith shop. Fortunately, he believed Han Xiaofan's reminder and bought a lot of food and water. There would be no problem in a short time. It was just that Liu Meng was worried about entering the extreme cold weather. His parents were relatively old and might not be able to withstand such extreme cold weather. Han Xiaofan did not expect Liu Meng to send such a message to him, which was equivalent to asking for help from him. He frowned. He felt that Liu Meng should have thought that he had reminded the other party, so he felt that he should have been prepared a long time ago, and it was not surprising that he asked for help from him. It was just that Han Xiaofan did not want to save the other family so early. After all, the first thing he wanted to do was to collect supplies. It was the best choice to collect as many supplies as possible, while there were not too many small teams. A 5-story building facing the street, with a shop on the first floor. The name of the shop on the door is Liu's Blacksmith Shop. This is also the only blacksmith shop in Long District and even the only blacksmith shop in the entire Shenzhen city. Liu Meng's family lives on the 2nd floor. This building is naturally not owned by the Liu family. They just rented the 1st floor as a shop, and the family lived on the 2nd floor. The 3rd to 5th floors were rented to other tenants by the landlord. The Liu family lived on the 2nd floor with 3 bedrooms and a living room. The conditions can be said to be very good, but because it is located in a more remote area in Long District, the rent is much cheaper than the average. Dad, Mom, Sister, Brother Xiaofan replied. He asked us to stay in the room and not go anywhere. He will come to rescue us in 2 days. Liu Meng had a very happy expression on his face. He had been waiting for Han Xiaofan's reply from last night until now, but what made him anxious was that there was no reply for a whole night. Just when he felt desperate, Han Xiaofan actually replied, and he was naturally very excited. It can be said that after being reminded by Han Xiaofan, Liu Meng first asked his sister Liu Duoduo, who lived in the school, to go home, and he and his parents went to buy a large amount of supplies. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the entire Dragon District was in complete chaos. There were actually mutants and mutant beasts. Liu Meng's parents suggested that they follow other tenants to escape to the official shelter, but Liu Meng thought of what Han Xiaofan reminded him of, and then he downloaded the Doomsday manual on the internet. According to the description in the manual, he knew that mutants were not slow-moving creatures like zombies. With the number of mutants outside, They had no chance of escaping to the official shelter. Sure enough, the tenants from the 3rd to the 5th floor were pounced on by a swarm of mutants before they escaped 10 meters. Their family watched more than a dozen people being eaten by mutants until only skeletons were left. The whole family was disgusted and vomited. They were also terrified. When Liu's father, Liu's mother, and Liu Duoduo heard Lu Meng's words, they immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces, but Liu's father was still a little confused. He asked directly, "Is it true? Will he really come to save us? Is he able to save us?" Liu's father did not disbelieve Han Xiaofan, but his impression of Han Xiaofan was that he was just an ordinary person who worked as a supervisor in a supermarket, and he was also from the same hometown. How could such an ordinary person have the ability to save their family? They saw on the internet that the army was at a disadvantage in the face of many mutants and mutant beasts. You know, the army has many hot weapons. Although there were losses due to the P virus, most of the troops were retained. "Dad, don't worry, Brother Xiaofan is not an ordinary person. He will definitely come to save us if he says so, and he has the ability to save us." Although Lu Meng had no evidence, his intuition told him that it was right to believe Han Xiaofan. Going to the official subway shelter was too risky. The nearest shelter to them was 10 kilometers away. It might only take 10 minutes to get there at ordinary times, but it might not be possible to get there in half a day during this period. This was still the case when there were no large numbers of mutants and mutant beasts outside. Although the Doomsday Manual describes mutants as being afraid of sunlight and fire, Liu Meng knew that when walking in such a city, the mutants and mutant beasts would hide in the shadows and they would be easily attacked. Moreover, mutants could overcome their fear of sunlight and fire when facing food. When Liu Meng saw the cloudy sky outside after lifting a corner of the curtain and looking out, he became even more uneasy. He knew that the extremely cold weather was coming, and the polar night was coming soon. Today might be the last time for humans to see the sun. "Dad, Mom, Sister, put on your winter clothes quickly. The temperature will drop soon. It may drop to minus 30 degrees today." Hearing Liu Meng's suggestion, his family members did not object. They knew that the family could only rely on Liu Meng now, and it was right to listen to him. Bang, 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 bang. Han Xiaofan was hitting a hanging sandbag in the gym of the manor. Every time he punched the sandbag, not only did it make a loud noise, but it also made the sandbag swing to its limit, then swing back due to inertia, and then be punched back by him, repeating over and over again, looking very brutal. If someone had told him a few days ago that he could hit a sandbag like this, Han Xiaofan would definitely have said that the other person was a psychopath. But now he is trying a training program that he never dared to try before. His physical fitness is improving every day, and it is the kind that allows his body to fully adapt. But Han Xiaofan really has no specific impression of how strong his physical fitness is. So, before he set out to leave the underground city to collect supplies on the ground, Han Xiaofan came to the gym of the manor to exercise to see where his limit is and how strong he is. After several tests, Han Xiaofan found that his physical fitness was really strong. If he only talked about physical fitness, he might be the strongest human in the world. Of course, this was in the past. In the future, when humans enter the Doomsday era and evolve, there may be stronger humans. But he is not worried about being surpassed by others because he becomes stronger much faster than anyone else. He believes that even those mutant beasts with evolutionary advantages cannot compare with him. Han Xiaofan took out the Tang sword made by Liu Meng. He learned it from the way a martial arts enthusiast practiced sword in a mobile phone video. Of course, he couldn't learn much in a short time, but as long as he knew the basic sword tricks, it would be fine. An hour later, Han Xiaofan was carrying a backpack, holding the Tang sword in his left hand, wearing a bracelet on his right hand, and a Bluetooth on his ear. The Bluetooth was naturally Xiaoji's clone, who could notify him in real time according to the situation seen by the surveillance camera through the Intelligent Control Center. In this way, he had a radar that could scan the surrounding situation at any time. But this radar required cameras around him to work. Taking the elevator back to the bathroom on the first floor of the villa, Han Xiaofan planned to clean up the mutants and mutant beasts in the entire villa area first. After all, the villa area would be his base camp in the future. Although he had an underground city, no matter what, if there were still mutants and mutant beasts in the villa area, it would not be safe to threaten his underground city base. Han Xiaofan walked out of the villa gate openly, and the noise he made quickly attracted the attention of more than a dozen mutants. He ran like a mad dog, running on 2 feet at first, but soon turned into running on all fours, like a wild animal, with a crazy twisted face and blood-red eyes. There was no rationality at all, only bloodthirstiness and desire for killing. Han Xiaofan's physical fitness became stronger in all aspects, and his eyesight became very good, which was why he could see the eyes of the mutants running madly 50 meters away. Facing a dozen mutants, Han Xiaofan was not panicked at all. He knew that this was a slaughter that he would have to face sooner or later, and he was very confident in his own strength. With his current strength, as long as he was not besieged by hundreds or thousands of mutants, he could handle it. Swish! He chopped off the head of the mutant in front with a knife, avoiding the spurting black blood. Han Xiaofan chose to take the initiative to attack. One knife after another, the sharp knife light flashed continuously. He never knew that he could chop off a dozen heads without blinking one day. Although they were no longer human, they were still human a few days ago. In less than 30 seconds, Han Xiaofan put the knife back into the sheath. His face looked very calm, as if he had just killed a dozen chickens. Yes, he was also calm in his heart. When did he have such a good psychological quality? Han Xiaofan was a little confused. You know, he used to feel uncomfortable when watching the bloody scenes in horror movies, but now he was so calm. It was not normal no matter how he thought about it, so he said to himself, "Xiaoji? Master, is there something wrong? No, I want to ask you, do you think I am normal? Master, Xiaoji doesn't quite understand what you mean. I chopped off so many mutants' heads, but I didn't feel any emotion. Is this mental state normal? Master, Xiaoji doesn't understand human psychology very well, but Xiaoji thinks that the Master's state is the most suitable for the Doomsday era. Okay, no more." Although he didn't get anything out of Xiaoji, Han Xiaofan still had some guesses. He knew that after he merged with the crystal, not only his physical fitness should have become stronger, but his mind should have also changed a lot. It's just that this change happened over time, so he didn't feel anything. But Xiaoji was right. In this Doomsday era, such changes have only benefits, not disadvantages. This can make him adapt to this Doomsday era better and faster. Taking out a dagger from his backpack, Han Xiaofan squatted down beside a mutant corpse. The mutant's appearance had changed a lot from that of an ordinary human. Not only did he have lush hair on his body, but his appearance also turned into a gorilla-like one, which looked very hateful. Han Xiaofan used a dagger to dig open the chest of the mutant corpse and cut open the heart. He took out a glass ball from the heart. This thing was the crystal core in the mutant organism, a good thing that could enhance human quality and the most important strategic item for humans in the future. The Doomsday Manual that Han Xiaofan sent out also had some descriptions about the crystal core, but he didn't know how many people had seen it, and he didn't know how many people would believe it. When he just walked out of the villa, Han Xiaofan felt that someone in the third villa across the street was peeping at him. His physical fitness was enhanced in all aspects, and his sixth sense became very sharp. This ability really played a big role in the Doomsday era. At least he didn't have to worry about being attacked by the enemy. If he continued to become stronger in the future, he might really be able to have the realm of Chinese martial arts, not hearing or seeing, avoiding danger when sensing danger. Because there was no malice in the peeping eyes, and the other party didn't come out, Han Xiaofan didn't plan to meet the other party. He had a lot of things to do today. Next, he had to clean up all the mutants and mutant beasts in the villa area. As for the survivors, if they saw that he had cleaned up the villa area, the smart ones would naturally not come to provoke him, and the stupid ones didn't care about their reactions. Anyway, he planned to go out to collect supplies and hoard more supplies after the cleanup, so that he could recruit survivors faster. With Xiaoji's reminder in Bluetooth, Han Xiaofan's subsequent cleanup of the villa area went smoothly. Although the mutants and mutant beasts were faster than ordinary people, he did not encounter much difficulty in dealing with them with his strength. 2 hours later, the entire villa area was cleaned up by Han Xiaofan. He did not pay attention to the survivors, closed the gate of the villa area again, and then rode an electric bike to leave the villa area. "Tianjun, go out and see if those monsters have been killed by that person?" Not long after Han Xiaofan left the villa area, in a certain villa, a middle-aged fat man was talking to a young man with a tough look and a straight body. He was a soldier. This fat man was also a celebrity in Long District. His name was Zhang Anjian, the boss of Anjian Construction Company, a billionaire. He came to play with his mistress last night, but he did not expect that there would be an outbreak of mutant creatures, monsters that would only appear at the end of the world. Just looking at the terrified look on his face, you can tell that he was scared all night. In addition to the two men, there was also a beautiful woman in the living room. This beauty was Zhang Anjian's mistress. Her name was Zheng Kaili, a live-streaming internet celebrity before she was kept by him. She was curled up on the sofa and shivering. When Zheng Kaili heard that her financial sponsor asked Tianjun to go out, she immediately screamed, "No, Tianjun, don't go out!" Pa! Zhang Anjian slapped Zheng Kaili in the face, causing her face to swell up immediately, like a bun. With a cannibalistic look on his face, he said, "Shut up! You have no right to speak here." After warning his mistress, Zhang Anjian turned to face Tianjun and became amiable again, as if he was not the one who was angry just now. He said with a smile, "Xiaojun, be careful when you go out and pay attention to your own safety. If the monsters outside are killed by that young man, then you call out the survivors in the other villas, and we need to discuss what to do next." Who had just been hired as Zhang Anjian's driver and bodyguard, just looked at the other party deeply. His face looked very calm, replied okay, and then turned around and walked out with a baseball bat. After watching Tianjun walk out and close the door, Zhang Jian's smile suddenly disappeared and became gloomy. His eyes were inexplicable, and he didn't know what he was thinking. With Xiaoji's clone monitoring the villa area in the underground city intelligent control center, Han Xiaofan soon learned about the movements of the survivors in the villa area. However, he was not surprised by this. Humans would choose to huddle together for warmth in such a situation. It would be difficult for a person to survive in such a doomsday era. Han Xiaofan came to a small supermarket not far from the villa area. There were not many mutants in it, only a dozen or so. He cleaned them up easily. As for the crystal core, Han Xiaofan did not dig it. His fused crystal can now directly absorb the dead mutant beast crystal core. There is no need to dig it. As long as the distance is not more than 10 meters, it will be fine. This will make it much more convenient for him. In the future, although the more complete the crystal core is restored, the farther the crystal can absorb it. But it still needs the mutant creature to die before it can be actively absorbed by the crystal. Although he didn't understand why the crystal couldn't absorb the living mutants, otherwise Han Xiaofan wouldn't have to be afraid of thousands of mutants. He could directly use the crystal to absorb the mutant nuclei within a 10-meter range around him. Without the most important core nucleus, the mutants would naturally die. But Han Xiaofan's idea was a bit beautiful. The crystal didn't have that ability, so he still had to kill the mutants himself. It could only be said that God didn't want him to live too comfortably. After putting all the goods in the small supermarket into the storage space, only about 10 minutes had passed. After Han Xiaofan came out of the small supermarket, he saw that the sky had become gray and the sunlight could only be blocked. The mutants and mutant animals who were afraid of ultraviolet rays because of sunlight began to become active. That's right, whether it was mutants or other mutant animals, they were all disgusted with ultraviolet rays. Although ultraviolet rays couldn't cause too much harm to them, ultraviolet rays could make them uncomfortable and make the P-virus in their bodies quiet and less active. This is very important information, and Han Xiaofan also emphasized it in the Doomsday Manual. He believes that this information can save many survivors and prevent them from dying. However, Han Xiaofan also knows that at most tomorrow, the entire blue star will completely enter the Doomsday era of extreme cold and polar night. At that time, besides the P-virus, there may be many elderly people and children who have withstood the P-virus, but they are very likely to not be able to withstand the extreme cold climate. Han Xiaofan and Xiaoji know that in the future, it will be common for blue star to be minus 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, and the lowest can reach minus 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. At that time, as long as they are not evolvers, it will be difficult for humans who leave the underground base to survive on the ground, not to mention facing the large number of mutants and mutant animals on the ground. Han Xiaofan asked Xiaoji whether the extreme cold will cause the death of a large number of mutants and mutant animals, as well as the death of the plants on Blue Star. Xiaoji's answer brought Han Xiaofan both good news and bad news. The good news was that the plants infected with the P-virus on Blue Star had a strong ability to resist cold and would not all die. In this way, there was no need to worry too much about the lack of oxygen on Blue Star. The bad news was that mutants and mutant animals also had a strong ability to resist cold. As time went on, they would evolve to be more and more adapted to survive in the glacial world. In this way, it was equivalent to the original overlord of Blue Star, humans, being left behind and eliminated in this doomsday era. Han Xiaofan sometimes wondered if the industrial civilization of humans developed too fast and caused too much damage to Blue Star. So Blue Star released the ancient virus and caused various natural disasters in order to eliminate the existence of humans, which was like a virus on Blue Star. This was Blue Star's self-virus detection and killing mechanism. This was the case with several mass extinctions of organisms on Blue Star over billions of years, and it was also the self-cleaning ability of Blue Star that was at work. Although such speculation is terrifying, and there is no evidence to prove that Blue Star is a conscious life form, Han Xiaofan can only put aside his fantasy. He continued to ride his electric bike along the street. Whenever he encountered a store or other goods selling useful supplies, he would store all the supplies in the storage space. Of course, the most important thing is those big stores. As for why he didn't go to the market to collect supplies, Han Xiaofan is not a fool. He didn't think his life was long. There are the most mutants and mutant animals in the market. Going there is simply looking for death. Shenzhen Food District. This is the urban area, and it is also the central area with the largest population and the most prosperous economy in the entire Shenzhen city. The mutants here are also the most in all Shenzhen cities. Although the army stationed in Shenzhen City tried its best to clear the mutants in this central area at the beginning, it could not use too many heavy weapons, relying only on light weapons, and the army was insufficient in number, and it was simply unable to resist the mutant tide. In the end, the Shenzhen City officials and the military could only occupy a few subway stations and seal all other subway stations with cement and steel bars, which reduced the pressure on the army's defense. In fact, a few days ago, the Shenzhen government had already begun to transfer a large amount of materials, and the underground railway network was completely closed. Ordinary people don't know how many big moves the government has made in the past few days. It can be said that although the government has also suffered heavy losses under the attack of the virus, it is much better than other major countries. At least the most basic administrative agencies and military numbers are retained. As the third generation of the family, Lu Sanqi and his family do not live in the high-rise building they rented. They live in a villa they built themselves. This villa is built on a hillside. The land built is naturally the homestead passed down from his grandfather's generation. Originally, Lu Sanqi's parents did not want to build a villa on such a hillside. They also have an ancestral home next to the rented building. It's just that Lu Sanqi is a doomsday survivalist. Rather than saying that he wants to build a villa, it's better to say that he wants to build a doomsday survival base. This villa looks like a luxurious villa on the surface, but it is actually a doomsday survival base that costs Lu Sanqi a lot of money. The most important part of this doomsday survival base is a large basement. This basement is the doomsday survival base that Lu Sanqi has built with a lot of money. Although the villa part on the ground has defensive capabilities, it is not enough to face the extremely cold climate described in the Doomsday Manual. Lu Sanqi sat on the sofa in the living room, motionless like a statue. His eyes were red and there were traces of tears on his face. He was crying for some of his relatives. Many of his relatives did not survive the virus infection. For the safety of his wife and children, he could only bear the grief in his heart. He wanted to lead his wife and children to survive. Wang Mei, Lu Sanqi's wife, who came up from the basement, also had red eyes. It was obvious that she had cried too. She cried for her parents, and her parents did not survive either. Sitting next to her husband, Wang Mei hugged her husband and asked in a low voice, "Has your netizen not replied yet?" "No." Lu Sanqi shook his head with helplessness on his face. He had been sending private messages to the group member who sent the Doomsday Manual, but to his disappointment, the other party did not pay attention to him. It seemed impossible to get some secret information from the other party. That's right, Lu Sanqi believed that the group member in the group must have known the inside story. Otherwise, he would not have posted the Doomsday Manual in the group and on the internet in advance. The group member Lu Sanqi was talking about was naturally Han Xiaofan. It's not that Han Xiaofan didn't see the private message sent by Lu Sanqi, the group leader, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it, and didn't want to waste energy figuring out what the other party was planning. In the Doomsday era, humans not only have to guard against mutant creatures, but also need to guard against their own kind. Sometimes their own kind are the most dangerous. Let's go down to the basement. The North seems to have been hit hard by a severe cold wave from the Arctic. The whole world cannot avoid it, and the cold wave will soon reach us in the South. We still have to keep warm. Hearing his wife's suggestion, Lu Sanqi nodded in agreement. He knew that his wife was right. According to the Doomsday Manual, in another day, the entire blue planet will officially enter the Doomsday era. Extreme cold, polar night, mutated creatures, and various other natural disasters. It can be said that the future of mankind is in dire straits. Their family has a basement as a doomsday survival base, which is a good start. As long as their family does not commit suicide in the future, they can live much happier than other survivors. The supermarket where Han Xiaofan worked had 4 floors in total. It could be called a shopping mall, but the area was not that large. The building area was only more than 4,000 square meters, which was slightly larger than the average supermarket. In addition to the counters on the first and second floors, the third and fourth floors were the supermarket's own floors. The third floor was the food and fresh produce area, and the fourth floor was the daily necessities area. There were also several counters, such as bedding. Lu Xianhong's mother passed away when she was young, and her father died in an accident in her first year of her college. Because of the compensation, she did not lack tuition for college, but she still used her spare time to work part-time. It was just because of her beautiful appearance that her part-time job road seemed more bumpy. In the end, she simply worked as a part-time cashier in the supermarket, which was considered stable. Since Liu Shanhong became a cashier, even those men who had bad thoughts about her did not dare to mess around in front of so many customers. This was one of the biggest benefits of her choice to be a cashier. Originally, Liu Shanhong was not supposed to work the night shift last night, but because a female cashier was sick and went to the hospital, she, a part-time worker, had to come to cover for the shift. What she didn't expect was that at 10 o'clock in the evening, the entire Long District was in complete chaos, and a doomsday event like a mutant virus broke out. Fortunately, it was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the supermarket was already preparing to close. The staff at the counters were almost all off work. In addition to the dozen or so customers who were still frantically buying goods in the supermarket, there were only some of the supermarket's own employees left. In addition to the main door and the door for employees to enter and exit the supermarket, all other doors were locked and closed. In this way, when there was a big chaos outside, the supermarket employees quickly closed the remaining 2 doors, thus forming a good shelter. However, there were infected people in the supermarket, but several of them were quickly dealt with by the staff in the supermarket. The treatment here was not to kill the infected people, but a group of people tied up several infected people and locked them in a room. Now we have not completely entered the Doomsday era. It is not a simple matter for ordinary people to kill mutants. After all, they don't know whether the infected people will turn back into normal humans. Although many survivors in the supermarket suspected that they were infected with the zombie virus and turned into zombies, no one decided to kill them. The salary of supermarkets is generally much lower than that of other professions, especially for ordinary employees. It is almost the minimum wage standard of Shenzhen City, so it is difficult to recruit employees, let alone outsiders. Therefore, ordinary employees are almost women who have nothing to do nearby and are relatively idle. They will come to the supermarket to be ordinary employees, or simply part-time employees like Liu Shanhong, who do not have to pay 5 insurances and do not have to pay 2 high wages. There are many such part-time employees. During the chaos, all the employees who lived nearby left the supermarket and went home. As for whether they returned home safely, the people who stayed in the supermarket didn't know, and they didn't have the heart to think about the safety of those people. Each of them first called their families. Those who got through were naturally happy, and those who didn't get through were desperate and sad. The supermarket manager Ma Yong, the deputy manager Chen Daqiang, and the security team leader Ma Jianren, these 3 people were also in the supermarket because they were on duty at night. Ma Jianren was Ma Yong's nephew, and Ma Jianren had 8 security guards left, so the largest team in the entire supermarket was actually a group of men headed by Ma Yong. After calling for help several times without getting through, and the line was always busy, Liu Shanhong's heart was beating. She was not a fool, and a fool would not be able to get into Shenzhen University, a key university. She had read online novels about the end of the world, and she knew very well what kind of fate a beautiful woman like her would face in the Doomsday world. Being occupied by a strong man was already the luckiest ending, and her fate might be more than 10 times more tragic than this. While a group of people were on the phone or discussing how to ask for help, Liu Shanhong secretly left the crowd, went to the security room without anyone noticing, got the warehouse key, and then quickly left through the safety staircase and went down to the 1st floor, where the warehouse was. The lights on the 1st floor were all off, turned off the lights, so she could see the aisles clearly. When she arrived at the warehouse on the 1st floor, fortunately the 1st floor had been cleaned up. Otherwise, Liu Shanhong would have to worry about whether there would be hidden mutants or other mutant animals that would suddenly jump out and scare people to death. She used the key to open the warehouse door, pushed the door open, and walked into the warehouse. Then she closed the door again and locked it from the inside. As long as there were no special tools, those outside would not be able to open the iron door, and she was not worried that those outside would make too much noise. After all, there were many mutants on the street outside the supermarket. Although Liu Shanhong was only a part-time cashier, she had also been to this supermarket warehouse, which had an area of more than 200 square meters and was filled with food and general merchandise. If it was just food, the inventory here could supply her with 5 years of consumption, but a person could not survive on food alone, and loneliness might take her life. As an orphan, Liu Shanhong has always felt insecure. She saw clearly the faces of her uncles and relatives in her hometown when she learned about her father's compensation, not to mention that with her beauty, she has seen many ugly faces, so she knows that her behavior is very selfish, but she still did it. Anyway, there are so many supplies in the supermarket, enough for those people to live for a year. Liu Shanhong posted a message for help on the WeChat group, but she didn't hold much hope. She just wanted to chat with others to see if there was any good news. Sure enough, Liu Shanhong saw someone posting a Doomsday manual in the group. The group member who posted the Doomsday manual said that this thing had appeared on the internet before the P-virus broke out, but not many people paid attention to it. Liu Shanhong quickly downloaded the Doomsday manual to the memory card of her mobile phone, then clicked it and read it carefully. After reading it, the look on her face became even uglier. It turned out that the future Doomsday world was not just the outbreak of the P-virus, but also various natural disasters, and the Blue Star world would soon enter an extremely cold world. The temperature in the north had already dropped sharply. According to official news, the entire Blue Star would enter an extremely cold ice age in the next 2 days, and it would be a polar night world where the sun would not be seen for hundreds of years. Ancient viruses, extremely cold climate, polar night world, etc. Are humans going to be completely extinct? Although she was just an orphan, Liu Shanhong was still full of hope for her future and did not want humans to be completely extinct. Dong dong dong! Just as Liu Shanhong was sighing with emotion, there was a strong knock on the door outside, and there was also a sound coming in. Liu Shanhong, I'm Manager Ma. I know you're in there. Why are you so selfish? The supplies in there are all from the supermarket. They're all shared by all of us. How could you possibly monopolize so many supplies? Hurry up and open the door. We won't mind what you did. Hurry up and open the door. Ma Young had never thought that he would be fooled by a girl, and he had always coveted the beauty of this girl. He originally thought that the world was entering the end of the world, so he could completely dominate the market with the supplies in the supermarket. And by the way, take Liu Shanhong, the stunning beauty, into his pocket. Of course, these ideas should be taken slowly, and there was no rush. After all, Ma Young didn't know whether the P-virus would be solved by the authorities soon. He wasn't so stupid to mess around now. Otherwise, after the authorities quickly calmed down the P-virus, those who had done bad things would be the first to be liquidated. Ma Young is an extremely lustful person, but he is very self-aware and knows that rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. If he messes around in the supermarket, the risk will be too great. After all, there are people under him who are eyeing his position. You know, as a supermarket manager, in addition to salary, there are many offerings from suppliers, and this extra income is the big part. But Ma Young's rabbit doesn't eat grass near his nest failed when he saw Liu Shanhong for the first time. The main reason is that Liu Shanhong is too beautiful. To be honest, even film and television actresses are not as beautiful as her. He made a decision in his heart at that time. That is, he must get this beautiful woman. However, Liu Shanhong has always been very cautious and did not give Ma Young a chance to succeed. She never participated in employee gatherings because she was only a part-time worker. Ma Young could not force her to participate by relying on her status as a manager. After all, the job of a cashier is not a high-paying job, and Liu Shanhong can resign at any time. Ma Young never thought that a P-virus would happen and people would mutate when infected. This is the biochemical doomsday. Although he was terrified, he knew that this was also an opportunity for him to rise. In such a doomsday era, as long as you have supplies, you can recruit a group of people as your subordinates and dominate the supermarket. If the doomsday manual on the internet is not wrong, they, as survivors, still have a chance to become stronger. As long as they kill those mutant creatures, they can get crystal cores, which are the best way for humans to become stronger. Yes, this is his chance. Ma Young has already started to plan how to firmly control everything in the supermarket. Deputy Manager Chen Daqiang must be eliminated. There are also some people who are usually not very obedient and have difficult personalities. He has the help of his nephew Ma Jianren. In this way, the entire supermarket can be completely controlled by himself, and Liu Shanhong, the stunning beauty, will also become his woman. Hey, that woman is gone? Ma Young looked around and found that Liu Shanhong disappeared while he was thinking about things. He immediately asked the people around him in a rage, "Have you seen where Liu Shanhong went?" When the people around heard Ma Young's question, everyone looked at each other, and soon someone answered. "I didn't see her. She was there just now, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. She might have gone to the toilet on the first floor." Hearing someone say that Liu Shanhong went to the first floor, Ma Young's heart suddenly felt uneasy. He had already guessed what Liu Shanhong was doing on the first floor. It was definitely not to go to the toilet. After all, the first floor was so dark. How could a girl dare to go to the first floor alone? Asshole, she must have gone to the warehouse. Let's go. Let's all go to the first floor. Ma Young already regarded the things in the entire supermarket as his own, and it was also the capital for dominating the market in the future. There were a lot of supplies in the warehouse. How could he let Liu Shanhong monopolize them all? This was absolutely not possible. When everyone heard Ma Young say that Liu Shanhong might have gone to the warehouse on the first floor, they were not fools. What was the situation now? Everyone knew how important supplies, especially food and water, were. It could be said that without food and water, even if they could withstand the extreme cold, they would starve to death, so everyone was furious. How can Lu Shanhong be so selfish? I really can't believe she's such a person. Let's go down and find her. We must get her out of the warehouse. Those supplies belong to all of us. Let's go down with Manager Ma. Soon, everyone followed Ma Yong down to the first floor with a common hatred of the enemy. After arriving on the first floor, everyone became cautious. After all, the first floor was closer to the street outside. They all knew that there were many mutants on the street outside. If they made any big noise, it would be easy for the mutants outside to notice it. At that time, the door of the supermarket might not be able to withstand the impact of the mutants. A group of people came to the door of the warehouse. Ma Yong saw that the lock of the warehouse door was opened. He knocked on the door first. Seeing that no one responded from inside, he immediately spoke to Lu Shanhong inside, mainly persuading Lu Shanhong to open the door from the inside. As for opening the door, he decided to give Lu Shanhong a good look. He had been drooling over her for a long time, and this was a great opportunity. After hearing what Manager Ma Yong said outside, Lu Shanhong knew the threat in his words, but she was not worried at all. She chose the warehouse after considering many things. The warehouse on the first floor of the supermarket is the safest place and the base that can best guarantee a person's survival. The warehouse on the first floor not only has a large amount of food and water, but also other daily necessities and clothing, especially the clothing inventory of the counter. With these bedding and warm clothing, Lu Shanhong does not have to worry about the extreme cold weather. Even if the temperature drops to -30 degrees, she can hold on for a long time. Manager Ma, you don't need to say any more nonsense. I won't open the door. The supplies on the second and third floors are enough for you to use for a year. Leave the supplies in the warehouse to me. That's it. You don't need to think about how to pry open the door. Just think about the threat of the mutants outside. Lu Shanhong spoke to the outside in a very calm tone, and then she turned and left the door without waiting for Ma Yong to reply. She had to make preparations for the cold. According to official information, the cold wave in the north will reach Guangnan province in the south by the next day and will reach Shenzhen tomorrow night. By then, the temperature may drop to several degrees below zero or even more than 10 degrees, and it will be accompanied by strong winds and heavy snow. You must know that Guangnan province has never snowed. At most, the places in the northern region will drop to several degrees below zero when it is the coldest every year. This is already very cold, and snow is simply unimaginable. Lu Shanhong is from Guangnan. She has never seen snow, but in the era of mobile internet, information can be easily obtained. She naturally knows what it is like in the north in winter when the temperature is -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Not to mention that the entire blue star is about to enter extremely cold weather. In a while, the temperature in Guangnan province will drop to 60 to 70 degrees Celsius, which is the same dimension as the coldest place in the blue star before. This is a bit too scary. Asshole, damn it, Lu Shanhong, don't fall into our hands, otherwise you will have a miserable life. After hearing what Lu Shanhong said, Ma Yong's face became distorted. He really didn't think that Lu Shanhong, a young girl, would be so decisive and not threatened by him. He just knew that the other party was right. He didn't dare to mess around. It was not a simple thing to open this door, and the supermarket didn't have any tools to open the door. If the door was opened violently, it might really cause a riot among the mutants outside, and then everyone in the supermarket would have no way out. Let's go up and discuss what to do next. In the end, Ma Yong could only suggest this. As for dealing with Lu Shanhong, there was no rush. Anyway, the other party could not escape and could only stay in the warehouse. The most important thing for him now was to organize the people in the supermarket and build a team of survivors. He had to confirm his leadership position in this team. This was the most important thing. The others did not have much opinion to begin with, and they had not yet realized that they had to change their minds when the Doomsday came. They still habitually listened to Ma Yong's words. After all, he was the manager of the supermarket, and no one present had a higher status than him. Human obedience still maintained inertia. Soon a group of people left the front door of the warehouse. They returned to the second floor and sat down in a cubicle meeting room in the office on the second floor. "Dad, I'm scared." Hearing the terrified voice of his 7-year-old daughter in his wife's arms, Li Xiong began to regret leaving home with his wife and daughter and following others to the official base. At the beginning, there were not too many mutants among the dozens of people. They could deal with a few of them with a group of men with various weapons, and they could also dig out crystal cores to strengthen their bodies. Yes, all of them knew the Funk subway base 5 kilometers away. No one mentioned it anymore. A distance of 100 meters is so dangerous, not to mention 5 kilometers. Li Xiong suspected that there were few people in Shenzhen who could rely on themselves or form a group to reach the official base safely, unless they were escorted by the military. However, Li Xiong did not see any military personnel at all. During the chaos last night, he heard gunfire, but there was no sound after a few hours. Li Xiong had lost hope in the military rescue team. In fact, if there was not too much food at home and no warm clothes, he would not have taken his wife and daughter to the official base. However, whether it was the official news or the news recorded in the Doomsday Manual, it showed that the extreme cold weather was about to arrive. The entire Blue Star would soon enter the glacial world. At that time, humans without warming measures would have no way out. Li Xiong's group had 8 people in total, including a family of 3, 2 male and female college students, a middle-aged bus driver, and 2 women they met on the road. These 2 women were very different from Li Xiong and his group. Both of them were extremely beautiful, which could be said to be rarely seen in reality. Li Xiong felt that the female stars on TV were far inferior to them. However, one of them was wearing a military uniform, fully armed, and looked heroic, while the other was wearing casual clothes, with a cold temperament, giving the impression of an iceberg beauty. The 2 women seemed out of place in a group of people. However, Li Xiong and his group felt much more at ease, mainly because the female soldiers were very skilled and had extraordinary marksmanship, which was also an important reason why they could escape to the convenience store. However, the convenience store where they settled was soon surrounded by a group of mutants. They could only close the main door and back door of the convenience store. The convenience store was several stories high, but there was no staircase to the second floor in the store. The staircase was installed outside, and they could not get out because of the mutants surrounding them. Li Xiong took his daughter from his wife's arms, touched her head, picked up a Snickers bar from the shelf, opened the packaging bag, and let his daughter eat. He gently comforted his daughter. "Baby, don't worry, Dad will protect you." For Li Xiong and his wife, they no longer care about their own lives. What they are most worried about is their 7-year-old daughter. If they die, their daughter will not be able to survive in such an era. When they thought that their 7-year-old daughter had not enjoyed her life and it came to an abrupt end, they looked at each other and could see the sadness in each other's eyes. When the others heard Li Xiong's words, their faces had different expressions, and they each had their own plans in their hearts. The 2 college students were both sophomores at Shenzhen University. The male student wearing glasses was called Guo Mingtao, and he was studying engineering technology. The female college student was pretty, and she was the school flower of the School of Arts, and she was also a sophomore. If it weren't for the other 2 stunning beauties, this girl named Hu Xiaoli would definitely attract the attention of many men. However, compared with the other 2 girls, she looked too ordinary. Just looking at her eyes with a bit of jealousy from time to time, you can know that Hu Xiaoli's mind is not very broad. The middle-aged bus driver looked very pale. His name was Peng Yuanguo. He was pale not because he was afraid of death, but because he thought of the possible fate of his lost family members. He knew that the chances of his family members being alive were very small. When he thought about facing the end of the world alone in the future, he was desperate. However, now he was surrounded by mutants outside, and the chances of survival were also very small. Maybe he would soon go underground to reunite with his family. This was also good, he thought to himself. The 2 most calm people in the convenience store are Ouyang Mei, the captain of the first squad of a famous special forces unit in China. She is proficient in various firearms and transportation vehicles, and has a high force value. She once single-handedly slaughtered more than a dozen bandits carrying firearms. The origin of the other iceberg beauty is even more complicated. Her name is Ye Longqin. She is only 25 years old, but she is already the general manager of a large secret base at the national level in China. The result of the IQ test shows that she has the highest IQ in human history, higher than those world-class scientists in history. She is a national treasure-level scientist secretly cultivated by China and can be called a versatile person. Logically speaking, how could such a national treasure-level figure fall to this point? Without any special reason, Ye Longqin should stay in the base for research all her life. In fact, Ouyang Mei, who came to Shenzhen from Beijing to protect Ye Longqin, did not know the purpose of her coming to Shenzhen. When Ouyang Mei thought of the sacrificed team members, a look of sadness appeared on her face involuntarily, but it soon disappeared and she returned to calm. As soldiers, they had already made up their minds to sacrifice in the mission, but she felt very uncomfortable when she thought of the sacrificed team members who had no complete body. "Dr. Ye, a severe cold wave will reach Shenzhen tonight. We might be frozen to death then. What should we do? Should we break out by force?" Because Ouyang Mei was whispering in Ye Longqin's ear, no one except Ye Longqin heard her voice. However, except for the children, the others were not fools. They all knew that if they wanted to leave this convenience store safely, their greatest support would be these two extraordinary-looking women. Before Yalanxin had the time to answer Ouyang Mei's question, female college student Hu Xiaoli couldn't wait to interrupt. Hey, can you two stop whispering? We're all in the same boat. If you have any good ideas to escape from here, you should tell everyone. And you're a soldier, right? Isn't it a soldier's duty to defend his country? We are all ordinary civilians. The first thing you have to do is to protect us. Xiaoli, don't say that. After hearing Hu Xiaoli say this, Guo Mingtao, who had always treated Hu Xiaoli as his goddess, immediately stopped her. The people who wanted to escape safely the most were Li Xiong's family. After hearing what Guo Mingtao said, he immediately agreed. That's right, Beauty, don't say that. We should work together to find a way to escape, right, sir? Signed? Collected with confidence. 2 books with 1,000,000 words have been completed, and they will not be abandoned. Seeing Li Xiong's flattering look on his face, Ouyang Mei knew that he was not trying to please her for himself and his wife, but for their daughter. Of course, she could understand. If she didn't explain, the next group of people might have an internal conflict. With Ouyang Mei's skills, she was not worried about how much harm others could cause to her. It was just that in the narrow space inside the convenience store, she couldn't exert her true strength. If a conflict really occurred, Dr. Ye might be hurt. If Dr. Ye had an accident, she would really regret it. So Ouyang Mei smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Since we are so lucky to be together here, we are all in the same boat. I am an active soldier and will never abandon ordinary people to escape. You should believe in the sense of responsibility of Chinese soldiers, right?" Of course I believe it. Who in the world doesn't know that? Chinese soldiers are the most responsible soldiers. That's right, Chinese soldiers are the people's soldiers. Of course we believe you. Except for the driver Peng Yuang, who remained silent, and Li Xiong's daughter, the other 4 agreed and flattered Ouyang Mei. After knowing that Ouyang Mei would not give up on them to escape, they naturally put down their hearts that had been hanging. However, they also knew that putting all their hopes on a female soldier would not be very likely to succeed. However, they did not have any good solutions. You must know that they were all ordinary civilians and had never fought before, let alone killing those mutants. It was a hell-level difficulty to escape from the convenience store, surrounded by hundreds of mutants. Thinking of this, Ouyang Mei's head was about to split. Dr. Ye, can you think of a good way to escape from here? Hearing Ouyang Mei's question, Ye Lanxin just frowned calmly. She asked Ouyang Mei directly, "How long can the ultraviolet lamp in your hand be used?" Although she didn't know why Ye Lanxin asked this, Ouyang Mei still answered honestly, "There are only 10 minutes left, but this won't have much effect. Although those monsters are afraid of ultraviolet rays, more monsters will be attracted by ultraviolet rays. Then we will not be facing hundreds of mutants outside. It may attract all the mutants nearby, and then it may cause a tide of mutants. We will have no way out. Ultraviolet rays can make mutant creatures uncomfortable. This important information is naturally emphasized in the Doomsday Manual, so all Chinese soldiers carry ultraviolet lamps. However, this kind of lamp cannot kill mutants, and it can also attract the attention of mutants. It is a bit tricky to say that it is only effective when used in front of a few mutants, or it is more effective when used with a lot of ultraviolet lamps and high-power ultraviolet lamps. Or when the official wants to do something special, they can use ultraviolet lights to drive away mutants. Anyway, you must know how to use ultraviolet lamps well, otherwise you will be killed by accident. Ye Lanxin spread her hands and said helplessly, "Then I don't have any good ideas. You should dismantle those tables and chairs and collect all the burnable things. Otherwise, when the temperature drops sharply at night, we may be frozen to death." The few people present were already panicked and had few ideas. After hearing what Ye Lanxin said, they gave orders to agree. Yes, this beautiful sister is right. That's right, everyone hurry up and collect everything that can be burned. Quick, hurry up. The people in the convenience store had something to do, and they temporarily put aside their worries about the mutants outside. The main reason was that if they didn't collect more flammable items, they would die when the temperature dropped sharply at night. While working, everyone briefly introduced their names and occupations, etc., which was considered a preliminary understanding of each other. As for more in-depth things, they didn't talk about them. After all, whether they could escape safely was a question, and there was no point in talking too much. Dr. Ye, do you really want to stay here overnight? What do you think? I'm worried that at night, the mutants outside will become even crazier, and we may not be able to defend the convenience store. Ouyang Mei's worry is not unreasonable. At night, mutants will become very active. The front and back doors of the convenience store are just ordinary doors, and it is difficult to resist the attack of mutants. The sense of smell and hearing of these mutants have become very sharp because of the P-virus. This is also the reason why they were surrounded by them, even though they were hiding in the convenience store. The main reason is that the driver Peng Yuanguo was scratched by the claws of the mutants when he was escaping. There was a wound on his arm. Although the bleeding stopped, the mutants outside could still smell the blood. Do you want to abandon them and run away? 100,000 ordinary people are not as important as Ye Lanxin. Although it is immoral to think so, and it is unworthy of her military identity, Ouyang Mei knows that if she can contact her superiors now, they will agree to let her take Dr. Ye to escape alone. If the official research on the P-virus is to thoroughly understand this virus, Dr. Ye is a key figure. In fact, what Ouyang Mei and the others didn't know was that the higher-ups had already arranged a rescue team to save them. However, facing more than 10 million mutants and a large number of mutant animals in the city, no matter how many troops they had, it would be useless. I think, Dr. Ye, you are more important than them. It's getting dark. Standing on the top of a 3-story building, Han Xiaofan looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh. The temperature dropped from more than 20 degrees in the morning to 2 or 3 degrees. It seemed that the cold wave from the north was about to reach Shenzhen. A day's hard work allowed Han Xiaofan to harvest a large amount of supplies. The storage space in his mind was almost boundless, so it was impossible to fill it up. Maybe he had to collect all the supplies in the city to fill this storage space. In addition to harvesting a large amount of supplies, the most important thing was to kill mutants and various mutant animals. If Han Xiaofan was still a novice when he first killed these monsters in the morning, he could now skillfully harvest the lives of these monsters. For him, no matter what kind of monster it was, he just had to chop off the other party's head. After absorbing so many crystal cores, Han Xiaofan became much stronger. According to the data, if his strength was 10 in the morning, then he should be 50 now, which is 4 times stronger. This kind of enhancement is still an all-round enhancement. Han Xiaofan learned from Xiaoji that not every survivor can become stronger by eating crystal cores. Some people will not become stronger even if they eat more crystal cores. Such humans account for the vast majority, and they can only be ordinary people for their whole lives. Another kind of people can become stronger by eating crystal cores, but everyone's physique is different. Even if the number of crystal cores eaten is the same, the degree of strengthening is different. Han Xiaofan also understands this point. After all, everyone's genes are different, and the speed of evolution through crystal cores will naturally be different. However, he is not worried about himself at all, because he is fundamentally different from all humans, and his speed of strengthening is far beyond their imagination. Looking at the convenience store surrounded by a group of mutants in the distance, Han Xiaofan knew that there should be survivors in it. He jumped down from the 3rd floor. He planned to save some survivors and return to the villa area. It can be said that the survivors in the convenience store are lucky, he thought to himself. Signed, please collect. Han Xiaofan had never thought of being a savior. He also knew that he could not save too many people with his own strength. Although he had fused a good thing like a crystal, which was similar to a plug-in, he did not know how powerful the full ability of the crystal was. Could it save all humans, or was it only a base like the dungeon? The specific ability of the crystal was still to be determined by the degree of completion of its recovery. When asked by Xiaoji, he knew nothing. Xiaoji himself did not know how he appeared, what the crystal was, how the crystal appeared in this blue star world, and what the complete crystal was like. As more and more crystal cores were absorbed, degree of completion of the crystal recovery would be higher and higher. What abilities would the crystal have at that time? Xiaoji was just an expert. Han Xiaofan's crystal would naturally reveal more abilities. Han Xiaofan did not doubt this at that time. He just knew that he could become stronger every day, and that killing mutants would make him stronger. Knowing this, he was no longer afraid of the end of the world. After jumping down from the 3rd floor, several mutants quickly surrounded him. The light sword flashed a few times, and the movements of several mutants suddenly stopped. Then their heads fell off one by one. The blood of mutants was completely different from that of ordinary people. It was not red, but black and very sticky, like blood that was about to coagulate. Naturally, Han Xiaofan did not need to dig the crystal core himself. It had been automatically absorbed by the crystal in his mind. He felt that he had become stronger. This feeling was very good. As long as he killed the mutants, he could become stronger. As long as a day passed, he could automatically become stronger. Han Xiaofan felt that he was better than ever. Compared with the muddle-headed days before the end of the world, to be honest, he felt that he might be living better in this Doomsday world. Such an idea was of course very selfish. Han Xiaofan knew it very well, but he had no ability to stop the arrival of the end of the world. This was not something he could stop personally. He had already fulfilled his most basic conscience as a human being by publishing the Doomsday Manual on the internet. Running forward at full speed, Han Xiaofan's speed was much faster than that of the world sprint champion, almost reaching 6.0 seconds for 100 meters. If someone saw his running speed now, they would definitely be shocked. It was just a pity that even if there were survivors in the buildings on both sides, they were all trying to collect warm materials for the upcoming big drop in temperature tonight, and had no intention of paying attention to the situation outside. After all, compared with the threat of mutants outside, the big drop in temperature at night was the most deadly. Han Xiaofan did not plunge into the mutant crowd. He was like a very flexible hunter. From time to time, he would harvest a prey when he saw the right opportunity, and he exerted his speed to the limit. The mutants could not cause any harm to him at all. Roar, 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 roar! The roar of the mutants outside was naturally heard by the people in the convenience store. They immediately knew that something had happened outside, and hurried to the window and opened the curtains. What caught everyone's eyes was a scene that stunned them. A ghost-like figure shuttled through the mutant crowd, and the sharp light knife pierced people's eyes as if they were going to go blind. The heads of the mutants fell down one by one like rice, harvested by hard-working farmers. Oh my God, is he Superman? How could there be such a powerful human? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My eyes are blurry. How could there be such a powerful human? Maybe he ate a lot of crystal cores, so he became so powerful. It's very likely. Except for Wu Yangmei and Ye Lanxin, who looked at each other, their expressions were much calmer than others. They were all thinking about the same question, that is, whether the official gene drug research has been successful. And the masters outside are the people who have taken the gene drug. That's right. Compared with mutants, humans may not be able to evolve as fast, but humans have something that mutants don't have. That is wisdom. Since crystal cores can make humans stronger, human scientists can naturally use crystal cores to make gene drugs to make it easier for humans to evolve, or to speed up the evolution. However, Ye Lanxin's brows soon furrowed. She knew that all countries in the world had scientific research projects such as gene drugs. Although the major countries in the world had successfully developed gene drugs, the effects of those gene drugs were not strong. They could only make the physical fitness of a special forces soldier almost the same as that of a world champion in sports. Such gene drugs were useless. Even if the crystal core existed now, it was impossible to develop a more powerful gene drug within a few days. As a top expert in this field, Ye Lanxin could naturally make such a judgment. The official can't develop it so quickly. He is not one of us. This is what Ye Lanxin whispered to Wu Yangmei. What she meant was that the person outside was not someone sent by the official to save them. It might be just an ordinary citizen. She just didn't know why the other party was so powerful. There must be a secret about the man outside. Ye Lanxin's eyes flashed with excitement. She couldn't wait to study the other party. If she could study the secret of why the other party could become so powerful, then the situation in China would be much better. Dr. Ye, you are right. He is not a soldier, but just an ordinary person. He can kill mutants so easily only because his speed and strength are too strong, so it seems that mutants are vulnerable. Wu Yangmei has fought with mutants herself. In her opinion, the physical fitness of mutants has reached the limit of human beings, and as time goes by, these mutants should become stronger and stronger. If humans cannot keep up, the situation of humans in the future will definitely be worrying. Dr. Ye, Commander Ouyang, he is a military man. Is he here to save you? The person asking the question was Li Xiong. He could not hide his excitement on his face. After all, he originally thought that his family would eventually die, but the master outside killed those mutants as easily as killing chickens. This immediately filled him with hope of survival. If they were protected by those masters, their family would definitely survive. No, we don't know him, and he doesn't look like a soldier. Wu Yangmei told the truth. This was her nature. She didn't bother to lie to civilians, and she wouldn't lie to please others. Scene of the other party slaughtering mutants just now was very shocking. But the door of the convenience store could not stop the other party. If the other party had bad intentions, everyone present would die. It would be better to open the door. The people present were not stupid. Soon, Li Xiong opened the door with everyone's consent and let Han Xiaofan in. Li Xiong closed the door again. Hello, my name is Han Xiaofan. I just saw a group of mutants surrounding this store outside, so I knew there must be someone in this store. Sure enough, I was right. The 2 adults and 1 child looked like a family. 2 college students, 1 middle-aged man, and the other 2 beautiful women were beyond Han Xiaofan's expectation. He didn't expect that he could save 2 beautiful women who were as beautiful as Liu Shenhong just by saving people casually. Brother Han, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. You're welcome. What's your name, brother? My name is Li Xiong, and this is my wife, Wang Chexia, and she is my 7-year-old daughter, named Li Xiaona, and her nickname is Nana. Soon, as Li Xiong and Han Xiaofan introduced each other, The others also introduced themselves and exchanged a few words, which was considered a preliminary understanding. "Everyone, what are your plans next?" It was about to enter dusk, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. There was no time to waste outside. At night, the mutants and mutant animals in the entire Dragon District would go crazy. At that time, even with Han Xiaofan's strength, he could only hide. Although he was not so afraid of the extremely cold weather with his current physique, he could return to the comfortable environment of the underground city. How could he stay outside and suffer? "Brother Han, hello." The one who spoke was Ouyang Mei. When she saw that everyone else was looking at her, she knew that they didn't have any ideas, so they relied on her, a soldier, to come forward. This was not surprising. In China, soldiers are still very trusted by the people, especially in such a chaotic period. "Commander Ouyang, you should call me by my name, so I'm more used to it." Han Xiaofan showed a shy smile on his face, which was completely different from when he was slaughtering mutants outside just now. Seeing this, the others felt relieved. After all, Han Xiaofan's slaughter of mutants outside just now really scared them. They were still a little afraid of Han Xiaofan in their hearts. Now seeing that he was very kind, they felt relieved. "Okay, then I'll call you Xiaofan. You don't have to be so polite. I'm older than you, so you can call me Sister Mei." A person who can be the captain of a special team is not a simple person. Ouyang Mei knew that even if 10 of her were added together, they would not be able to beat Han Xiaofan. Whether she and Dr. Ye could reach the official base safely depended on Han Xiaofan's protection. She naturally hoped to have a good relationship with him. The cordiality in her words was self-evident. The eyes of others were thoughtful, and everyone had their own plans. "Okay, Sister Mei, do you plan to stay here or leave?" There was no time to waste, and Han Xiaofan asked directly. "Xiaofan, can you escort us to the official base?" Hearing Ouyang Mei's words, everyone present, especially Li Xiong and his wife, had the strongest hope in their eyes. This was not for themselves, but for the safety of their daughter. In their opinion, if they had the protection of Han Xiaofan, a great master, then it would not be a problem to reach the official base safely. "Do you know how far the nearest official base is from here? How many mutants will we encounter on the way? And it will be dark soon. Not only will we have to face a large number of mutant attacks, but we will also have to face the coming of a cold wave. You should know that this is a dead end." Han Xiaofan said the truth and did not deceive the other party. This situation is easy to think of, but they just ignored it subconsciously. People have the ability to deceive themselves subconsciously. After hearing Han Xiaofan's words, Li Xiong and the others were immediately depressed, but Ouyang Mei and Ye Lanqin looked at each other, as if they understood something, but they didn't say anything, just waiting for Han Xiaofan to continue speaking. "How about this?" Seeing that everyone was attracted by his words, Han Xiaofan continued, "I live not far from here. You can come with me to settle down, and then you can decide whether to go to the official base after a while. Is that okay? Brother Xiaofan, is your place safe? Do you have warm clothes? Do you have enough food?" The female college student Hu Xiaoli took full advantage of her beauty. She walked straight to Han Xiaofan and was about to stick to him. To be honest, a beauty like Hu Xiaoli can be rated more than 80 points. But in front of Ouyang Mei and Ye Lanqin, she looks very ordinary, not to mention that Han Xiaofan has another goddess in his heart, that is Liu Xianhong, who is still in the supermarket. It's safe. There are plenty of warm clothes and enough food. I live in a villa area. There are other survivors there, but I don't know if they have left. That's great. I'll go to your place, Brother Xiaofan. Guoming Tao, you will come with me, right? The first sentence was said to Han Xiaofan, and the second sentence was said by Hu Xiaoli to her dog Guoming Tao. After hearing Hu Xiaoli's words, Guoming Tao, who had turned a little ugly when he saw his goddess trying to please Han Xiaofan, immediately became happy. He nodded quickly to show that he agreed with the goddess's words. Seeing this, others sighed in their hearts that dogs who lick others will end up with nothing. "Let's go with Xiaofan too." "Xiaofan, let's go then, hurry up, it will be dark soon." Soon everyone decided to follow Han Xiaofan out of the convenience store. The middle-aged driver who had been very silent also followed everyone out of the convenience store, but before everyone left, they stuffed their backpacks with food. With these people present, Han Xiaofan did not put all the things in the convenience store into the storage space. He did not intend to tell anyone about the secret of the storage space. Not even his future woman and children. He wanted to keep this secret to himself forever. After all, he knew very well what such a storage space meant in the Doomsday era. All forces would be crazy about the storage space. Even if he was invincible, he could not be an enemy of the survivors of the world. After knowing that Peng Yuanguo was a bus driver, Han Xiaofan led everyone to a minibus. He just observed the minibus and found that the key to the driver's car was not pulled out. The entire minibus was still relatively intact and could be used as their means of transportation back to the villa area. However, Han Xiaofan planned to pick up Liu Meng's family first. It was on the way anyway, so it would be safer to take Liu Meng's family to the villa area. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, he would regret it. As for Liu Xianhong, who asked for help, there was no need to rush. Han Xiaofan already knew that she was hiding in the warehouse, and there would be no problem in the short term. There were not only a lot of food and water, but also inventory from outdoor counters and sleeping bags that could sleep at -40 degrees Celsius. A large number of outdoor items could fully guarantee Liu Xianhong's safety, so he was not worried about this. In addition, many people in the Doomsday survival group on the mobile phone were VIing him, and the group leader even sent him a private message, but Han Xiaofan ignored them. He was not able to save them now, and the group members were from all over the world. The farthest one was in the northeast, and he could not fly that far, even if he could fly. But the group leader was relatively close in the southern district of Shenzhen City, and he could take his family to the underground city if he had the chance. The group got in the car quickly, and Peng Yuanguo sat directly in the driving seat, and soon started the ignition and started the car, and the car drove in the direction pointed by Han Xiaofan. Please collect and recommend. Xiaomei, did you see anything? The minibus was not driving too fast because there was a small group of mutants outside surrounding the bus. Han Xiaofan opened the window and jumped out. A flash of knife light passed by, and the mutants' heads fell to the ground one after another. Everyone on the minibus looked shocked. Ouyang Mei heard Ye Lanxin's whispered question. She knew what the other party was asking. She shook her head with a bit of doubt on her face and said, "He didn't dig out the crystal core from the corpse. I didn't find any hole in the heart of the mutant corpse outside the convenience store. This means that he doesn't need crystal cores to become stronger. He is a natural evolver." Natural evolver is a name just proposed by the authorities. It means that some people can become stronger naturally without the use of crystal cores. It seems that there is a certain gas in the air of Blue Star now, and this gas can make people evolve. But such people are very rare, countless times less than those who can use crystal cores to become stronger. Ye Lanxin and the others know that the authorities have only found one such natural evolver in the Kyoto base. If Han Xiaofan was a natural evolver, then it would be understandable that he did not dig the crystal core from the mutant's body. However, Ye Lanxin still suspected that the other party was not a natural evolver because the news from the Kyoto base showed that even a natural evolver could not be so powerful. From the mutation phenomenon that appeared yesterday to today, it was only the second day. The natural evolvers in the Kyoto base were only slightly stronger than ordinary special forces. It was impossible for them to kill mutants as easily as Han Xiaofan. He is not a natural evolver. He has a secret. Ye Lanxin's voice became even smaller in the last sentence. She was worried that Han Xiaofan was so powerful that he could hear their conversation outside. If so, they would be in trouble. However, they had just said a lot of secret words. She admitted that she was not so thoughtful in her mind. Many things could no longer be considered as they were in the normal world before. It is the instinct of scientists to explore the unknown. Ye Lanxin was very curious about Han Xiaofan's secrets, but she knew it was not easy to figure out the secrets of the other party, especially in such a doomsday era. Her official identity as a researcher could not play a big role. It was better to say that her beauty was very dangerous in such an era. Fortunately, according to her observation, the other party was not the kind of person who wanted to swallow her and Ouyang Mei's beauty. After killing all the mutants who might block the minibus, Han Xiaofan jumped back into the car. He closed the window again, and then showed an elusive smile to Ye Lanxin and the other two. When Ye Lanxin saw Han Xiaofan smiled at them, they immediately knew that he had heard their whispers. They both showed an awkward smile on their faces. After all, they were just saved by each other, and said some inappropriate things about each other behind their backs. This behavior is still very undesirable. Han Xiaofan naturally would not be angry at the curiosity of the two women. Anyway, he had decided to take the people present to the underground city. These people were not bad by nature. Even Hu Shaoli, who seemed to be a bit materialistic, had a good personality and did not do anything offensive. Walking behind the driver Peng Yuanguo, Han Xiaofan urged him directly. "Brother Peng, drive faster. We have to get back to the villa area before it gets completely dark, otherwise it will be very troublesome." "Okay, Xiaofan, everyone sit down, I'll drive faster." After everyone was mentally prepared, Peng Yuanguo increased the output of the accelerator, and the speed of the minibus quickly increased, rushing forward like a wild horse. There were still some survivors on the floors on both sides of the street who heard the sound of the minibus would not stand him up. He believed that his family would be absolutely safe if they followed Brother Xiaofan. This was his intuition. Although it was unscientific, he just believed in his intuition. "Okay, Duo, take out your luggage quickly." "Got it, Mom. I'll take it out right away. Don't take too much and don't leave the useless things. Brother Xiaofan said that his villa area has everything. Got it, brother. Just when Liu Meng's family had just packed their luggage, the minibus had already stopped downstairs. For safety reasons, Han Xiaofan asked the others to stay in the car. He got out of the car alone and went up the stairs at the back. At the entrance of the stairs, he met a mutant who was chopped by him. Soon he came to the door of the Liu family on the second floor. He knocked on the door. The sound of the car stopping had been heard from inside, and the Liu family saw that the minibus had stopped downstairs. They were prepared. I'm Xiaofan, you can come out now. Okay, Brother Xiaofan, we're ready. The door opened, and Liu Meng's family saw that it was really Han Xiaofan. They couldn't help but smile. Han Xiaofan, who could come to save their family at this time, was equivalent to the savior in their minds. Han Xiaofan helped carry the luggage with one hand, and soon the 5 people each carried a bag of luggage and came down from upstairs. The dozen mutants who had just heard the sound of the minibus surrounded them from all directions. It was the first time that Liu Meng's family faced mutants whose movements were similar to those of the aliens in the movie. They all showed panic on their faces, but after seeing Han Xiaofan slashing a mutant with a knife, they showed shock again before the panic on their faces faded. The two emotions mixed together on their faces looked a bit funny. Only then did they confirm that Han Xiaofan had the confidence to come to pick them up. But they were also a little surprised in their hearts. After all, they had known Han Xiaofan for several years. In their minds, Han Xiaofan was just an ordinary man. Now he was so powerful, and they didn't know how he became so powerful. The family was not stupid, so they naturally wouldn't ask Han Xiaofan what happened to him and why he became so powerful. Not only was the timing wrong, but it was also because it was impossible to ask about such things. Even a fool knew that such questions were very secretive. Under Han Xiaofan's leadership, Liu Meng's family got on the minibus smoothly. When they got on the bus and saw several people in the bus, they immediately knew that these people were also rescued by Han Xiaofan. They were all in the same situation, but they all knew that it was not the time to introduce themselves to each other, so they could only find a seat and sit down. Then the minibus started up quickly and drove towards the villa area. Please collect and recommend Captain A. Minibus is coming in. When He Kundong heard the news from his subordinates who had been watching the movement outside the gate, he was delighted. He asked his subordinates to continue watching the movement outside, and he went to the second floor. The small living room on the second floor was already crowded with people. There were more than 30 people. These people were the survivors of the entire villa area, and all of them were gathered here. Boss Zhang, a minibus has arrived. It should be the expert who has returned. Good, he is finally back. Zhang Anjin, who had been worried that Han Xiaofan would not return to the villa area, finally put down his worries after hearing what Kundong said. If Han Xiaofan did not return, he had no confidence that he could safely go to the official base. Moreover, even if he did not go to the official base, he wanted to build a survivor base in this villa area, and he could not do without Han Xiaofan, an expert. As for whether he had the confidence to ensure that Han Xiaofan would become his subordinate, he was still very confident about this. After all, he could become a billionaire from scratch, so he would not lack the means and ability to win people over. Let's go. Let's all go down. Zhang Anjin saw that everyone else was staring at him and He Kundong. Naturally, he would not leave them aside to face Han Xiaofan. There were many women and children here. As for the elderly, they were all dead. Only with women and children could he be more confident in the moral kidnapping of Han Xiaofan. For such a young man who had just entered the society, as long as he put a high hat on him and carried out a certain degree of moral kidnapping, he believed that he could completely control the other party. Everyone else present knew that the villa area would become so safe. Those mutants and mutant animals were killed by Han Xiaofan, a master. Many of them saw how Han Xiaofan easily killed mutants in the morning. If they were not worried that Han Xiaofan was a cruel and bloodthirsty person, they would have walked out of their villas in the morning to ask Han Xiaofan to take them to the official base. The villa chosen by Zhang Anjin and his friends was not far from the gate of the villa area. After the minibus entered the villa area, the gate was closed again by Han Xiaofan, and he also went out to kill some mutants and mutant cats and dogs attracted by the minibus. The bodies of mutant animals were all stored in his storage space. After all, the meat of mutant animals can be eaten and has great benefits for the human body. Han Xiaofan has seen a group of people coming out of a villa. He knows that this group of people should be survivors of the villa area, but he did not expect that this group of people did not go to the official base, but stayed in this villa area. Could it be that they want to establish a survivor base in this villa area? Xiaofan thought to himself that he would not allow such a situation to happen. His underground city was right below this villa area, and he had already regarded the entire villa area as his own private land. He would not allow anyone else to establish a power here. "Hello, little brother." It was Zhang Anjian who spoke, with a sincere smile on his face. Zheng Kaili, who was standing next to him, stared at Han Xiaofan with shining eyes. In her opinion, as long as she followed Han Xiaofan, then this Doomsday would no longer be scary. However, she knew how scary the man next to her was, and it was not the time to turn against him. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Han Xiaofan saw that the minibus had stopped in front of the villa he had rented as he had told her. Lu Meng and the others got off the bus one by one. Several men put their luggage on the ground, then walked over and stood directly behind Han Xiaofan. He didn't need to guess what they meant, which made Han Xiaofan very satisfied. Such people were worth saving, and he would take them as his subordinates and take them to the underground city to live a safe and comfortable life. "Little brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Anjian, and I am the boss of a construction company. You should have heard of the name of Anjian Company. My company is still a little well-known in Long District." Why did he reveal his identity now? This is because Zhang Anjian wants to suppress young people like Han Xiaofan in terms of status. Only by letting him know that he is a social celebrity and a billionaire, Han Xiaofan will be psychologically inferior to him, so that he can fool him later. "Well, my name is Han Xiaofan. If you have something to say, just tell me quickly. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. It will be dark soon. You should know that the temperature will drop sharply at night. You will be frozen to death if you stay outside." Han Xiaofan has heard of Anjian Construction Company, but he has only heard bad rumors. This company has some black elements. As the boss of such a company, Zhang Anjian is naturally not a good person, but now is not the past. Han Xiaofan is not afraid of such people, and he naturally does not take the other party's identity seriously. Looking at Han Xiaofan's cold eyes, Zhang Anjian began to feel uneasy. He knew that his original calculation was wrong. Although the man in front of him was young, he did not seem to be someone who could be easily fooled. He could only force himself to remain calm and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaofan, we all saw you this morning showing your great power and killing all the monsters in the entire villa area. We haven't thanked you for your help yet. Otherwise, we would not have survived well. Thank you." The others were not fools either. They originally wanted Zhang Anjian to morally blackmail Han Xiaofan and let Han Xiaofan become their bodyguard. At that time, whether it was to establish a survivor base in the villa area or let Han Xiaofan escort them to the official base would be a good choice. However, seeing Han Xiaofan's cold attitude now, everyone was not a fool and knew that Han Xiaofan was not so easy to fool, so they changed their attitude. When they heard Zhang Anjian's words of thanks, they also blurted out good words. "Yes, handsome guy, thank you for saving us. Brother, thank you. Thank you very much, otherwise both you and I would have died. Master brother, without your help, we would not have survived. Thank you." Listening to the noisy voices, if the monsters in the villa area had not been cleared away by himself, Han Xiaofan believed that they would soon be surrounded by mutants. He could only wave at them, signaling them to stop talking. The indifferent expression on his face did not change much. There were people he needed in this group of people, but he did not intend to let them take them into the dungeon now. Even for Lu Meng and others, Han Xiaofan planned to tell them the existence of the dungeon in 2 days. He wanted to use 2 days to observe everyone to see if they would have any bad thoughts and behaviors. "You don't have to say these words of thanks. I only cleaned them up this morning so that I would not be threatened by those monsters. Just say whatever you want to say and stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, I'm going home." "Sorry, brother Xiaofan." Zhang Anjian was already very unhappy. Ever since he became the big boss, few people dared to talk to him like this. The only thing is different now. The only person he brought with him was a newly recruited bodyguard and driver. As for his trusted subordinates, none of them were around, and he couldn't contact any of them now. Otherwise, why would he be so frustrated and want to win over Han Xiaofan? If his subordinates were all around, he believed that he could completely establish a survivor base in this villa area that would only obey his orders, and then he could completely become the king. "Actually, we hope you can protect us. Those monsters are very powerful. We are no match for them. As long as you escort us to the official base safely, we will definitely speak well of you in front of the official. You can also go to the official base. It's not so safe here. Not only do you have to face the severe cold weather, but you also have to face those monsters all the time. Don't you think so?" New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. Sorry, I refuse. First of all, I don't have time to escort you to the official base. Secondly, I can't think of any obligation for me to escort you to the official base. Han Xiaofan refused very straightforwardly. The other party wanted to morally blackmail him, which was simply wishful thinking. He was not a fresh graduate. After several years of experience in the workplace, no matter how inexperienced a person was, he would know a lot of things. Moral blackmail was the most common situation. Zhang Anjin probably didn't expect Han Xiaofan to refuse so bluntly, leaving him at a loss for words for a moment. However, the people behind him were not as stunned as he was. They all began to blame Han Xiaofan, as if Han Xiaofan had committed a crime by not escorting them to the official base. How can you be so selfish? You are so skilled, and you won't lose anything by escorting us to the official base. That's right. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Haven't you heard of this saying? We are all Chinese, and Chinese naturally need to help Chinese. Are you still Chinese? As long as you escort us to the official base and arrive safely, we will give you hundreds of thousands. You'll make a fortune. Master brother, please escort us. My family is in the official base and I want to reunite with them. Han Xiaofan, are you still a man? Why are you so selfish? As long as you escort us to the official base, one of these beauties can be your girlfriend. Yes, you look single. You must want a girlfriend. It can be said that in order to get Han Xiaofan to be their bodyguard to escort them to the official base, most of these people used all kinds of rhetoric. But what they didn't know was that Han Xiaofan had already made a note of those who spoke up, and he would not accept these people into the dungeon. The others who didn't speak up and seemed more rational were the ones he chose. When everyone was blaming Han Xiaofan, Zhang Anjin watched coldly. He wanted to see if Han Xiaofan would succumb to the pressure from everyone, but he was very disappointed. He saw Han Xiaofan with no change in expression and eyes, and he knew that this method had failed. Okay, everyone, since Brother Xiaofan is in trouble, let's go back and think of another way. There will always be a way, don't you think? Yes, Boss Zhang, right. Everyone go back. It's getting dark. It's dangerous to stay outside. The weather is getting colder and colder. It looks like it's going to snow. Go back. I've never seen such a selfish and cold-blooded person. Pa! Hearing Zhang Anjian's words, some people echoed, and some looked at Han Xiaofan with contempt, and some even spit at him, which made Lu Meng and the others standing behind Han Xiaofan suddenly show anger. In their opinion, Han Xiaofan didn't owe the other side anything, and they were really a bit too much. Zhang Anjin turned around and was about to go back to the villa, but he found that some people, especially women and children, and the bodyguards he had just hired, did not move but stood there. He was shocked and guessed the reason. He could only ask, "Aren't you going to the villa?" "Boss Zhang, I'm sorry, we don't want to be with you. We want to follow Brother Xiaofan. Anyway, it's a bit crowded with so many people in a villa, right?" The one who spoke was Tianjun, who had been very quiet just now. He had been observing Zhang Anjin, the boss, and He Kondong's group of security guards today. He found that the way these men looked at the women was not right. He knew that he could not continue to stay with them, otherwise there would be big problems sooner or later. In the Doomsday era, anything could happen. He would never overestimate the moral bottom line of some people. Without Zhang Anjin's men noticing, Tianjun secretly contacted the women, told them some of his guesses, and also let them choose to follow Han Xiaofan, the master. In his opinion, Han Xiaofan was much more reliable than Zhang Anjin and his men. The women in the villa area naturally knew how to choose. They were not fools. How could they not see that Zhang Anjin and the security guards looked too disgusting? If they had no other choice, they would not have stayed with them. Now they could choose Han Xiaofan, and no one would refuse. "Tianjun, are you looking for death?" He Kondong, who had long coveted these women, was furious. You know, since he came to this villa area as the security captain, he has seen so many beauties coming in and out every day. If he said he didn't have any ideas, it would be a lie. He also knew that with his income, he was in two different worlds from those women. It was not easy to reach the end of the world. He knew that his time had come. Most of the women who survived were beauties. He was thinking about how to live a good life with women on his left and right every day. Now Tianjun was doing this, which was simply ruining his good idea. Although Han Xiaofan couldn't understand why Tianjun did this, it was good for him to do so. The underground city could accommodate thousands of people, and women and children were the best choices. Of course, all kinds of talents were also necessary. He just hadn't planned how to make money. However, the women and children in front of him were also good choices. After all, these women had remained silent just now, and it was the men who accused him. "Captain He, don't have a conflict. Let's go back first. It's okay for them to follow Brother Xiaofan. Anyway, everyone lives in this villa area. When there are difficulties, we can help each other." Zhang Anjin knew that he couldn't have a conflict. When he saw Han Xiaofan didn't speak, he knew that the other party had tacitly agreed to the choice of Tianjun and the women. With Han Xiaofan's skills, everyone present couldn't beat him. Unless he could find hot weapons, Zhang Anjian would be sure to kill Han Xiaofan. He Kondong looked at Zhang Anjian and winked at him desperately. His anger calmed down all of a sudden. He also knew that he and his brothers couldn't beat Han Xiaofan at all. If he had a conflict with Tianjun, it was hard to guarantee that Han Xiaofan would not intervene, and someone might die. Watching Jiang, Anjin, and his group leave, Han Xiaofan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. He wondered if he could take the opportunity to kill them all, but there were not only women but also many children present. If they killed so many people, they might be scared. He gave up the idea of taking action. Anyway, there was no rush. There would always be a chance to kill them. He didn't want a bunch of guys with bad intentions to stay near him. Don't worry, since you choose to follow me, I will naturally not give up on you. As long as you don't do anything that will harm our team, I can guarantee that you will live well in this doomsday. Everyone follow me back to the villa. It will be dark soon. New book? Please collect and recommend. Thank you. 10 more women, 8 children, 1 man, and Han Xiaofan's group. The total number of people is 28. Naturally, there are not so many rooms in the villa, and for safety, everyone has to stay on the second floor. So the group simply cleared the sofas and coffee tables in the living room and laid a thick layer of cotton pads on the ground, and added the quilts that Han Xiaofan deliberately took out from the storage room on the second floor, which were actually taken out from his own storage space. Because the temperature may drop to -30 or 40 degrees at night, in order to keep warm, Han Xiaofan also took out 2 sets of coal-burning stoves. This stove has a long smoke pipe that can lead the smoke to the outside and will not cause carbon monoxide poisoning to the people in the house. In the storage room next to the kitchen on the first floor, Han Xiaofan also put a lot of food and water, which can guarantee the food supply for the 28 people for a month. When they knew that there was no shortage of food and water, everyone except Han Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was enough food and warm measures, they could stay safely in this villa. As for the threat of monsters outside, they were not worried. After all, there were masters like Han Xiaofan, and they all knew that there were crystal cores in the bodies of monsters. Swallowing crystal cores could make ordinary people stronger with a certain chance, which was what they expected. Han Xiaofan arranged for Ouyang Mei to register the names, original occupations, and other information of everyone. A team naturally needs everyone to contribute their own strength. In addition to the children, all adults need to do things. Han Xiaofan doesn't want to support idle people. However, when to bring these people into the underground city base, Han Xiaofan still wants to observe for 2 days before making a decision. He doesn't want his underground city to be mixed with some people with bad intentions. Ouyang Mei obeyed Han Xiaofan's orders naturally. She knew that the core of this team was Han Xiaofan. Only he was qualified to be the leader of this team. Others could not. They needed to rely on Han Xiaofan to survive in this doomsday era. They had this consciousness. It is still very easy to register. After all, in today's society, you can just use a tablet to make a form. There is also a printer on the second floor, which can print out the form. Shenzhen has not had a power outage or water shortage yet, but Ouyang Mei knows that when the temperature drops sharply at night, the entire Shenzhen will definitely have a power outage or water shortage. By then, she doesn't know how many survivors will die. The extreme cold alone can cause a large reduction in the number of survivors, but it's useless for her to worry. She has no ability to change this situation. Several women are good at cooking, so Han Xiaofan arranged for them to cook dinner. Naturally, he called a few people to the study on the second floor for a meeting. These people are Tianjun, Liu Meng, Ouyang Mei, and Ye Lanxin. The reason for the meeting is naturally that as the leader of this team, Han Xiaofan wants to simply divide the team into several teams first, and these people are the captains he selected. After several people sat down in the study, Han Xiaofan didn't talk too much and spoke directly. Before dinner, I asked you to come to the study for a meeting, mainly to manage this team well. I want to divide the entire team into several small teams, and you are the captains I choose. What do you think? After hearing Han Xiaofan's suggestion, no one else had any objections. They all knew that only with a good division of labor can the team be easy to manage, otherwise it will become a mess. Since everyone has no objection, then I will divide the team into 4 teams. The captain of the first team is Tianjun. His main tasks are to fight, go out to find supplies, etc. The captain of the second team is Liu Meng. His tasks are similar to the first team, but your 2 teams cannot go out at the same time. One team must stay in our base. Captain of the third team, Ouyang Mei, you will be mainly responsible for the entry and exit of logistical materials. Captain of the fourth team, Ye Lanxin, this team's main task is to manage kitchen cooking, hygiene, and other miscellaneous matters. Do you have any other opinions? If not, then let's arrange it like this first. If our team has more people in the future, we will make reforms. No problem, the leader's arrangement is very reasonable. Okay, I have no problem either. The 4 of them had no objection. They all knew that this arrangement was only temporary, and it would definitely not be like this in the future. Next, several people discussed the treatment of each team member. The treatment of the first and second teams must be higher than that of others. After all, they need to go out for adventures to find supplies and fight monsters, which will be life-threatening. The treatment must be different from that of others. Otherwise, who would join such a team? As for the two teams behind, they don't need to go out for adventures, which are more suitable for women to join. The people present knew it very well. Okay, no problem. After dinner, you can recruit your own team members. Tell them that all adults need to join a team. There is no place for those who don't want to join in our team. Although Han Xiaofan's words sounded very unkind, Liu Meng and others understood that many things had to change in this doomsday. Now there would be no chance for people to lie flat. Han Xiaofan would never support those who could not contribute their own strength. He would not bring such people to the underground city base. It would just be a nuisance. Dinner was a big pot of stew. Han Xiaofan also asked Ouyang Mei to take out some canned food. As the first team meal, it could be richer. It would not be like this in the future. It was impossible to be egalitarian. After everyone had finished their meals and found a place to sit down, Han Xiaofan told everyone what the meeting had just held. Everyone listened to Han Xiaofan carefully. They all knew that this was related to their future position in the survivor team. Most of the women felt relieved when they heard that there was a logistics team. These women all had children, and what they worried about most was that their leader Han Xiaofan would let them go out on an adventure. It was not that they were afraid to go out on an adventure, but they were worried about what would happen to their children if something happened to them. This worry was not without reason. Who could guarantee that this team would still raise their children after they died? Don't worry about the children. I promise you that in this team, the children will never be abandoned. The children are the future of mankind. Without children, is there any hope for the future of mankind? There is absolutely no hope. In the final summary, Han Xiaofan gave many women a reassurance. Did not lie. The future and hope of mankind are all on the children. Only the most unwise forces and leaders will abandon the children. Without children, what hope is there for mankind? This is absolutely foreseeable. In the future, he plans to continue to look for child survivors, or trade materials with other forces and bring the children back to the underground city base. But this is not urgent. Han Xiaofan still has a lot of work to prepare. New book collection and recommendation. Thank you. After dinner, Han Xiaofan returned to the study alone. He sat for a while, then took out a few knives and a crossbow from the storage space. These were the weapons he prepared for the first and second teams. In fact, Han Xiaofan knew that besides himself, there were only a few men who could join the first and second teams. As for Ouyang Mei, an active-duty soldier, and Ye Lanxian, a somewhat mysterious doctoral student, these two people gave Han Xiaofan a feeling that they were not simple, but he didn't know why these two people appeared in Long District, Shenzhen. If Ye Lanxian's identity was very important, then it meant that the authorities would never give up rescuing them. Would taking these two people in himself cause some bad influence? These were all things he needed to consider carefully. Han Xiaofan still didn't value Tianjun, a retired soldier. He valued not only his military background, but also his character. He didn't choose to be with Zhang Anjian and He Kundong, and secretly organized those women to choose him, which meant that the other party had the most basic bottom line of being a human being, and this quality was rare in this Doomsday era. In the Doomsday era, without the constraints of law and order, the evil in human hearts will be infinitely magnified. Han Xiaofan believes that countless tragic stories may happen all over the world on Blue Star. He will never overestimate the moral bottom line of human beings. The future is the era of jungle law, the law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak, and the strong are king. After waiting for a while, Han Xiaofan came out of the study with his weapon. He came to the living room outside and saw several men gathered together. Leader, only a few of them joined our team. Do you think we should manage the two teams together first, and then separate them if there are more people in the future? Male college student Guo Mingtao, middle-aged driver Peng Yuanguo, Liu Meng's father Liu An, white-collar worker Li Xiong, plus retired soldiers Tianjun and Liu Meng, there are only 6 people in total. Tianjun thinks that if 6 people are divided into 2 teams, it will be a bit difficult to do things. Whether it is going out to find supplies or staying behind, it is difficult to arrange, so he suggested that they should just be combined together, so that it is easier to assign tasks. Well, it's okay. You will be the leader of the combined team, and Liu Meng will be your deputy. You can arrange the tasks, but you don't need to go out to look for supplies now. I will go out later. I will arrange your tasks when I come back tomorrow. Okay, we got it. These knives and a crossbow, you can distribute them. Han Xiaofan handed the weapons to Tianjun and asked him to distribute them to the few people. In fact, he was a little disappointed that no woman joined the first and second teams. In any case, in this Doomsday, Only by fighting hard can you live better. However, he did not blame them too much. After all, they were still in peace the day before yesterday. They might be afraid of killing a chicken. It was really a bit difficult for them to face the monsters outside. Han Xiaofan explained that Tianjun and his men should pay attention to the movement of the villa opposite. As long as the other party dared to do something bad, they should fight back resolutely. Tianjun and his men naturally agreed to this. When it was time to fight hard, Tianjun and his men would not show mercy. They were not pedantic and saintly people. Han Xiaofan also explained to Ouyang Mei that she should be careful when burning smokeless charcoal at night and not get poisoned. Otherwise, it could cause serious consequences if she is not careful, especially if it snows heavily at night. She should always pay attention to the smoke outlet extending outside and not be blocked. After explaining everything that should be explained, Han Xiaofan left the villa with a backpack for outsiders to see and his tang sword. The sentry in the other party's villa soon noticed Han Xiaofan's departure and immediately reported the situation to He Kundong. In a bedroom on the second floor of the villa, He Kundong was playing cards with Zheng Kaili, Zhang Anjian's lover. Hearing the report from his men outside, he just said that he knew and asked his men to continue to keep an eye on the situation in the other party's villa. Hoochie hoochie. After a breath, the room suddenly became quiet. A man and a woman hugged each other passionately on the bed. There was a body lying on the floor beside the bed, with eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Brother Dong, since Han Xiaofan has left, should we take action against the group of people on the opposite side? Hearing Zheng Kaili's question, He Kundong did not answer immediately. He first lit a cigarette and started smoking. He looked lazy. All men are like this. After a strenuous exercise, they become more sage. After a long while, He Kundong finally replied, "Do you think I'm a fool? If we act now, how will we survive if Han Xiaofan comes back?" Hey, although I don't know why Han Xiaofan wants to go out at this time, at night, those monsters will become more terrifying, and there will be a big drop in temperature. The possibility of his survival will become very low. As long as we are sure that the other party will not come back, we can then act. Those women are all mine, haha. He Kundong was very proud of his analysis. What made him even happier was that there were more than a dozen good-looking women in the villa opposite. He had a good eye. When he was talking to Han Xiaofan and the others just now, he noticed that there were two top-notch women among the women who got off the minibus. They were two beauties who were even more beautiful than the female stars on TV. He was planning in his heart how to possess them. Zhang Anjian, who was standing in front of him, actually wanted to be the leader of the team by relying on his former billionaire status. How could He Kundong tolerate this? He hammered Zhang Anjian to death and took possession of his lover. This era was the era he was looking forward to the most. He believed that with his physical fitness that had become much stronger for some unknown reason, he could completely build a survivor base based on this villa area, and grow and become the king in the future. Brother Dong, you have considered it too carefully. That's right, we can only take action when Han Xiaofan doesn't come back. Seeing that He Kundong did not act rashly, Zheng Kaili was very satisfied. Choosing such a man was the best for her. As for Zhang Anjian, a man who could not see the situation clearly, it was not surprising that he would be killed by He Kundong. Even if He Kundong did not take action, people like him would not live long. In this Doomsday era, the most important thing to recognize is his new position. The wealth, power, and status of the past will all vanish into thin air. Only strength is eternal. He Kundong has been thinking about how to kill some mutants and dig out their crystal cores to make himself stronger. However, he is a little afraid to face those monsters now. There is no rush for this. It is better to deal with the other group of people first and then form a larger team. Then he will have more manpower, and then he can go to hunt those monsters. He Kundong is happily calculating. New book collection and recommendation, thank you. The sun sets and the sky becomes completely dark. The super cold wave in the north has arrived in Shenzhen. For the survivors in Shenzhen, tonight will be the most difficult night in their lives. The monsters outside become more active as the night falls. All kinds of roars, human screams, and the sounds of fighting between monsters are like a symphony playing in the city. But this song is the death song of mankind, playing the Doomsday sad song for the future of mankind. However, in such a situation where going out would mean a near-death experience, a man was outside harvesting those monsters as prey. That's right, this man was Han Xiaofan, who had left the villa area. Han Xiaofan came out to hunt mutants and mutant animals, mainly for the crystal cores in their bodies. He did it not for himself, but for Tianjun and the others. After all, they were not natural evolvers and needed to swallow crystal cores to become stronger. However, with their current strength, they might be able to deal with a few mutants, but coming out at night would be pure death. Han Xiaofan had originally left the villa area and was planning to kill monsters with a small flashlight, but he didn't expect that he could actually see things clearly in the dark, which was similar to the feeling of a cloudy day. He guessed that it was because he had undergone a qualitative change after being fully strengthened to a certain extent in the past few days. Although he couldn't figure out the principle, he knew that he had become stronger, and there was no need to explore the root cause. With the ability of night vision, Han Xiaofan no longer has to worry about sneak attacks from monsters, because the entire Shenzhen city has been without power, so Xiaoji can't use the cameras outside, and he can't rely on Xiaoji's cheating ability. However, after he materialized the dungeon in the villa area, the dungeon base was equivalent to merging with the villa area, so the villa area's power supply system and the dungeon share the same one. It was just that Han Xiaofan asked Xiaoji to cut off the power supply to the villa area in order to prevent others from discovering the abnormality. The survivors in the villa area naturally thought that the whole city had lost power, so it was normal for the villa area to also lose power. An hour after going out, at 8 o'clock in the evening, it began to snow lightly in the sky, and then in less than half an hour, the light snow turned into heavy snow, accompanied by strong winds. The monsters in the city also quietly avoided the blizzard, which made Han Xiaofan's hunting much more difficult. The main reason was that he had to enter buildings to look for mutants. Many times, the mutants inside were in groups. If there were only a dozen, he would not have a problem at all, but most of them were in the hundreds, and they were in a narrow space. It was difficult for him to defeat them, and he could only escape from the building. After knowing that the mutants would also avoid the blizzard, Han Xiaofan no longer went into high-rise buildings. The number of mutants in these high-rise buildings was the largest. Those buildings with few floors and small construction area were his targets. However, if they searched one building after another, most of the time would be wasted on finding the monsters. Han Xiaofan didn't have a good solution. He didn't have the kind of radar that could show the location of mutants, but he had already decided in his heart that he would go back and ask Dr. Ye Lanxin if she could invent a radar that could find mutants, like the radar machine that finds Dragon Balls in cartoons. In a room on the second floor of a 6-story building, a weak little girl's voice sounded, "Mom, my stomach hurts." "Don't be afraid, Mom is here. Mom will help you touch your stomach. Don't be afraid of pain." Hearing the painful voice of her daughter Chen Bauer, Chen Jie felt that she was going crazy. At this time, in such a doomsday world, she couldn't take her daughter to the hospital. It was a question whether the hospital in the Dragon District still existed. Moreover, she knew that she couldn't get there safely. There was only one result if she went out, and that was death. While gently rubbing her daughter's belly with her hands, Chen Jie was thinking about whether she should go downstairs to the pharmacy 50 meters away to get some medicine. Although the distance was only 50 meters, she had no confidence that she could get there safely. It was snowing heavily outside. Chen Jie took out the 2 quilts at home and all the winter clothes and piled them on the bed. Only in this way the mother and son felt less cold. Fortunately, they were both from northeast China and would go back to their parents' home every year for the New Year. There was no shortage of warm clothes at home. It was just that it snowed heavily in Shenzhen, a city located in the south of China. Chen Jie learned from the official news that the blue planet might be in a doomsday world of extreme cold and polar night for hundreds of years in the future. Coupled with those mutant creatures, she was very desperate. She had no confidence to survive alone with her daughter. Am I going to die? Chen Bauer, who was only 6 years old, didn't know what death meant, but in her impression that was how it was played on TV. "Bauer, you won't die. Stay in bed for a while. Mom will be back with medicine soon. Be obedient, okay?" Chen Ji couldn't remain indifferent to her daughter's groaning in pain. She could only risk going out to the nearby pharmacy to find medicine. Fortunately, she had just observed from the window that the streets were covered with snow and the monsters were gone. She guessed that the monsters might not be able to adapt to the severe cold. She didn't know what the future would be like, but now was the best time to go out and look for medicine and supplies. Although there were still a lot of supplies at home, they could only provide the mother and daughter with a few days of living needs at most. If Chen Jie wanted to live longer with her daughter, she would need to find a way to go out and collect more supplies. In addition, the temperature would continue to drop in the next few days, and the lowest temperature might drop below -50 degrees. She also needed to collect various heating supplies, otherwise the extreme cold weather alone could freeze them to death. According to the last official information, the world will enter polar night weather tomorrow. This is because a large amount of volcanic ash covers the entire blue planet. This polar night situation may last for decades, although it is slightly better than the extremely cold climate that may last for hundreds of years. Chenji does not dare to guarantee that the official expert's speculation is correct. However, Chenji did not worry too much. After all, she did not dare to guarantee that she and her daughter could survive for a few days, let alone worry about the future decades or hundreds of years later. "Mom, my stomach doesn't hurt much anymore. Why don't you not go out? There are many monsters outside." Chen Bauer has always been very sensible. After all, she knows that her mother has to take care of herself in addition to work. It is very hard. Although she is young, she understands many things. She endured the stomachache and comforted her mother. "Bauer, don't worry. Mom is an adult just like Ultraman and can fight monsters. You stay at home. If the person knocking on the door is not Mom, don't make a sound and ignore the person knocking on the door. Mom has the key to the house and will open the door by herself. Do you remember?" In such a chaotic era, there are too many people with bad intentions. Chen Jie never overestimates the moral bottom line of human beings, especially in the absence of legal order. Human beings will become very terrible. As a history teacher, she is familiar with history books and knows how terrible it would be at the end of the ancient dynasty. After repeatedly admonishing her daughter, Chen Jie left the bedroom and came to the living room outside. Her house is a one-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom, and one kitchen house. This is because she saved money and got some money from her parents to help her down payment for such a house in the city. She just didn't expect that she would no longer have to pay monthly house payments in the future. She put on a backpack and picked up a baseball bat. This baseball bat was picked up by Chen Jie on the street last night. It can be used as a weapon, but she knew that using this baseball bat was more for her psychological comfort. As for killing mutants, she really had no idea. But no matter what, she had to work hard to get the medicine. Otherwise, she was worried that her daughter might die. Carefully sticking to the door to listen to the movement outside, Chen Jie found that the corridor outside was very quiet. She couldn't see anything when she looked out of the door. It was pitch black outside, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her. There shouldn't be any mutants outside. She slowly and carefully opened the door and shone a small flashlight outside. Sure enough, there were only messy debris on the floor of the corridor, and there were no mutants. She carefully closed the door again and then walked to the stairs. This 6-story building only had stairs. Even if there were stairs, it would be impossible to take the elevator now that there was a power outage. New book, please collect and recommend, thank you. In the dark corridor, the howling of the wind from outside made Chen Jie, who was walking in the corridor, tremble with fear. There were a total of 6 households on the 2nd floor where she lived. Except for 2 households that left for the official base, the other 3 households had been silent since yesterday. She certainly knew what this meant. Fortunately, the mutants in these rooms were not strong enough to break the door, otherwise the entire human beings of the Blue Star would not be safe hiding at home, and more people would die. Although the official news did not reveal how many people died worldwide, Chen Jie had also read Doomsday online novels. Although not many, she knew that there were not a few people infected with the P-virus mutation. After all, 70% of the pedestrians seen on the road these days were coughing, and these coughers were lurkers, and now they have all become mutants. Roughly speaking, there are a total of 7 billion people in the world, and 70% of them have become mutants, which means there are about 5 billion. Adding the humans killed by the first wave of infected people, it would be great if there were 1 billion humans left. No wonder China couldn't organize a large-scale rescue operation. Chen Jie had no hope for official rescue. She could only rely on her own strength to survive with her daughter. If there was a strong person to rely on, she and her daughter would have more chances to survive. Chen Jie also knew that humans could rely on swallowing crystal cores to become stronger. But it was difficult for her to kill a mutant, let alone rely on crystal cores to become stronger. The future might be a world where the strong are king. All the official bases in Shenzhen were built in the subway world. There might be about 1 million survivors. Although the subways in Shenzhen are well connected and the subway network is spread throughout all areas of Shenzhen, Chen Jie knew that even if the survivors could live underground, various supplies would be in short supply. There would be no problem in the short term, but it would not be certain in the long term. It would be best to join a private base, but Chen Jie also knew that private bases were not something that could be joined just because one wanted to. There would definitely be a price to pay. She herself was very beautiful, and there would not be any big problems in peacetime. But in this Doomsday era, being beautiful was a sin, and people would suffer from bad things that were hard to imagine. This was no joke. Although she was thinking about many things, only a moment had passed outside. Chen Jie carefully pressed against the doors of the other 3 households to listen to the noise inside. Sure enough, she heard a loud breathing sound from all 3 households, as if the mutants were sleeping. The doors of the 3 households were all locked, but she did not open them. Even if she could open them, she did not dare to disturb them. If she woke up the mutants inside, she would have no choice but to hiding in the corner of the hall. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the glass beads fell to the hall on the first floor, and there was no movement. Chen Jie was relieved, but she was still not careless. In order to prevent the light from the small flashlight from being too eye-catching and perhaps attracting the attention of the mutants, she covered the flashlight with transparent tape to make the light from the flashlight not so bright. A bit like the yellow incandescent lamp in the past, faint and not dazzling, and not so eye-catching. What Chen Jie wanted the most was a night vision goggles. If she had night vision goggles, she wouldn't have to carry a flashlight now. After all, even if the flashlight was a precaution, there was still light, and she was afraid that those hidden mutants would be attracted, and then she would be killed without a complete body. Going down from the corner of the stairs to the first floor, Chen Jie shone the flashlight on the ground, so that there would be no possibility of shining on the mutants at once, and she also lowered her body and shone the flashlight on the ground, so that the light would not be obvious. It can be said that for her own safety, Chen Jie, a history teacher, racked her brains. Of course, she herself was not afraid of death. What she was afraid of was that after her death, her daughter would definitely die. Without going to the security room, Chen Jie didn't want to waste time. She moved to the gate and wanted to listen to the noise outside. Unfortunately, she could only hear the loud wind outside and the screams mixed in the wind from afar. She could imagine that some humans were attacked by monsters and died. She just didn't know whether these survivors were out to take risks like her or were in danger at home. But Chen Jie couldn't care less. She gently opened the door and came out of the hall. The strong wind and heavy snow outside hit her face all of a sudden. From the relatively warm environment inside the house to the ultra-low temperature environment outside, she shivered involuntarily. She could only wrap the scarf around her neck and then lean against the wall to move towards the pharmacy in a way similar to crawling. Of course, Chen Jie didn't lie on the ground. After all, the ground was covered with snow, and it was easy to freeze if you crawl on the ground. Although walking in this way was slow, it was safer. After walking less than 20 meters, a frozen corpse suddenly appeared in front of Chen Jie. She was almost scared to death, but fortunately she reacted in time. Her heart was pounding, and the blood flow in her veins was accelerated. Chen Jie did not dare to examine the corpse carefully. She just glanced at it. It was a male corpse. The other party might have come out to look for supplies, or he was in danger during the day. However, those mutants who attacked humans usually ate the corpses, leaving only skeletons. Unless the mutants were full, they would leave some debris. Going around the corpse, Chen Jie continued to move forward. Her speed became slower. Fortunately, the distance of dozens of meters was not too far. She was still very familiar with the streets near her. In China, the most frequent intervals of dozens of meters were pharmacies. The pharmacy in front was not very big, but the basic medicines inside were relatively complete. As long as she filled the backpack, she believed that there would always be a medicine that could relieve the pain for her daughter. Just when Chen Jie happily arrived at the door of the drugstore, a pair of hands stretched out from behind her. One hand directly covered her mouth, and the other hand directly hugged her. This sudden situation shocked her. Before she could react, she was quickly hugged and retreated by the person behind her. Soon she left the door of the drugstore and came to an alley next to the drugstore. I met a bad guy. I am finished. Will I suffer a miserable result? When Chen Jie thought of the situation she might encounter, she trembled. New book collection and recommendation. Thank you. Han Xiaofan never thought that he would be so powerful. With the ability of night vision, in such a blizzard, he can hunt those monsters that make other humans terrified. Then the monsters rarely lasted 2 moves in his hands, usually 1 knife per one. Now there is a mysterious doctor like Ye Lanqin in his team. Han Xiaofan also wants to try to understand the P-virus, so he put some corpses into the storage space. As he hunted more mutants, Han Xiaofan became stronger and stronger. Now he would be fine even if he jumped from a 10-story building. Instead, he seemed very relaxed. He knew that he was getting farther and farther away from normal humans. He would not be surprised if he became as strong as Superman in the future. There was another thing that made Han Xiaofan a little concerned. As his body became stronger, he found that his emotions became more and more indifferent. It was hard to get upset when facing some tragic things. You know, he was still an ordinary person a few days ago. He would be emotional to tears when watching sad plots in TV dramas. Now, even if he encountered some humans being killed by mutants, he seemed indifferent. Han Xiaofan certainly knew that his condition was abnormal. He guessed that it was not because of his strength, but the problem of the crystal that he had fused. Only this mysterious crystal should be the culprit. It was just that he wanted to thoroughly understand the problem with himself, which was impossible in a short period of time. Xiaoji also didn't know anything. Han Xiaofan could only hope to get the answer after the crystal in his mind was fully restored in the future. Find hidden mutants or mutant animals, hunt them, absorb most of them, dig out a small part, and leave them for Tianjun and others to eat. As long as the bodies of mutant animals are stored in the storage space, after all, the meat of these mutant animals can be eaten and is very good for the body. When encountering convenience stores or other supplies that can be used, Han Xiaofan will spend some time collecting supplies. Anyway, the more supplies, the better. The storage space in his mind can completely store all the supplies in the entire Shenzhen city. Sometimes Han Xiaofan will encounter survivors who go out to find supplies. If the other party encounters danger, he will also lend a hand to save them. For some survivors who are grateful, he will kindly leave some food for them. As for those survivors with bad intentions, he will of course send them off. When Chen Jie came out of the building, Han Xiaofan noticed her. He noticed her not because she was very beautiful, mature, and dignified, but because she was one of the few women who came out to find supplies. When he met such women, he would help them and tell them to stay at home. He would organize people to rescue them in a few days. Han Xiaofan didn't want to rescue the survivors, but if he wanted to take in the survivors, he couldn't do it alone. Even if he was very strong, he was far from invincible. If he encountered thousands of mutants, he would have to flee. Of course, his strength was not invincible now, but Han Xiaofan believed that he would be invincible in a while, and then he would be able to run rampant in the entire Shenzhen city. Chen Ji's several actions made Han Xiaofan feel that this woman was still very smart. It was not so reckless to go out and take risks to find supplies. It was just that a woman who wanted to find food safely would not go out and take risks. After all, there must be food in her neighbor's house or in a house without an owner. It was safer to go to those houses to find supplies. Even if there were mutants in the house, there would not be too many in general. If you were careful, you could still kill them. When he saw that there was a pharmacy in the direction towered, Chen Jie was determined to move forward. Han Xiaofan guessed her destination. It turned out that she was not looking for food, but looking for medicine, which meant that an important family member in her family was sick. Just when Chen Jie was about to reach the pharmacy, Han Xiaofan saw several mutant cats as big as leopards appearing around her. He jumped from the 6th floor to the ground, bent his knees slightly to cushion the pressure, and then flew forward with both feet. In just a few breaths, he stood in front of her before she noticed it, and covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming and attracting all the monsters around. He dragged her to the corner of the alley and whispered in her ear, "I'll let go of you. Don't scream. There are several mutant cats around. You stay here quietly and don't move. I'll go kill those mutant cats and come back." Chen Jie heard the man's voice behind her, and her ears felt the man's breath and lean against the wall of the alley and breathe gently. "Okay, I killed those mutant cats." Han Xiaofan returned to Chen Jie's side at some point. He saw that she was startled by him, but soon regained her composure. He asked directly, "My name is Han Xiaofan. What's your name? Why did you come out to take risks? Do you want to go to the pharmacy to find medicine?" Han Xiaofan's series of questions immediately reminded Chen Jie that she had to hurry up to find medicine and go back, as her daughter was still suffering from pain. She hurriedly replied, "Hello, Mr. Han. My name is Chen Jie. My daughter is sick, and there is no medicine at home, so I took the risk to look for medicine. Can you take me to the pharmacy in front?" Although she did not see Han Xiaofan killing the mutant cats with her own eyes, and she only heard Han Xiaofan's one-sided statement about whether there were mutant cats around her, she was a smart person. She only saw that Han Xiaofan appeared, silently, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She guessed in her heart whether he was the official evolver. If Han Xiaofan is really an evolver, can she rely on him, and she and her daughter can survive? Chen Jie made a decision in her heart. Han Xiaofan admitted that he was obsessed with looks. There were women on the road who asked him to help them, but he refused because those women who asked him to help were very ordinary looking, unlike Chen Ji in front of him, who was not much inferior to Yang Mei, Ye Lanqin, and Liu Shanhong, and she also had a maternal temperament, which could be said to be very much to his taste. "Okay, I will escort you to the pharmacy and send you home safely." "Thank you, let's go." Although she couldn't see Han Xiaofan's enthusiastic eyes, Chen Ji could already guess what the other party's purpose was for being so enthusiastic to help, but this was also her purpose for asking Han Xiaofan to help her. For the sake of her daughter, she could give up some things she insisted on before the end of the world. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. The door of the drugstore was tightly closed. If you wanted to get in, you had to pry open the shutter door, but this would make a lot of noise. Although the mutants that were too far away might not be able to hear it due to the strong wind, there were many mutants hidden in the nearby buildings. If Han Xiaofan pried the door, they would definitely be able to hear the noise. However, this was not a big problem. Han Xiaofan took Chen Jie around to the back door of the drugstore. Why did he hold Chen Jie's hand? This was because he asked Chen Jie to turn off the flashlight. After all, no matter how careful you were, the flashlight would still attract the attention of some monsters. Han Xiaofan was not afraid, but in order to hurry up, he had to get the medicine back. Otherwise, Chen Jie's daughter would be in danger. For the safety of her daughter, Chen Jie had already made a decision in her heart. Of course, she would not refuse Han Xiaofan's hand. In this way, the two came to the back door. Han Xiaofan leaned against the door and pushed the lock open. Han Xiaofan pulled Chen Jie into the house and closed the door. He put a stool behind the door. The two did not waste time and came to the front of the pharmacy. Chen Jie turned on the flashlight again. She first saw Han Xiaofan's appearance. He was a young man in his 20s. Although he looked ordinary, his eyes were deep and a little cold. He was impressive at first sight. At least Chen Jie was quite satisfied with him. In her opinion, such a man was quite reliable. Chen Jie, hurry up and get the medicines, I'll help you. Chen Jie came back to her senses immediately after hearing Han Xiaofan's words. Her face flushed a little and she felt a little shy. After all, she couldn't say what she was thinking in her heart. She replied, "Okay, let's hurry up." The two of them quickly began to raid the pharmacy. All common medicines, such as cold medicine, painkillers, antibiotics, etc., were put into the backpack. However, Han Xiaofan was just pretending. He put most of the medicines into the storage space, leaving only a small part in the backpack. Chen Jie didn't pay attention to his actions, so she naturally didn't know that many medicines in the pharmacy had disappeared. 10 minutes later, Chen Jie filled her backpack. She wanted to find some food, but was stopped by Han Xiaofan. He said that he still had a lot of food in his backpack and could give it to her. Since Chen Jie had made up her mind to follow Han Xiaofan, she did not insist on looking for food. After all, if the mother and daughter followed Han Xiaofan, they would not be able to take away too much food. The time to go back was much faster than Chen Jie's outward journey. With Han Xiaofan pulling her along, Chen Jie felt that she returned to her building after only a short while. She did not see Han Xiaofan wearing night vision goggles or other night vision equipment. She was more certain that the other party was an evolver and had night vision ability. The stronger Han Xiaofan was, the happier Chen Jie was. This meant that if she and her daughter followed Han Xiaofan, their future safety would be more guaranteed. The snow outside was still so strong, so the two did not encounter any monsters on the road. When they returned to the door of their room on the second floor, Chen Jie took out the key and opened the door. She said to Han Xiaofan, "Xiaofan, come in." "Okay." After closing the door, because Chen Jie had candles in the living room, she could no longer hold Han Xiaofan's hand. She didn't know why she felt a sense of loss in her heart. When she was held by Han Xiaofan outside, she felt unprecedented security. This was a feeling that her deceased husband could not give her. "Mom, are you back?" Bauer may have heard her mother's voice. Her voice came from the bedroom with a little weakness. "Bauer, it's Mom who is back." Hearing her daughter's voice, Chen Jie didn't care about the ripples in her heart. She opened the door of the bedroom. It seemed warmer inside. There were a few candles left by Chen Jie, and the space was relatively small, so it would reduce the loss of heat. Han Xiaofan followed Chen Jie into the bedroom. He saw Chen Jie open the water in the thermos and then give several medicines to his daughter. As for whether they would work, she had no idea. The main reason was that she had no idea why her daughter had a stomachache and could not prescribe the right medicine. Her daughter was too young to take any medicine casually, which made her look anxious. "Mom, who is the uncle behind you?" Hearing her daughter's question, Chen Jie answered directly, "Bauer, Uncle is Mom's savior. If it weren't for Uncle, Mom would not be able to come back. Can you thank Uncle for Mom, okay?" "Uncle, thank you for saving my mom. Uncle, are you Ultraman?" Seeing Chen Bauer, who had a bit of pain on her face but still spoke very politely, Han Xiaofan immediately fell in love with this little girl. How nice it would be to have such a daughter. He walked to the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. He reached out and touched Bauer's head and said gently, "Yes, Uncle is Ultraman. Uncle can drive away those monsters. You don't have to be afraid in the future. You won't feel pain after taking the medicine. Go to sleep." "Yeah." After Han Xiaofan comforted Chen Bauer, he went out of the bedroom and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He had already fallen in love with Chen Jie in his heart, and the other party should have that kind of idea. Otherwise, the other party would not have acquiesced when he pulled her hand outside. Half an hour later, Chen Jie came out of the bedroom and closed the door gently. She came to the living room and after hesitating for a moment, she walked directly over and stood in front of Han Xiaofan. Han Xiaofan also stood up. Chen Jie threw herself directly into Han Xiaofan's arms, raised her head and stared at him with red eyes, and said in a tearful voice, "Xiaofan, please help me. Bauer is my life. If she gets into trouble, I don't know if I can hold on. I know what you are thinking. I will give it to you now, but you have to help me find a doctor to save Bauer, okay? Without waiting for Han Xiaofan's reply, Chen Jie quickly took off all her clothes. This made Han Xiaofan's body tremble. When Chen Jie hugged him just now, his waist was burning. He didn't know if it was because his body had become stronger. Although he had never tried that kind of ability, he knew that he was many times stronger than before, and it was increasing dramatically every day. This ability certainly made him, as a man, very happy, especially in this Doomsday era, where the thing that might be the least lacking was beautiful women. Han Xiaofan might have had reservations before, but in the Doomsday era, what is there to hesitate about? He hugged her directly, and the two of them had a friendly conversation on the sofa for an hour. If they were not worried about Bauer in the bedroom, they might have continued to communicate until tomorrow morning, but Chen Jie might not be able to withstand Han Xiaofan's attack. Soon after the conversation, the two of them had a satisfied look on their faces. Han Xiaofan said to Chen Jie solemnly, "Don't worry, I want to go to Long District Hospital to see if I can get some good medicine. Although the hospital is the first place where the P virus broke out, I believe there will still be doctors surviving in the hospital. If there is a living doctor, I will bring him back and let him see what disease Bauer has. Xiaofan, then you have to pay attention to safety. If you can't do it, just run away, don't be stubborn. If you have an accident, both mother and daughter will not survive." Chen Jie really wasn't lying. Without Han Xiaofan's protection, she believed that she and her daughter would die soon. This was not a joke. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Han Xiaofan didn't tell her the secret of his body, nor did he plan to tell anyone. Even if others had some guesses, they would only think that he was an evolver, a special evolver. After getting dressed, carrying his backpack, and taking his Tang sword, Han Xiaofan left Chen Ji's house under her worried gaze. "New book, please collect and recommend, thank you." Shenzhen Long District First Hospital, on the 6th floor of the outpatient building. In a storage room of the logistics department, a large amount of various supplies of the hospital are stored here. The corner is full of quilts and blankets. 3 women huddled together and talked in a low voice. One of them was a pretty woman in her 20s with a somewhat frustrated and desperate look on her face. She asked the other 2 women, "Sister Su, Sister An, can we not escape? Are we going to die here?" Hearing what Nurse Lu Xiaoxiao said, the other 2 women's faces looked ugly. One of them was An Li Hong, the best surgeon in Zhenglong District First Hospital, a stunning beauty, and the other was the head nurse Su Mei, who was in her 30s at the most mature period of a woman's life. She was also the most beautiful woman in the first hospital besides An Li Hong. Although she was married, there were still many men pursuing her on weekdays. Su Mei gently held Lu Xiaoxiao in her arms. With a smile on her face, she comforted her in a low voice. "Xiaoxiao, don't worry. Things will work out when the time comes. We are not in despair yet. We must maintain an optimistic attitude, okay?" "Sister Su is right." An Li Hong touched Lu Xiaoxiao's head. The 3 of them had a good relationship. They were able to survive in this Doomsday era thanks to Su Mei. It was because Su Mei saw that something was wrong that she took her and Lu Xiaoxiao to hide in the warehouse of the logistics department. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the mutants. "Well, I know, Sister Su, Sister An, I won't think too much about it." After listening to the comforting words of the 2 sisters, Lu Xiaoxiao felt much better. She was very glad that Sister An and Sister An were by her side. Otherwise, she would not be able to hold on alone. She might not be able to bear the despair and commit suicide. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao's mood had calmed down, An Li Hong and Su Mei exchanged glances. They both saw the complex expressions in each other's eyes, and naturally knew what the other was thinking, but they both knew that it was impossible to say it out loud, otherwise Lu Xiaoxiao would definitely go crazy first. In fact, Lu Xiaoxiao did not notice the biggest problem facing the 3 of them, which was the shortage of food. This storage room was not the storage room of the cafeteria, and there was nothing to eat in it. What they were eating now was a backpack that Su Mei had taken when she was escaping. It might be the backpack of the patient. The food and water in it could only supply the 3 of them for 3 days. After 3 days, their food would be completely eaten up, and then they would have to go out and take risks to find food. However, An Li Hong and Su Mei knew that if the 3 of them went out and took risks, it would be a dead end, because although this building was not an outpatient building or an inpatient building, there were many mutants, at least hundreds of them. Even if they had to fight one mutant, it would be difficult, not to mention hundreds of them. "Li Hong, did Elder Wei and Elder Kong send you a message?" Originally, An Li Hong, the deputy director of the Department of Surgery, had the highest status among the 3. Su Mei was the head nurse, and Nurse Lu Xiaoxiao had the lowest status. However, this was before the apocalypse. Now the 3 of them can be said to have shared weal and woe, so naturally they no longer care about status issues. In this apocalyptic era, enough warm clothes at home. They are old and may not be able to bear it. Elder Wei and Elder Kong are a couple. Elder Wei's name is Wei Jie, a retired expert in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine of the First Hospital, and Elder Kong's name is Kong Biyun, a retired teacher of the First High School in Long District. The couple lives in the family building of the hospital. On the night of the chaos, they also contacted An Li Hong. The two elderly people were lucky not to be infected by the P virus and turned into mutants. But An Li Hong and the others had no way to save the two elderly people. The three of them could only hide in the storage room to save their lives, so the three of them could only comfort the two elderly people and warn them not to trust strangers and not to open the door casually. Alas, we have no way. I hope the two elderly people can be safe. Sume sighed. She knew very well that in this doomsday era, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were the most cruel. It can be said that these people were the first to be eliminated. But in this case, is there any hope for mankind? She was very confused. While the three women were hiding in the storage room in silence, Han Xiaofan came to the first hospital in the blizzard. The first hospital is a Class 3 hospital with a large area and more than a dozen buildings. He guessed that there would be many mutants in each building. If all the mutants in the first hospital were to be cleared out, Han Xiaofan would not be able to do it, but he did not have so much time to waste here. What he wanted to do most was to clean up one of the outpatient buildings and see if there were any surviving doctors and nurses. As long as there was a doctor, Han Xiaofan could rescue the doctor and take him to Bauer for treatment. Of course, this was the most ideal result. Han Xiaofan had another more radical idea, which was to set off firecrackers directly on the open space in front of the hospital to attract the mutants in all the buildings of the hospital. However, he felt that if he did this, it might not only be the mutants in the hospital that would be attracted. There were many residential areas nearby, and there was also a bus station with many people in it. If all the mutants in this area were drawn out, he would only be able to escape and could not stand it at all. The temperature outside was already minus 40 degrees Celsius. Han Xiaofan wore very little and did not wear a mask or gloves on his face, but he did not feel cold. Instead, he felt like he was using an air conditioner during the hottest time of summer. It was a very comfortable feeling. He knew that his body should be strong enough to not be afraid of the cold or heat. This was good. The most terrifying extreme cold climate in the Doomsday was no threat to him. Han Xiaofan exhaled and saw that the breath turned directly into white mist in the air. It was directly frozen. He drew out his Tang sword and walked directly into the door of the outpatient building. He already felt that there were many mutants in the hall inside. He could kill them to his heart's content. New book, please collect and recommend, thank you. There were quite a few mutants in the outpatient building, but not too many. There were much fewer than Han Xiaofan had estimated. Although it took a little time, he still found all the hidden mutants and killed them one by one. He did not touch some of the doors that could not be opened. He planned to clear the mutants in the entire building and then verify whether there were any survivors inside. If the mutants yesterday still retained some human appearance, the mutants Han Xiaofan saw today were almost the same as wild beasts, and they were ugly beasts. Some of them even looked like the aliens seen in the movies, but they were not as big as the aliens, and they did not have the claws and tails of the aliens. The hair on their bodies was getting more and more luxuriant. It felt like in a few days, these mutants would become hairy monsters. There were 10 floors in the outpatient building. An hour later, Han Xiaofan finally reached the 10th floor and spent more than 10 minutes to clean up the mutants on the 10th floor. The total number of mutants cleaned up was more than 300, which did not seem to be a lot. He guessed that many of them should have left the hospital. Otherwise, based on the number of patients received by the outpatient department of the first hospital, there were at least tens of thousands of mutants infected with the P virus that night. Start collecting supplies from the 10th floor and see if there are any survivors. However, Han Xiaofan no longer holds out much hope. After all, he has done a lot to clean up the mutants. If there are survivors in this building, they should have heard it. Now no one has come out to investigate, which means there should be no survivors. He can only find a way to investigate the other buildings to see if there are any surviving doctors. Because Han Xiaofan collects supplies only for the more important things, as for other more common and less important things, he is too lazy to put them into his storage space. Collecting things takes time, and it is a bit troublesome. He needs to touch them one by one to put them in. However, he asked Xiaoji why the crystal cores in the mutant creatures and the crystals in his mind can be absorbed within a range of 10 meters. Xiaoji also said that he didn't know. He could only guess whether there was some connection between the crystals and the crystal cores, or whether it was because the crystal cores had an effect on the recovery of the crystals that they could be absorbed in this way. After absorbing half of the crystal core, Han Xiaofan kept the remaining half to take back for Tianjun and the others to devour and become stronger. He came to the 6th floor to continue collecting supplies. Just as he was about to violently open a door, he heard 3 breathing sounds in the room. That's right, in a quiet environment, Han Xiaofan can directly hear the breathing sounds of humans inside. This is not a joke. This is because his body has become stronger in all aspects, and his hearing is no exception. When he was cleaning the entire building just now, because of the roars of those mutants, he naturally couldn't hear the movement inside. Originally thought that no one would survive in this outpatient building, but unexpectedly, there would be a surprise. Han Xiaofan was naturally very happy. He expected that there would be a doctor among the survivors inside, so that he could bring this doctor back to see Bauer. Without forcing the door open, Han Xiaofan knocked gently and asked, "Is anyone inside? I have cleared all the monsters outside. You are safe. Open the door and I will take you out of here, okay?" In fact, after Han Xiaofan knocked on the door, the 3 women inside were mentally prepared. They were not deaf, so they naturally heard Han Xiaofan killing the mutants outside. At first, the 3 women thought that the official rescue team came to rescue the survivors of the hospital, but soon they found that there was no gunshot or anything like that. They could only hear the sound of falling to the ground and the sound of... The sound heard by the 3 women was naturally the sound of Han Xiaofan swinging his knife. They did not hear the sound of people talking. At first, they were happy because they thought the official rescue team had come, but soon they became uneasy. After all, the situation outside was a bit weird. Originally, An Lihong wanted to open the door and go out to take a look, but was stopped by Su Mei and Lu Xiaoxiao. They were worried that the people outside who killed the mutants were not humans, but monsters such as mutant beasts. If they opened the door, it would be bad. And Li Hong heard what the 2 said and thought about it for a while and felt that it made sense. In the end, the 3 women decided to wait and see. Anyway, if someone really came to rescue them, they would knock on the door. Sure enough, an hour later, someone really knocked on the door, and it sounded like a young man. What made the 3 women a little worried was that there was only one man's voice outside, and no other voices. Could it be that the man outside really cleaned up all the mutants alone? How could this be possible? Such questions flashed through the minds of the 3 women at the same time. However, since someone has come and the mutants outside have not made any movement, it means that the mutants have been killed. After a few minutes, the 3 women decided to let Su Mei answer. "Are there really no monsters outside? And what is your name? Where are you from? Why did you come to the hospital?" Han Xiaofan, who was outside, saw that the people inside did not open the door. He did not feel impatient at all. He knew that this situation was normal. After all, the world has entered the Doomsday era. People have to change their thinking and can no longer act as usual, otherwise they will easily die. "Hello, my name is Han Xiaofan. I came from Jingle Villa District in Long District. I formed a team of survivors in Jingle. I came to the hospital to find a doctor because a child is sick. Are you a doctor? And is there only one person inside? Or are there other people? Are there any doctors among the others?" After listening to the words of the man outside, the 3 women all looked at each other. They heard that the man spoke very sincerely, and it should not be a lie. It's just that in such a doomsday era, trusting strangers too much, especially men, will be dangerous. The 3 women didn't know how to judge. The 3 women discussed, briefly, and finally it was An Lihong who said, "If the people outside really cleaned up the mutants outside, then with his strength, this door can't stop him at all. Since he can still explain so much to us, he should not be a bad guy. Let's open the door. He may be our greatest hope to leave here. What do you think?" "Yes, Li Hong's analysis is right. Let's open the door. I'll listen to Sister An." Not long after, the door was opened, and Han Xiaofan saw 3 women covered with blankets. Although the 3 women looked a little embarrassed, 2 of them were really beautiful. They were 2 big beauties who were not inferior to Ye Lanxin, Ouyang Mei and Liu Xianhong, and the last one was also a little beauty. "I am so lucky. How can I meet so many big beauties?" Han Xiaofan secretly complained in his heart. The 3 girls saw Han Xiaofan. Although he looked ordinary, his eyes were deep and indifferent, which made people feel fearful and relieved. After all, he was not the kind of pervert who looked at them. They had a good first impression of Han Xiaofan. Several people introduced each other briefly. When Han Xiaofan knew that An Lihong was actually a surgical expert, his eyes lit up. Doctors are very important in the Doomsday. Just like this time when Bauer was sick, Chen Jie had no way to help. She didn't know what disease her daughter had, so she could only take random medicine. An Lihong listened carefully to what Han Xiaofan said about Bauer's condition and asked some details in detail. Although she was not sure, she still had some guesses. she said to Han Xiaofan. The child may have appendicitis. Bring the child here. Otherwise, I can't perform surgery on the child even if I go with you. Okay, wait for me here. I will be back soon. Han Xiaofan wanted to go back and bring Bauer and Chen Jie to the hospital, and then take everyone back to the villa area directly from the hospital, so that the speed would be faster. However, before he turned around and left, he said to the three women, "Wait for me. I will get some warm clothes and food for you." Without waiting for the three women to reply, Han Xiaofan quickly turned around and left. When he walked to the corner, he took out a luggage bag from the storage space, which contained some food and water, and then took out some warm clothes. The three women saw Han Xiaofan coming back a few minutes later, carrying 2 large bags in his hands. The three women smiled immediately, especially one of the large bags not only had warm clothes, but also gloves and snow boots. "You guys close the door first, and wait until I come back and hear my voice before you open the door, okay?" "Okay, we got it. You go quickly and come back soon." "Yes." After Han Xiaofan's figure disappeared around the corner, the three women closed the door again. Their mood now was completely different from their previous desperate mood. They believed that Han Xiaofan was their savior. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. When Chen Jie heard the knock on the door, her heart tightened, but she quickly came out of the bedroom, walked to the back of the door and stood. She whispered, "Is it Xiaofan?" "Yes, Sister Chen, it's me." Han Xiaofan's calm voice came from outside, which immediately relaxed Chen Ji's nervous mood. She quickly opened the door, and when Han Xiaofan came in and closed the door, she threw herself into Han Xiaofan's arms, as if she wanted to melt into his body. "Don't be nervous. I found a doctor. Now I will take you and Bauer to the first hospital. The doctor is waiting for us there." If time permits, Han Xiaofan would really want to have another battle with Chen Jie while holding her soft and plump body and smelling the fragrance emanating from her. He doesn't know if it's because his body has become stronger, but he feels his waist is always burning. "Okay, go pack your things, and don't take too many things." When Chen Jie heard Han Xiaofan say that he had found a doctor, she was already very excited. After hearing Han Xiaofan's words, she went to pack her luggage without saying a word. She knew that she could not waste any more time. Even if her daughter was asleep, her face would look very painful. Han Xiaofan entered the bedroom and saw that Bauer's face was pale and covered with sweat while she was sleeping. He reached out and touched her forehead and found that it was very hot. She had a fever, and it was possible that she had appendicitis. "We must hurry up, otherwise Bauer would easily get into trouble." Han Xiaofan's love for Bauer was more for Chen Jie's sake. Of course, if they get along for a long time in the future, he will really treat Bauer as his own daughter. After all, he has long envied those men who have daughters. Han Xiaofan held Bauer in his arms and first helped her put on warm clothes, wrapped her body with a warm blanket, and took out a cold-proof hat for her to wear, put on gloves, and put on a pair of cotton shoes for her feet, so that she would not be easily frozen. When Han Xiaofan just came out with Bauer, Chen Jie's luggage was packed, with a backpack on her back and a luggage bag in her hands. She was also fully armed. The whole province had taken warm-keeping measures. That's right, Chen Jie was from the north, and she had experienced -40 degrees Celsius at the coldest time. Now it was only about -40 degrees Celsius outside, so she was quite used to it, unlike many southerners in Shenzhen, especially the locals in Guangnan province, who were quite miserable. Many people simply did not have so many cold-proof clothes at home. You know, the coldest temperature in Guangnan province was only 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, and now it was more than 40 degrees Celsius below zero. I don't know how many people would die. "Sister Chen, lie on my back. I will walk faster with you on my back." Upon hearing Han Xiaofan's suggestion, Chen Jie did not refuse. She belonged to Han Xiaofan, and there was nothing to be shy about. A soft feeling came from behind. Han Xiaofan felt very comfortable. However, he did not think much about it. He used a strap to tie Bauer in front and Chen Jie in the back to himself. After tying them twice, he felt that there was no problem. He blew out the candles in the bedroom and the living room, and put the candles into the storage space. Chen Jie, who was lying on Han Xiaofan's back, naturally could not see his little movements. She just felt a sense of security that she had never had before. Since her husband passed away, she had to deal with men who had bad intentions towards her from time to time. She knew that she was too beautiful. Such beauty would attract many men in a normal society before the end of the world, not to mention in such a doomsday era where the law and order were lost. Her end would definitely be tragic. Fortunately, thank God for letting her meet Xiaofan. With Xiaofan's protection, she knew that she would definitely live a safe life in the future. Holding a child and carrying an adult woman on his back, if it were an ordinary person, he would be out of breath after walking only a few hundred meters on the street covered with thick snow. But for Han Xiaofan, even if he carried a few hundred kilograms, it would not have much impact on him. He was running very fast at full speed. If someone used infrared equipment to look at the street outside, he would definitely be stunned by Han Xiaofan's speed. It was just that no one saw such a scene. It took Han Xiaofan less than 10 minutes to get back to the first hospital. When he arrived at the hospital and went up to the 6th floor of the outpatient building, Chen Jie came back to her senses. The 3 girls in the storage room felt that they had just changed their clothes and had just eaten some food when Han Xiaofan came back. When they heard Han Xiaofan's voice, they immediately came over to open the door. The 4 girls simply introduced themselves to each other when they met, and soon Bauer in Han Xiaofan's arms was taken over by An Lihong and the other 2 girls. "Mom, who are they?" Bauer was awakened by the actions of the 3 girls. Her face immediately showed panic, and she hurried to find her mother. Chen Jie stood beside them, watching them examine her daughter. Seeing her daughter wake up and hearing her daughter's panicked voice, she immediately comforted her. "Bauer, we are in the hospital now. These ants are doctors. They are helping you treat your illness. Just tell them what the ants ask you, okay?" "Yes." With her mother's comfort, Chen Bauer quickly calmed down, but she soon felt the pain in her stomach again. Her eyes were suddenly filled with tears, which made Chen Jie feel distressed, and Lihong gently pressed Bauer's right abdomen with her right hand. She smiled and asked Bauer, "Bauer, does it hurt here?" "Yes, Auntie, yes, it hurts the most where you pressed." "Okay, Auntie knows that you are sick, and Auntie will cure you soon, don't worry." An Lihong winked at Sumei and Lu Xiaoxiao, and the 2 girls quickly understood what An Lihong meant. They whispered to comfort Bauer and told her not to be so nervous. An Lihong, Chen Jie, and Han Xiaofan came out of the storage room and went to the corridor. There were candles in the storage room, so there was still some light in the corridor so that the 2 girls could see things. "Dr. An, how is Bauer? What's wrong with her? Is it serious?" Chen Jie looked anxious. What she was most worried about was that her daughter's illness was very serious. If Dr. An, the most skilled surgeon in the first hospital, couldn't cure her daughter, she would definitely collapse. "Sister Chen, don't worry. Bauer should have appendicitis, but if she needs surgery, she may need to trouble Xiaofan." Parking lot. Han Xiaofan first smiled and nodded to Chen Ji, as a comfort to her, and said, "I will follow you to the operating room first, and then I will go to the motor room in the underground parking lot to start the generator." "Well, that's good. We still have to do some preparations before the operation." Several people didn't waste time and soon brought Bauer to the operating room on the first floor. Han Xiaofan didn't need to go outside to enter the underground parking lot through the car entrance outside, because there were stairs on the first floor to the parking lot. But before he left the first floor, he blocked the door with debris, mainly to prevent mutants or survivors from coming in. 4 women and a sick child didn't have much force at all. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. The underground parking lot of the first hospital is very large, with a total of 2 floors. Han Xiaofan came down from the stairs and didn't open the fire door leading to the underground parking lot immediately. He didn't need to look to know that there must be many mutants in the parking lot, but he didn't know if there were any special mutants in it, just like the evolutionists that appeared in humans. He has called this special mutant that he hasn't met yet a super mutant. You know, there are billions of mutants on the blue planet now. Han Xiaofan doesn't believe that there are no special mutants. He just hasn't encountered such a super mutant, but it doesn't mean that such a super mutant doesn't exist. As for whether there are such super mutants in the parking lot, Han Xiaofan is not sure. He can only tell himself not to be too careless just because of his strong strength. Otherwise, it is easy to overturn. Han Xiaofan slowly opened the fire door, walked out, and closed the door again. He could already see the situation of the parking lot on the first floor. The most conspicuous thing is the mutants wandering between the vehicles. Each mutant's eyes are red. If Han Xiaofan did not have night vision, he might see countless red dots in the darkness, which would be a bit scary. Several mutants closer to the fire door have heard the movement. They soon noticed Han Xiaofan standing in front of the fire door and flew towards him from all directions. Roar, roar, roar. Several mutants caused a chain reaction in the entire parking lot. A large number of mutants surged towards Han Xiaofan like a tide. He just took a casual look and saw that there were already 400 or 500 of them. Even an army of hundreds of people with hot weapons in an environment like an underground parking lot should not be able to withstand the attack of these mutants. Han Xiaofan looked very calm, holding the Tang sword in his right hand. Facing hundreds of mutants, he was like facing hundreds of chickens, without any fear. Whoosh! One sword after another, a simple evasive action, just like a skilled action practiced tens of thousands of times. For Han Xiaofan, he could use his own strength 100% and perfectly coordinate the movements of his limbs. This made him, who had only simply learned the basic sword skills in the video, reached the level of a master, and all kinds of moves were at his fingertips. No mutant could get close to Han Xiaofan and attack him. His sword skills were taboos for those mutants. However, he didn't take these ordinary mutants seriously at all. He was focusing on the two super mutants who had been hiding from a while ago. Sure enough, super mutants do exist. Han Xiaofan noticed that the two super mutants were very slender. Their arms and legs were twice as long as those of ordinary mutants, and their heads were equilateral triangles, which gave people a very strange feeling, as if the mutants were stretched by some kind of machine. Although he had not yet fought with super mutants, Han Xiaofan could guess from their behavior of hiding and then launching sneak attacks that these super mutants were not as reckless as ordinary mutants, and they had a certain degree of wisdom. Such super mutants were really the enemy of mankind. Originally, humans could not compare with these mutants in terms of physical evolution, and these super mutants could also evolve wisdom, which was definitely not a good thing for humans. However, Han Xiaofan thought too much, and the future and destiny of mankind were not something he could decide personally. Now there were two super mutants in the parking lot on the first floor of the underground parking lot, and there might be such super mutants in the parking lot on the second floor below, but as long as the mutants below did not come up, Han Xiaofan did not plan to clean them up. After all, his main purpose of coming down was to start the generator to generate electricity. The intelligence of the two super mutants hiding behind the car was naturally not very high. The desire for human flesh and blood was engraved in their genes. They only felt that the prey in the distance was more tempting than any prey they had eaten. Soon they could not help their desire for flesh and blood. The two super mutants flew towards Han Xiaofan's position from two directions, hiding behind other mutants from time to time and quickly approaching Han Xiaofan. Their movements seemed very concealed, but they were all seen by Han Xiaofan. One rushed from above, and the other attacked Han Xiaofan from behind. It can be said that these two super mutants have formed a cooperative relationship like wolves and prey. From this, it can be seen that they can communicate with each other, otherwise it would be impossible to grasp the timing so accurately. However, Han Xiaofan had been mentally prepared for their sneak attacks. He dodged their sneak attacks with a small step, making their attacks fail. Before the super mutant who attacked from above landed on the ground, Han Xiaofan's Tang sword had already landed on its long neck. Although the opponent's neck felt much tougher than that of an ordinary mutant, it was not a big problem. It was just equivalent to cutting a radish with a kitchen knife. Of course, this degree was for Han Xiaofan. If it were an ordinary person, facing such a super mutant, even if they had hot weapons such as guns, it would be useless. After all, their speed was too fast, and they could not aim at the opponent at all, let alone hit the opponent. He cut off the head with a knife, and the crystal in his mind absorbed the crystal core. His body heated up slightly. It was much better than the crystal core of ordinary mutants. When Han Xiaofan just killed the super mutant, another super mutant turned around and ran away quickly, much faster than before. I didn't expect him to run away. Han Xiaofan complained in his heart, but he was not satisfied with his actions. He ignored the mutants besieging him from all directions. He used his feet to chase the super mutant who was running away in front of him at full speed. He was not worried about his own safety, but he was worried that the other party would leave the underground parking lot and go to the ground. At that time, he might attack Chen Jie and others in the operating room on the first floor. He naturally had to solve this hidden danger. Although the super mutants were very fast, much faster than the world 100-meter sprint champion before the apocalypse, they were far inferior to Han Xiaofan. Facing a super mutant who wanted to escape, he chased after him and chopped off its head with his Tang Dao. The two parts of the super mutant slid forward for more than 10 meters due to inertia. Han Xiaofan did not absorb the crystal core of this super mutant. He could stop the crystal absorption behavior in his mind at any time. After all, the crystal had been fused by him, so he was naturally the owner of the crystal. Otherwise, Xiaoji, an intelligent life form, would not recognize him as the master. Dig out the crystal core and put it away. Han Xiaofan to let Tianjun or Ouyang absorb this super crystal core. He wanted to confirm how strong an ordinary person could become after absorbing such a super crystal core. In the next half an hour, Han Xiaofan killed all the mutants in the underground parking lot on the first floor, absorbing half of them and putting away the crystal cores. When he came to the door of the power room, the door was locked, but it was not difficult for Han Xiaofan. He opened the door violently. The entire power room was not large, and there was a diesel generator inside. Han Xiaofan was very familiar with diesel generators. He had operated them when he worked in a supermarket. Fortunately, the key to the generator was hanging on the wall of the power room, otherwise he really didn't know where to find it. Han Xiaofan first checked some basic conditions of the generator and found that there was no damage. He quickly started the generator. After the voltage stabilized, he turned on the switch on the wall to convert the city electricity into the output of the diesel generator. New book, please collect and recommend, thank you. After Han Xiaofan generated electricity, he closed the door of the power room, and then pushed a car parked next to it directly in front of the door to block it, to prevent people or monsters from entering and destroying the running generator. Originally, Han Xiaofan wanted to go back immediately, but he thought to himself that since the monsters on the first floor had been cleared, for safety reasons, the monsters on the second floor could not be left. After all, although he was not afraid of those monsters, he was worried that he had to do other things and could not stay with Chen Jie and the others up there. In order to prevent these monsters from going up there, he had to get rid of them even if the chance was small. Therefore, Han Xiaofan spent another hour to eliminate all the mutants in the second floor, including 3 super mutants, who contributed 3 super crystal cores to him. Since he had already cleared the entire underground parking lot, Han Xiaofan did not stay in the underground parking lot for a moment. He immediately returned to the first floor through the fire escape. The first floor was still the same as when he left. The door was blocked by debris and could not be opened. Han Xiaofan walked to the front of the operating room and saw Chen Jie sitting on a chair with a flashlight. He walked up to her and asked, "Sister Chen, what happened?" "Xiaofan, you're back." Chen Jie, who had been thinking about her daughter's surgery in the operating room, came to her senses immediately when she heard Han Xiaofan's voice. She hugged Han Xiaofan and said in a worried tone, "Dr. An and the others are performing surgery on Bauer inside. Dr. An said it's a very small operation and it should be done in an hour, but I'm still very worried." Han Xiaofan hugged Chen Jie, touched her head, and smiled and comforted her. "Sister Chen, don't worry. Appendicitis is a piece of cake for top surgical experts like Dr. An. It's not worth mentioning. There won't be any problems. Don't worry, Bauer will be able to recover soon. Yeah." Chen Jie felt that since the outbreak of the Doomsday, her heart has become much more fragile. You know, after her husband died, she raised her daughter alone and left her hometown to work in Shenzhen. She was not such a fragile person. It can only be said that the change in environment forced her to make changes. Showing her weakness as a woman in front of Han Xiaofan is also a kind of calculation of her. Of course, it is not that Chen Jie wants to harm Han Xiaofan, but just wants to increase her status in Han Xiaofan's heart. Since the world has entered the Doomsday, in the future, women who have no power and are beautiful will have almost no second choice except to rely on the strong, unless there may be order in the official base. However, in Chen Jie's view, there are more than 1 million survivors in the official base of Shenzhen. It is a big problem to solve the food of more than 1 million survivors, not to mention the threat of those monsters. You know, there are many mutant rats underground, and these mutant rats may be a big threat to the human base. Oh, by the way, Dr. An and the other 2 said before entering the operating room, "If you come back, can you go to the family building behind the hospital to save 2 people?" Then Chen Jie told Han Xiaofan the information about the 2 people that An Lihong and the others said. It was naturally up to Han Xiaofan to decide whether to go or not. Chen Jie was just responsible for relaying it. However, she still hoped that Xiaofan could go to save the 2 elderly people, not only because one of the 2 elderly people was a retired Chinese medicine expert, and the other was a retired old teacher. Their professional abilities were also useful in the Doomsday, but also because she didn't want her man to be a heartless person. Of course, if Han Xiaofan had to risk his life to save people, Chen Jie would definitely object. She was not a fool. How could she let her man take risks for strangers? She was not a saint. Hearing that one was an old Chinese medicine expert and the other was an old teacher, Han Xiaofan's eyes lit up. An old man in the family is like a treasure. He would not abandon the elderly and children like other private bases. For humans, the elderly and children are very important. If they are all abandoned, what future would humans have? "Here's the intercom for you. Tell me if there's any emergency." Han Xiaofan took out an intercom from his backpack. Actually, he took it out from the storage space, but he just pretended to take it out of his backpack in front of Chen Jie. He taught Chen Jie how to use the intercom, and then left the first floor. However, he did not move the debris blocking the door. He just found a room, opened the window and jumped out. The snow outside became thicker than when he came. Han Xiaofan stepped down, and it was already deep into his knees. It was at least 30 centimeters thick. However, it did not affect his walking speed much, but ordinary people who came out to look for supplies might have a harder time. The family building of the first hospital of Long District is more like a family yard than a family building. It was built in the last century with an opening on one side and 6 floors on 3 sides. It is home to the doctors of the first hospital and their families, as well as those retired old doctors. Wei Jie is already over 60 years old. He used to be an old Chinese medicine expert in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine of the first hospital, but he has been retired for several years. His wife is Kong Biyun, a retired middle school teacher. The couple has a son who has been married for several years and has a granddaughter. However, they all work and live in Kyoto and only return to Shenzhen for more than 10 days during the winter and summer vacations. The two old people are lucky and have not been infected with the P virus and turned into mutants. They are considered to be the few surviving elderly people, but their luck is very bad. They encountered a chaotic world like the outbreak of the Doomsday. The two old people contacted their son in Kyoto when the Doomsday broke out. The son's family of 3 did not mutate, which made them feel relieved. However, starting today, there was no signal on the mobile phone, and they could no longer contact their son's family. This made them very worried, but they had no choice. They were all old. Even if they wanted to go north, it was not absolutely impossible. They might be torn to pieces by those monsters as soon as they went out. Moreover, as the temperature continued to drop, the family had no tools to keep warm, and they did not have the tools for heating in the northern winter. This made them all very clear in their hearts that if nothing unexpected happened, their lives would soon enter the countdown. In such a doomsday world, it would be really difficult for the elderly to survive. It was just that they felt a little regretful. That is, they would never see their lovely granddaughter again. The two elders cooked a big meal tonight. Elder Wei even took out the good wine he had collected. Elder Kong no longer warned him not to drink, and that drinking was harmful to the body. They were drunk like when they just got married. There was a candle in the middle of the table. Both of them had a flush on their faces after drinking. After they finished their meal, they sat down on the sofa in the living room and hugged each other. They planned to fall asleep like this. New book. Please collect and recommend. Thank you. It didn't take Han Xiaofan much time to arrive at the gate of the family building behind the first hospital, which was across the street. He didn't encounter any mutants or animals on the way. He didn't know if they were hiding because of the violent snowstorm. However, he knew that these mutants might not be adapted to such extreme cold weather. After a while, when they adapt to such an extreme cold environment, the survival situation of humans will become worse. Although it was dark outside and there were strong winds and snowstorms, it was a rare opportunity for humans to come out to collect supplies. Humans have a strong ability to adapt to survival. Many people seized this opportunity. They wore thick clothes, took good warm-keeping measures, and ventured out of their homes to collect supplies. As long as they were careful, most of them could still get something. On the road, they usually encountered survivors who were looking for supplies. As long as they were normal survivors, not the kind of survivors who violently robbed their own kind, Han Xiaofan would secretly clean up the monsters attracted by the survivors around them to ensure that they could collect supplies in a safer environment. Of course, he was not so saintly to escort the survivors home all the way. After all, in such a doomsday world, the most important thing for the survivors was to rely on themselves. However, Han Xiaofan would still remember the approximate location of those survivors. When his underground city base needs to recruit a large number of survivors in the future, these survivors will be the backup candidates. The sliding door of the family building was not closed, but open. There was no traffic blocking the entrance. There was only a thick layer of snow on the ground. The security room looked very messy. There were no human skeletons left by mutants. The security guard may have escaped, or he may have become a mutant and left the security booth. Han Xiaofan did not enter the family building immediately, but walked around the periphery of the family building. He was mainly a little surprised that there were few mutants in the first hospital. If the mutants in the first hospital left the hospital, there should be a lot of mutants near the hospital. Even if those mutants hid in the surrounding buildings to avoid the extreme cold weather, he entered several buildings and did not find many mutants. There were not even a few mutant animals, which seemed very rare. This was a bit abnormal. The number of monsters in an area is abnormal, and it seems too few, which means that a super monster has appeared in this area. This super monster has eaten those mutant creatures. Only this situation is the most likely to happen, guessed secretly. After walking around the family building, there was nothing to be found. Han Xiaofan patrolled the area within a 3-kilometer radius of the first hospital, but still found nothing. Forget it. Since there was no discovery, the super monster may have left. Han Xiaofan returned to the gate of the family building again. He didn't want to waste time looking for the super monster. After all, his main task now was to rescue the two old people. But when Han Xiaofan walked into the family building and came to the courtyard in the middle, his sixth sense told him that there was a threat here. He saw an abnormal situation without guessing. There was a snow-covered rockery in the middle of the family building. The rockery was very high, almost as high as the surrounding family buildings. You know, the family building has 6 floors. Even if the lowest height of each floor is 3 meters, it is 18 meters. And no designer would design a rockery like this. There is only one possibility. That is, the thing in the middle is not a rockery. However, because it was covered with snow, if Han Xiaofan did not approach to clean up the snow on its surface, he did not know what kind of monster was below. Although he wanted to fight with such a super monster, he decided to go to the 6th floor to see if the 2 elders were still alive, and then decide whether to kill this super monster. Han Xiaofan, who had always seemed indifferent in his heart, was a little excited. He enjoyed such emotional fluctuations. Only in this way could he feel that he was still a normal human being, not a robot. Of course, when he clapped with Chen Ji, his emotions were also more volatile, which made him know that he might not lack women in the future. Han Xiaofan first left the family building. He put several round stones across the intersection into the storage space. These stones would be useful later. Han Xiaofan didn't waste time when he returned to the family. He went up the stairs. Sure enough, there were no mutants or human skeletons on the stairs. He walked around the 2nd floor. Many doors of the rooms were open. Some looked messy, and some looked tidy. As for the locked doors, there were no survivors. He went up to the 3rd floor, but found nothing. The same happened on the 4th and 5th floors. Han Xiaofan didn't have much hope for the 2 old people. After all, those young people couldn't survive. Even if the 2 old people were not infected and mutated by the P-virus, there was not only this threat in the Doomsday world. There were many other threats to the survivors. Even the threat between humans might be greater than that of monsters. For some people, it is much easier to deal with their own kind than monsters. Humans have never lacked such people. Han Xiaofan didn't care too much about the supplies in those rooms. He had too many things in his storage space, and there was no need to waste time collecting those few supplies. It only took Han Xiaofan more than 10 minutes to get from the 1st floor to the 6th floor. When he arrived at the 6th floor, he looked at the monster that looked like a rockery. The other side didn't make any movement. He listened carefully for a while and found that he could only hear the whistling of the wind, like the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, and didn't hear any other sounds. Maybe there were some, but they were mixed in the sound of the wind, so it was normal that he couldn't hear them. In fact, Han Xiaofan had already guessed about the super monster in his heart. Only that kind of creature could devour so many mutants and mutant animals and need time to digest and evolve. After all, in a big city like Shenzhen, not ordinary animals can become pets of those rich people, and there is no zoo nearby. It is impossible for the zoo in the city to run here. Han Xiaofan didn't go to see other rooms. He went directly to the door of room 606. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. Then he turned and looked behind. The tall thing didn't move. Is it because it can't hear me, or doesn't want to pay attention to a human like me who doesn't seem to be a threat to it? Han Xiaofan pondered for a moment, but soon he heard a voice coming from inside, an old male voice. "Who's outside?" Han Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. He had amazing hearing, so he naturally heard 2 very weak breathing sounds from outside. He originally thought that the 2 old people were in a coma or something happened. Fortunately, although the sound was relatively small, it was still very healthy. He smiled gently and said, "Hello, Mr. Wei. My name is Han Xiaofan. Dr. An Lihong and Anan asked me to save you. Can you please open the door?" When he heard that it was An Lihong who sent someone to save him and his wife, Mr. Wei didn't doubt anything, and they had already decided to go to sleep and wouldn't get up tomorrow. With the determination to die, for them, even if there were thugs outside, there was nothing to be afraid of, and the monster on the open space outside would not let go of any survivors who left the family building, so the thugs who came in would only die. Old Wei opened the door and saw Han Xiaofan, who looked ordinary and had deep and indifferent eyes. He took Han Xiaofan's hand with a bit of pity, pulled him into the room, and closed the door. He said with regret, "I'll call you Xiaofan." You should wondered how Han Xiaofan knew that the monster outside was a big snake. You know, the big snake is now covered with snow. As long as there are no survivors leaving the family building, it will stay there like hibernation. But as long as someone leaves no matter what method, even if it climbs down from the street window, it can detect it and quickly eat the survivor. "Hey, old man, let someone sit down and have a cup of hot tea first. Don't be in a hurry." Kong Lao came over and patted her husband's hand. Then she smiled and said to Han Xiaofan, "I'll call you Xiaofan too. You sit down and have a cup of tea first. Then we'll talk, okay?" Seeing the dignified and elegant Kong Lao, although her face was full of wrinkles, but from her extraordinary temperament, it can be seen that she was very beautiful when she was young. Han Xiaofan smiled and replied, "You can call me that, Kong Lao. You don't have to be so polite to me. Also, I won't drink tea, time is running out. You pack your luggage, I'll go and deal with the monster outside, and then we'll leave here. The two elders were well-informed people. They had seen all kinds of people for decades. No matter what kind of person was in front of them, they were confident that they could see some of the other person's inner qualities. However, the young man in front of them, Han Xiaofan, was very special. They could not see the other person's background at all. They just looked at Han Xiaofan's deep and indifferent eyes. They looked at each other. The feelings of the couple for decades naturally did not need to be said to guess the meaning of each other's eyes. That is, Han Xiaofan should not be a simple person. He might be the evolver in the official information. Okay then Xiaofan, you have to pay attention to safety. We will go pack our bags now. Han Xiaofan just smiled faintly and didn't say much. He had great confidence in his own strength. He believed that no matter how powerful the monsters outside were, they could not compare with his own. You know, in today's day, he himself didn't know how many crystal cores his body had absorbed and how much stronger his body had become. No matter how powerful other monsters were, they could not compare with his own, and they were far from it. After coming outside, Han Xiaofan closed the door. He took out a big stone that he had collected at the intersection and held it with both hands. The stone weighed at least 100 jin, but for him, holding it with one hand was like holding an apple. He didn't feel the weight at all. He threw the stone casually and caught it. Then Han Xiaofan threw it at the big snake covered with snow outside with all his strength. He hit the snake at lightning speed. The snow on its body couldn't protect its body at all. Boom! The sound of the collision overwhelmed the howling of ghosts and wolves. A big snake with a body as big as a bucket and a head as big as a car appeared. Its eyes, which were as big as 2 lanterns, were full of violent and bloodthirsty breath. It stared at Han Xiaofan, a human that it didn't take seriously at all. It had already sensed Han Xiaofan when he just entered the family building. But for it, a small human was just its food. As long as it entered the family building, it was its food. It didn't want to eat Han Xiaofan so quickly. Unexpectedly, Han Xiaofan threw a stone at it. The snake had eaten many mutants, humans and mutant animals. It was not known whether it was because it had eaten human brains, but its IQ was already about the same as that of a 13 or 14-year-old boy. However, it was hit by a stone, and its rationality was immediately destroyed. Roar. Like a tiger, the king of the forest, the snake showed a speed and agility that was completely inconsistent with its body size. In just a blink of an eye, its huge head appeared in front of Han Xiaofan. Han Xiaofan could already see the jagged teeth in the snake's open mouth, which were densely packed. He also saw 2 bulges on the snake's head. Is this snake going to turn into a dragon? He thought to himself. Although Han Xiaofan thought about many things in his mind, it was only a moment outside. He exerted force on his feet and dodged the snake's bite with a small step. The snake bit directly on the fence, and the fence suddenly lost several meters. The snake's bite force was amazing. Han Xiaofan jumped down from the 6th floor and fell directly to the ground. He chopped at the body of the snake with a tang sword, but the damage to the snake was minimal. The scales on the snake were like steel, and the tang sword actually sparked when it chopped on them. However, Han Xiaofan's strength was too great, and he was still able to cut the snake to bleed. Although the snake's agility was very high, no matter how high it was, its agility would be affected by its huge body. Compared with Han Xiaofan's speed, it was like a snail's speed. Han Xiaofan's speed could reach 50 meters per second at the fastest, and 100 meters only took 2 seconds. This was tested by himself. As long as he used all his strength, he would be like teleporting. Just like fighting with the snake now, the snake could not do anything to him and could only passively take the chop. One knife after another, the wounds on the snake became more and more, and a large number of scales fell to the ground. The blood on its body almost dyed the snow on the large open space of the family building red. Roar, roar. The snake was anxious. It knew that it would die if it continued like this. All intelligent creatures would flee when their lives were threatened, and the snake was no exception. It first made a feint attack on Han Xiaofan and then rushed towards the gate. It wanted to escape from the gate. However, the snake's actions were too obvious. Han Xiaofan could easily see that it wanted to escape. He had seen it in its eyes just now. After all, the snake's eyes were no longer as violent and bloodthirsty as at the beginning, but were fearful and terrified. He had long been on guard against the snake's escape. With force on his feet, Han Xiaofan appeared in front of the snake's escape route in a flash. A big stone appeared in his hand. He threw it hard on the head of the snake that was desperate to escape. There was another bang sound, and the snake was a little dizzy after being hit by the big stone. Taking advantage of its fainting, Han Xiaofan reached the back of the snake's head with a few steps. He picked up the Tong Dao and stabbed it downwards towards the gap between the 2 scales. The Tong Dao pierced the surface of the snake smoothly and directly stabbed the entire blade of the Tong Dao. Then Han Xiaofan quickly repeated the same action, 10 times a second, and each knife was fatal. This monster that was expected to become the future Super Mutant Beast King died in such a frustrated way. The huge corpse fell heavily on the ground, and Han Xiaofan jumped off the corpse of the snake. He did not absorb the crystal core of the snake in the first time, nor did he dig out its crystal core. Instead, he put its corpse into the storage space. He took out a large wooden box from the storage space and stuffed a lot of blankets and quilts in the wooden box. He would let the two elders sit in the box later, so that he could transport the two elders through the box. Otherwise, it would not be so convenient for him to carry the two elders outside. After all, it was impossible for the two elders to be held in front by him and carried on his back in the back. This was very inappropriate. New book, please collect and recommend, thank you. When Wei Lao opened the door and saw that the person outside was Han Xiaofan, his heart, which had been hanging in his heart, suddenly relaxed. He asked nervously, "Xiaofan, where is the big snake?" "It escaped." Han Xiaofan did not say that he killed it, otherwise he would have to explain the question of where the body of the big snake went. He would explain it to the two of them when he had a chance in the future. He continued, "Have you packed your luggage? Okay, we can set off." Kong Lao, who was carrying a luggage bag behind him, interrupted. Seeing that it was not a big piece of luggage, Han Xiaofan nodded in his heart. Fortunately, the two elders knew the seriousness of the matter and did not think of taking everything away. The three did not say much. Finally, the two elders took a look at the house where they had lived for decades. They turned around and followed Han Xiaofan to leave the 6th floor. Because of the flashlight, the two elders could also see the stairs clearly. When they came down, the two elders saw a large wooden box. They looked at Han Xiaofan with puzzled eyes and waited for Han Xiaofan to answer. "Well, it's very dangerous outside. You two should sit in this wooden box. I will take the wooden box with me later. It's more convenient this way." Han Xiaofan's explanation was very light, but the two elders had already determined in their hearts that he was an evolver. Since evolvers have appeared, they naturally know that they can no longer be superstitious about the common sense of normal society. With the help of Han Xiaofan, they entered the wooden box. Because there were blankets and quilts in the wooden box, the two elders felt very comfortable and warm. After the two elders sat down, Han Xiaofan closed the door of the wooden box and inserted a pin outside to ensure that the door of the wooden box would not be blown open by the strong wind, and let the two elders sitting in the wooden box freeze. Han Xiaofan lifted the wooden box directly and felt very relaxed. The weight of the two elders and the wooden box added up to less than 150 kilograms, which was a piece of cake for him. "You two, be careful. I'm leaving." "Okay, Xiaofan, you don't have to worry about us." Wei Lao's calm voice came from inside. In fact, his and his wife's faces were not as calm as his voice. He originally thought that Han Xiaofan would put a rope on the wooden box and then pull the wooden box to walk. After all, the wooden box can be used as a sled to slide, which is also feasible. What they didn't expect was that Han Xiaofan actually ran with the wooden box directly. When the wooden box was lifted up just now, they could naturally feel it, which made them quite surprised. However, when the two thought that Han Xiaofan was an evolver, they thought that evolvers should be like this. But what the two old men didn't know was that no evolver in the world could match Han Xiaofan's strength, and it was far from it. After all, it was only 2 days before the outbreak of the Doomsday, and many evolvers in the world had not yet figured out what had changed in themselves. As for the evolvers who could go out to hunt monsters, there were only a handful of them. Like Han Xiaofan, he was the only one in the world who cleaned up mutant monsters like garbage. The family building is only 1 street away from the evolver can match his speed of becoming stronger. This is his confidence. "We're here. The two elders can come out." When they arrived at the window in front of the outpatient building where Han Xiaofan left, with his help, the two elders came out of the box. As soon as they came out, they shuddered. The wooden box was very warm inside, and they felt the extremely cold temperature as soon as they came out. They estimated that the temperature outside was at least minus 40 degrees Celsius. "Old men, come in. The operation should be completed." Although he did not receive the message from Chen Jie's intercom, Han Xiaofan guessed that Bauer's operation should have been successfully completed. Otherwise, if it was not smooth, Chen Jie would have notified him through the intercom. The three entered the building through the window. Han Xiaofan closed the window and door. He left the wooden box outside. With the two elders present, he naturally could not put the wooden box directly into the storage space. He was not worried that someone or a monster would be interested in the wooden box. There would be no problem if it was left outside. When they arrived in front of the operating room, Chen Jie was no longer outside the door, and An Li Hong and the others were not there either. Han Xiaofan saw a little light coming from a room at the end. Just before the three were about to reach that room, Chen Jie and the others came out. They all had something in their hands to use as weapons. The women were relieved when they saw Han Xiaofan. When they saw the two elders behind him, they all smiled. They knew that Han Xiaofan's rescue operation was successful. Mr. Wei, Mr. Kong, I'm glad you're all right. Yes, we're so happy that you're all right. Come in and sit here. They were colleagues in the same hospital. Mr. Wei was a respected Chinese medicine expert in the first hospital. Although he was retired, he would occasionally participate in the free clinics held by the hospital. The three girls had naturally met Mr. Wei and knew Mr. Kong, his wife, so they were very enthusiastic towards the two elders. Han Xiaofan ignored the three girls' greetings with the two elders. Chen Jie held his hand and led him into the ward. The ward was a common ward in the past. There were several beds in it. Bauer was lying on the innermost bed. Chen Jie pulled Han Xiaofan to sit down beside the bed, and she sat next to him. She stared at Han Xiaofan with tender eyes and said with a smile, "Xiaofan, I am really grateful to you. If it weren't for you, Bauer would have died. In the future, I will agree to whatever you want me to do." The sincere and affectionate words caused a few ripples in Han Xiaofan's calm emotions, but they soon calmed down. His emotions now are really difficult to fluctuate, and he has been very indifferent. He feels that in the near future, he may really become a heartless and ruthless robot. "Sister, Chen, it's okay. Since Bauer's operation was successful, let's go back to Jingle Villa District tomorrow. It's safer there." Han Xiaofan reached out and touched Sister Chen's face. It felt very smooth. Her pretty face immediately flushed. She whispered in Han Xiaofan's ear with a shy tone, "Xiaofan, I'll give it to you when they rest later, okay?" Hearing Chen Jie's words, Han Xiaofan's indifferent expression was a little bit overwhelmed, but he could suppress his indifference about clapping, so he naturally would not refuse. "Okay, you watch Bauer. I have something to say to Dr. An. New book. Please collect and recommend. Thank you." "Xiaofan, I have to tell you in advance. Please come with me." Originally, An Lihong was called out of the ward to listen to her analysis. Han Xiaofan was a little uneasy about his own abnormality. Although this kind of indifference was not a bad thing in the Doomsday era, it could even be said to be a good thing. But he still felt that it might bring very bad effects in the future, so he wanted to hear what An Lihong, the expert, thought. However, Han Xiaofan was not in a hurry to talk about his own business first, as An Lihong wanted to tell him something. He followed An Lihong to the operating room and watched her point at something on a tray and said, "Xiaofan, can you guess what this thing is?" Looking at the milky white glass ball on the tray, Han Xiaofan was very familiar with it. Except for the color, it was the crystal core of the mutant. He answered hesitantly, "Is this something cut out from Bauer's body?" "Yes, this is the appendix." If An Lihong was not very confident in her professional knowledge, she might have doubted whether she had made a mistake when performing surgery on Bauer. However, after cutting off the thing that was supposed to be the appendix, Bauer's high fever subsided, and everything returned to normal, except for the fact that she had no feeling in the right lower abdomen due to anesthesia, and Lihong also knew that her surgery should have been done correctly. "You should have a crystal core in your hand. Can you take it out and show it to me?" An Lihong knew the function of the crystal core from the official information, but she had never killed a mutant, so she naturally didn't know what the crystal core was like. Hearing An Lihong's words, Han Xiaofan took out a crystal core from his backpack, handed it to An Lihong, and said, "Do you suspect that something will happen to Bauer? The crystal cores of mutant creatures are in their hearts. Isn't this different from Bauer?" "No, that's not what I mean. If Bauer wanted to mutate, she would have mutated long ago. I suspect she is an incomplete evolver. Do you understand what I mean?" An Lihong observed the crystal core in her hand, and the crystal core was transparent like a glass ball. But if you looked carefully inside, you could see some filaments, while the things inside Bauer's body were not transparent, and you couldn't see whether there were such filaments inside. Of course, the first hospital had a laboratory that could conduct experiments on the crystal core and the things inside Bauer's body, but she also knew that now was not the time to do these things. "I understand what you mean. Maybe it's because Bauer is too young, so she hasn't become an evolver completely, but she should have a chance to become an evolver in the future, right?" After receiving the crystal core returned by An Lihong, Han Xiaofan did not intend to give it to her. After all, An Lihong was not his subordinate yet. He would treat her as his own after she joined his base. "Okay, but I guess if Bauer swallows some crystal cores, she may become an evolver. Of course, this is just my guess. Only after experiments can we ensure a 100% possibility." Seeing that Han Xiaofan still had an indifferent expression on his face, An Lihong felt a little disappointed. She originally wanted Han Xiaofan to continue the topic she was talking about, so that she could take the opportunity to propose her request to move the equipment in the hospital laboratory away. Han Xiaofan had no idea what the other party was thinking. He told An Li Hong about the changes that had taken place in him. After hearing this, An Li Hong's eyes lit up. She asked directly, "You should be an evolver, right?" "Yes." Whether he was an evolver or not, Han Xiaofan felt that he should be considered an evolver, but a more special evolver, so he directly admitted An Li Hong's question. "Then the changes in you should be due to evolution. You should be much stronger than the average evolvers. This can be seen from the fact that you can clean up this outpatient building so easily. Because I don't know the specific situation of other evolvers, I can't draw conclusions about your changes based on speculation. But if there are other evolvers for comparison, I can know why such changes have occurred in you." Han Xiaofan saw that An Li Hong was about to talk incessantly. He immediately reached out to stop her long speech and said, "Okay, let's discuss this topic later. Let's go back and eat something. The others should be hungry too." The two returned to the ward. Bauer had woken up, and several adults were talking to Bauer. As soon as Elder Wei and Elder Kong saw the cute Bauer, they liked her. They missed their granddaughter very much, but if no miracle happened in the future, they would never see their granddaughter again in their lives. It was at this time that Bauer's appearance filled the emotional void in their hearts. They cared about Bauer and showed more concern for her than Chen Jie, her mother. "Uncle, you're back?" Bauer saw Han Xiaofan coming in. She immediately showed a big smile. She really liked Han Xiaofan because she knew that it was Uncle Xiaofan's credit that she could get the treatment. Took things from the storage space. As long as he didn't admit it, other people wouldn't be able to figure it out even if they had doubts. At most, they would just be surprised. As for whether anyone could guess what the storage space was, he didn't care. Anyway, there was no evidence. He could deny it. "Brother Han, let me do it. I'm a pretty good cook." Lu Xiaoxiao actively moved in front of Han Xiaofan, although she was relatively simple, but she also knew that she had to play her role in a team. Otherwise, in this Doomsday era, no team would keep idle people. "I'll help too. I'll go get the blankets from other wards. Let's all stay in this ward when we rest. It's safer this way." With the women moving, Han Xiaofan didn't need to cook. He made a suggestion, and the others agreed without thinking. After all, Han Xiaofan was the only one who was worthy of taking charge of the force. With him around, everyone would feel safe. Sleeping in the same ward at night would be safer. Naturally, no one would object. As for the difference between men and women, who would care about that in the apocalypse? New book, please collect and recommend, thank you. Lu Xiaoxiao really didn't lie. It was just simple food and simple cooking conditions, but the food she made was praised by everyone present. Old Wei even smiled and said that Lu Xiaoxiao had chosen the wrong career. If she had entered the catering industry before the apocalypse, she might have become a chef in a 5-star hotel, and she wouldn't still be a little nurse. Everyone was amused when they heard what Wei Lao said, but they also knew that Wei Lao was just joking. Now in the Doomsday era, they can eat hot meals and hot dishes, which is much better than those survivors hiding somewhere unknown. Bauer had just finished the operation and could only eat some very fresh rice porridge. Finally, Han Xiaofan took out a can of children's milk powder. Chen Jie was so happy that she almost cried, but she didn't say anything polite to Han Xiaofan. After all, she was his whole body, and their relationship had reached the point where there was no need to be polite. Others were no longer surprised by the milk powder Han Xiaofan took out. They all knew in their hearts that Han Xiaofan might not be just an evolver, or not a simple evolver. After dinner, Han Xiaofan removed the legs of the bed in the ward and laid the bedboard on the floor. Several women put all the mattresses and quilts on the bedboard so that they could sleep on it. Han Xiaofan also took out several gas cylinders and ignited them at night. The temperature of the whole room would rise. At least it would not be so cold. After all, for women, the elderly and children, minus 40 to 50 degrees Celsius is really scary. I don't know how many survivors will be frozen to death tonight, especially those old, weak, and disabled survivors. They escaped the infection of the P virus and did not mutate. Instead, they died because of the extremely cold weather. In the next few hundred years, this extremely cold climate will not change much. It may be even more terrible. It is possible that minus 60 to 70 degrees Celsius may occur. Bauer was brought down. The bed she slept on was also dismantled by Han Xiaofan. It was warmer for everyone to sleep together. Han Xiaofan volunteered to be the guard at night. After all, I don't know if there will be monsters coming into the outpatient building at night. If everyone is asleep, they can't find any danger. Naturally, someone needs to be the guard. Finally, the few people discussed and decided that Han Xiaofan would be the night watchman in the first half of the night, and An Li Hong and Su Mei would be the night watchmen in the second half of the night, while the others would sleep. The few people did not sleep immediately when they lay on the bed, but started chatting. However, soon, no one knew who started talking about their families first. Women were more emotional, and the family members' lives and deaths were unknown. The women soon started crying quietly. In the end, it was Elder Kong who comforted the women and calmed their sad emotions. "Go to sleep," Elder Kong said, and soon everyone quieted down. Not long after, the sound of deep sleep could be heard. Han Xiaofan sat quietly by himself. He stared at the flames in front of him. There was no information sent by the bracelet on his right hand. It seemed that there was no problem in the villa area. After all, if there was a problem in the villa area, Xiaoji would have notified him long ago. In fact, Han Xiaofan was still a little hesitant about whether to bring all the survivors to the underground city as soon as possible. He believed that if he told the survivors that there was a safe base like the underground city, no one would refuse. However, it was hard to say how many people in it would obey him 100%. However, if they were restricted by the bracelet, even if there were survivors who betrayed him, Han Xiaofan would know immediately. After thinking for a long time, Han Xiaofan finally decided to bring all the survivors to the underground city base as soon as possible. This way, the survivors would not have to suffer on the ground, and the development of the underground city base would be on track as soon as possible. Without people, Han Xiaofan alone would not be able to make the base run. The crystal in his mind did not have the function of exchanging resources for humans or other materials like in online novels. If there was such a function, he would not have to try his best to recruit survivors. Of course, humans would not be extinct. Chen Jie had been pretending to sleep. After everyone else fell asleep, she got up. After all, she had an agreement with Han Xiaofan, but if the others were not asleep, she would not be embarrassed to clap with Han Xiaofan. Seeing Chen Jie wake up and put on her clothes, Han Xiaofan took her hand and walked out of the ward. Just as the two of them walked out of the ward, Su Mei, who was still sleeping, opened her eyes. In fact, she had not fallen asleep and had been thinking about things. The world has entered the Doomsday era. Su Mei is a smart person. She knows that if she meets a bad survivor with her beauty, her end may be tragic. At that time, it would be a luxury to want to die. Fortunately, she met Han Xiaofan. Although Han Xiaofan is very strong, he is not a bad thug. He did not mess around just because his 3 women are beautiful. Such people are the best to rely on. Su Mei believes that An Lihong and Lu Xiaoxiao also have their own ideas. Beautiful women want to live comfortably in the Doomsday. The best way is of course to find a good support, and Han Xiaofan is their best choice. She has no relatives, and her husband should be gone, so she has no burden in her heart. Su Mei also saw the relationship between Chen Jie and Han Xiaofan. Sure enough, her guess was right. The two walked out of the ward after everyone went to sleep. Needless to say, they knew what they were going to do. Should I go with them? This is a good opportunity. Su Mei was a little hesitant. She was certainly not a fickle woman, but if she didn't seize this opportunity, she didn't know if there would be such an opportunity in the future. After a while, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She slowly crawled out of the bed and put on her clothes. She turned her head to look at the people who were still sleeping and found that they were not moving. She was relieved. She left the ward and walked to the stairs to the second floor. She could vaguely hear the fierce fighting sound coming from the second floor. I didn't expect that Chen Jie, who looked dignified and elegant, would be so crazy. Su Mei thought to herself while going up the stairs to the second floor. But Su Mei didn't notice that after she left the ward, Lu Xiaoxiao and An Lihong opened their eyes one after the other. Because they slept face to face, they looked at each other when they opened their eyes and could see the embarrassment in each other's eyes. But the reasons for their embarrassment were different. Lu Xiaoxiao had the same idea as Su Mei, but An Lihong didn't have such an idea. She was a strong woman. Although the world had already ended, she had not experienced the real Doomsday tragedy, so she thought she could get a good result without relying on men and relying on her superb surgical expertise. It can only be said that An Lihong was still a little naive. She didn't know that with her beauty, if she hadn't met Han Xiaofan, she would have met any other man. As long as he was a normal man, in this Doomsday world without law and order, the evil thoughts in human hearts would be infinitely magnified, and her final end would be very tragic. In this respect, she was not as good as Lu Xiaoxiao. After all, Lu Xiaoxiao had grasped the essence of the Doomsday. That is, the strong are the king and the weak are the enemy. Although Lu Xiaoxiao was relatively simple, she had an advantage. That is, she would not change her mind once she made up her mind. Since she had made up her mind to follow Han Xiaofan, she would take action, just like Su Mei did. Tonight was a good opportunity. So Lu Xiaoxiao nodded to An Lihong, crawled out of the bed, put on clothes like Su Mei, tidied up her appearance, and then left the ward. Lu Xiaoxiao's actions shocked An Lihong. She didn't expect Lu Xiaoxiao to be so decisive and make the same decision as Su Mei. She could only wish her two friends to get the results they wanted. Han Li Hong, who was lying with her back to the two elders, naturally didn't know that the two elders hadn't gone to bed yet. The two elders themselves were light sleepers, so they woke up after Chen Jie and Han Xiaofan left the La ward. However, they were all well-informed old people, and they knew that this situation was not to be called the end of the world, but there would be such a phenomenon even before the end of the world. They pretended to be asleep. People should be confused. Please collect and recommend the new book. Thank you. 3 hours later, the three women limped back to the ward, but Han Xiaofan did not come back. He had to deal with something. After leaving the outpatient building, he first cleaned up all the mutant monsters in the entire hospital, which took another 2 hours. He looked at the time and it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. He went back to the outpatient building and told Sumei and An Li Hong, who were on night watch, that they could go to bed. He told them that he had cleaned up all the mutant monsters in the entire hospital, and the hospital was already very safe. After saying goodbye to everyone, Han Xiaofan left the hospital quickly. He closed the door of the hospital again to prevent mutants from accidentally entering the hospital and bringing safety hazards to Chen Jie and the others. However, Han Xiaofan was not very worried. After all, the blizzard outside had not weakened at all, not to mention, it had greatly strengthened. In such an extremely cold and low temperature, the mutant monsters had all hidden and there was no survivor outside. It was also very dangerous for the survivors to come out to find supplies, and they might not be able to go back after coming out. Why did Han Xiaofan leave the hospital? This was because Xiao Ji had sent him a message telling him that something had happened in the villa area and that He Kundong's gang had already controlled Tianjun and his gang. In fact, the course of events was very simple. Tianjun and his gang wanted to collect supplies while there was a blizzard outside, but were ambushed by He Kundong's gang. Tianjun and his gang were slightly injured and controlled. Among the women and children left in the villa, only Ouyang Mei had decent strength. However, Ouyang Mei was still very decisive. When she saw Tianjun and his gang being led by He Kundong into the villa and shouting for the people on the second floor to surrender, Ouyang Mei directly led many women to build a defense line at the staircase on the second floor. They threw a lot of gunpowder down and blocked the staircase. As long as He Kundong's gang didn't want to set fire to the villa, they had no way to attack the second floor. For He Kundong and his gang, what they wanted most was of course Ouyang Mei and her gang of women. They didn't want to get more than a dozen corpses. Moreover, He Kundong threatened Han Xiaofan by controlling many women and children, so that Han Xiaofan didn't dare to act easily. After all, Han Xiaofan killed those mutants like killing chickens, and they saw it all. Of course, they were worried that Han Xiaofan would do something to them. Women and children were their amulets. It can only be said that He Kundong and his gang had beautiful thoughts. If Ouyang Mei and her gang were not his own people, and Han Xiaofan had decided to recruit them into the underground city base, he would not care about their life or death at all. Of course, he still cared more about Liu Meng's family. And for Han Xiaofan, he had already regarded Ouyang Mei and Ye Lanqin as his women. After all, women could relieve him from going further and further on the road of indifference, and he would not give up on them. Guo Mingtao is a very ordinary young man. Although he was admitted to Shenzhen University, a key university, by his own efforts, he became more aware of his own ordinary appearance, ordinary family background, ordinary IQ, and even ordinary popularity with women. He may have only held the hand of a little girl in kindergarten since he was a child. However, after entering Shenzhen University, Guo Mingtao met his goddess Hu Xiaoli. He fell in love with her at first sight when she served as a flag bearer in military training. He frantically collected all the information about her and tried every means to get close to her. Others said that he was the ultimate lick dog, but he did not think he was a lick dog. He just loved her too much. The end of the world is coming, and Guo Mingtao is not worried about the safety of his family. He is still very fortunate and happy in his heart because he can be with his goddess forever. If it is in the normal society before the end of the world, he knows that he is not worthy of his goddess even if he licks her again. His goddess likes luxury goods and money, and he can't give her these. The final result is that he can only watch her marry a rich man. Fortunately, the Doomsday has come. Guo Mingtao believes that he can survive with his goddess, and they can live well together in the future. What Guo Mingtao didn't expect was that after they were in danger, they actually met Han Xiaofan, a very powerful person who saved them. Seeing his goddess courting Han Xiaofan, Guo Mingtao's jealousy exploded. He wanted to kill Han Xiaofan, but he knew he didn't have the strength. However, he could wait for an opportunity. For the goddess, he could endure all the hardships. Fortunately, the opportunity came soon. As soon as he was attacked and controlled by He Kundong's gang, Guo Mingtao turned against them. It was with him as an insider that He Kundong's gang was able to control Liu Meng and his gang. Xiao Li, tell the others that Brother Dong won't do anything to you. As long as you come down, he will guarantee your safety. He will build a fair and just survivor base here, and you can survive well in this base. Don't count on Han Xiaofan. He has been out for so long. He either died outside or abandoned us. It is normal for us to choose a new leader. In this Doomsday era, such things are too common. You should know how to choose. Brother Dong promised me that as long as you follow me, you will definitely have a good life in the future. Don't worry. At the entrance of the stairs on the first floor of the villa, Guo Mingtao had been persuading the second floor for a long time, but none of the women upstairs responded, and Hu Xiaoli didn't respond either. It seemed that the women upstairs were all asleep. However, as long as Guo Mingtao dared to stick his head out, he would definitely be attacked by the women upstairs, and anything from upstairs might be thrown down. Most of Akundong stayed in the living room on the first floor. Only a few stood behind Guo Mingtao to prevent the women upstairs from doing anything. Of course, they were not very worried that a group of women and children could do anything to threaten them. Tianjun, Li Xiong, Liu Meng, Li Wan and his son, and Peng Yuang, all 5 men were tied up, lying on the cold ground, in a mess, each with some wounds on his face. The most serious one was Tianjun, mainly because the Tian family resisted very strongly and was severely beaten by He Kendong and his group. Except for Li Xiong, who looked relatively calm, the others were a little desperate. Although they didn't know why He Kendong and his group spared their lives, they didn't think they could survive. The person they hated the most was the traitor Guo Mingtao. If they had the chance, they would definitely kill him. Brother Dong, why did you keep their lives? Wouldn't it be better to kill them? Zheng Kaili, who was in He Kendong's arms, said very vicious words in a very calm tone. In her opinion, leaving Tianjun and his group was a risk, and only the dead were the safest. He Kendong enjoyed the feeling of controlling the lives of Tianjun and others. He stroked Zheng Kaili's pretty face and said with a smile, "We left them here to deal with Han Xiaofan. Although I don't think he can survive in such a horrible environment outside, it's better to be safe than sorry. If he comes back, these people will be very good hostages, unless Han Xiaofan can ignore their lives. But I believe in my own vision. He will care about these people. Then they will be very good chess pieces." He Kendong is not a stupid person. He can be the captain of a villa security team. He has at least basic judgment. Han Xiaofan's super high force makes him suspect that the other party should be an evolver. This gave him a very bold idea. If he can subdue the other party, then he can completely develop and expand this villa area as a survivor base. At that time, in this Doomsday era without law and order, it is not impossible for him to achieve a great cause. This makes him very excited. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. Listening to Guo Mingtao's shouting, for some reason, Hu Xiaoli never felt that he was so disgusting. She never took Guo Mingtao seriously. Guo Mingtao liked her, and she knew it. She told him clearly at the beginning that she had no feelings for him at all, but he never gave up and pestered her, and volunteered to be a licking dog. She didn't expect that he would be so disgusting and betray his companions. Although Hu Xiaoli is a gold digger, she has never done anything evil that ruins her worldview. She likes money only because of family factors. However, her worldview is still in line with the concepts of ordinary people. Just looking at her still being a girl, you can know that her basic moral values still exist. Xiaoli, don't pay attention to him. They won't be able to jump around for long. Ouyang Mei, who was beside Hu Xiaoli, smiled and comforted her. Ouyang Mei was not worried about the group of people below. When she saw that the camera in the living room was still powered on, she knew that everything that happened in the villa should be visible to Han Xiaofan, who was out. Although she didn't know why the whole Long district had a power outage, this villa still had power. Maybe this villa had a basement with a generator in the basement, but she didn't quite understand why the lights and other electrical appliances in the room had no power. "Sister Ouyang, I'm fine. I just didn't expect Guo Mingtao to be such a person." Hearing Ouyang Mei's words, Hu Xiaoli just smiled bitterly and shook her head, indicating that she didn't care much. At the stairs were Li Xiong's wife Wang Kaixia, Ye Lanxin, Liu Meng's mother and sister. They were all worried about the safety of their families. After all, they were caught by He Kendong and others. Fortunately, they could hear their voices. Otherwise, they would have thought that their families had been killed by He Kendong and others. However, their faces were still full of worry. Ame is right. You don't have to worry. Our leader should have known the situation here. With his strength, it's effortless to deal with He Kendong's gang. Ouyang Mei could see the camera in the living room working, and Ye Lanxin could see it. She was very confident in Han Xiaofan, not only because Han Xiaofan's strength was beyond ordinary people, but more importantly, Han Xiaofan's mystery. Such a mysterious person, it is basically impossible to say that he didn't leave a backhand. We don't have to pay attention to them. As long as they dare to climb up, we will throw things at them, and we don't have to be afraid of being smashed to death. Now it's the Doomsday world. Don't pay too much attention to the things in the past. Of course, Ye Lanqin said so, but she knew that for Hu Shaoli and others who were ordinary people a few days ago, it was still difficult to change their previous living habits in just a few days, unless they were those who were dark in their hearts. Such people can quickly adapt to such a doomsday era without law and order, and many of them will become terrible thugs. Such thugs may not hunt those monsters, but they are much more active in dealing with their own kind. After all, for the survivors, it is much simpler and safer to deal with fellow human survivors. Those who cannot quickly adapt to the doomsday world or have a saintly heart are the first to be eliminated. Many of their fates are tragic, but they have no chance to regret and start over. Han Xiaofan rushed at full speed and returned to the Jingle Villa district in less than 10 minutes. The door outside was still closed and had not been opened or destroyed by mutants. With an easy jump over the door, Han Xiaofan soon came to the villa where He Kundong and his friends were originally staying. He Kundong took most of the people to the villa rented by Han Xiaofan, leaving a few people to guard their base camp. After all, there were a lot of supplies they collected in the base camp, and these supplies also needed to be guarded by someone. Otherwise, they would be confused if they were stolen. Han Xiaofan saw through the window that there were two people in the living room on the first floor. They were both sitting on the sofa. There was a wood stove burning firewood. The two people were wrapped in blankets, wearing hats on their heads and masks on their faces. Their hands were roasting on the wood stove. They didn't pay attention to the situation outside. This situation was actually normal. In such a harsh environment outside, there would be no survivors at all, and they couldn't survive if they came out. Naturally, they didn't have to worry about outsiders entering the villa area. There were no cameras in this villa, so Han Xiaofan naturally didn't know how many people were on the second floor. But for him, no matter how many people were inside, the result would be the same. He didn't care at all. He came to this villa first, just to prevent someone from escaping and leaving hidden dangers. What he had to do now was to get rid of all the people in He Kundong. He pushed open the door openly. The two security guards who were roasting fire in the living room saw Han Xiaofan the first time he came in. But when they saw Han Xiaofan carrying a backpack, wearing black clothes, and holding a tang sword, they were completely stunned. They were deeply impressed by Han Xiaofan's invincible image of a mutant, like killing a chicken. When the two men were panicking and wanted to pick up the axes beside them and stand up, they only felt a light in front of their eyes, and then they only felt a blackness in front of their eyes. The last thought in their minds was that Han Xiaofan's knife-swinging speed was so fast, and then they knew nothing. Two heads fell off, and blood sprayed all over the floor. The two security guards were beheaded before they could call their companions. Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, Han Xiaofan's eyes did not change at all, and he was still indifferent as always. He was used to beheading mutant monsters and humans, up in a panic. He was about to explain, but soon he couldn't speak. Snap, snap, snap. As if teleporting, Han Xiaofan quickly appeared next to any member of He Kundong's team. Everyone was hit by the back of his knife, even Zheng Kaili, the woman. Everyone's face was swollen like a steamed bun, and they all fell to the ground. Guo Mingtao, the traitor, was taken care of by him. All his teeth were fanned out by the back of the knife. The despair and viciousness in his eyes were very conspicuous, but for Han Xiaofan, their fate was already doomed. "I'm back. You can come down now." When they heard Han Xiaofan's voice coming from below, the women above all breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally relax. Sure enough, Han Xiaofan solved the problem as soon as he came back. They were completely safe now. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. Han Xiaofan first untied the ropes on Lu Meng and the other men, and then he helped to clean up the debris on the stairs. Ouyang Mei and the other women came down. The other women were sleeping with their children in the living room on the second floor. Of course, they knew that something bad had happened below, but they had no ability to do anything. They could only take care of their own children and not cause trouble for Ouyang Mei and the others. Fortunately, the leader Han Xiaofan came back to solve the problem. Otherwise, they knew what a tragic end they would have if they fell into the hands of He Kundong's group. "Dad, brother, are you all right?" "Husband, you're hurt on the face." "Thank you, Chief." Liu Meng and his son and Li Xiong were surrounded by their families and showed concern, but everyone quickly thanked Han Xiaofan, the chief. Tian Jun looked ashamed. As the captain of the first squad appointed by Han Xiaofan, although he didn't have his own team members, he was the only one among the men who had been trained as a soldier. He was not alert at all and was easily attacked by the enemy. If He Kundong's gang had planned to kill them from the beginning, they might have died long ago. "I'm sorry, Chief. I disappoint you. Please remove my position. I am not qualified to be the captain of the first squad." "Okay, it's not your fault." Hearing Tianjun's words, Han Xiaofan just patted him on the shoulder, and then he said to the women, "You go up to the second floor first. I will deal with these people with them first." Before the women could reply, He Kundong and his gang, who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, spoke up one after another. They were worried that if they didn't beg for mercy, they might die. "Brother Han, listen to me. We have no ill intentions. Look at them. I didn't hurt them, right?" He Kundong said this, with a panic on his face. He was worried about his own safety. He didn't want to die like this. He still wanted to achieve something in this doomsday chaos. "Yes, Brother Dong is right. We didn't intend to hurt you at all. Killing is illegal. If you kill us, the authorities will not let you go." "That's right. You can't kill people. The authorities still exist. If the official rescue team comes here and knows that you killed someone, you will definitely not have a good ending. Let us go. We will leave here and will not stay in this villa area anymore." "Yes, Han Xiaofan, please let us go." Ye Lanxin took the girls to the second floor, but Wu Yangmei was left behind by Han Xiaofan. She also needed her participation in the things he was going to deal with. Of course, if she didn't participate, he might drive her and Ye Lanxin away. "Lu Meng, seal their mouths. They are a bit noisy." "Okay, Chief." Lu Meng and his men enthusiastically sealed the mouths of He Kundong and his men with tape. Zhang Kaili was no exception. It was useless for her to flirt with Lu Meng. Lu Meng still sealed her mouth. After all, it was Brother Xiaofan who ordered him to do it. He was absolutely obedient to Brother Xiaofan's orders. If Brother Xiaofan had not come back in time this time, not only would they die, but their sister and mother would also end up in a miserable way. How could he sympathize with the woman in front of him? "Everyone sit down." Han Xiaofan sat down on the sofa. After everyone else sat down, he continued, "What do you think we should do with them? Let them go or kill them?" Hearing Han Xiaofan's question, Liu Meng and his men looked at each other. Although they wanted to kill He Kundong and his men just now, they were still a group of ordinary people a few days ago. It was really difficult for them to adapt to the rules of this doomsday world in such a short time. In fact, although Tianjun was once a soldier, he was just an ordinary soldier. Otherwise, he would not have been subdued by a few security guards. As for Ouyang Mei's unit, it was quite special. She had also carried out very dangerous missions and killed many enemies. She had no idea how much blood the enemy had on her hands. She would not have any mercy on the enemy, but on the surface she seemed very calm. She knew that Han Xiaofan was probably just testing them. Otherwise, with his skills, He Kundong and the others would have died when he took action. "Tianjun, how do you think we should deal with them?" Seeing that no one was willing to speak, Han Xiaofan asked Tianjun first very calmly. In response to Han Xiaofan's question, Tianjun thought it would be better to speak out his heart. He replied, "Chief, I think we can drive them out and let them fend for themselves outside." "What do you think of Tianjun's opinion, okay? Everyone can express their opinions and express their own views." Han Xiaofan did not make a judgment on Tianjun's answer immediately, but asked others in return. His face was still as calm as always, and the indifference in his eyes made the people present begin to feel nervous. He Kundong and others lying on the cold ground saw Han Xiaofan and his gang discussing their fate in front of them. Their eyes were full of despair, but when they heard Tianjun's words, they all looked at Tianjun with gratitude. Although they were driven out of the villa area, they could find a building outside to live in. They just needed to find some heating supplies, food, and water. This was a chance for them to survive. "Chief, I also think Captain Tian's method is feasible." "Yes, I agree with his opinion." "Okay, this method is good." The others all agreed with Tianjun's opinion. For them, they were not ready to see blood. If they were asked to kill mutants, they would definitely overcome their psychological barriers and do it. But if they were to take action against a Kundong and his group now, they really didn't have the determination. How to say it? Han Xiaofan was both disappointed and relieved about Tian's choice. After all, Tianjun and his men were not cruel people. They still had some pre-apocalyptic mentality in their hearts. This made him feel relieved, but he was also disappointed that they were too kind to their enemies. "Ouyang Mei, you have been silent. Do you have a different opinion? Tell me." Everyone else expressed their opinions, but Ouyang Mei was the only one who seemed very quiet. Naturally, Han Xiaofan noticed this and asked her what her opinion was. "Okay, leader, everyone. Ouyang Mei didn't want to kill He Kundong and his gang, but she didn't agree with letting them go so easily and just driving them out of the villa area. This was too kind. I think we need to teach them a severe lesson. Otherwise, even if we drive them out, they will not only not be grateful to us, but they will continue to find ways to deal with us. Only by teaching them a severe lesson will they not dare to trouble us again. I think we can break their limbs so that they will need a long time to recover and will not have time to trouble us. In the future, when they are healed, they will trouble us again, and we will not be afraid of them." "Okay, Ouyang Mei's method is good. Let's deal with it according to her method. Each of you must take action. I will throw them out later. It has to be said that Ouyang Mei's method seems to teach He Kendong and his group a severe lesson. Broken limbs can be treated in the hospital before Doomsday, but now it is the Doomsday world. There is only one result for them, and that is a more tragic death. However, when Tianjun and others saw that the leader Han Xiaofan agreed with Ouyang Mei's suggestion, they naturally would not oppose the leader for the enemy. They also knew that if they didn't dare to break the enemy's limbs, Han Xiaofan would definitely not want people like them. Soon, Liu Meng and his men broke the hands and feet of He Kendong and others. In fact, they knew in their hearts that the result of doing so would be much more cruel than killing them directly. However, as long as they were not killed on the spot, they would die outside and could not be seen. They could comfort themselves in their hearts that they did not kill anyone with their own hands. He Kendong and his gang, whose hands and feet were already broken, were taken out one by one. As for where they were thrown by Han Xiaofan, Tianjun and his men also tacitly did not ask. Han Xiaofan explained to them again, telling them that he was going out and would not be back until 10 hours later. They could continue to collect supplies in other villas, but they had to pay attention to safety. After explaining, Han Xiaofan left the Jingle Villa district again. He had to go back to the first hospital quickly. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. Shenzhen, a super city with a population of more than 20 million, is also a super first-tier city that can be ranked at the top in China. This super city has a huge subway, transportation network, which is naturally an excellent Doomsday survival base. The largest official survivor base in Shenzhen is built in the largest subway station in Fu District, where nearly 1 million survivors live. Of course, it does not mean that there are no official bases in other places in Shenzhen, but the one in Fu District is the largest official base. There are still a large number of survivor teams in the entire Shenzhen city. These survivor teams generally use the subway as a survival base, or use the underground sewage pipe as a base. Only by hiding underground can the survivors survive better. The extremely cold and harsh weather on the ground is almost no longer suitable for ordinary humans to survive. The population in the Fu District's subway survivor official base may account for more than 90% of the total number of survivors in Shenzhen. To ensure the normal life of nearly 1 million survivors, it can be said that it is a huge test for the managers of the base. You must know that because the outbreak of the P virus is too fast, the supplies in the Fu District base have become very short. The stored food and water are only enough for 1 million people a month, and all kinds of warm clothing are also in short supply. In order to ensure that the survivors of the base will not freeze to death due to the extremely cold weather, half of the soldiers in the entire base went out to collect all the supplies that can keep warm. On the bottom floor of the Fuk base, manual on the internet, there would not be enough time to build underground bases in just a few days. The northwest region of China has the most civil air defense bases, and the survivors there are the most. The most population loss in the entire China is naturally in the central and eastern regions, which were the most prosperous and developed areas before. Jiang Qingli, the head of the Fuk base and the administrative head of the entire Shenzhen, has had a lot of white hair in just a few days. He looks haggard. He is holding a meeting with other base committee members, mainly to solve some important problems of the base. Everyone, the collection of supplies on the ground has been ongoing. Relying solely on our army to collect the supplies is not only much slower, but also results in heavy casualties. If we continue like this, there will definitely be big problems. Although Jiang Qingli did not say what big problems would arise, everyone present was an old hand who had been in the officialdom for so many years. They naturally knew that in this Doomsday world, if the official did not have enough power to guarantee it, the entire base would easily fall into chaos. This situation could be imagined without any need to guess. Director Bai, what do you think we should do? Bai Yunmin is the head of the Public Security Bureau. His face looked even more haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot, but everyone present was in the same condition, so no one was surprised that he was in such a bad state. When he heard Jiang Qingli's question, he was not actually surprised, because he had been thinking about this situation since entering the subway base. He said directly, "We can fully mobilize the enthusiasm of the people. We can't give up their subjective initiative just because they are ordinary people. You know, our bases, farms, factories, and other institutions don't need so many people. If more than hundreds of thousands of people are left to do nothing, problems will arise sooner or later. As for fearing that too many people will be injured or killed when they go out to find supplies, I think this is too one-sided. You know, it's the end of the world now. Is it safe to keep them all in the base just because we are afraid that they are in danger? According to scientists' preliminary research, those monsters will evolve and will only become stronger in the future. If we humans do not collect supplies and do not actively hunt those monsters to obtain crystal cores to become stronger, the gap between us humans and those monsters will only become bigger and bigger in the future, and then humans will not be far from extinction. When the others heard Bionmin's words, their faces looked solemn. They knew that Bionmin's worries were not groundless, and this situation could really happen. I think what Director Bai said is right. Yes, I agree with Director Bai. We must be more proactive and fully tap the potential of the people. That's right. We can take the initiative to train the people in some basic skills of hunting mutant monsters, and let them go out to hunt mutant monsters. In this way, we can reduce the number of monsters around our base, and we can also harvest crystal cores. The base can use supplies to exchange crystal cores from them. The collected crystal cores can enhance the strength of the army soldiers. I agree too. Everyone present agreed with Bionmin's idea. The military representative was the top leader of the Shenzhen military. His name was Wang Jianyan, and he was an old soldier who had experienced war. When he saw that everyone agreed with Bionmin's idea, he was very pleased. After all, the members of the management committee of the Fu District base were very capable. Everyone wanted to work together to build the base, manage the survivors, and keep the base running normally. Chief Jiang, I agree with Director Bai's idea. Soldiers have suffered too much loss in the past 2 days. Under normal circumstances, military representatives rarely speak in such meetings before the outbreak of Doomsday. However, the situation is different now. The importance of the army is unprecedented. Jiang Qingli has always been worried that the army will lose control. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. The Kyoto Center was completely preserved. The Kyoto base has enough strength to control large official bases in various places. Although the outbreak of Doomsday has greatly affected transportation and communication, the most basic communication between large bases in major cities can still be connected through the underground official communication network. In addition, the Kyoto base also controls many of the most powerful weapons in China. Even if a large part of them is lost due to the outbreak of Doomsday, the remaining weapons can deter those ambitious people. Therefore, China is the country with the best preserved administrative system among all the countries in the Blue Star world. Okay, as long as Commander Wan agrees, let's discuss how to do it specifically, and how to give full play to the power of the people. The meeting lasted for several hours, and soon several important resolutions were discussed and announced to all the people in the base. Other smaller official bases in Shenzhen were also notified, forming a set of rules for the official bases in Shenzhen. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. Zhao Jianjun, the captain of a special team in Shenzhen. His team members, including him, there are 6 people, each of whom has a different role. It can be regarded as a complete combat special team. They can be said to be the best special team in Shenzhen. They have been on dozens of missions, and they can complete the missions excellently. This team can be ranked in the top 3 special teams in the entire southern military region of China, and it is also the best special team in the Shenzhen base. After the Doomsday, Zhao Zhenjin's team carried out many important rescue missions, and he led the team to complete the missions excellently. This morning, they received another important task from their superiors, which was to go to Long District to find an important scientist of the country, and to bring the scientist back to the Shenzhen base intact. After Zhao Zhenjin received the task, he took his team away from the Fuk base. Fuku was about 40 kilometers away from Long District. If it was before the Doomsday, it would only take an hour to get there, whether by car or by subway, but now it is naturally impossible to rush on the ground. Zhao Jianjun and his team knew how dangerous it was on the ground. If they wanted to get to Long District quickly, they had a more convenient way, which was to go through the subway passage. The entire Shenzhen subway network was connected, and the subway passage in Fuk could naturally reach Long District. However, it did not mean that the subway passage was very safe. You must know that most of the soldiers in the Fuku base were used to guard against attacks from mutant beasts from underground. The largest and craziest ones were mutant rats. There were also some other underground creatures that had mutated, and they would also attack the survivors of the underground base. It can be said that in order to prevent the attacks of the mutant beasts underground, most of the strength of the Fuk base was involved. Otherwise, the speed of their base collecting supplies would not be so slow. Of course, as a large base, the Fuku base naturally not rely on collecting all the supplies. The supplies outside will always be consumed one day, and there are still a large number of survivors outside. They will also go to collect supplies, and the supplies will only become less and less, especially food and water. These are non-renewable resources. Water is relatively easy to solve, but food is a big problem. If the food of the base cannot be supplied, the entire base will soon disappear. This is not a joke. If the survivors are hungry and there is famine, they can do anything. There are many such lessons at the end of dynasties in the past dynasties. The underground railway network of Shenzhen City is a huge and extremely complex system. Without the map provided by the Shenzhen City official, Zhao Zhenjin's team would not be able to reach the Dragon District smoothly. They are most likely to get lost in this underground maze, and they may even starve to death in it. The importance of the map is unquestionable. For safety reasons, Zhao Zhenjin copied the map 6 times. Each team member had a copy of the map, just in case everyone was separated by necessity. They could go out according to the map, or return to the base. After Zhao Zhenjin's team left the base area, they came to a subway passage. There was an iron door beside the subway passage. Zhao Zhenjin took out the key and inserted it into the lock, opened the door, and the two of them went in and carried out a relatively new hand-cranked car. That's right, it was the hand-cranked car that China had eliminated in the 1960s. This kind of hand-cranked car can usually only be seen in museums, but now it has become the preferred means of transportation for major bases in China. Officials were not sure that Doomsday would definitely break out. It was just because many things were predicted in the Doomsday handbook on the internet. The officials naturally could not remain indifferent. They still had to make preparations. It was because the Chinese officials had made preparations for a few days that among all the countries in the Blue Star world, China had the most people who survived, and it also allowed China to preserve its basic administrative system. Several people helped put the hand-cranked car on the rails. This hand-cranked car was a new type of hand-cranked car. There was a special cold-proof cover on the outside that covered the entire hand-cranked car, forming a relatively closed space inside. Moreover, this hand-cranked car only needed one person to crank it, and the speed could reach 40 kilometers per hour, which was almost the same as the speed of an electric car. It was not like the old-fashioned hand-cranked car in the past, which was not only bulky, but also required 4 people to crank it, and the speed was not fast, only 20 kilometers per hour. Of course, the most important thing is that the hand-cranked car is relatively quiet when driving, and there will not be too much noise. After all, the real masters of the entire underground world are those mutant beasts, especially mutant rats. After the outbreak of the P-virus, rats were not immune to infection and mutation. Their bodies became as big as cats, violent and bloodthirsty, very aggressive, and their vision and hearing became much stronger. They could hear the movement from a long distance. This is also the main enemy of Zhao Zhangguo and his team in this mission. Da Peng, you shake for half an hour first. Don't shake it so fast, and pay attention to the movement in front. Got it, Captain. Zhao Zhangguo and others opened the map and observed carefully. Although they had held a mission meeting before setting off, the specific situation needed to be analyzed specifically. No one knew what dangers would be encountered on the planned route, so they tried their best to avoid accidents. Captain, I heard that there is another one of us who is protecting the mission target. Do you know what unit he is from? The one who asked the question was Hao Qiang, an assaulter in the team. He was tall and looked honest. His nickname was T Nu. Hearing Tai Nu's question, Zhao Zhangguo saw that the others were also curious. Of course, he had learned from his superiors who the bodyguard next to Dr. Ye was. This was not a secret that could not be told. He answered directly, "It's Ouyang Mei." Wow, it's the legendary Queen of Flowers. I heard that she is very beautiful and is called the military flower. Yes, I have heard of it too. The others seemed a little excited. For those of them who are in the army, talking about women is also a kind of love. However, everyone is a soldier who has experienced many battles. They naturally know how dangerous it is to leave the base, so they are all talking in a very low voice. Captain, there is a situation ahead. Stop and prepare for battle. After hearing Da Peng's report, Zhao Zhenjun immediately issued the order to fight. The other members of the team acted quickly. Several people jumped off the handcart and quickly formed a battle formation. According to the general special combat methods, their team's scout Xiao Bing, nicknamed Xiao Qiao, needs to be in the front as a scout to investigate the situation. However, their main enemies now are various mutant monsters. If Xiao Qiao acts alone in the front as a scout, he will most likely encounter various dangers. By then, the team members behind him will not have time to support him, which may lead to the destruction of the entire team. Puff, 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 puff. The mutant monsters that attacked from the front were none other than the mutant rats that were the most numerous in the underground world. The moment they saw them rushing over, all the members of Zhao Zhen's team opened fire. Their guns were all equipped with silencers, so the sound of firing was not very loud. New book. Please collect and recommend. Thank you. More than 100 mutant rats were quickly dealt with by Zhao Zhen's team. They quickly dug out the crystal cores from the corpses and left this place full of blood. As for the corpses of the mutant rats, they naturally couldn't take them away. If they took them with them, they would attract mutant beasts to attack them all the time, so they could only leave with regretful eyes. After all, those mutant rats were rare food, and eating the meat of mutant beasts was beneficial. Zhao Jianjun was the only one in his team who was an evolver, and the others were ordinary people. However, with the large supply of crystal cores in the base, their bodies became much stronger than before. But Zhao Jianjun, an evolver, became stronger much faster than other members of the team. Of course, there is a limit to swallowing crystal cores. The maximum number that each person can swallow every day is different. It is impossible to swallow unlimited. If you reach a limit and still barely swallow, you will mutate immediately. This situation has happened many times. However, as an evolver, Zhao Jianjun can swallow much more crystal cores every day than other team members. This has caused a very direct result. That is, the evolution speed of ordinary people is far less than that of Zhao Jun. Even if Zhao Jianjun is compared with the strength of his team members, before the end of the world, his strength could only deal with 2 team members at most. Now he can easily fight 5 alone. Anyone with a little insight knows that the future human society is likely to be dominated by evolvers, but the strength of evolvers is not yet strong enough to do whatever they want. But it may not be the case in the future. Zhao Jianjun and his companions rode on the hand-cranked car, stopping and starting along the way. From time to time, they encountered mutant beasts. In addition to the most mutant rats, they also encountered mutant earthworms, mutant ants, mutant centipedes, etc. These mutant creatures not only became much larger in size, but also became aggressive and bloodthirsty. When they saw Zhao Jianjun and his companions, they would attack them desperately. This made them spend half a day to reach the Dragon District, which could have taken them more than an hour to complete the journey. This was because they did not encounter a tide of mutant beasts. Otherwise, they might have spent more time. Ma Jianren, a street urchin who dropped out of school early, became the supermarket's security manager directly after entering the supermarket because his uncle Ma Yong was the general manager of the supermarket. In fact, he was a security captain. It was just a nice word to say that he was a manager. Relying on his uncle's identity as the general manager, Ma Jianren was considered to be a person that no one dared to provoke in the supermarket. But he always knew that he could bully others because he had his uncle to rely on, so he always obeyed his uncle's words. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, Ma Jianren obeyed his uncle Ma Yong's instructions on the first night. He took advantage of the supermarket's deputy general manager Chen Daqiang going to the toilet and attacked him from behind with a hammer. When he fell to the ground and begged for mercy, he walked forward expressionlessly and hit him on the head one after another. Soon Chen Daqiang's brain became a ball of meat paste. Ma Jianren never thought that killing a person was so simple. He seemed to have turned on a switch in his heart. After killing Chen Daqiang, he realized that he didn't have to listen to his uncle anymore. His uncle was no longer the general manager of the supermarket before the apocalypse. They were all survivors in the apocalyptic world. He had such a strong power, so why should he listen to his uncle? In fact, after the outbreak of the P-virus, Ma Jianren felt that something was wrong with his body, and his body seemed to have become much stronger. After killing Chen Daqiang, he subconsciously hoped that his hands could become stronger, so he saw that his hands could actually cover the iron on the hammer on his own hands. He immediately realized that he was an evolver, and a very rare evolver who could control metal elements. After killing Chen Daqiang, Ma Yong naturally thought that the entire supermarket fell into his hands, and he was the leader of the team. He could rely on the huge amount of materials in the supermarket to build a survivor base and recruit survivors as his younger brothers. Then it would not be a dream to be the king, but soon Ma Yong's dream disappeared. The next morning, when Ma Yong gathered everyone to speak, Ma Jianren still took out the set of killing Chen Daqiang, sneaked up from behind, and then hammered his uncle to death in front of everyone. Why do you do such a cruel thing in front of everyone? This is because Ma Jianren wants to subdue all the survivors in the supermarket. Although there are only 20 to 30 survivors, if they resist, Ma Jianren does not think that his evolvers who have not yet grown up will be their opponents, so he wants to establish his authority. He wants all the survivors to know his cruelty and dare not resist him. Sure enough, Ma Jianren was right. The survivors present were stunned by his cruel methods. They never knew that Ma Jianren, the security manager, could be so cruel that he could kill his own uncle with his own hands. You know, Ma Jianren can be domineering in the supermarket, but because he has his uncle as a backer, now he actually killed his own uncle with his own hands. They have never seen such a cruel person. It can only be said that because the Doomsday outbreak has only been a few days, the survivors in the supermarket have not yet gotten used to the cruel Doomsday. Many of their concepts still retain the habits of a normal society before the Doomsday. For them, the authorities will come to rescue them sooner or later. They don't think it will be safe to stay in the supermarket all the time. After all, there are residential areas around, and there is no idea how many mutants are around. It is not necessarily safe in the supermarket. They know that mutants can evolve. In the future, mutants that evolve to be very powerful may be able to easily tear open the rolling door of the supermarket. Everyone, look at the hammer in your hand. After killing his own uncle, Majanran smiled, without any panic or guilt for killing his relatives. He saw the fear and complicated eyes on everyone's faces, and he could immediately guess their general thoughts. In order to try to subdue these survivors as his subordinates, he naturally had to show his identity as an evolver so that they could follow him wholeheartedly. In the stunned eyes of the crowd, Majanran performed a show by turning the hammer into flowing molten iron to cover his hands to form a pair of iron fist gloves. He also hammered his hands down on the ground, and a pit soon formed on the ground. You should have seen it, right? I am the evolver mentioned in the official announcement, and a relatively rare elemental evolver. With my leadership, you can survive well in the Doomsday. Don't you agree? Yes, under the leadership of Chief Ma, we can survive well in this supermarket. It couldn't be more suitable for Brother Ma to be our leader. With Chief Ma's ability, we can reinforce the supermarket's several gates, and those monsters won't be able to break through our gates easily. I only obey Brother Ma. Only if Brother Ma is our leader will we obey. After Ma Janren demonstrated his evolver abilities, the security guards among the people present were the first to pledge their loyalty. Naturally, others knew how to choose. Even the aunts were not fools, and they would not object. They knew that the world was different now. If they dared to raise objections, Ma Yong's fate would be theirs. No one wanted to die. They also wanted to go home to see if their loved ones were still alive, so they didn't dare to die easily. In this way, after Ma Janren showed his cruel side, all the survivors in the supermarket became his subordinates, and he became the new leader of the supermarket survivors. New book, please collect and recommend, thank you. With all the security guards as military support, Ma Janren naturally did not worry that other survivors would rebel against him. After all, most of the other survivors were women, and he was an evolver. If he could be overthrown like this, he could just kill himself. Although Ma Janren did not have much education, he had been out in society for a long time, so he naturally knew that he could not treat all survivors equally. There must be class distinctions, so that he could win over a group of people and divide all the survivors. Those security guards were his subordinates, and Ma Janren knew all of them very well. He set the treatment of the security guards as the highest, and the treatment of others was not as good as theirs. In this way, the security team and other survivors formed an antagonistic relationship, which was definitely good for his own rule. Sure enough, after Ma Janren announced the treatment of the security team, the other survivors looked at the security guards with envy and jealousy, and the security guards naturally ignored the eyes of those people. For them, they only had to obey the orders of the leader Ma Janren. After all, it was the end of the world, and they did not need to abide by the rules of normal society. However, among the survivors, there were a few good-looking women with a bit of inexplicable eyes. They were all sales clerks in those counters. Knowing that the world was the end of the world, they also had to plan for their future, and Ma Janren was their best choice. Soon, several good-looking women became Ma Janren's women. Ma Janren did not refuse any women who came to his door. He spent half a day clapping crazily, but he also knew that he could not eat alone, and asked the security team to participate. This crazy exercise stopped at night. The other survivors had already prepared for this situation. They just kept out of it. It was the women's own choice anyway. Ma Janren was not too harsh on them. They had no ability to resist. It was not bad to live like this. It was much better than the survivors outside who were facing the threat of death at all times. People should be self-sufficient. They all comfort themselves in this way. At night, after the survivors in the supermarket had eaten, most of them rested in a warehouse on the second floor of the supermarket. There were many goods in stock in the warehouse, but they cleared out a corner and covered the ground with a lot of blankets and quilts. There was also a gas stove in the corner. When everyone went to bed at night, they lit the gas stove, and it wouldn't be so cold. Ma Janren was crazy for a long time and was no longer interested in those women. He thought of the beautiful woman, Liu Shanhong, who was still in the warehouse on the first floor. Let's go to the first floor. Thinking of the beautiful Liu Shanhong, Ma Janren could no longer hold back his impulse. He had never seen a woman more beautiful than Liu Shanhong, and the female stars on TV were not even 1/10 as beautiful as her. In his opinion, it was not surprising to describe Liu Shanhong as beautiful as a fairy. When Liu Shanhong applied for a part-time cashier position in the supermarket, Ma Janren dreamed of Liu Shanhong every night, but he knew that with his status and position, he could not get her even in his dreams. He did not dare to provoke Liu Shanhong. After all, the people who came to the supermarket to pursue her every day were obviously the sons of powerful people with a high status. How could he afford to provoke them? Ma Jianren also knew that his uncle Ma Yong and Deputy General Manager Chen Daqiang were also coveting Liu Shanhong, but they had the same concerns as himself and could not afford to provoke Liu Shanhong's suitors. After all, China is a normal country, not a chaotic country like the United States. Even those powerful people dare not do bad things openly, not to mention supermarket managers like Ma Yong and Chen Daqiang. Compared with those powerful children, they can only be regarded as the lowest level of society. They can hook up with those women who are willing to mix with them, but they dare not mess with Shenzhen University students like Liu Shanhong. It is not only because they are afraid of those powerful children, they are more afraid of key universities like Shenzhen University. You know, with Liu Shanhong's reputation in Shenzhen University, if something bad really happens, it may really spread throughout the entire internet world, and then they will have no choice but to die. However, the end of the world broke out. For Ma Yong and Chen Daqiang, this is a great thing. They have been planning how to get Liu Shanhong in their hearts, but they never thought that they would be killed by Ma Jianren until they died. And Ma Jianren also had the same idea as them, that is, to get Liu Shanhong, a beautiful woman. It can only be said that beauty is a disaster. In order to get the beautiful Liu Shanhong, Ma Jianren did not hesitate to kill his own uncle. However, for Ma Jianren, even if his father stood in front of him, it would be useless. He would kill the other party. He is such a heartless person. For him, as long as he wants to get it, he will definitely try his best to get it, not to mention that the world is coming to an end. He is an evolver. He thinks he is the son of heaven. Since God wants him to be king, he must be ruthless. Killing 2 people is nothing. Ma Jianren brought several security guards to the gate of the warehouse on the first floor and looked at the big iron gate in front of him. If his evolutionary strength was not strong enough, he could directly use his ability to control metal to destroy the gate. But it is not possible now. Liu Shanhong was wrapped in several quilts in the warehouse, with many blankets on the ground, a cold cap on her face, and cold gloves on her hands. The extremely cold temperature of more than 40 degrees below zero made Liu Shanhong's face red with cold. A flashlight was placed on the blanket. She relied on the flashlight to see the warehouse clearly. Of course, it was also because of fear of the dark that Liu Shanhong turned on the flashlight. However, due to the extremely cold weather, the battery in the flashlight would soon run out of power. Her mobile phone ran out of power quickly because of the cold. Even if she had a charging data cable, it would be useless. After all, the entire supermarket was out of power. She suspected that the entire Shenzhen city was out of power. Liu Shanhong ate some food and drank some water, but the water in the warehouse was almost frozen. Fortunately, the specialty store selling outdoor sports products had a lot of products stored in the warehouse, and there were gas stoves and gas cylinders, which allowed her to cook some food and water. Otherwise, even if she had food, it would be very troublesome to drink water. She might only be able to melt the frozen water through body temperature or by wrapping herself in a quilt. Otherwise, if she had no water to drink for half a day, her mouth would be too dry. She would take out her mobile phone from time to time to check it, but unfortunately it had no power. This was just a habit. Modern young people might hold their mobile phones in their hands longer than they work every day, and Liu Shanhong was no exception. However, she wanted to know more about why the distress message she posted on the social software was not seen. But when Liu Shanhong thought about the strong wind and heavy snow outside, she knew that her hope was gone. Even if someone saw her message for help, no one would risk their life to rescue her, especially if they were alone. She really thought too much. But if she didn't think about it, she was worried that she would easily go insane if she stayed alone in the warehouse. It was not impossible. However, if Liu Shanhong had to go out and stay with other survivors in the supermarket, she would rather stay alone in the warehouse. She knew that with her beauty, no man could bear it. You don't need to guess how miserable her fate would be. She didn't want to die in torture. Just as Liu Shanhong was thinking about it, the voice of Ma Jianren, the security manager of the supermarket, came from outside. Liu Shanhong, I'm Ma Jianren, the manager of the security department. My uncles Ma Yong and Chen Deqiang have had an accident. You don't have to worry about them causing trouble for you. You can come out. I'm now the leader of the supermarket survivor team. Don't worry, I can guarantee your safety. No one else dares to cause trouble for you. Come out, okay? Hearing Ma Jianren's words from outside, Liu Shanhong felt disgusted. She was not a fool. How could she not know what the other party was planning? Although she didn't know how Ma Yong and Chen Daqiang died, she guessed that their deaths were related to Ma Jianren. She was just a little worried that the other party would break the door violently. New book? Please collect and recommend. Thank you. Han Xiaofan wanted to go back to the first hospital directly after leaving the Jingle Villa district, but he thought about it on the way and decided to go to the supermarket where he had worked for almost 2 years. Of course, he would not deny that he wanted to see how Liu Shanhong was doing. Han Xiaofan felt that his team was too masculine and too few men, which was not a good thing for a team. He also wanted to see if there were more men among the survivors in the supermarket. If they had not done anything evil, he wanted to recruit them into his base. Han Xiaofan would not let go of the supplies in the supermarket. Anyway, he wanted more supplies. Only when he collected enough supplies could he speed up the recruitment of survivors into the underground city base. The distance from Jingle Villa district to the supermarket is not very far, but on the way, they encountered several mutant dogs which had grown much larger. It was unknown whether they had eaten too many survivors or other mutant monsters, which led to their rapid evolution. Their attack speed was much faster than the super mutants that Han Xiaofan had killed in the underground parking lot. They also knew wolfpack tactics, and it seemed that their IQ had also improved a lot. They were not pure mutant monsters that had lost their minds. However, these mutant dogs did not pose much of a threat to Han Xiaofan, and they were quickly slaughtered by him, contributing a lot of meat to him. This meat was his daily food. Only the meat of these mutant beasts could keep him from getting hungry so quickly, and those ordinary foods could not provide him with too much energy. Han Xiaofan knew that ordinary food would not be of much use to him in the future. He could only eat mutant beast meat or food grown from mutant crops. However, in order to produce mutant crops, he needed agricultural experts. He now had farmers who understood basic agriculture, such as Liu Meng's father Liu An, who was also a farmer before. There were also Wei Lao and Kong Lao. Don't look at them as old Chinese medicine experts or old teachers. They knew a lot about growing food. When they were young, they spent a long time in the countryside. Of course, if he could find an agricultural expert, it would be even better. After all, the underground city base had a large farm, and the fields that could provide food for growing were not small. Han Xiaofan knew that a base had to produce food continuously. Otherwise, even if he had more food in his storage space, it would not be able to withstand long-term consumption. 10 minutes later, Han Xiaofan arrived at the back door of the supermarket. The parking lot here was also covered with thick snow. There were still a lot of cars in the parking lot, but they were all covered with snow and turned into snow piles. He walked to a car, wiped the snow off the car window, and looked inside. He saw 3 mutants in the car. The 3 mutants were still alive, but because of the ultra-low temperature, they all curled up like hibernating animals. It seems that these mutants are now less resistant to extreme cold weather, but Han Xiaofan knows very well that as long as a period of time passes, all mutant creatures can quickly adapt to extreme cold weather. This is the ability of mutant creatures to evolve. Humans also have it, but compared with what he had accidentally seen suddenly appear in the supermarket, and the mysterious crystal that he had fused. This mysterious crystal appeared very strangely anyway, as if it had come from another world to the world of Blue Star. So he had a very scary guess in his mind. That is, it might not only be the mysterious crystal that came from the world of Blue Star, but there might be other things. This time, Han Xiaofan went back to the supermarket to investigate and see if his guess was true. As for asking Xiaoji did not answer his question, but just told him that he did not know. The crystal needed to absorb the nucleus of the mutant creature to restore its integrity. Han Xiaofan did not stay outside for too long. Because he did not want to destroy several doors of the supermarket, he jumped directly to the 2nd floor of the supermarket and entered the interior of the supermarket through the vent. With his current strength, it was easy for him to jump to a height of 9 meters. Han Xiaofan jumped down from the vent. He patted the dust on his clothes, and then he saw a group of people holding flashlights, each holding a weapon such as a stick in their hands, and they might have heard him coming in to see. Everyone in the supermarket was a survivor who stayed on the 2nd floor to sleep. They knew what Ma Jianren was going to do with the security guards on the 1st floor. Although they knew what Liu Shanhong was going to be treated like, they didn't have the courage to resist Ma Jianren and his gang. Not to mention that Ma Jianren was an evolver. Just because they had seen Ma Jianren violently hammer his uncle to death with an expressionless face, every survivor present was afraid of Ma Jianren. They were afraid that they would also be hammered to death by Ma Jianren. When the supermarket survivors saw Han Xiaofan, their first feeling was surprise. They naturally knew Han Xiaofan. After all, Han Xiaofan had worked in the supermarket for nearly 2 years. Although he was usually low-key and had a weak presence, as the general manager of the supermarket, he still had a certain degree of popularity. Almost everyone present knew him. A group of people surrounded him directly. It was rare for a familiar person to come into the supermarket. They couldn't wait to ask Han Xiaofan all kinds of questions. "Manager Han, how did you get in just now?" "Yes, you know that we have locked the door. Do you know the specific situation outside?" Have you been to the official base? Yes. Have you seen the official rescue team? When will they come to rescue us? Manager Han, can you take us out? Please, help us. Ma Jianren brutally killed his uncle and Manager Chen Daqiang. I don't want to stay here anymore. If Han Xiaofan could take them to the official base or help them go home, most of the people present would not want to stay in the supermarket. Although there was no shortage of supplies in the supermarket, with Ma Jianren's ruthlessness, no one present except the security team felt safe. Even the women who had had sex with Ma Jianren and his men would not want to stay in the supermarket if they had a better safe place to go. Who knows whether Ma Jianren will become more and more brutal in the future as time goes by? The world is about to end, and there is no law and order as a bottom line. No one dares to gamble on others' bottom line. Okay, calm down. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Han Xiaofan then asked, where did Ma Jianren and his group go? They went to the first floor. They wanted to open the warehouse door and bring out Liu Shanhong, who was hiding inside. When Han Xiaofan heard that Ma Jianren went to the first floor, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the other party was going to cause trouble for Liu Shanhong. Ma Jianren was actually an evolver and could control metal, which surprised him a little. Stay here and wait for me to come back. Don't come to the first floor. After Han Xiaofan finished his instructions, he didn't wait for the people present to reply. He exerted force on his feet and his figure disappeared in front of everyone like teleportation. They were all stunned by Han Xiaofan's speed, but they soon showed happy smiles. They guessed that Han Xiaofan was also an evolver, and an evolver more powerful than Ma Jianren. In this way, their idea of going home should be realized. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. Ma Jianren was about to explode with anger. He didn't expect that Liu Shenhong in the warehouse didn't even reply to his kind words. This made him feel very embarrassed. For a man like him, being humiliated in front of his subordinates was unforgivable. Originally, Ma Jian wanted to launch a gentle offensive against Liu Shenhong, but now he saw that it was not working. Naturally, he couldn't continue like this. He couldn't wait that long. He wanted to make Liu Shenhong his woman as soon as possible. He didn't want to wait for a long time. Anyway, it was blizzard outside, and those mutants were hiding. Ma Jianren felt that even if he broke the door violently, it would not attract the attention of those mutants hiding outside. That's right, just do it. Soon Ma Jianren gave orders to several of his men, asking them to go to the electrician's room to get the door-opening tools. He wanted to open the warehouse door. The subordinates naturally did not dare to refuse the order of their leader Ma Jianren. In fact, as supermarket security guards, how could they not have some fantasies about a beauty like Liu Shenhong? Many people dreamed of Liu Shenhong at night. If Ma Jianren succeeded, they could also have a taste of her. When Ma Jianren's subordinates thought about clapping with Liu Shenhong, they were so excited that their faces turned red. They quickly went to the electrician's room to bring back a set of door-opening tools. Seeing the door-opening tools, Ma Jianren showed a smug smile on his face. He shouted to Liu Shenhong inside, "You wait for me in there. You'll soon see how powerful I am." Then he ordered his men, "Open the door quickly, I can't wait." "Okay, leader." Ma Jianren's men quickly set up the tools and started working on the iron door of the warehouse. In fact, Ma Jianren could also use his metal ability to open the iron door, but his current ability is not very strong. Don't look at him acting very easily in front of everyone and covering his hands with a set of iron gloves, but he did it with all his strength. At that time, he felt that he had reached his limit. If he continued, he might faint. He guessed that using such evolutionary abilities would consume his mental energy. Anyone who has read online novels can almost guess these things. He doesn't want to expose his limits in front of his men. The world has entered the end of the world. Ma Jianren must not only guard against the survivors outside, but more importantly, he must guard against the members of his own team. They are the people closest to him. If these people see his weaknesses or limits, it is hard to guarantee that they will not have bad intentions. This is very likely to happen. Liu Shanhong in the warehouse heard the movement outside. It seemed that Ma Jianren and his men were going to break the door violently. She showed a desperate expression on her face. She knew very well that if she fell into Ma Jianren's hands, death would be the best outcome. The biggest possibility was that even death would be a luxury. However, Liu Shenhong was not completely desperate. She pushed a lot of heavy objects behind the door as obstacles, and then she piled a lot of flammable materials among the obstacles. She placed the gas stove near the flammable materials. She planned to ignite the flammable materials once the door was opened. Even if she was burned to death inside, she did not want to be caught by Ma Jianren and his men. Anyway, when the fire started, the whole supermarket might be ignited. At most, everyone would die together, and she would not lose anything. As for whether other people would be implicated, Liu Shanhong didn't consider that at all. She was going to die. How could she still have a heart of saint? Moreover, she didn't have a heart of saint before the end of the world, and she was the person who hated a heart of saint the most. If she had a heart of saint before the end of the world, she would have been eaten up by those wolves and tigers who coveted her. Ma Jianren, if you dare to break in, I will die with you. You should know that there are many flammable materials in the warehouse. Once they are ignited, the whole supermarket will be on fire. You should know the result very well. Stop first, don't do it. When Ma Jianren heard Liu Shanhong's warning in the warehouse, he quickly asked his men to stop. Of course, he knew what supplies were in the warehouse. If they were really ignited by Liu Shanhong, not to mention the loss of all the supplies in the warehouse, Liu Shanhong was not wrong. At that time, the whole supermarket might catch fire. Their final fate would be only one, that is, being eaten by the group of mutant monsters attracted by the fire. Such an end is not what he wants to see. I'm so mad. Although Ma Jianren was filled with hatred, he knew that it was impossible for him to give up the supermarket for a woman. The dozen or so security guards in front of him and the survivors on the second floor would not agree to it. In the end, he might be deserted by his friends and relatives. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Anyway, Liu Shanhong was hiding in the warehouse and couldn't go anywhere. He would have plenty of time in the future to find a way to get her out. Ma Jianren was no longer in a hurry. He had so many supplies in the supermarket in his hands. As long as the wind and snow outside stopped or became smaller, he could recruit a large number of survivors. By then, he would have no shortage of beauties. Just when Ma Jianren led his men to the stairs, he saw a man walking down the stairs with a tang sword in his hand and a backpack on his back. He looked closely and found that it was an acquaintance. The only thing was, how did the other party get in? He smiled arrogantly and said directly to the man who had just walked down the stairs, "Han Xiaofan, it's you. How did you get in? Don't you know that this supermarket is already mine? Did you come in to die?" When Han Xiaofan saw that Liu Shanhong was not in Ma Jianren's team, he knew that the other party should have failed, which made him feel relieved. After all, in his heart, Liu Shanhong was already the person he had reserved, and he didn't want Liu Shanhong to be ruined by Ma Jianren. "Haha, this is how I walked in. Manager Ma, you have to know that you are only the security manager of this supermarket, not the owner of the supermarket. Logically speaking, this supermarket does not belong to you." "Ah!" Hearing Han Xiaofan's words, Ma Jianren laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. He walked in front of Han Xiaofan, patted Han Xiaofan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Han Xiaofan, have you become a fool because of the Doomsday outbreak? You talk so funny. Don't you know that this is the Doomsday world now? The strong is the king, and I am the strongest here, so you just accept your death obediently." Ma Jianren didn't wait for Han Xiaofan to reply after he finished speaking. He slapped Han Xiaofan in the face with his right hand. He believed that with his strength as an evolver, he could completely turn Han Xiaofan's head 360 degrees. But soon the smile on Ma Jianren's face froze. His right hand was easily caught by Han Xiaofan, and he couldn't pull it out even with all his strength. He felt that his right hand was about to be broken by the opponent. Before he could react, he was kicked away by Han Xiaofan. The security guards behind him were in bad luck. More than a dozen people were knocked over by Ma Jianren like bowling balls. Many people directly hit the counter in the distance, and their heads were broken and bleeding. They looked miserable. They didn't look strong either. They were much weaker than the super mutants they met in the underground parking lot of the first hospital, and they were even more incomparable to the super mutant snakes. This was Han Xiaofan's first impression of Ma Jianren, the evolver. He originally thought that Ma Jianren, the evolver who could control metal elements, could be stronger so that he could experience the feeling of being evenly matched. Who knew that he was actually a weak chicken? "Han Xiaofan, you are looking for death." Ma Jianren did not think that he, as an evolver, was weaker than Han Xiaofan. He just thought that he was kicked by Han Xiaofan because he was not alert for a moment. He took out his metal hammer from behind and used the metal ability to cover his hands. For him, his current metal ability only has this one move. In the future, he may develop more powerful moves, but he has not had time to develop them yet. New book. Please collect and recommend. Thank you. Go to hell. Like a wild bull charging, Ma Jianren waved his two iron hands at Han Xiaofan. He wanted to smash Han Xiaofan's head. He wanted to kill Han Xiaofan in the most cruel way, which would make him feel comfortable. It's just that Ma Jianren is not beautiful. He is beautiful when he thinks about it. He found that he tried his best to attack Han Xiaofan, but he was easily dodged by the other party. He was just wasting his energy and doing useless work. "Han Xiaofan, if you have the guts, don't hide." Hearing Ma Jianren say such childish words, if he didn't want to see how much the other party could use his evolutionary ability, Han Xiaofan would have killed the other party with a sword long ago, but he also wanted to see what would happen if he confronted the other party head-on. "Okay, come over. I won't hide." Ma Jianren just wanted to provoke Han Xiaofan, and didn't expect the other party to agree. After all, no one would be so stupid as to give up their strengths. In his opinion, Han Xiaofan should also be an evolver, but his evolutionary ability is speed, so he didn't dare to confront him head-on. When he heard Han Xiaofan agree not to hide, Ma Jianren didn't think much about it. He just felt excited. He thought Han Xiaofan was a fool who actually listened to the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. It's a pity that Ma Jianren still thought too much. Han Xiaofan didn't use the Tang sword, nor did he rely on speed to dodge. If he simply confronted him head-on, Ma Jianren would soon be unable to resist in just 2 minutes. Ma Jianren was hit by more than a dozen punches. If Han Xiaofan had not controlled his strength and only used 1/10 of his strength, Ma Jianren would have been beaten to death. Why are you watching the show? Hurry up and attack him together. I don't believe he can handle so many of us. After being punched in the face again, Ma Jianren's nose and face were swollen, and several teeth fell out. He knew that if he continued to be beaten by Han Xiaofan like this, he might really be beaten to death. He quickly called on other security guards who were watching the show to attack Han Xiaofan together. But what disappointed Ma Jianren was that the security guards present were not stupid. Seeing Han Xiaofan's relaxed look, he did not use his full strength at all, and the most important weapon in his hand, the Tang sword, was not used. Since Director Han could crush Ma Jianren so easily, the people present were not stupid either. They could naturally guess that Han Xiaofan should be an evolver. After all, only evolvers have such strong speed and strength, which is not something that ordinary people can do. You should know that Director Han was still an ordinary person a few days ago. They all knew it. Since Ma Jianren's fate was doomed, they would naturally not offend Director Han, a powerful evolver, for Ma Jianren, who had just been the leader for less than a day. It seems that you can only do this much at most. I will give you a ride. Han Xiaofan was a little disappointed with Ma Jianren's strength. He was only a little stronger than ordinary mutants, but much weaker than mutant beasts and super mutants. If all human evolvers were of this strength, the future of mankind would be very bleak. Of course, it is also possible that Ma Jianren was just an individual case. Other military evolvers should be stronger. Wait, Manager Han, I recognize you as the boss. Ma Jianren felt the murderous intent from Han Xiaofan and saw the other party's cold and deep eyes. He knew that Han Xiaofan was not joking and that the other party really wanted to kill him. Whoosh! Before Ma Jianren could finish begging for mercy, he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, a pain in his neck, and then his eyes went black. Then he knew nothing. He didn't know how he was killed by Han Xiaofan until he died. The security guards who were watching didn't see clearly how Han Xiaofan drew his knife. They only saw Ma Jianren's speed suddenly paused, and then they saw Ma Jianren's head fall off his neck, and his head rolled on the ground, and blood spurted from his neck to the ground. This scene, like a horror movie, really scared them. Everyone opened their eyes wide and was stunned, and the horror in their eyes was clearly visible. Looking at the blood all over the ground, Han Xiaofan frowned slightly. It was not because he regretted killing Ma Jianren, but because he had developed the habit of beheading those mutant monsters. After all, those mutant monsters had strong vitality. Even if their hands and feet were chopped off, or other important organs were stabbed, they were still alive and well, and would not be affected much. The fastest way to kill those mutant monsters was to behead them. However, doing so would make them a bit bloody. Of course, because the feelings became more and more indifferent as time went by, Han Xiaofan didn't think there was anything wrong. He just remembered that it would be better not to be so bloody next time when killing. He turned his head to look at other people. His face looked very calm, as if the person who just beheaded Ma Jianren was not him. He calmly said to everyone, "You go to the second floor first. I will go up later. I have established a survivor base in Jingle Villa district. From now on, you will be members of my base. Do you have any objections?" "No, absolutely not." "That's right. You will be our leader from now. Leader, we are your soldiers. We will do whatever you want us to do." "Yes, leader. We will definitely listen to you." After hearing Han Xiaofan's words, no security guard raised any objection. They all expressed that they would definitely obey his orders. They were really scared. They originally thought that it was very cruel for Ma Jianren to beat his uncle to death, but when they saw Ma Jianren being beheaded by Han Xiaofan, they felt that this way of death seemed even more cruel. They were all worried that Han Xiaofan would chop them down. Fortunately, Han Xiaofan did not do so and recruited them as his subordinates. Naturally, they would not object. "Okay, you guys go up." Han Xiaofan drove all the security guards up. He put Ma Jianren's body into the storage space. As for the blood on the ground, he ignored it. Anyway, it would only take a while for the blood to freeze quickly, and there was no need to worry about attracting the attention of the mutants, hiding outside. Coming directly to the gate of the warehouse and looking at some traces on the gate, Han Xiaofan knew that this should be what Ma Jianren and others had done just now, to try to open the gate. He knocked on the door and said to the inside, "Liu Xianhong, it's me, Han Xiaofan, Manager Han. Ma Jinren is no longer here. If you believe me, you can come out. I have established a survivor base in Jingle Villa District. I can take you there. It should be much safer than here. As for supplies, you don't have to worry. My base is not short of supplies." Liu Xianhong, who had heard footsteps outside in the warehouse, thought that Ma Jinren was unwilling to come back, but the voice she heard turned out to be Han Xiaofan's. She naturally had an impression of Han Xiaofan, but she didn't have a deep impression. After all, there were hundreds of employees in the supermarket, and Han Xiaofan didn't look very eye-catching. Although he was a department store manager, Liu Xianhong only remembered that he looked very ordinary, and sometimes would glance at her with admiring eyes. However, she had heard that Han Xiaofan was also an orphan and graduated from a key university, so she felt a sense of sympathy. It was only half a year as a part-time worker, and Liu Xianhong had not spoken to Han Xiaofan more than 10 times. The two of them could only be considered ordinary colleagues. Should I trust Han Xiaofan? Liu Xianhong was a little hesitant. This choice was very important, and it was related to whether she could survive in the future. However, she trusted Han Xiaofan more than Ma Jinren. Forget it. If I continue to hide in this warehouse, the final result will only be death. I might as well take a gamble. Liu Xianhong gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She hid a fruit knife on her body. This knife was naturally not used to deal with Han Xiaofan, but if her choice was wrong, she could use this fruit knife to commit suicide, so as not to suffer bad torture. Wait a minute, I'll open the door. First, she whispered to the outside, and Liu Xianhong began to clean up the debris piled up behind the door. Otherwise, the door would not be opened. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. It took Liu Xianhong more than 20 minutes to clear the debris behind the door. She opened the door and saw Han Xiaofan, whom she hadn't seen for a few days, under the light of the flashlight. But was this ordinary-looking man with an indifferent temperament and deep eyes really the Han Xiaofan who was so ordinary in the supermarket that he didn't attract anyone's attention? If his appearance hadn't changed at all, Liu Xianhong would have thought that the man with a different temperament in front of her was definitely not Han Xiaofan. After all, the temperament difference between the two was a bit big, just like the difference between an ordinary passerby and the male protagonist. "Manager, Han, is what you just said true? You built a survivor base in the Jingle Villa district?" Sure enough, no matter how embarrassed the goddess is, she is still a goddess. Although her pretty face is half covered by the winter hat, she still looks very beautiful. In response to Liu Xianhong's question, Han Xiaofan answered without hesitation. "Yes, not only you, I will also take those people upstairs with me. When we arrive at the Jingle Villa district, you don't have to worry about safety issues." The supermarket cashier area. When they saw Han Xiaofan and the other two coming up, they all showed nervousness on their faces. It seemed that the security guards had told others about the process of Han Xiaofan killing Ma Jinren. That's why those people looked at Han Xiaofan with fear. Han Xiaofan did not say nonsense to them, but said directly, "Ma Jinren has been killed by me. You have two choices next. One is to leave the supermarket and go home, or go to the official base. The second is to follow me to the survivor base I built. Those who want to go home stand on the left, and those who want to follow me stand on the right. Let's start." After waiting for a day and a night without waiting for the official rescue team, or the moment she heard the gunfire stop, Liu Xianhong realized in her heart that the official rescue team would not come. And even if there was an official rescue team, she thought that she seemed to be unqualified for them to rescue her. After all, she was just an ordinary college student, not a top talent or dignitary. Liu Xianhong had already made up her mind to follow Han Xiaofan. After hearing what Han Xiaofan said, she immediately stood on the right. Seeing this, the others also walked behind Liu Xianhong, leaving a few people standing there. They were all middle-aged women. Their homes were near the supermarket. They were worried about their family members, and what they wanted to do most was to go home and see if their family members were still alive. "Manager Han, can you send us home?" "Yes, Manager Han, you are so strong. You can send us home safely, please." "Manager Han, we have worked together for 2 years. Can you be kind and send us home? If our families are gone, we can go with you." After hearing what the women said and seeing the faces of the people standing on the right also showed interested expressions, Han Xiaofan knew that if he agreed to the women's request, except Liu Xianhong, who was an orphan, all the others had families. The survivors in Jingle Villa district all had relatives. If everyone had to send them home to find their relatives by themselves, then even if he spent a year, it would not be enough to do this. How could he agree to it? If he agreed, he would be a fool, the stupidest saint. "Sorry, if you want to go home, go back by yourself. I don't have time for that. And don't speak. Make your choice now. If you don't stand over, I will assume that you choose not to follow me." Fortunately, the women were not stupid enough to say anything. They all knew that Han Xiaofan was no longer the little transparent person in the supermarket. Now it is the Doomsday era. No matter how stupid they are, they know that many things have changed. They can no longer be as unscrupulous as they were in the normal society before the Doomsday. Okay, since you have all chosen to follow me, I will naturally do my best to lead you to survive in this Doomsday world. Then Han Xiaofan gave everyone some instructions and asked them to pack up. He would come back to take them to the Jingle Villa district at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone was driven to the warehouse to rest, and Liu Shanhong stayed. Han Xiaofan had already told her about Chen Jie and the others in the first hospital when he went upstairs. However, Liu Shanhong did not want to wait for him in the supermarket. She wanted to go to the first hospital with Han Xiaofan. Han Xiaofan knew without guessing that Liu Shanhong was probably worried that the men who stayed in the supermarket would do something bad to her. Han Xiaofan thought about it, and it was right. He never doubted how low the bottom line of human nature would become in this doomsday world. It was meaningless. Leaving Liu Shanhong here might just lure those people to make mistakes. Okay, wait for me first. I'll go to the warehouse on the 3rd floor to get something. Liu Shanhong did not ask Han Xiaofan what he was going to get from the warehouse on the 3rd floor. She was very smart. If Han Xiaofan didn't want her to know something, it would be inconspicuous if she asked, and it might leave a bad impression on the other party, which would not be good for her future. So she nodded submissively and watched Han Xiaofan disappear at the elevator entrance on the 3rd floor. As soon as he stepped onto the 3rd floor, Han Xiaofan felt very comfortable. There seemed to be a gas in the air that was good for his body. He felt that his guess was right. The mysterious crystal was not from this blue star world at all, and it was even very likely not from this universe. When he came to the warehouse where he picked up the crystal, Han Xiaofan squatted down and observed it carefully. He also took out a flashlight from his backpack and shone it carefully, but still found nothing. It was just that he felt that the gas seemed to be thicker at this location. This gas seemed to be leaking from the void that he could not see with his naked eyes. Xiaoji, what is this gas? Do you know? Is it from another world? Han Xiaofan asked Xiaoji in his mind, and Xiaoji quickly answered in his mind that he didn't know. Without getting a specific answer, Han Xiaofan was not very disappointed. He just guessed that this gas was like the spiritual energy in fantasy novels. Could it be that the Blue Star world is about to enter the spiritual energy revival? How could it be possible? Han Xiaofan laughed in his heart. This kind of spiritual energy may have a greater effect on those mutant monsters, but the time of this spiritual energy should be very short, and the content in the air of the entire Blue Star world should not be large. Of course, these are Han Xiaofan's own guesses. If you want to get detailed information, you need professionals to conduct experiments. He immediately thought of Dr. Ye Lanshan in the villa area. Without staying in the warehouse for too long, Han Xiaofan quickly returned to the 2nd floor. He smiled and said to Liu Shanhong, "We got the things, let's go." Han Xiaofan took Liu Shanhong through the vent easily and came to the outside. There was still a doomsday scene of blizzard outside. It was pitch dark. Because she didn't take out the flashlight, Liu Shanhong was almost blind, and the violent blizzard blew and she felt like she was going to be frozen. "Liu Shanhong, I'll carry you." If Liu Shanhong was allowed to blow like this, Han Xiaofan believed that she would be frozen soon. Looking at the cold-proof hat on her face, her pretty face without cover soon became red. "Okay, you carry me." Liu Shanhong was not a hypocritical person. She naturally knew that being carried by Han Xiaofan was the best choice, so she did not refuse. Han Xiaofan quickly got Liu Shanhong ready. He did not expect Liu Shanhong to wear so many clothes. He still felt that she was very attractive. He did not dare to think too much. He put force on his feet and flew forward. "New book. Please collect and recommend. Thank you." "Is it Xiaofan?" When they heard the footsteps outside, Chen Jie and the others who were not sleeping became nervous, but Chen Jie still picked up the stick and walked to the door and asked outside. "Sister Chen, it's me. Open the door." Fortunately, the voice coming from outside was Han Xiaofan. After hearing Han Xiaofan's voice, the women in the room breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most worried about was that outsiders would come in, and they didn't know whether they were enemies or friends. Chen Jie opened the door and saw that it was indeed Han Xiaofan outside. Just when she was about to throw herself into his arms, she suddenly saw a woman standing next to him. After a closer look, she was actually very beautiful, not inferior to them, and even more beautiful. "Xiaofan, you are finally back. Who is this?" The two came in. Chen Jie closed the door again. The two old people who were sleeping in the room just now also got up, leaving only Bauer still sleeping. Han Xiaofan introduced Liu Shanhong to everyone, which was considered a preliminary acquaintance. No one talked much. Han Xiaofan asked them to rest quickly, because in a few hours they would leave the hospital and go to Jingle Villa district. Everyone thought what Han Xiaofan said made sense. If they didn't rest, they might be out of energy tomorrow. So they soon lay down to sleep, leaving Han Xiaofan to keep watch. With Han Xiaofan's current physical and mental strength, he would not feel tired even if he did not sleep for a few days. He would also store some useful supplies in the hospital. After all, with the presence of Ye Longqin and An Li Hong, he could do research on spiritual energy or P-virus. Now he just needed some research equipment, which he learned from An Li Hong. After everyone fell asleep, Han Xiaofan opened the door and closed it again. He left the outpatient building and went to another building. A few hours later, the sun should have come out and the sky should have been bright, but it was not. It was still dark between heaven and earth. It was just a little bit darker than last night. Of course, this was for ordinary people. It was no different for people like Han Xiaofan who had night vision. Sure enough, the sky was covered with volcanic ash, and the entire blue planet officially entered the triple doomsday era of polar night, extreme cold, and P-virus. Han Xiaofan felt that there should be an additional aura doomsday. He guessed that the aura could promote the evolution of all creatures on the blue planet. Those mutant monsters might evolve into very scary monsters under the effect of aura. But for him, it didn't matter much. He believed that his speed of becoming stronger was unmatched by all creatures on the blue planet. As long as the mysterious crystal fused in his mind still existed, Han Xiaofan could continue to become stronger every day, even if he didn't kill those mutant monsters, not to mention that he could become stronger by killing mutant creatures every day. If the double speed of becoming stronger was still not as fast as those mutant creatures, he could just commit suicide. In fact, Han Xiaofan had some guesses about the mysterious crystal, but there was no evidence to prove his guess, so he could only put his guess aside. There would always be a day in the future when he would know the truth. In a few hours, Han Xiaofan cleaned up all the buildings in the hospital, killed thousands of mutants, including several super mutants, and put all the useful materials into the storage space. When he returned to the outpatient building, everyone in the ward had gotten up and packed up their things. Everyone ate something for breakfast. Without wasting time to clean up the debris blocking the door behind the gate, they went out through the window. After getting up, everyone found that it was still dark outside. Then they learned from Han Xiaofan what kind of doomsday environment Blue Star would face in the future, so they didn't feel strange about the dark environment outside, but it was still blizzard outside, which made everyone know how bad the environment outside was now. If Han Xiaofan wasn't there, none of them could survive in such an environment. You will be a little crowded inside, but we will be able to reach the villa area soon. The big wooden box was originally left outside by Han Xiaofan. It was cleaned after clearing the snow on it. With the help of Han Xiaofan, Chen Jie and the others sat in the wooden box. Fortunately, it was just a little crowded and it was warmer. When everyone heard Han Xiaofan's words, they all said that it was okay. After everyone sat down, Han Xiaofan closed the door of the wooden box. He directly lifted the wooden box and carried it on his shoulders. He could not feel any weight, and it had no effect on him at all. Chen Jie and the others had long known how powerful Han Xiaofan was. Although they were surprised that Han Xiaofan could carry 6 adults and a child, weighing 700 kilograms in total, they all thought that Han Xiaofan was an evolver, so they didn't think it was strange. The main reason was that they had never seen other evolvers, and they didn't know if other evolvers were so powerful. In their subconscious, they felt that evolvers should be as powerful as Han Xiaofan. What they didn't know was that other evolvers were not even worthy of carrying Han Xiaofan's shoes. Carrying a big wooden box and running did not affect Han Xiaofan's running speed at all. He ran at a speed of 2 seconds per 100 meters. Fortunately, many survivors in the buildings on both sides of the street did not wake up, or it was impossible for them to wake up. They did not see the scene of Han Xiaofan running, otherwise they would definitely call Han Xiaofan to save them. After all, such a strong man is definitely their savior. 10 minutes later, Han Xiaofan returned to Jingle Villa District carrying a big wooden box. Lu Meng and others saw Han Xiaofan carrying a big wooden box with 7 people back to the villa. They were no longer surprised. Any unreasonable things Han Xiaofan did were very reasonable in their eyes. The survivors in the villa were very happy to see 7 more survivors. Everyone knew that there was strength in numbers. As long as their team had more people, they could survive better in this doomsday era. Han Xiaofan simply introduced Chen Jie and the others, and then he left the villa area. After all, there were still dozens of survivors to be brought to the supermarket. He went with a large wooden box. He thought it was very convenient to use a large wooden box to transport the survivors. In the future, when he became stronger, he could directly use a bus to transport the survivors, which would be more efficient. When Han Xiaofan returned to the supermarket, the survivors in the supermarket were relieved to see him come back. If Han Xiaofan didn't come back and stood them up, Although there was no shortage of supplies in the supermarket, they all knew that in such a doomsday era, without the leadership of a strong man, it would be almost difficult for them to survive. With the location of the supermarket, there would definitely be many other survivors who would use this supermarket as a target for collecting supplies in the future, and it would be difficult for them to resist the attacks of other survivors. Han Xiaofan didn't say any more nonsense to them. He quickly transported all the survivors in the supermarket back to the villa area by large wooden boxes. He finally returned to the supermarket and put all the supplies in the supermarket into the storage space. In the future, other survivors may come to the supermarket to look for supplies. They will find that the whole supermarket is empty. At that time, they may wonder if this is a strange incident. It has nothing to do with Han Xiaofan. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. After Han Xiaofan brought all the survivors from the supermarket back to the Jingle Villa district, his team had 60 people, including 20 adult men, 12 underage men, 23 adult women, 5 underage women, only 4 elderly people, the old couple Wei and Liu Meng's parents. Just from the population structure of Han Xiaofan's team, it can be seen that in this doomsday disaster, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled are the first to be eliminated, especially the elderly and children. The chance of their survival is too low, and those survivors are generally impossible to take them in unless they are relatives, which will lead to even fewer elderly and children surviving. Perhaps only the official base will take in the elderly and children without consideration. After putting all the supplies in the supermarket into the storage space, it was already noon when Han Xiaofan returned to the villa. Among the 60 people, there was a man who had been a chef. Under the leadership of this chef, more than a dozen women cooked together and quickly prepared lunch, and they could eat when Han Xiaofan returned. The 60 people were divided into 2 groups. One group ate in the living room on the first floor, and the other group ate in the living room on the second floor. It was a rare opportunity for them to have a hot lunch in such a doomsday world. Even if they didn't go out for a walk, they knew that the survivors outside were lucky to find food, and most of them would be killed and eaten by those monsters. After everyone finished their meal, Han Xiaofan gathered them in the living room on the first floor. In front of everyone, he took out 59 bracelets from his backpack. In fact, he took them out from the storage space. He pointed to a pile of bracelets on the coffee table and said to everyone, "These bracelets are the same as the ones on my hands. They are equivalent to an identity certificate. As for what kind of proof it is, you will know later. But what I want to tell you is that since you have chosen to join my team, you must wear this bracelet. Only with this bracelet can you truly become my subordinates. And you must not betray me in the future. The end of betrayal is only one, death. I can give you a few minutes to think about it. Think about whether to wear this bracelet. Those who don't want to wear it can leave here. This bracelet can not only serve as your identity certificate, it also has many other functions, but I will tell you after you wear it. Start thinking about it." Han Xiaofan sat on the sofa after he finished speaking. He saw Chen Jie holding Bauer and walked over directly. She picked up 2 bracelets and put them on herself and her daughter without any hesitation. For Chen Jie, she had made up her mind to follow Han Xiaofan long before he saved them, not to mention that she was already Han Xiaofan's person. Su Mei and Lu Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. The 2 women also had a relationship with Han Xiaofan. They naturally believed that Han Xiaofan would not harm them. Just listen to Han Xiaofan. Seeing that the 3 women chose to wear bracelets, everyone picked up a bracelet and put it on one after another. The style of the bracelet was similar to that of ordinary smart bracelets, but the screen on the surface was larger. Although everyone was full of doubts, they had no second choice and chose to leave Han Xiaofan's team. As long as they walked out for less than a few minutes, they would either be frozen to death or killed and eaten by those mutant monsters. There would be no second choice. So soon everyone chose to wear the bracelet. Well, congratulations on making the right choice. You will know that your choice can be said to be the best choice you have made in your life. I am not bragging to you. Turn on the bracelet first, and then record your fingerprints and eye patterns into the bracelet system. Under Han Xiaofan's instruction, everyone started to operate. Soon everyone had recorded their fingerprints, eye patterns, and personal information, and they all knew that the bracelet could actually be used as a communication device, but only 2 people could communicate within 5 kilometers. Beyond this distance, it would be difficult to contact. Well, everyone go and get your luggage. I will take you to a place. That is our real base, not this villa. When you get there, you will know how important your choice is. Han Xiaofan did not waste time talking to everyone. Today's temperature is much colder than yesterday, -50 degrees. He has seen that many children can't stand such extreme cold weather. If they stay outside for a while, many of them may get sick. Although he has no shortage of medicines and doctors now, it is better not to get sick. After hearing Han Xiaofan's words, everyone was still confused, but for some reason, many people were full of expectations. After all, Han Xiaofan was not only an evolver in their minds, but also a very mysterious evolver. Since Han Xiaofan said that he had a real base, they naturally believed it in their hearts. After all, they would know about it later, and Han Xiaofan should not deceive them. Everyone didn't have much stuff, at most 2 luggage bags, or backpacks and other things. Not long after, everyone took their own things and returned to the living room on the first floor. Everyone line up and follow me to the bathroom. Hearing Han Xiaofan's words, under the organization of Liu Meng and Tianjun, everyone quickly lined up and followed Han Xiaofan to the bathroom. The people in the front line saw Han Xiaofan just say one sentence to the full-length mirror in the bathroom. "Xiaoji, open it." Then they saw that the mirror cracked in the middle, and an elevator door appeared in the wall. The elevator door also opened after Han Xiaofan pressed the open button. Sure enough, what they saw from inside was a normal elevator. Seeing this scene, the crowd in front of them suddenly burst into an uproar. But soon Han Xiaofan stopped their noise and waved to the people in front to go in. The space inside the elevator was very large and could accommodate 30 people at a time. After 30 people were seated, the elevator took them down to the underground city base. It took 2 times to transport everyone to the underground city base below. The people who had just gone down stayed in the square at the entrance of the elevator. Everyone showed various expressions. Some people were so happy that they were incoherent. Some people were crying with joy, and more people were ecstatic. As long as they were not fools, they knew that in this Doomsday world, there was such an underground base, and they would be safe. Ouyang Mei and Ye Lanqin looked at each other. The doubts in their hearts were much greater than anyone else present. With their status and position, it was impossible for there to be such a large base underground in the Dragon District, not to mention the various decorations and equipment inside. It was not inferior to the official national super underground base at all. If such a base really existed, the authorities would have used it long ago, and it would be impossible for Han Xiaofan to obtain it unless the authorities did not know about this base, and only Han Xiaofan knew about it, or Han Xiaofan was the owner of this base. But how could this be possible? You know, if the Chinese authorities allowed a private person to build such a huge underground base under a city like Long District without knowing it, China would have been destroyed long ago. Could it be that this underground city base appeared only after the Doomsday outbreak? Both women could not help but have such a thought in their minds. Looking at Han Xiaofan not far ahead, the 2 women felt that the mysterious aura around him became more. It turned out that he was not only very powerful, like a Superman, but also had such an underground base. Who was he? Ye Lanqin and Ouyang Mei did not think that Han Xiaofan was an ordinary person. They also thought about whether Han Xiaofan would have had any adventures after the Doomsday outbreak. This underground city base was his adventure harvest. However, for their own guesses, the 2 women knew that if Han Xiaofan did not take the initiative to expose it, they would not be able to know the truth. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Your rooms have been arranged. You can check it on the bracelet. You can put your luggage in your room and settle down later. Han Xiaofan simply introduced the situation of this underground base. As for the specific things, he would discuss with Liu Meng and others to formulate a system to manage the operation of the base before he announced it to everyone. New book, please collect and recommend, thank you. Liu Meng's family, Li Xiang's family, Tianjun, Liu Xianhong, Peng Yuanguo, Hu Xiaoli, Ye Lanqin, Ouyang Mei, Chen Jie and her son, Wei Lao and his wife, An Lihong, Su Mei and Lu Xiaoxiao. They plus Han Xiaofan himself, a total of 21 people. They did not follow others to find their own rooms, but followed Han Xiaofan to take the elevator to the bottom floor of the base, which is the most important 3rd floor of the base. They knew from the bracelet that they needed corresponding permissions to go anywhere in the base. If they did not have the permission and dared to break in, there would be only one outcome, that is, being killed by the base's defense system. Han Xiaofan did not take them to visit other places on the 3rd floor, but directly took them to their future residence, which was the luxurious manor with an area of 3,000 square meters. When they saw the luxurious manor, Liu Meng and the others were shocked. If such a luxurious manor was on the ground, it would not be surprising at all. In Shenzhen, a super first-tier city with countless rich people, there are luxurious manors, and there are many manors covering hundreds of acres, not to mention manors of only 3,000 square meters. It's just that those more luxurious manors are on the ground, and to build such a luxurious manor in such an underground base, the money spent may be dozens of times more than the same scale on the ground. Everyone will live here in the future. This will be everyone's home in the future. Of course, it is also my home. Opening the door, Han Xiaofan said to everyone with a smile, "Uncle, Is this really our home in the future? While others were still in shock, the one who asked this question was none other than Chen Bauer, who Han Xiaofan liked the most. She had a look of expectation on her face. For her, if she lived in such a big house in the future, she would be a princess in a fairy tale. She couldn't help but think of it in her heart. Han Xiaofan naturally didn't know what Chen Bauer was really thinking. He took Chen Bauer from Chen Jie's arms and replied with a smile. Yes, Bauer, this will be your home in the future. Do you like it? Uncle, I like it very much. I will have a big home in the future. Chen Jie, who was standing aside, watched the interaction between her daughter and Han Xiaofan with a smile on her face. She saw Han Xiaofan's love for Bauer and was happy in her heart. After all, the relationship between the two was almost like that of father and daughter, which made her feel very comfortable. Okay, let's all go in. After entering the base, everyone took off their winter clothes because the temperature inside the base was more than 20 degrees, which was the most suitable temperature for humans, and it was very different from the minus 50 degrees outside. Bauer also took off a lot of clothes, just wearing an autumn dress, which looked very cute. Putting Bauer down, Han Xiaofan took Bauer's hand and entered the manor. The others followed them into the manor. Just by looking at Han Xiaofan's expression, they knew that Han Xiaofan treated them as confidants. As for Chen Jie, Su Mei and Lu Xiaoxiao, the three girls who had a close relationship with Han Xiaofan, it goes without saying that they looked at the manor with the eyes of the hostess. In front of the manor is a large garden, in which various flowers are planted, and the flowers are in full bloom, which is very beautiful. In front of the three-story main building is a fountain, which sprays spring water. There are dozens of goldfish swimming in the pool. Bauer and Li Xiong's daughter Li Xiaona are watching the swimming goldfish with great interest, but they are soon led away by their respective mothers. The main building of the manor is a three-story luxurious house with more than 30 houses on each floor. The decoration inside is rich and luxurious, giving the feeling of a royal palace. The first floor can be provided for the servants of the manor to live in. The second floor is allocated by Han Xiaofan to Liu Meng and others to live in. And the highest floor, the third floor, is where Han Xiaofan and his women live. As for the allocation of their respective rooms, Han Xiaofan asked them to handle it themselves. If they want to live together as a family, there are suites available. If they want to live alone, there are single rooms available. After everyone was settled, Han Xiaofan summoned them to the living room on the third floor for a simple meeting. He wanted to make some arrangements for them. The original arrangement was too simple and crude. Although there are not many people in the base now, the number of survivors rescued will increase with the passage of time in the future. It will be a bit late for them to formulate a management system by then. Everyone please sit down. Everyone came to the living room on the third floor. After hearing Han Xiaofan's words, everyone found a seat and sat down. They knew that Han Xiaofan must have something important to tell them. Everyone, although there are only 60 people in our base now, we will continue to recruit survivors in the future. The entire base can now accommodate about 2,000 survivors. Based on this standard, we can be considered a relatively large base. In order to manage the operation of the base well, we must establish an effective management system. Does anyone have any good suggestions? After hearing Han Xiaofan's words, everyone present seemed a little silent. The main reason was that they knew that it was not easy for them to speak up about such things. They just listened to Han Xiaofan. After all, this base belonged to Han Xiaofan, not built by everyone together. It can be said that they did not contribute to the construction of the base at all, so it was naturally impossible for them to make any management suggestions. Well, since no one is talking, I will assign everyone's positions. Han Xiaofan saw that everyone was silent and did not speak. He knew that they had concerns in their hearts, but he did not expect them to come up with any good suggestions. After all, with Xiaoji, who is equivalent to artificial intelligence, the management system that humans think of is definitely not as good as it. Next, Han Xiaofan explained the management system of the base in detail and decided on the positions of everyone. Han Xiaofan named the base Hope Base. The base system is divided into Administrative Management Department and Military Department. The Administrative Management Department is mainly divided into 4 major departments: Logistics Department, Industrial Department, Agricultural Department, and Scientific Research Department. If the number of people increases in the future, other sub-departments can be established under these 4 major departments, or large departments can be added. The Military Department is divided into 2 major departments: Military Brigade and Public Security Team. The Military Brigade is equivalent to the nature of the army. They mainly go out to kill mutant monsters and collect crystal cores, or go out to collect supplies, etc. The Public Security Team is to maintain the public security of the base, etc. Han Xiaofan also set up a base committee above these 2 departments. He is the leader of the base and the #1 person in the committee. The heads of other departments are all members of the base committee. The head of the logistics department is Chen Jie, and the deputy head is Su Mei, Han Xiaofan's first woman, the person he trusts most in his heart. Even his fellow villager Liu Meng's family can't compare to her. The head of the industrial department is Li Xiong, and the deputy head is Peng Yuanguo. Li Xiong himself studied in the College of Engineering and Technology in college, which is equivalent to doing his job. The head of the agricultural department is Liu An, Liu Meng's father, and the deputy head is Wei Lao. Liu An was born a farmer, so it is a bit difficult for him to be the head of the agricultural department. But now there is no one, and there is no way. He can only let him take the position first, and he can change it if there is a suitable candidate in the future. The head of the scientific research department is Dr. Ye Lanshan, and the deputy head is An Li Hong. Han Xiaofan guessed that her identity should be a national-level scientist, but the other party did not intend to reveal her identity, so Han Xiaofan didn't care much. He just wanted to know that she was willing to work for the base. The captain of the military brigade is Han Xiaofan himself. The brigade is divided into 3 teams. The captain of the first team is Tianjun, the captain of the second team is Liu Meng, and the captain of the third team is Ouyang Mei. Han Xiaofan is also the captain of the security team. When there is a suitable candidate in the future, he will be appointed as the captain of the security team. As for Kong Lao, Li Xiong's wife Wang Kaixia, Hu Xiaoli, Liu Meng's sister Liu Duoduo, and Liu Xiaoxiao. Kong Lao, Wang Kaixia, and Liu Duoduo are studying as children in the teacher education base, while Liu Xiaoxiao is in charge of the infirmary of the base. In the future, a small hospital may be established to be responsible for the treatment of the base personnel. Hu Xiaoli was appointed by Han Xiaofan as the housekeeper of the manor, and also his personal assistant. Hu Xiaoli is very happy about this appointment. She likes this position very much. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. In order to ensure the healthy and sustainable development of the Hope Base, Han Xiaofan naturally could not support everyone for nothing. He developed a contribution value system, that is, everyone, except children or the elderly, weak, sick and disabled who really can't work. All survivors who join the Hope Base must earn contribution points through work, and then use the contribution points to eat and buy supplies. Earn lower contribution points. Han Xiaofan directly asked Xiaoji to list in detail how much contribution points each type of work in the base can get every day. In this way, the survivors of the base can know how much contribution points they have earned every day according to their own types of work. Xiaoji directly arranged the jobs of all the survivors in the entire base. This was based on their registered personal information. Xiaoji could arrange everyone to the most suitable job, including their skills, majors, and jobs. Han Xiaofan also asked Xiaoji to develop a base manual, which detailed all the rules and regulations of the base, including what cannot be violated and what punishment will be imposed if violated. It was equivalent to a set of laws and regulations for the base. Everyone present nodded in approval while listening to Han Xiaofan. With such a safe base as the underground city, they naturally hoped that the base could operate and develop healthily and would not be destroyed by some bad things. If they wanted the base to develop healthily, they naturally needed a set of good systems to operate. Their interests were firmly tied to the leader Han Xiaofan and the base. As long as the base continued to exist, they could live a normal and safe life in the base. It can be said that everyone present knew very well that in the entire Blue Star world, few people could have such a good underground city base as a survival base like them, and could live a normal life before the Doomsday outbreak. If the survivors outside knew that there was such a safe underground city base, they would definitely join in at all costs. Han Xiaofan did not say too much nonsense next. He handed some crystal cores to Tianjun and others and watched them swallow them. In the end, it was found that Tianjun and Liu Meng swallowed the most, and could swallow 5 at a time. Li Xiong and his friends could only swallow 1 to 4 at most. The least were Chen Baoer and Li Xiaona, 2 children, and the 4 elderly people, Wei Lao and his wife and Li Wan and his wife. They could only swallow 1. After swallowing 1, their bodies felt like they were about to explode. This scared Chen Jie and Li Xiong and his wife half to death. Fortunately, the last 2 children had no problems, but they might need to wait a little longer before swallowing again. Han Xiaofan handed over some crystal cores to Ye Lanxin, asking her to study them to see if she could find out anything. He also told her some of his guesses, hoping that she could come up with some results, especially the influence of the spiritual energy in the air on humans, whether this influence is good or bad, and whether it has any influence on those mutant monsters, whether it is good or bad. These all need to be figured out. Leader, don't worry, although Mai and Ouyang Mei's identities need to be kept secret, and we cannot tell you our true identities. Since we have joined the Hope Base, We will focus on the interests of the Hope Base and will not do anything that is detrimental to the base. It's just that we hope that when you go out, if you meet the people sent by the authorities to rescue us, we hope that you can bring them to the base. I have something to tell them. Of course, the leader does not want to expose the location of the base, so you can cover their eyes, so that the location of the base will not be revealed. After everyone else left, Han Xiaofan, Ye Lanxin, and Ouyang Mei were the only ones left in the living room. Ye Lanxin spoke directly to Han Xiaofan. Do you want to leave with the official people? After hearing Ye Lanxin's words, Han Xiaofan's expression still looked very calm, and the two women could not guess his true thoughts. Of course not. Please rest assured, leader, we will never want to leave the base at any time. But I hope that if the leader needs to cooperate with other forces, please consider the official base more. Oh, are you so optimistic about the development of the Hope Base? Well, I am not optimistic about the Hope Base. I am optimistic about you, leader. As for why you are so optimistic about you, I can only say that this is my personal intuition. Okay, I know. I hope you will pay more attention to the research on crystal cores, spiritual energy, and those mutant monsters, and you can research some results as soon as possible, so that mankind will have a future. Okay, I know. The conversation between the two ended quickly. It can be said that this was a conversation between Ye Lanxin and the other two women to dispel Han Xiaofan's concerns. Ye Lanxin and her daughter returned to their room, a two-bedroom, one-living-room suite. After they sat down on the sofa in the living room, Ouyang Mei couldn't wait to ask, Lanxin, are we going to stay in this base forever? Isn't it a temporary solution for us to follow Han Xiaofan? When she was talking to Han Xiaofan outside just now, Ouyang Mei couldn't help but want to interrupt, but Ye Lanxin had always been the main person between the two of them. Ouyang Mei also knew that in terms of IQ, the difference between her and Ye Lanxin was like the difference between monkeys and humans. However, Ouyang Mei didn't understand why Ye Lanxin was so optimistic about Han Xiaofan, as if Han Xiaofan could lead mankind through this doomsday era. Mei, do you think this underground city base can be built by a private person? Ye Lanxin didn't answer Ouyang Mei's question directly, but asked another question instead. Of course not. Ouyang Mei answered Ye Lanxin's question decisively. There was no need to think too much about this kind of question. If a private person could build such a huge base underground in the Dragon District, then China would not have become the second most powerful country in the world, and would have been destroyed long ago. Well, you're right. A base of this scale could never be built by a private individual. But it just happened, and we came in. It really exists, so this base could only have appeared after the Doomsday outbreak. Do you know what this means? Okay, Lanxin, just say it directly. You know I'm not as smart as you. This means that this base was built by the leader Han Xiaofan. I guess the leader must have had some kind of adventure after the Doomsday outbreak. This adventure not only made him very powerful, but also allowed him to obtain this underground city base. I guess the adventure he obtained may be related to the Doomsday outbreak. Of course, this is all my guess, but I think as long as we stay with him, then there will always be a clear day in the future, and the leader's strength makes me feel that he is very likely to end this Doomsday world. Okay, I admit that you are right. As long as he is not a cruel person and will not become cruel in the future, then following him is also a good choice. In fact, Ouyang Mei knew very well that the authorities were now overwhelmed and did not have enough manpower and strength to rescue the survivors outside. There would be more and more private bases like Han Xiaofan in the future, and these private bases could also save many survivors. The two women naturally did not know that what they said was transmitted to Han Xiaofan by Xiaoji through the bracelet. The bracelet is not only an identity certificate and a communication tool, it is also a means of surveillance. But in general, the bracelet is just a record. If there is no special situation, Xiaoji will not transmit it to the owner. After all, if every bracelet owner's words are transmitted to Han Xiaofan, he does not have to do anything else every day. It takes an unknown amount of time just to browse this information, which is simply impossible. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. The official base of the Dragon District was built in the subway world, but the entire subway passage was connected in all directions, covering the entire Dragon District area. On the night of the outbreak of the P-virus, only a small number of survivors entered the official base, and most of the survivors stayed on the ground. The official organized several rescue operations, but because of the heavy losses, they had to give up the rescue operations, which resulted in most of the survivors having to survive on their own, or in groups. The mutant monsters had already caused heavy losses to the survivors, and they did not expect to be attacked by extremely cold weather, which made the survivors' lives even more difficult. However, for humans, as long as they were not wiped out all at once, they would always find a way out. The underground sewage pipes throughout the city were an excellent hiding place. Many survivors hid in the underground pipes, which not only allowed them to avoid the mutant monsters on the ground, but also because the space in the underground pipes was relatively narrow, the warmth retention effect was much better than on the ground. This was also an important reason why most survivors chose to hide in the underground pipes. However, underground pipelines are not without dangers. Mutated rats are the first enemy of the survivors. Fortunately, mutant rats are not very strong for survivors. As long as they do not encounter a large group of mutant rats, they can still kill them when they encounter a small number of mutant rats. For Chinese people, as long as there is something that can be used as food, then no matter whether the mutant rats are mutant monsters or not, the survivors will try their best to kill them. Moreover, mutant rats not only provide meat, but their fur can also provide survivors with warm clothes. Although the crystal cores in their bodies are not as good as those in mutants or other larger mutant animals, they can still enhance human physical fitness. In a sense, it can be said that mutant rats are absolutely full of treasures. The first target of survivors to hunt mutant creatures is mutant rats. Somewhere in the underground pipeline near Long District No. 1 Middle School, there is a pipeline more than 50 meters long. Both sides are sealed with mud. A large door is left at one end. An iron door is installed on the seal. There are several people guarding the door with weapons such as iron bars. It's just that they are very young and not very old, about the same as high school students. That's right, there is a small survival base in this pipeline. There are only 50 to 60 people in this survival base, most of whom are high school students. They are all students of Long No. 1 Middle School, and they are survivors who escaped to the underground sewage pipeline on the night of the P-virus outbreak. In addition to high school students, there are also a few teachers and some survivors who were rescued by students who went out to find supplies. There are only 50 to 60 people in total. The leader of this survival base is named Song Xiaobin. He is an 18-year-old senior high school student. If nothing unexpected happens in the future with his academic performance, he can become a student of a prestigious university. It's just a pity that now the world has entered the Doomsday era, and he will never be able to go to university in his lifetime. Song Xiaobin can become the leader of this survival base, naturally not because of his good academic performance or handsome appearance, but because he is a very rare evolver, and he is also an evolver who controls the Earth ability. The seals on both sides of this pipeline were made by him using the Earth element ability, and he also simply built this pipeline so that everyone can have a separate space to rest. The middle of the pipe is a room with the largest space. Song Xiaobin, the leader of the base, and his good friend and roommate Tong Gang live in this room. The room is also the meeting room and warehouse of their base. The materials in the warehouse are all kinds of materials they have collected in the past 2 days, and the most are food and water. Tong Gang and Song Xiaobin are not only good friends and roommates, but he is also an evolver, but the ability he controls is the wind element. They are also classmates in the same class. Most of the students in this base are their classmates. Know that although their leader is young and a student, he dares to kill when he is ruthless. This method of using kindness and force has always been the most effective way to subdue his subordinates. Song Xiaobin had never thought that the world would actually end in Doomsday, and such a terrible Doomsday. His home was far away from school. On the night when the P-virus broke out, he called his parents, but what made him despair was that he couldn't get through to both of his parents. He naturally knew what was going on. That is, his parents were not immune to the P-virus and had become mutants. Although he was very sad about losing his parents, Song Xiaobin still mustered up the courage to lead the surviving classmates in his class and some classmates from other classes to escape from the school, and soon found a good hiding place in the sewer. He and Tong Gang, 2 evolvers, took a group of classmates with better physical fitness to collect a lot of supplies and saved a lot of survivors. Song Xiaobin and his 3 classmates formed the leadership of the base. One of them was naturally Tong Gang, an evolver. He was very fat, but his evolutionary ability was the wind element. However, his current ability was relatively low level and could only be used to accelerate himself. He could not use skills such as wind blades like in fantasy novels. He might need to swallow crystal cores to become stronger, or he needed to develop skills himself. One of the other 2 classmates was a girl named Wan Xiaoyun. She was beautiful, a top student, and the monitor of their class. The last one was Du Honghai. He was very burly, good at fighting, and had a reckless personality. However, he was very grateful to Song Xiaobin the lifesaver and completely obeyed Song Xiaobin the leader. The 4 of them were discussing some issues about the base in the room. After all, it was not easy to lead more than 60 people to survive in this Doomsday world, not to mention that the 4 of them had not yet stepped out of society and had relatively little experience. However, they knew their strengths, That is, they had absolute force. As long as the security team composed of classmates and the two evolvers were still there, the stability of the base would not be a problem. Student Song, are you in there? Just as the four of them were discussing the base, a man's voice came from outside. Without waiting for the people inside to answer, the man outside walked in. He was a middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing glasses and a red face, giving people a sense of being wretched and cunning. He was none other than Li Dajian, the dean of Song Xiaobin's school, a villain who got to the top by flattering others. When Song Xiaobin and the other three saw Li Dajian coming in without waiting for their consent, they all frowned, but Song Xiaobin still suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked, "Teacher Li, what can I do for you?" Li Dajian seemed not to see the dissatisfied expressions on their faces. He walked to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down. He smiled and said, "Classmate Song, hello, I actually have something important to discuss with you." "Well, go ahead." The other three did not speak. It was most appropriate for Song Xiaobin, the leader of the survival base, to speak. "There are many elderly people and children in our base, and many women. They basically can't work, and they can't go out to collect supplies. Classmate Song, do you think we should drive them all out?" Li Dajian had a faint smile on his face, but the words he said were indeed very ruthless, as if he didn't take dozens of lives seriously at all. "New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you." After Li Dajian left the room, he had a smile on his face. He knew that his suggestion would definitely be rejected by Song Xiaobin and others, so he did not expect it to succeed. Being rejected was his goal. Otherwise, how could he persuade other people who already had opinions about the survivors who did not work? If he wanted to control this survival base, he needed the support of others, so that he could become the leader of the base. After Li Dajian left the room for a few minutes, Song Xiaobin asked Du Honghai to look outside. After knowing that Li Dajian had left, they talked again. "Tonggang, you have the ability to eavesdrop on other people's conversations from a distance. Go out now and see if you can hear our teacher Li talking to others. What exactly is he planning? If you hear anything that is not good for the base, come back and report to me immediately, okay?" "Okay, I'll go right away." Tonggang has long been dissatisfied with Li Dajian, who only said nice things and did not dare to go out and take risks to collect supplies. However, the other party had never touched their bottom line, and they could not just deal with him for no reason. After all, although they dealt with a few people, it was impossible to say that they were bloodthirsty. They were still middle school students a few days ago, and now they have built a survival base in a short period of time. It can be said that it is already remarkable. After leaving the meeting room, Tonggang walked along the side of the pipeline. Because this pipeline of more than 50 meters was separated into dozens of rooms by Song Xiaobin's ability, the survivors would not come out under normal circumstances. After all, it was still quite cold outside. It was different in the room. They could lie on cotton pads and cover themselves with a lot of warm things such as quilts, so that they would not feel cold. Moreover, lying in bed without moving could also reduce the consumption of body energy. The food distributed in the base in a day could not make them full, but it was much better than facing the extremely cold weather and mutant monsters on the ground. At least, they could survive in this pipeline base. But even so, there were still people in the base who were very dissatisfied with such a life, especially some gangsters. They didn't have the courage to oppose Song Xiaobin and the others. After all, Song Xiaobin and Tonggang had performed their abilities in front of everyone. They knew that they were no match for the two psychics. Tonggang did not approach Li Dajian's room. He saw two people standing outside Li Dajian's house from a distance. It seemed that they were on guard. He entered the room of a classmate, which made the two people who were monitoring the situation outside from a distance feel relieved. After all, they knew that Li Dajian was discussing how to deal with Song Xiaobin and his group of student leaders in his room. "Brother Tong, what's wrong?" In the room that Tonggang entered, 3 male classmates were lying on the ground, covered with a thick layer of quilt. The 3 were bragging and chatting. When they saw Tonggang coming in, one of them asked a little strangely, "Hush, be quiet, don't talk." Tonggang stretched out his finger to signal them to be quiet. He walked to the wall, concentrated his voice and calmed down. Soon his ears received some noisy sounds. These were the voices of the survivors in the entire pipeline. This was an ability similar to the ability of the wind-hearing ear that extended from his supernatural power, and it was also an important reason for Song Xiaobin to come out. Soon Tonggang filtered out the useless sounds and concentrated his mental power in Li Dajian's room. Sure enough, he heard Li Dajian's voice. "Everyone, Song Xiaobin refused, and you should make a choice. If you don't make a choice, this base will collapse sooner or later with those useless people. Besides, you can't even find a woman to have fun. Song Xiaobin and his men are too controlling. If you support me to become the leader of this base, I can guarantee your interests and you can find women to play with at will. What do you think? Do you support me? Okay, since Song Xiaobin is not kind, don't blame us for being unjust. We all support you to take the position, but how can you guarantee that you will replace him? You know, he and that fat guy Tong Gang are both evolvers. If they use force, we may not be able to defeat them. Don't worry about that. They both have weaknesses. As long as we control the female classmates in their class, they will definitely be obedient. With them as the force, we can live well in this Doomsday era. Haha, that's right, Chief Li is right. You will be our leader from now on. We will do whatever you want us to do. We will absolutely obey your command. As long as you can ensure that we have enough to eat and there are women to play with, we will be obedient. Of course, we will take action at night after everyone goes to bed. Okay, Chief. Tong Gang did not listen to the subsequent conspiracy of Li Dajian and others. After explaining it to his 3 classmates, he left the room and returned to the meeting room. Song Xiaobin and the other 2 were still waiting for him. Seeing him come in, Wan Xiaoyun poured him a cup of tea to warm him up. Tong Gang took the cup, said thank you, drank it in one gulp, and felt much warmer. Tong Gang repeated everything he overheard, which made Duhai say angrily, Chief, I've told you long ago that we can't accept those thugs, and that bitch Li Dajian. He's a bootlicker in school, and I've heard some gossip that he's greedy and lustful, and has coerced female teachers. People like him should be left to die outside. Now that he's alive, it's because we saved him, but he's not grateful, and he even dared to plot to murder us. It's a pity that such a person deserves to die. Well, that kind of person is not worth our anger. Now that we know their plan, we can catch them all in one fell swoop at night, and then our base will have been cleaned up of the garbage. Song Xiaobin certainly knew that those hooligans and Li Dajian's gang were unstable factors, but he couldn't get rid of them just because they didn't make any mistakes. This was impossible, not to mention that he wasn't that cruel. He believed that if he got rid of them for no reason, the entire base would probably become a place where everyone was in danger, and no one would trust others. By then, the base might not be destroyed by the enemies outside, but they would be destroyed by chaos inside. This was no joke. Since the outbreak of the Doomsday, everyone has been holding a string in their hearts. Xiaobin's words, Wan Xiaoyun agreed. No matter what Song Xiaobin said, she thought it was right. She has always liked Song Xiaobin. After the Doomsday, she will not hide her feelings for him. The other 2 naturally had no objection. The 4 of them discussed the action plan for the night, and then they separated. Everyone had to do some preparations to ensure that there would be no accident at night. New book. Please collect and recommend. Thank you. At night, when Li Dajian and 8 gangsters wanted to take action, they were caught by Song Xiaobin and his group who were well prepared. They all knew that their actions would definitely not end well. Fighting desperately was completely useless. With the strong physical fitness of Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang, 2 evolvers, they were no match. The 9 people were quickly solved by the 2. This was the first time that the 2 killed so many people. However, the 2 were also people who had seen blood, and they did not feel any fear. The other survivors of the base knew that the 9 people actually wanted to rebel, so they naturally had no sympathy for their death. It would be better to say that they were opposed to any behavior that would undermine the stability of the base. It was rare to meet such a kind-hearted leader like Song Xiaobin in this Doomsday world. How could they allow others to destroy this stability? Everyone go back to your rooms. There won't be such chaos in our base anymore. After the other survivors returned to their rooms, Song Xiaobin led the security team composed of his classmates to carry the 9 bodies onto a cart and put them away. These bodies naturally could not be left in the base. Otherwise, although the blood had been frozen and would not attract the attention of mutant beasts such as mutant rats in the pipes, no one wanted to be in the same room with the bodies. It was awkward to look at them. Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang led the team to leave the base. The gate of the base was closed again. The gate was set up with an observation port, from which the security team members inside could observe the movements outside. This was because there was a burning stove outside. Although the fire was not big, it was still possible to see clearly more than 10 meters ahead. If there were no stove, the whole sewer would be dark except for the evolvers who had evolved night vision. Yes, Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang could only see some things vaguely at first. As they swallowed more crystal cores, their evolutionary ability became stronger, their physical fitness became stronger, and their night vision became much stronger. Now, even without a flashlight, they could see things more than 10 meters away. In this way, under the leadership of 2 evolvers, others could not worry too much about the mutant beasts attacking him in the dark. In fact, Song Xiaobin and his team threw the corpse away, which was secondary. They came out mainly to hunt mutant beasts. The mutant beasts here were mainly mutant rats. As for other mutant earthworms, they did not dare to take too many risks. After all, there were mutant earthworms that were more than 10 meters long, and they could not afford to provoke them. The group pulled the cart and left the base. On the way, they encountered some mutant rats, but there were not many. They were all solved by Song Xiaobin and his team, and the corpses were also collected by them. About 30 minutes later, Song Xiaobin and his team came to the exit of a sewer pipe. There was a wire mesh blocking the exit, and the space inside was full of debris. These debris were piled up by Song Xiaobin and the survivors of the base to prevent mutant monsters from breaking through the wire mesh and entering the sewer pipe from the outside, which would bring danger to their base. After all, this exit was only a dozen kilometers away from their base. If mutants really came in, their base would still be very dangerous. Throw them all out. Song Xiaobin left a small hole in the wire mesh. He used his supernatural power to build a soil door for them to drill out. Of course, this was also a way out for his base. After all, if their base was attacked by a large number of mutant rats, it would also be very dangerous. It can only be said that after Song Xiaobin became the leader of the base, he considered the problems very comprehensively, which was also a change forced by the environment. At the exit, several people were passing the bodies out. The temperature outside had already reached more than 60 degrees below zero. Song Xiaobin looked at the thermometer in his hand. He felt that if the temperature dropped further, ordinary people would not be able to survive on the surface. Only those who evolved, or those ordinary survivors who had better swallowed crystal cores to become stronger could survive on the surface. The future world might be dominated by these strong people. Be careful, a gang, go to a farther place and be on guard. Okay, Brother Bin. Although Tong Gang was a fat man, because his ability was to control the wind, he was the fastest. If he really encountered any great danger, he would have a greater chance of escaping than anyone else. Seeing Tong Gang disappear, several people sped up, transported all the bodies out of the exit, and then moved them to a place far away from the barbed wire to bury them. It was just because of the 2 days of heavy snow. In addition to the thick snow on the ground, there was also a layer of ice several centimeters thick on the ground due to freezing. However, with the help of Song Xiaobin's ability, the group quickly buried all the bodies. Song Xiaobin turned on a brighter flashlight and gave a signal to Tong Gang in the distance. The other party came back soon, and the group passed through the opening of the barbed wire and returned to the sewer pipe. They sealed the opening again and left there. When the group reached a fork in the road on the way back to the base, Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang each took a few people away. Tong Gang and his group had to go back to the base first. After all, there were only a few people from the security team guarding the base. If they encountered any danger, it would be bad. With Tong Gang, an evolver at the base, the safety factor of the base would be much higher. As for the place where Song Xiaobin and a few others were going, that place was a material exchange site opened by the official survival base of the Dragon District, equivalent to a small market. This was specially open to exchange materials for the survivors of the entire Dragon District. Most of the survivors in the Dragon District either fled to the sewer pipes or hid in the subway passages to survive. The environment on the ground was too harsh. Anyone who was not a fool knew that they could only survive better underground. Of course, some rich people built Doomsday survival fortresses before the Doomsday. There are also many such people. Rich people are most afraid of death. They built Doomsday survival fortresses just to prevent a major disaster and have a comfortable base for survival. They didn't expect that the Doomsday would really break out, and their bases would become the best place for them to protect their own safety. There is another type of people who also have their own survival bases. These people are Doomsday survival madmen. They are also a lucky group of people. Compared with going to the official survival base, the conditions of their private bases are naturally much better, and there is no shortage of supplies. Many of them have even stored supplies in their bases for more than 10 years. These people know that swallowing crystal cores can make them stronger, but they don't want to take the risk of hunting mutant monsters. They want to use the supplies in their hands to exchange crystal cores with others, and the official trading market was born. Song Xiaobin went to the trading market to exchange crystal cores for some supplies. His base could not be self-sufficient, and many supplies were in short supply. He could only use crystal cores to exchange supplies with others in the trading market. New book. Please collect and recommend. Thank you. The scale of the official survival base in the Dragon Zone is not large, with less than 5,000 survivors. There are more small-scale survival bases for survivors, but the official has no ability to count them. They can only guess that most of the survivors have hidden in sewers, subway passages, underground parking lots of high-rise buildings, etc. The official has opened a trading market in the nearest subway station to the base. The official provides water, electricity, and protection measures for all survivors to set up stalls to trade supplies or rent shops built by the official, or use supplies to exchange supplies with the official material exchange center. Through the trading market, the official can not only ensure the safety of the material transactions of the survivors in the Dragon Zone, but also prevent too many people from fighting to death because of a little material. Of course, such phenomena cannot be prohibited in private. After all, the official does not have much power to monitor the entire Dragon Zone area. The official only has 1,000 armed forces, most of which were recruited after the outbreak of the Doomsday, and most of the professional soldiers were lost on the day of the outbreak of the Doomsday. It can be said that this is also one of the most important reasons why the official cannot organize a rescue team to save the survivors. Of course, some survivors are full of resentment for not saving them. They naturally don't consider the difficulties of the authorities. In their view, they are abandoned by the authorities. This is why many survivors would rather stay together with other survivors for warmth than join the official survival base, even if they escape to the subway tunnel or sewer pipe. In fact, the choice of these survivors has solved a dilemma for the authorities. That is, the official base cannot accept too many survivors without limit. This is because the official does not have much food and other supplies, and can only guarantee a 2-year inventory of 5,000 people. In fact, there are still many large grain stores and large supermarkets in the entire Dragon District. It's just that with the number of troops in the hands of the officials, facing the harsh ultra-low temperature environment outside, and the attacks of a large number of mutant monsters, they can't transport food on a large scale. They can only transport food back to the base on a small scale, or exchange food with survivors through other supplies. It can be said that it is not that the Dragon District officials do not want to recruit more survivors, but that objective conditions do not allow it. Song Xiaobin and others were carrying several nylon bags filled with the bodies of mutant rats. In the trading market, in addition to the best hard currency, such as crystal cores, food and mutant animal meat are also good exchange items. Most of the materials can be exchanged. If you can bring out items that the officials are interested in, you can even exchange them for some hot weapons from the officials. Hot weapons are still a big killer in the early days of the apocalypse. Even if a powerful evolver faces a few pistols, he has to run for his life. But the future is not certain. After all, evolvers can become stronger by swallowing crystal cores every day. They are afraid of hot weapons now only because they are not strong enough. When the evolvers all over the world are no longer afraid of hot weapons, the forces that survived in the entire Blue Star world may undergo a major reshuffle. Song Xiaobin came to a passage after twisting at death in the underground world. Of course, it was not only the Shenzhen government that took precautions like this. The officials in other regions were not stupid either. They would also take the same measures. China also had an administrative center. Compared with other countries, there was a unified administrative center, so no matter what they did, it could be effectively communicated. The survivors who came to the connecting passage were not only Song Xiaobin and his group, but also other survivors. However, everyone just looked at each other warily. They would not take action in this place. There were a large number of guards at the entrance not far ahead. These guards were soldiers sent by the government to maintain order in the trading market. They were fully armed, and all of them were equipped with rifles. It was easy to deal with the survivors. The survivors who survived were not fools. Fools and saints would not survive. They were the first to die. You can go in now, but don't make trouble inside. Song Xiaobin handed over a few crystal cores the size of soybeans. The smallest crystal cores are in the mutant mice. The larger and more powerful the mutant monsters are, the larger the crystal cores in their bodies are. For example, the crystal cores in the mutants are usually the size of glass beads. The larger the crystal cores are, the better the effect of being swallowed by humans. However, it may also cause human mutations. This limit is different for everyone, so those who want to become stronger by swallowing crystal cores can only experiment on their own. If they are not careful, they may directly become mutants. Under normal circumstances, they would rather swallow less and absolutely do not want to reach the limit. This is the experience they have summed up. Facing the guard's warning, Song Xiaobin responded obediently. No, we are all good students and will never make trouble. The group passed through the guarded gate and soon entered the subway station, which is the trading market. The trading market was brightly lit, which was specially lit by the official using a generator. Suddenly, more people came inside. This was Song Xiaobin's second time to the trading market. Compared with the first time, they were much more familiar with it. However, they were still very happy to see so many living people at once. After all, humans are social animals, and they are all afraid of loneliness. Look, fresh mutant rat meat. Just exchange for paper towels. Any brand is fine. Mutant rat meat for #1 batteries. The more the better. Rice for mutant beast meat. Sir, do you need a massage? My skills are very good. Missing person notice. 10 mutant rat crystal cores to help find a person. The entire trading market seemed very lively, similar to the market in the countryside, where Song Xiaobin went to his grandmother's house when he was a child. There were many stalls. Some shops were officially cut open with iron sheets, and those who rented shops were generally teams of survivors. There were relatively few individuals. It is better to say that those who can survive the Doomsday are almost all teams, and few can survive alone, unless they are very powerful evolvers. However, it has only been a few days since the Doomsday broke out. Except for Han Xiaofan, an outlier, no evolver can survive alone in such a harsh environment outside, and they all have to hide in the underground world. Song Xiaobin and his friends also found an empty space to set up a stall, took out the mutant rat meat from the bag, spread the bag directly on the ground, and put the meat on the bag, so that it was a very simple stall. Some people who had bad intentions when they saw that Song Xiaobin and his companions were very young, saw that they were selling mutant rat meat, and they immediately canceled their plans to ambush them. Those who could deal with mutant rats were not ordinary people, and they naturally knew that such people were difficult to deal with. New book, please collect and recommend, thank you. Zhao Jinjun took his team to the Dragon District in half a day. Along the way, they encountered many dangers and met some survivor teams, but they did not deal with those survivor teams. They knew that in addition to those mutant monsters in the Doomsday, they also needed to be vigilant against other survivors. Humans in such an environment might be more dangerous. They saw many survivors killing each other, and even saw demons eating their own kind. They naturally could not show mercy to these demons and sent them all to hell. When encountering some survivors in difficulties, Zhao Jinjin also gave them some mutant rat meat that the team had killed, which helped them increase their chances of survival. They also saved more than 20 elderly people, children and women. In order to escort these people to the official base of the Dragon District, they spent half a day on the road. The rescued survivors were handed over to the official base of Long District. Zhao Zhenjun and his team went to Long District to carry out the mission. The official base of Long District had received the notice from above, so Zhao Zhenjun and his team could get supplies and some other help. The official Long District searched the information of the survivors in the entire base, but did not find the two women that Zhao Zhenjun and his team were looking for. The two people in the mission were not in the Long District base. Zhao Zhenjun and his team had been mentally prepared, so they were not disappointed. They just felt that it might be difficult for the two women to survive in such a doomsday environment unless they met a good team of survivors. Qiao Bing was the most eloquent person in Zhao Zhenjun's team. Zhao Zhenjun arranged for him to take the photos of Ye Lanqin and Ouyang Mei to the trading market and ask other survivors if they had seen the two women. As for why the photos of the two women were not made public or simply used the supplies to let other survivors help find them together, this is because Zhao Jian had some concerns in his heart. He was worried that if someone with bad intentions really found the two women and knew the importance of the two women's identities, they might directly use the two women to threaten them. In this chaotic doomsday era, this possibility is not non-existent, but very large. On the way to Lilong District, Zhao Zhenjun and his team encountered many people who coerced women and imprisoned them as playthings. Fortunately, they were strong enough to deal with those villains. This was the main source of women they saved. Qiao Bing did not wear a military uniform, but wore thick clothes like the others, with a cold-proof hat on his head, gloves on his hands, and snow boots on his feet. He also set up a stall on the ground, with an ordinary sundry item on the stall, which was not eye-catching at all. However, as long as a customer came to his stall to ask for the price, he would bargain with the customer while holding a photo and asking the customer if he had seen the person in the photo. The efficiency seemed low, but it was safe. Of course, Qiao Bing did not ask everyone. He did not ask some people who did not look like good people. When Song Xiaobin and others came in, Qiao Bing also saw it, but he did not expect that a few people who looked like middle school students could actually use mutant rat meat to set up a stall, which made him a little worried. After all, wealth should not be exposed. He knew that some people would definitely have bad intentions. After all, compared to dealing with those monsters, humans are easier to deal with. Qiao Bing asked the people around him to help watch the stall, and the boss around him did not refuse. When everyone has to go to the stall, they will check each other's stalls. No one will refuse. When he walked to the stall of Song Xiaobin and others, Qiao Bing squatted down to look at the mutant rat meat and asked with a smile, "Boss, your meat should be fresh, right? Of course, it's so cold now. Even if it's left for a month, it won't go bad. How much do you want, or what do you want to exchange for my meat?" Song Xiaobin was not angry about Xiaobing's question. He just answered calmly. Well, I can exchange 1 pound of rice for 1 pound of meat from you. Is that okay with you? Of course not, big brother. Don't you understand the market here? No one will exchange 1 pound of rice for you. 1 pound of my meat can be exchanged for 10 pounds of grain, whether it's rice, flour, or rice noodles. As long as it's grain, it's fine. If you want to exchange, I'll give it back to you. If not, just leave and don't block my business. The market conditions that Song Xiaobin described are considered the most common in the trading market. Mutated rat meat is the lowest grade of all mutant beast meats. Not only is the meat older and tough to bite, it also has a fishy smell. But no matter what, mutant beast meat can also enhance human physical fitness. It is naturally much more expensive than grain. This is why 1 pound of meat can be exchanged for 10 pounds of grain. Okay, don't be angry. I'll trade with you, but my food is not here. If you want to trade, you can go to the official exchange center with me. When Song Xiaobin heard that he was going to the official exchange center to trade, he knew that the person in front of him should be an official. But he was not worried that the official would steal the survivors' supplies. If such a thing really happened, no one would come to this trading market anymore. No survivor would come to such a place. Okay, we'll go to the exchange center with you. Song Xiaobin and his friends put all the meat into nylon bags and then followed Xiaobing to the exchange center. The exchange center was the administrative office of the former subway station. It was very large, with more than a dozen rooms, and a warehouse with a large area and space. A large amount of food was stored in the warehouse. This food was also one of the most important reasons why this trading market could be opened. Many survivors would use various materials to exchange for food. Of course, most of them used crystal cores to exchange for food. After all, crystal cores can be exchanged for the largest amount of food. Arriving at the material exchange center, Song Xiaobin saw that the official staff were very respectful to Xiaobing. He knew at a glance that his identity was not simple, but he did not delve into his identity. Although he was curious, he knew that in the Doomsday world, the worst thing was to be too curious. He weighed the meat and exchanged it for more than 200 kilograms of rice. It seemed a lot, but there were dozens of people in the base. Even if each person only ate half a kilogram a day, the 200 kilograms of rice would be eaten up in a few days. After the transaction, the two sides exchanged a few pleasantries and introduced each other's names. It was a simple acquaintance. The main thing was that Xiaobing told Song Xiaobin that if Song Xiaobin wanted to exchange anything in the future, he could go to him. Although Song Xiaobin didn't know why the other party was so good to him, he would naturally not refuse such an official channel. Xiaobing also took the opportunity to show Song Xiaobin the photos of Ye Lanxin and the other girl and asked Song Xiaobin if he had seen them. Song Xiaobin shook his head regretfully and said, "Brother Qiao, I'm sorry, we haven't seen them. If we have really seen them, we would have remembered them with their beautiful looks. But don't worry, I will tell the people at the base. If we meet them in the future, I will notify them to come here to find you." Okay, do you want me to send someone to help you deliver it? No, this amount is not heavy, we can take it back ourselves. Whether it is the sewer pipes or the subway passages, they are all interconnected and complicated. The base of each survivor team is very secretive, for fear of attracting attacks from people with bad intentions. This kind of thing has happened before. Song Xiaobin naturally would not let anyone know the location of their base. Although Xiaobing looks like an official, Song Xiaobin does not dare to trust people casually in this Doomsday era. Trust takes time. Okay, then I won't arrange for anyone to take you there. Be careful on your way. Okay, let's go. Carrying 4 bags, each containing more than 50 kilograms of rice, only Song Xiaobin didn't carry a bag. This was because he was the most powerful of the 5 people, and he had to be prepared for some unexpected situations. New book, please. Collect and recommend? Thank you. It took a day for the Hope base to enter regular operation. Han Xiaofan only stayed in the base for a day, and he felt uncomfortable all over. He didn't know if it was because of the fusion crystal. Not only did his personality change a lot, but he also felt an indescribable excitement about killing. It seemed that only through killing could he stir up the waves in his heart and not become a stagnant pool of water. Han Xiaofan didn't tell anyone about his situation, not even his women. Some secrets can't be made public, especially crystals, which are not from this blue star world. He will keep it secret until his death. Even if he has children in the future, he will not tell his descendants. After the base entered the regular stage, and there were several women of their own to manage it, and there was Xiaoji's clone monitoring inside the base, it can be said that it was foolproof. Han Xiaofan couldn't stay in the base. He left the underground city base and returned to the ground. In order to ensure that he could monitor the situation outside at any time, the monitors in the entire villa area were replaced with cameras that can operate at -70 degrees. but there were not many such cameras. If the temperature continues to drop in the future, even to -100 degrees, then no matter how good the camera is, it will be useless. It was still pitch black outside, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but this was for those ordinary survivors. Evolvers like Han Xiaofan almost all evolved night vision. Compared with ordinary people, they can produce more easily in such a harsh environment on the ground. The snow on the street was much thicker than yesterday. Han Xiaofan walked on the road, and his legs went several centimeters deeper than yesterday. He estimated that if such a blizzard continued for half a month, the shorter buildings on both sides of the street might be directly covered by snow, and it would be more difficult for the survivors to come out to find supplies. Moreover, Han Xiaofan found that the number of mutant monsters on the street was much more than yesterday. In other words, these mutant monsters had a terrible ability to adapt to the extremely cold weather. They began to grow white hair on their bodies. It might be because of this reason that they could resist the extreme cold better than humans. They were lying on all fours, with slender and thin bodies. Their heads also extended forward. Their mouths also grew in a triangle shape. Their eyes were red, and white hair grew on their entire faces, hiding their noses. This was what Han Xiaofan found after killing a mutant. Mutants were getting further and further away from the appearance of humans. They would eventually evolve into a new creature, but this creature was a terrifying creature that fed on humans. The speed will be faster and faster, the strength will be more and more terrifying, and their limbs will grow sharp nails. Han Xiaofan hunted mutants around the Jingle Villa area. He even hunted a few mutants with long tails full of barbs. This kind of mutant is much stronger than ordinary mutants. As for those super mutants whose speed and strength are stronger than ordinary mutants, there are many more. After only 2 days, not only mutants but also other mutant beasts have evolved faster than Han Xiaofan expected. Although he became more and more indifferent in his heart, he still hoped that humans would not be extinct in the future. Otherwise, it would be too sad if he was the only human left in the world. There were also bodies of survivors on the street. These survivors should have come out to find supplies. Some were directly frozen to death by the extremely cold weather. Some were killed by mutant monsters, and only skeletons were left. Some died on the night of the Doomsday outbreak. These bodies were covered with snow. Han Xiaofan would sometimes step on them. When he felt that his feet were stepping on something hard, he knew that the things under the snow should be corpses. After cleaning up the area around Jingle Villa, including the mutant monsters in the building, Han Xiaofan harvested thousands of crystal cores, but he did not absorb most of them directly, but put them in his backpack. He learned from the 2 survivors that the official base in Long District had opened a trading market. This is why there are so few survivors on the ground. It turns out that they have hidden in underground spaces such as underground sewers, subway passages, and underground parking lots. Han Xiaofan wants to go to the trading market to see if there are any good supplies. If there are, he can directly use crystal cores to exchange them. However, what he hopes most is to establish a long-term material trading relationship with the official base. The official must have more supplies than the private base. Han Xiaofan wants to try to exchange some hot weapons from the official. He wants to use these hot weapons for the members of the defense team of his base, but he doesn't know whether the official will allow private possession of hot weapons. This possibility is still relatively large. After all, it is now the Doomsday world, and the official will make changes to many things. Han Xiaofan is still looking forward to success. It is not easy to find a manhole cover on a street covered with thick snow. Han Xiaofan came to the door of a convenience store based on his previous impression. In his impression, there was a manhole cover here. Sure enough, after cleaning the snow on top, a manhole cover was exposed below. After prying open the cover, Han Xiaofan entered the manhole. He first put the cover back on, then jumped underground. There was a concrete floor below. He stood up straight and could smell some indescribable smell. The space inside the sewer is relatively large. After all, Shenzhen is a super large city, a very new city, and a coastal city. The scale of the sewer has been planned at the beginning of the construction of the city to prevent water accumulation in the city due to heavy rain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Not long after Han Xiaofan came down, he heard the sound of rats. It seems that the movement of his jump attracted their attention. Soon a group of mutant rats rushed towards him from the front, and there were hundreds of them. When ordinary survivors or evolvers encounter mutant rats of this scale, they can only run away. But Han Xiaofan is not an ordinary person, nor is he an ordinary evolver. He himself is not very clear about how strong he is now. He only knows that he has not really used his full strength to fight since the outbreak of the Doomsday. The knife light filled the entire sewer like lightning, and the dense red dots in the sewer quickly disappeared. In less than 3 minutes, the Mutant rats were wiped out without even hurting Han Xiaofan's hair. They also provided Han Xiaofan with a lot of meat. Collecting all the mutant rat corpses and putting them into several bags, Han Xiaofan put the bags into the storage space, and then he left the place where the battle had just taken place. Not long after Han Xiaofan left, a large group of mutant rats rushed over, but there were some traces of mutant rat blood on the ground. They just came because they smelled the blood of their own kind. The murderer had already left. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. Hanwei Group, the largest entertainment group in Long District, has 3 5-star hotels, dozens of 4-star hotels, dozens of restaurants, KTVs, massage entertainment cities, etc., and even a security company. Although it is an inconspicuous group in the entire Shenzhen market, everyone in the underground world knows that this group company is mixed with the underworld. But it is just bleached on the surface. The founders of Hanwei Group are 2 brothers, Zheng Han, the chairman of the group, and Zheng Wei, the general manager. The 2 brothers are ruthless and have caused countless families to be broken up during their rise, but they never provoke the powerful and wealthy who they cannot afford to provoke, and they have backers behind them, so in more than 20 years, they are still thriving and accumulating more and more wealth. After bleaching, the 2 brothers have become famous entrepreneurs. It's just that a dog can't stop eating shit. It's easy to change a country, but it's hard to change one's nature. On the surface, Hanwei Group is a regular enterprise, but if you look at the road of Hanwei Group's rise and growth, those opponents either died in an accident or the company went bankrupt for some reason. Almost none of them had a good ending. From this, we can see that Hanwei Group still uses dark means. The security company of Hanwei Group is the thugs in the open. As for how many thugs Hanwei Group has secretly raised, only the 3 most core people of Hanwei Group know. That is, the 2 brothers Zheng Han and Han Shan, the deputy general manager of the group. Han Shan can also be said to be the first think tank of Hanwei Group. He is also the most trusted confidant of the 2 brothers Zheng Han. The rise and growth of the entire Hanwei Group, Han Shan is the first hero who has made an indispensable contribution. But Han Shan has never been proud of his great contributions. He has always been following the lead of the Zheng Han brothers. The Zheng Han brothers have never treated him badly as a hero. He has money, beauty, and status. Although the Doomsday outbreak came unexpectedly, for Zheng Han and his people, this chaotic era is the best era. There has long been an underground survival fortress secretly built by Zheng Han under the underground parking lot of Hanwei Group. This can be regarded as a way out for people like him. As long as something goes wrong, he can live in this underground fortress with his family for a few years. It was originally a way out for accidents. After the Doomsday outbreak, this underground fortress became the Doomsday survival base of Hanwei Group. Of course, only Zheng Han's most trusted confidants and family members can enter this underground fortress base. Others and recruited survivors can only stay in the underground parking lot, but even staying in the underground parking lot is much better than being on the ground. With the underground survival fortress as a base, the 2 brothers Zheng Han have greater ambitions. They want to dominate in this Doomsday era. They want to try things that they didn't dare to do before, and even go further. However, many things need to be done step by step. Zheng Han knows that although the official power has suffered heavy losses in the Doomsday, the basic situation can still be controlled. In the future, as the Evolvers become more and more powerful, that may not be the case. He sees far ahead. Tang Bing is the general manager of the security company of Hanwei Group, the captain of the security team, and now the captain of the guard team of Hanwei Survival Base. Half of his former subordinates did not escape the infection of the P-virus and became mutants, and most of them were solved by him personally. He did not expect that he could become an Evolver. There is only one Evolver in the entire Hanwei Group, Tang Bing. If there were no unexpected circumstances, he would not think of betraying his boss even after the end of the world. But now some of his ideas have begun to change. After all, there is only one Evolver in the entire Hanwei Survival Base, and he will become more and more powerful as time goes by. However, Zheng Han is not a fool. He naturally knows how to control the speed of Tang Bing's strengthening. That is, to control the number of crystal cores in his hand. Tang Bing knew his boss's thoughts very well, but he did not express his dissatisfaction. With his current strength, he was not at the point of falling out. He was not in a hurry at all. The first thing he had to do was to slowly bribe some members who had just joined the security team, deliberately let those who were against the Zheng Han brothers to perform dangerous tasks, or simply let them die without helping. In this way, after a while, the entire security team would be his people. As long as he completely mastered the security team, he would have the strength to overturn the table. Zheng Han and his men naturally saw the place where they could make a profit in the official trading market. That is, With the internal information provided by the backers, Zhang Han and his men sent people to intercept the survivors who exchanged supplies from the official exchange center on the periphery and drain water from the survivors. The Hanwei survival base would not take away all the supplies from the survivors, but only half at most. In this way, the survivors would not fight desperately with the people of the Hanwei base, and the Hanwei base could continuously obtain supplies from the survivors, and the Hanwei base would become stronger and stronger. In addition to the actions of collecting protection fees, the Hanwei base will also send people to follow some survivors to see if the survivor bases are strong. If not, the Hanwei base will send people to attack those bases, kill the leaders and the leaders' confidants, annex those small survival bases, obtain supplies and survivors, and strengthen itself. Of course, because the Doomsday outbreak is still very short, the plan of the Hanwei base has just been launched, whether it is intercepting survivors to collect protection fees or annexing small survivor bases. It has not achieved much results. However, Zhang Han is not in a hurry at all. He believes that as time goes by, the Hanwei base will become more and more powerful. There is a chance to annex the official base in the future. Then it will be his time to dominate. The evolutionists are close to each other and have a sense of each other. This sense cannot be described in words, but when Tang Bing passed by Song Xiaobin in the trading market, both of them knew that the other was an evolutionist. The two just looked at each other and left. Tang Bing was the person in charge of the Hanwei base who was sent to the trading market to intercept the survivors and collect protection fees. He immediately arranged several teams of Zhang Han's loyal security team members to intercept Song Xiaobin's team. Tang Bing deliberately did not tell them that there were evolvers in Song Xiaobin's team. He used Song Xiaobin's hand to get rid of them. Song Xiaobin naturally did not know that the evolver who passed by him regarded him as a knife. He just felt that the other party's eyes were different, and he felt a little uneasy. So he quickly took his 4 men out of the trading market and quickly headed towards his base. It was just that after walking for less than 10 minutes, they had to pass through a 20-meter-long pipeline in front. When they reached the middle position, the front and back ends were blocked by people. There were 10 people in total, 2 of them holding flashlights, and 7 of the other 8 people were holding various cold weapons. What Song Xiaobin feared most was that the last person was holding a pistol. You must know that in China, a country with the strictest gun ban, even at the end of the world, it is very rare to have a hot weapon in your hand. Song Xiaobin hinted to his 4 men to be careful. He smiled and said to the man holding the pistol, "Big brother, I wonder what you want to do to stop us? New book, please collect and recommend, thank you." Zhang Hua, a team leader of the Hanwei base security team, is also Zhang Han's spy in the security team. On the surface, he obeys the orders of the team leader Tang Bing, but secretly reports Tang Bing's every move to Zhang Han, saying that he is Zhang Han's confidant. Usually Zhang Hua is the most obedient to his superior Tang Bing. This time Tang Bing asked him to bring people to intercept a few high school students. It was just a simple thing for him. He believed that as long as he threatened those high school students a little, they would obediently hand over half of the rice. So, after hearing what Song Xiaobin said, Zhang Hua acted like a fierce devil and shouted, "Why call me big brother? I'm not your big brother. Do you know the rules? This area is the territory of our Han and Uyghur base. You passed by here and took so many supplies. Why don't you pay protection fees to our Han and Uyghur base? I won't cheat you. You can leave after handing over half of the food. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety later." Hearing that the thugs on the opposite side actually wanted to hand over half of the food, Song Xiaobin's men were very angry. "Asshole, why don't you go and rob it? Rubbish, it's time to collect protection fees. Leader, let's fight them." Several people are still high school students. Naturally, they don't have any scheming. If they are angry, they will vent it. But they don't think about the fact that it is the Doomsday era now, and this situation is too normal. Fortunately, Song Xiaobin was a bit shrewd. He was a very smart man. Otherwise, he would not have set the #1 university in China as his college entrance examination goal. Although he was very angry in his heart, he was still able to restrain his anger. He smiled and said, "My brother, we are all Chinese and compatriots. There is no need to go so far. If your Hanwei base keeps collecting protection fees in the area around this trading market, I believe that no matter the survivor teams around or the official base, they will not let this situation continue. Can your base survive everyone's anger? It should be impossible. Just pretend you didn't see us this time. Go back and persuade your boss not to do this again. Doing so will only lead to death, and your end will not be good. Do you think what I said makes sense?" "Haha, I have to say that you are very eloquent, kid. If there was no Doomsday, you should be a very good diplomat." Zhang Hua had met many talented people with his boss Zhang Han. Song Xiaobin had such good eloquence and scheming before he even left the campus. He admired him in his heart. However, No matter how much he admired him, it would not affect his taking away half of the other party's food. He stared at Song Xiaobin expressionlessly and said, "Boy, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Do you want to hand over half of the food or not? If you don't, we will take action. By then, you may be able to be fine with some support, but several of your men will be dead. Make your choice." There were 10 people on the other side, and the most important thing was that the leader had a pistol in his hand. Song Xiaobin didn't dare to bet that his body could withstand the bullets. If he was shot by the other side's pistol, he might not die for a while, but without a doctor's treatment, he would still die in the end. Just when Song Xiaobin was in a dilemma, neither side noticed that a person who did not belong to either party appeared at a corner that they could not see. This person was none other than Han Xiaofan, who had been wandering in the sewer for a while and had not found where the trading market was. The sewer pipes were too interconnected and complicated. Without a map or someone who was familiar with the route of the sewer pipes to lead the way, it would be difficult for Han Xiaofan to find the trading market. However, he was not in a hurry at all. After all, going to the trading market was just a sudden idea of his. Even if he could not find it, it didn't matter. Moreover, he had memorized the locations of several survivor teams and hunted many mutant rats, even mutant snakes, mutant earthworms, and other mutant beasts, and harvested a lot of mutant beast meat. When Zhang Hua and his group just stopped Song Xiaobin, Han Xiaofan saw them, but he did not recognize the people on both sides. However, just by looking at the appearance, tone of voice, and temperament of both sides, he knew that the party with more people should be gangsters, and the few people with more people looked immature, and they were middle school students who had not yet left the campus. Sure enough, through the conversation between the two sides, Han Xiaofan was proved to be right. Zhang Hua and his group were arrogant and domineering. They even collected the life-saving food from the survivors as protection fees in the Doomsday. This practice made him feel disgusted. He had already given them a death notice in his heart. Taking out 10 stainless steel beads from the storage space, Han Xiaofan used his fingers to move these stainless steel beads. When Song Xiaobin was in a dilemma, he shot the stainless steel beads in his hand one by one towards Zhang Hua and his group, just like playing the glass bead game when he was a child. Swoosh! The stainless steel beads cut through the air and burst out with a sharp sound. This was because the stainless steel beads were too fast, causing the air explosion sound. Each steel ball accurately hit a person's head. Zhang Hua was still there, gloating, waiting for Song Xiaobin and his group of students to beg for mercy, and then hand over half of the food so that he could take it back and get the boss's reward. He was very happy, but he only felt a pain in the back of his head. His eyes went black, his consciousness disappeared, and the whole person felt. Companions only heard a sharp, swoosh sound, and soon they saw the 10 thugs who stopped them to collect protection fees all fell to the ground almost at the same time. They were surprised to find that there was a hole in the head of the fallen thugs, and the brains were bursting out and bleeding. It was disgusting to see them, but they had seen many corpses, so they quickly returned to normal. "Thank you for your help, Master. I wonder if you can show up to meet me?" There was no need to guess at all. Song Xiaobin knew that there must be a very powerful master helping him, but there was no one in front or behind. He even suspected that the master had left. But soon Song Xiaobin saw a young man with an ordinary appearance coming out. The young man had a tang sword on his waist and a backpack on his back. What impressed Song Xiaobin the most was that the other party had just killed 10 people, but his eyes seemed very calm. No, not calm, but deep and indifferent, which made him involuntarily alert. He was worried that the other party was a murderer who regarded human life as worthless. The person who showed up was naturally Han Xiaofan. He admired Song Xiaobin for being calm and composed in the face of danger, and he was a middle school student. Such talents were rare. He wanted to recruit him into his base, but he did not rashly ask for him. "Hello, my name is Han Xiaofan. I heard that there is an official trading market nearby, but I have never found it. I didn't expect to encounter these people intercepting you to collect protection fees. I just couldn't stand it and took action. You won't blame me for taking the initiative, right?" "Of course not, Brother Han. My name is Song Xiaobin, and I am from a nearby survivor team. I am so happy that you can help us deal with them. How can I blame you?" The two exchanged a few pleasantries and had a preliminary acquaintance. Song Xiaobin was relieved. After all, Han Xiaofan looked indifferent, but he spoke normally and was not a murderer. Finally, in order to thank Han Xiaofan for his help, Song Xiaobin offered to lead the way to the trading market. Han Xiaofan would not refuse. If he searched by himself, he might not find the location in a day. However, after Song Xiaobin and his friends brought Han Xiaofan to the trading market, they said goodbye and left. After all, they had food with them, and the gangsters who were killed might have accomplices in the trading market. They were afraid of attracting the attention of those accomplices, which would be bad, so they had to go back to the base quickly. New book collection and recommendation. Thank you. Han Xiaofan did not go to the trading market immediately, but returned to the place just now. However, when he arrived, two groups of uninvited guests had arrived earlier than him. One group was survivors. Judging from their clothes and the people he killed, they should be their companions. The other group was not human, but a group of hundreds of mutant rats, which should have been attracted by the bloody smell of the corpse. The battle between the two sides ended quickly, and the victory was on the human side, mainly because many of them had hot weapons, pistols and rifles, and they also had silencers. Han Xiaofan guessed that these people should have official backers behind them, otherwise they would not be able to get these hot weapons. After all, China is the country with the strictest gun ban in the entire Blue Star world. Han Xiaofan also found that the leader should be an evolver like Song Xiaobin, but he didn't see what kind of superpower the other party used, so he couldn't guess what kind of superpower the other party was. Sure enough, although the number of human evolvers is rare, it is not that there are none. Han Xiaofan met two evolvers in the sewer pipes within half a day. If he went to the trading market, he might meet more evolvers. However, Han Xiaofan didn't care too much about the evolvers. Although he was not an evolver, his strength was much stronger than these so-called evolvers. After one of Tang Bing's men checked the bodies on the ground, he reported directly to Tang Bing. "Captain, they should have been killed by steel balls, but I don't know how they were killed by steel balls. Could it be that the evolvers used their abilities?" After hearing his subordinate's words, Tang Bing's face was full of confusion. Although he was happy about the death of Jiang Hua and others, he felt that it was unlikely that Jiang Hua was killed by Song Xiaobin, a student evolver. However, he still said, "It should be the students who were intercepted by Jiang Hua just now. Let's go back and report the situation to the boss. As for what to do, the boss will decide." Okay. Since Tang Bing said so, naturally no one else would have any objection. Moreover, they all saw the death of Jiang Hua and others. They were not stupid if they were asked to find the murderer who killed Jiang Hua and others. The person who could kill Jiang Hua and others so easily was not a simple person. The most likely person was a very powerful evolver. Tang Bing ordered a group of people to dig out the crystal cores in the mutant mice, and another group of people hurried to deal with the bodies of the mice. The meat of the mutant mice naturally could not be wasted, so they put the meat into the large bag they carried with them. In less than 5 minutes, Tang Bing and his team had dealt with the bodies of the mutant mice, and soon they left here. As for the bodies of Jiang Hua and his companions, they were just thrown there. They naturally would not deal with the bodies of Jiang Hua and his companions. First, they did not have the time, and second, they did not want to take risks. After all, carrying corpses would easily attract attacks from mutant beasts. After they left, Han Xiaofan first put the bodies of Jiang Hua and his companions into the storage space. He did not have any fetish for corpses, nor did he want to help them deal with the aftermath out of kindness. But these corpses were rare experimental materials. If Dr. Ye needed to use corpses for experiments, these corpses would be the best materials. Tang Bing and his companions were each carrying 2 bags, and they were not walking very fast. Han Xiaofan easily caught up with them. He followed Tang Bing and his companions because he wanted to know where the Hanwei base was located. In the future, the Hope base might confront this base. Knowing both yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. After many twists and turns, he entered the subway passage from the sewer, and then walked for more than half an hour, and then went into the sewer again. Then he came out of the sewer and entered the subway passage. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he entered from a door that should be of a subway maintenance passage, and then passed through several passages and entered an underground parking lot from a passage that was obviously drilled by humans not long ago. As for the specific situation in the underground parking lot, Han Xiaofan didn't know. This is because there are people guarding the maintenance passage, and this is an open sentry. Han Xiaofan found that there are some cameras working in secret. It should be impossible to enter the underground parking lot unnoticed, unless he breaks in by force. However, he has not had any conflict of interest with the Hanwei base yet, so he will not take the risk to wipe them out. Moreover, he is not sure whether the Hanwei base will have heavy weapons. His current strength is not strong enough to ignore heavy weapons, but it may not be the case in a while. Anyway, time is definitely on his side. After letting Xiaoji record the route and the location of the Hanwei base, Han Xiaofan turned around and left. He wanted to go back to the trading market to have a look. Zhao Jianjun and his team returned disappointed. On the ground, they encountered extremely cold weather, blizzards, mutants hiding in buildings, or mutant beasts that have begun to adapt to the harsh environment outside. These mutant monsters posed a great threat to them. Fortunately, they were the best special forces team in China, and their equipment was also the most advanced in the world. Several people only suffered minor injuries and returned to the subway passage. The team did not immediately return to the place arranged for them to rest at the official base of the Dragon District, but came to the trading market. Zhao Jianjun hoped that Xiao Bing could bring him good news. Unfortunately, Xiao Bing did not get good news in the trading market. No one had seen Ye Lanxin and Ouyang Mei. There were only two possible results. One was that the two women had an accident shortly after the outbreak of the Doomsday, so no survivors had seen them. The other was that they were rescued by other survivors early and joined a survivor base. They had never left the base, so no one had seen them. For these two situations, Zhao Jianjun and his team naturally did not want the first one, otherwise it would mean that their mission had failed, and it would also mean that the country had lost a national treasure-level scientist. Yes, Ye Lanxin was a national treasure-level scientist of China. If it were not for special circumstances, Ye Lanxin would not have left her base and come to the Dragon District. However, Zhao Jianjun and his team did not know why Ye Lanxin and Ouyang Mei came to the Dragon District. By the way, Captain, I just met a very interesting middle school student. Xiao Bing told his captain Zhao Jianjun about Song Xiaobin's exchange of food just now, and told Zhao Jianjun that he suspected that the other party was an evolver. Xiao Bing himself was not an evolver, so he naturally could not sense whether the other party was an evolver. He did not have the unique sensing ability between evolvers. He just guessed that Song Xiaobin could hunt so many mutant mice. Captain, if you had come back earlier, you would know whether he was an evolver. That's right. If the evolvers get closer, they can sense whether the other party is an evolver. This is also a unique way for evolvers to judge whether someone is an evolver. Zhao Jianjun did not answer Xiao Bing's question immediately because he saw a very unique young man. The other party looked indifferent. Although he did not carry a sharp murderous aura, his keen sixth sense told him that the other party was an extremely dangerous person. This was the super sixth sense he honed on the battlefield. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you. The subway train was transformed into a shop. There were vendors, a large number of survivors, fully armed security personnel, service personnel of the official exchange center, who were smiling and had a good service attitude. The whole hall seemed lively and orderly. Probably for safety and to prevent attacks from those underground mutant beasts, both ends of this subway station were sealed with thick cement walls. Of course, this was in accordance with the instructions in the manual issued to the survivors who came for the first time in the trading market. The manual did not contain much content, mainly telling the survivors who came to the trading market for the first time what to pay attention to abide by the rules and regulations formulated by the official, not to violate them, not to cause trouble in the market, and not to fight and kill in the market. After reading the manual, Han Xiaofan's eyes were thoughtful. From this manual, it can be seen that the official cannot control other surrounding areas, which is also an important reason why those people dared to intercept the survivors to collect protection fees. Those vendors who rented shops were generally opened by larger survivor teams, and most of the stalls were set up by smaller survivor teams. As for whether there were lone rangers, Han Xiaofan estimated that there should be some. After all, humans have never lacked ruthless people. In this Doomsday era, some people do not trust other survivors as partners. They are willing to survive alone, so that they will not be backstabbed by their companions. The largest merchant in the trading market is naturally the official material exchange center. Han Xiaofan suspects that the official opened this exchange center to collect a large number of crystal cores. As long as there are crystal cores, the official soldiers can become stronger by swallowing crystal cores and better protect the official survival base. As for the food exchanged, it is not worth mentioning for the official. No one knows how much reserve food the official has in hand. The area of the entire trading market is not very large. After all, it was rebuilt from a subway station. The length is less than 100 meters. There are many vendors setting up stalls. Renting shops requires rent. For ordinary survivors or small teams, it is better to save money. Han Xiaofan walked around the entire trading market. When he saw something useful, he exchanged it with mutant rat meat. In the end, there was less than half of the meat left in the bag. He didn't plan to set up a stall, so he took the bag directly to the exchange center and told the staff there to exchange for food. The staff asked Han Xiaofan what kind of food he wanted to exchange. There were more than a dozen types such as rice, flour, and rice noodles. After hearing what the staff said, Han Xiaofan was sure that the official base should not be short of food, and he certainly didn't lack it either. It was just that he wanted to exchange weapons from the official. But he didn't know if it was possible, so he directly asked the staff if it was feasible. Unfortunately, the staff replied, "I'm sorry, we don't have hot weapons for exchange here, but we do have cold weapons. Do you need cold weapons?" No, I want to ask, if I want to exchange hot weapons, which leader should I look for? I don't know. Okay, thank you. Coming out of the exchange center, Han Xiaofan was holding a bag of rice. He saw some people around him with malicious eyes. It seemed that these people saw that he was alone and thought he was a fat sheep. He would let those who dared to take advantage of him know that he was not a fat sheep at all, but a hungry wolf. Zhao Zhenjun, who had been paying attention to Han Xiaofan and was a little curious about him, saw that he was about to leave the market. Zhao Zhenjun immediately arranged for Qiao Bing to follow him. He took the others to the exchange center to inquire about the situation. As for the stall, it was naturally closed. Anyway, they were not here to do business, but mainly to inquire about the news. In addition to Qiao Bing, several other people followed Han Xiaofan out of the trading market. They all wanted to rob Han Xiaofan of the food. After all, Han Xiaofan came to the market alone to trade supplies. If they didn't see Han Xiaofan with his companions outside, they would definitely take action. Not to mention a large bag of food, even a piece of bread can cause a fight between two survivors. In order to survive, humans have done everything they can. Killing is normal. Some survivors can even eat people, but these survivors are no longer considered human. Han Xiaofan knew clearly about the people following him. His strength has increased in all aspects. Even his sixth sense has a mysterious feeling. That is, he can clearly sense the existence of any life form within 100 meters, just like installing a life radar. And he feels that as his strength becomes stronger and stronger, this sensing ability will also become stronger. In the future, he may be able to sense the entire urban area. At that time, he will be no different from a god. As for the survivors who followed him since they want to die, Han Xiaofan will also fulfill their wish. After the inspection by the gatekeeper, Han Xiaofan left the market and re-entered the sewer pipe. There was already the sound of running behind him. Sure enough, after a while, Han Xiaofan was surrounded by 5 people while he deliberately slowed down his pace. All 5 of them were men, each holding a machete and one of them holding a flashlight. Even without the flashlight, Han Xiaofan could see clearly how they were dressed. They were wearing dirty down jackets, cold-proof hats, masks, cold-proof boots, etc. It can be said that these people were ordinary survivors. However, from their bloodshot eyes, Han Xiaofan saw the indifference to life. Such survivors had killed people or had killed mutants and mutant beasts. Boy, hand over the bag in your hand, quickly. One of the 5 people, who should be the leader of the 5 of them, asked Han Xiaofan to hand over the food directly. It seemed that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. Han Xiaofan had not expected that the official opening of this trading market was, to some extent, to give the weak survivors a chance to exchange supplies, especially food, to survive. However, many officials probably did not expect that this trading market was also a place to attract survivors to die. After all, human bad nature cannot be eradicated, especially in the Doomsday world. Without the constraints of order and law, the evil in many people's hearts is infinitely magnified. Compared with the hard work of hunting mutant beasts and mutants to harvest crystal cores, or going to the harsh environment outside to collect supplies, it is more convenient and easier for them to simply rob other people's supplies. Do it! The moment he saw Han Xiaofan was distracted, the leader decisively gave the order to attack. In fact, when he saw that Han Xiaofan's siege of the 5 of them seemed very thin, he felt something was wrong, which was why he did not act immediately. But now that he saw Han Xiaofan was distracted, he would naturally not miss the perfect opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, Han Xiaofan drew his sword the moment he shouted, and it was indescribably fast. Qiao Bing, who was watching the show behind him, only saw a flash of lightning-like knife light, and then he was shocked to see 5 heads fall to the ground, and 5 spurting blood columns made Qiao Bing, a special forces soldier who had seen many bloody scenes and experienced many battles, a little unbearable. Who are you? I don't know when it started. Han Xiaofan has been standing not far in front of Qiao Bing. The Tang sword in his hand has been sheathed, and the whole person still looks so indifferent and expressionless, as if the person who just beheaded 5 people was not him. The alarm in his heart was frantically reminding Qiao Bing that the ordinary-looking young man in front of him was an extremely dangerous person. He was an evolver who was 100 times more powerful than his captain. This was his first instinct. He raised his hands and said to Han Xiaofan with a smile, "Hello, brother. My name is Qiao Bing. I am a soldier, an official. I am following you not because I want to harm you, but because I have something to tell you. New book, please collect and recommend. Thank you." "Oh, hello. My name is Han Xiaofan. What are you following me for?" Han Xiaofan certainly knew that Qiao Bing had no ill will towards him. Just now in the trading market, he noticed the gazes of Qiao Bing and the others, but he knew that they were soldiers just by looking at their standing posture, but he didn't expect them to be special forces. This was not surprising. They were the strongest of all the survivors he had seen in the Doomsday. Although Han Xiaofan's tone didn't sound up and down, Qiao Bing felt that it was a bit teasing, but he was thick-skinned and didn't feel embarrassed. He took out a photo and smiled sincerely and asked, "I just want to ask if you have seen the two people in the photo. If so, please tell me, thank you." Oh. Seeing the smile on Qiao Bing's face, Han Xiaofan felt that the other party was sincere and did not lie. He took the photo and saw that it was Ye Lanxin and Ouyang Mei. On the surface, his expression did not change at all, calm and indifferent. In the other party's expectant eyes, Han Xiaofan shook his head calmly and said, "Sorry, I haven't seen it." No, Qiao Bing put the photo away. He was not too disappointed. After all, they had already planned to fail the mission. In such a doomsday world, although Ouyang Mei's skills were good, if they were not evolvers, it would be difficult for the two women to survive. "Brother Han, I saw you coming out of the exchange center with a disappointed look on your face. Did you want to exchange something but didn't get it? I still have some face with the authorities. Tell me what it is and see if I can help you." Hearing Qiao Bing's confident words, Han Xiaofan thought that the other party should also have an important position in the military. His guess was indeed correct. Han Xiaofan thought that the other party should be the most elite special forces soldier in China. He told Qiao Bing about his idea of exchanging hot weapons at the exchange center. Qiao Bing was not surprised that Han Xiaofan wanted to exchange hot weapons. The survivors who went to the trading market wanted to exchange hot weapons and food. It's just that the authorities have not yet made up their minds whether to relax the restrictions on hot weapons for survivors. However, Qiao Bing knew that the authorities should decide to relax the hot weapons policy soon. After all, compared with the harm caused by these hot weapons flowing into the hands of villains, how to save the existing survivors from continuing to be harmed by various mutant monsters is the most important thing. If the survivors in China do not have hot weapons, their self-protection ability will be greatly affected. Not everyone is an evolver. The authorities counted the population and the number of evolvers in each official base and found that evolvers accounted for 1,000th of the total population, which means that there is only one evolver in 1,000 people. This number is too small. This is the information that Qiao Bing can know. Of course, he did not tell Han Xiaofan. He just said, "Brother Han, if you can bring some better mutant meat, I can help you to connect with the authorities. The authorities should be able to exchange it for hot weapons for you." "Really? Really? Well, I will come to the trading market in a few days. You should stay in the trading market all the time, right?" "Yes, as long as there is no accident, I will be there." "Brother Han should be an evolver, right?" "Yes, I am an evolver." "He should also be the leader of a survivor team, right?" "Yes. I don't know what you mean." "I want Brother Han to tell his men that if they meet the two women in the photo, the authorities will reward them handsomely. Thank you for your help." "That's not a problem. That's it. I'm leaving." "Goodbye." The two chatted briefly and then left. Han Xiaofan did not leave the sewer pipe immediately, but planned to walk around for a few hours and asked Xiaoji to record the map. If he had time, he wanted to walk around the sewer pipes and subway passages in the entire Dragon District, but it was impossible in a short time. He also asked Xiaoji to record the locations of all the survivor teams he met, so that these survivors could be recruited into the underground city base in the future. Qiao Bing returned to the exchange center of the trading market. There was a suite for their team in the exchange center, which had 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. It could be said that there was not much difference from ordinary commercial housing. This was a rest room specially prepared by the official base of the Dragon District for Zhao Jianjun's team. There was also a gas tank inside, which allowed Zhao Jianjun's team to cook and eat hot meals. "Xiao Qiao, how is it?" Qiao Bing's nickname is Xiao Qiao, and everyone else has a nickname. Under normal circumstances, they call each other by their nicknames, which is also a habit they developed before the end of the world. Hearing the captain Zhao Jianjun's question and seeing the others looking at him, Qiao Bing sat down on the sofa. He told them everything he had talked about with Han Xiaofan, and he also told them his guess. Captain Han Xiaofan is a very powerful evolver. If you can't make friends with him, you must not become his enemy. Everyone present knew that Qiao Bing, as a scout of their team, would never speak nonsense, but Zhao Jianjun still asked, "Did you judge it from the speed at which the other party killed people that you couldn't see clearly?" Qiao Bing shook his head, his expression very serious. "No, when I was standing next to him, every cell in my body was frantically telling me to stay away from him. Captain, you should all know that the sixth sense is very strong. After the outbreak of the Doomsday, my sixth sense ability has become stronger. Although I am not an evolver, my sixth sense tells me that he is 100 times stronger than the captain. As experienced elite warriors, everyone in Zhao Jianjun's team has a sixth sense after the battlefield experience, which is of great help to them in fighting the enemy on the battlefield. However, After the outbreak of the Doomsday, although Qiao Bing is not an evolver, his sixth sense is stronger than that of the Captain Zhao Zhenjin, which is the most important reason why they can reach the Dragon District from the central area of Shenzhen City without any damage. 100 times! The gap is so big that Zhao Zhenjin's scalp is numb. It has only been a few days since the outbreak of the Doomsday, and such a strong man has appeared. If he is 100 times stronger than himself, he suspects that Han Xiaofan should not be afraid of hot weapons, and there may be few mutant monsters that can threaten him. It seems that he is a very mysterious person. Of course we have to fight him. If he comes here again in a few days, we should treat him well. As for the exchange of hot weapons, there should be a result tomorrow. The meeting in Kyoto will come to the result today, and the notice will be issued tomorrow. After listening to Zhao Zhanjun's words, the other members of the team looked thoughtful. It seems that the bosses above also saw that the survival of the survivors was worrying. If the survivors no longer had hot weapons, the survivors who were not in the official base would most likely die. If there were not enough people, let alone whether China could rise again in the future, it would be a problem whether it could avoid national extinction. New book, please collect and recommend. It took only 20 years for the Hanwei Group to rise and grow from its establishment to its rise. It can be said that this group with assets of tens of billions is also a large group in Long District. Its headquarters is a 50-story building, which also belongs to the Hanwei Group. When building this building, Zheng Han, the chairman of Hanwei Group, was also learning from other wealthy people to build an underground fortress as a retreat. But he did not expect that after the outbreak of the Doomsday, this underground fortress saved him and his family. The underground fortress has an area of more than 10,000 square meters and has a 2-story structure, which adds up to an area of 20,000 square meters. The entire fortress is built according to nuclear war specifications. It not only has complete living facilities, but also an independent generator power supply system, a groundwater extraction system, and a geothermal heating system. It can be said that the underground fortress prepared for nuclear war is more than enough to deal with the current Doomsday world. Unless you encounter a mutant monster with the power of a nuclear bomb, this fortress is an unbreakable base. With such a base, Zheng Han is naturally not afraid of any attack from foreign enemies, but he is cunning and knows that the world has entered the Doomsday era, and many people's hearts will change accordingly. He has never trusted any outsiders before. Now it is the Doomsday era, and he will not trust any outsiders. He only trusts his family. On the second floor of the Hanwei base, in a luxurious suite, this is the residence of Zheng Han's family. In the study, the 3 core figures of the Hanwei base are discussing how to recruit more survivors, how to collect more supplies, especially food, whether to set up a farm for earthworms or mutant mice. These are all fundamental issues related to whether the base can survive and grow, and they all need to be discussed and decided by Zheng Han and the other 2. However, Sun Tongbing, the captain of the base's security team, came in and brought back bad news. That is, 10 security personnel who went out died. It is impossible for people not to die in the Doomsday world, but among the dead, there are Zheng Han's trusted men secretly arranged, which makes him very angry, and he directly ordered Tang Bing, "Send all the people out, find those students, and bring them all back. I want to see how they want to die." Zheng Han is very fat and round, and his smile is almost like Maitreya, Buddha, but the entire upper class of the Dragon District knows that this guy is cruel and ruthless, and his competitors rarely have a good end. There were 2 men sitting next to him. One looked like Zhang Fei. He was the second in command of the Hanwei base and Zheng Han's younger brother, Zheng Wei. The other looked more gentle, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He had a refined temperament, similar to a university professor. He was none other than the 3rd in command of the Hanwei base and the think tank of the Hanwei base. The 2 did not object to Zheng Han's decision. After all, they were just a bunch of students. They would find them and bring them back to torture them slowly, making them regret coming to this world. Before the end of the world, the Hanwei Group did a lot of such things. But in order to prevent the security personnel from finding out, they would deal with the enemy in secret. "Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away." Tang Bing was tall and strong, but when he stood in front of Zheng Han, he always bent down, looking a little wretched. He handed the bag full of crystal cores to Zheng Wei and then left. The 3 of them didn't care about this and continued to discuss the important matters of the base. An hour later, after discussing everything, Han Shen left Zheng Han's study. Zheng Han's bodyguards were guarding outside. After he left the room with Han Shen, the bodyguards closed the door and went back to the door of the study to be on guard. This shows how much Zheng Han valued his safety. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Zheng Wei saw his brother in a daze, and he immediately asked, "Yeah." Hearing his brother's question, Zheng Han came back to his senses. He looked a little solemn and said, I was thinking about what role Tang Bing played in the accident of Zhang Hua and others. What? Zhang Wei did not expect to hear such words. He recalled Tang Bing's performance just now. It was the same as before, and there was no flaw. Why did his brother suspect him? He hesitated and said, Brother, are you thinking too much? Tang Bing has been with us for 20 years and has always been loyal to us. He should not betray us. And what bad things do you suspect he has done? Do you suspect he killed Zhang Hua and others? Zhang Hua and others were not killed by him. He is not that stupid. Zheng Han quickly denied his brother's guess. He continued, I suspect that there are evolvers among the students, and Tang Bing deliberately concealed the news, which led to the death of Zhang Hua and others. Yes, that should be the case. Brother, this should be your guess. It is easy to cause confusion without evidence. Zheng Wei was not that kind to Tang Bing. It was just that Tang Bing, as the captain of the security team, had served the two brothers for 20 years. If they arrested him without evidence, it would easily chill the hearts of others, and the base might not be able to survive. Hey, I won't touch him now, but when he shows his hand, it will be his death. Zheng Han hated people who betrayed him the most. He knew that after the outbreak of the Doomsday, there would definitely be people who would have different intentions, especially those like Tang Bing, who thought he was the only one in the Hanwei base. Naturally, he was unwilling to submit to ordinary people like the two brothers. Dad, Uncle, what are you talking about? A handsome young man came in without knocking. He was Zheng Han's only son. His name was Zheng Xiaoyong. Before the outbreak of the Doomsday, he was an arrogant and domineering dandy. He walked directly to his father and sat down. Zheng Han naturally doted on his only son, not to mention that his only son was now a trump card of the Hanwei base. He pointed to the bag full of crystal cores on the coffee table and said with a smile, These are all crystal cores. Take them back and absorb. Be careful of your limits and don't be stubborn. Understand? So many. Hearing his father's words, Zheng Xiaoyong couldn't wait to open the bag. When he saw that there were no less than 100 crystal cores in it, and most of them were not small crystal cores like those of mutant mice, he immediately sighed. Thank you, Dad. I will work hard to become stronger. Dad, Uncle, I'm going out first. You continue to chat. Zheng Xiaoyong picked up the bag and went out. From his actions, it can be seen that he came to his father's study just to get the crystal cores. After all, Tang Bing would hand in the crystal cores collected by the base every time he came here. Although he didn't know why his father asked him not to show up in front of Tang Bing in the future, he just needed to know that the crystal cores could make him stronger. Other things would naturally be handled by his father and uncle. Zheng Han watched his son walk out with a smile on his face. After all, he was his only son, and now he was the only evolver in the Zheng family. He asked his son not to meet Tang Bing just to make his son a trump card. Now it seems that his approach was still very far-sighted. The Doomsday had only broken out for a few days, and some people below were getting impatient. Brother, why don't you just let Xiaoyong kill Tang Bing secretly? With Xiaoyong's strength, he should be able to kill him without anyone noticing. With a deliberate plan, Zheng Xiaoyong was very likely to kill Tang Bing, but Zheng Han shook his head and refused. After the two brothers chatted for another half an hour, Zheng Wei said goodbye. His house was next door, also a house, but the area was a little smaller than his brother's. After Zheng Wei left the study, Zheng Han looked thoughtful. He was dissatisfied with his brother's proposal. After all, although his son was stronger than Tang Bing, and if he plotted secretly, there was a high possibility of success. But no matter what, Tang Bing was also an evolver. No one knew whether an evolver would burst out with great strength before dying. At that time, it might cause great harm to his son, which he could not tolerate. As long as there was no chance of killing Tang Bing 100%, or there was no evidence of his betrayal, Zheng Han would not take action, but he would definitely not relax his surveillance on him. New book. Please collect and recommend. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and Han Xiaofan left the sewer. He did not come out from the place where he entered the sewer, but came out from a sewer well near the Jingle Villa area. Because the underground of the entire Jingle Villa district is occupied by the underground city base, there are naturally no sewer pipes in the Jingle Villa district. Han Xiaofan doesn't know how the sewer pipes in the Jingle Villa district disappeared after the underground city appeared. He didn't pay much attention to these things. He only knew that the underground city base itself was a very unscientific existence. After recovering the manhole cover, Han Xiaofan looked at the blizzard outside, which was still raging and snowing, with no sign of stopping at all, as if God wanted to bury the entire blue star with snow. With such snowfall, the entire city will be completely covered in half a month. By then, the sewer manhole covers on the streets will all be buried under thick snow and ice. It seems that we have to find a high-rise building to dig a passage to the sewer. Otherwise, it will be a bit troublesome to enter the sewer or subway passage next time. Of course, for Han Xiaofan, it is just a small trouble. With his strength, it is still easy to enter the underground world. Han Xiaofan had cleared all the mutant monsters around the Jingle Villa district. He did not encounter any monsters on the way. Han Xiaofan easily came to the gate of the Jingle Villa district. There were lights flashing in the security booth at the gate. Naturally, the security team of the base was on guard inside. He also saw the appearance of Han Xiaofan, the leader of the base. Just before he wanted to walk out of the security booth to salute Han Xiaofan waved at him, indicating that he should stay inside and not come out. Although the temperature is now as low as -50 degrees, there should be gas stoves, tents, and sleeping bags in the security booth to keep warm, so ordinary people can stay inside. As for why security personnel are arranged to be on guard, it is naturally because the camera cannot be kept for too long in such a low-temperature state. Maybe in 2 days, all the cameras in the villa area will be frozen. At that time, the base will be equivalent to a blind man for the situation on the ground. In order to ensure that the base can know the situation on the ground at any time, people are naturally needed to monitor the situation outside. Han Xiaofan handed these arrangements over to several captains of the security team. He would not personally lead the security team to search for supplies or hunt those mutant monsters. If he led the team with his strength, it would be impossible to train the members of the security team. They could just lie down, which was not a good thing for the base. If a base wants to grow and develop, it is naturally impossible to rely on one person. No matter how powerful Han Xiaofan is, he is only one person, and he does not understand many other things. He needs the support of talents from all aspects. The security team is an armed force for the base, and it also needs to work hard to become stronger. Han Xiaofan cannot stay in the base every day to protect them. The members of the security team need to find ways to hunt those mutant monsters and then become stronger by swallowing crystal cores. Back to the underground city base, the temperature rose to more than 20 degrees, but for Han Xiaofan, there is no need to take off his clothes. He also wears very little outside, with a piece of underwear inside and a coat outside. Outsiders don't know that he is only wearing 2 clothes. If they know, they will definitely be shocked. After all, even an evolver can't ignore the extremely cold weather outside. Compared with what Han Xiaofan saw in the sewers and subway passages, the people in the underground city base lived a normal life, similar to that before the Doomsday. Everyone's face was full of smiles. They certainly knew what kind of life the survivors outside lived, so they were very glad to join Han Xiaofan's base. When they saw Han Xiaofan, they all greeted him respectfully and said, "Hello, leader." Han Xiaofan smiled and nodded in response to everyone's greetings. He originally wanted to visit the first floor, but the people's eyes were too enthusiastic for him, which made him a little unbearable. He could only take the elevator to the 3rd floor. As soon as he arrived at the 3rd floor, he received a message from Ye Lanxin asking him to go to the Research Institute. The Research Institute was set up by Han Xiaofan on the 3rd floor, and the security team was also on the 3rd floor. There was also the most important warehouse on the 3rd floor. The warehouse stored a large amount of materials that Han Xiaofan took out from the storage space. It can be said that people without authority cannot go to the 3rd floor. If people without authority want to come to the 3rd floor, their final fate is death. The area of the institute is not small. Now there are only 2 people, Ye Lanxin and An Lihong, who only use a small part of the area. Han Xiaofan has reserved a large area and space. When the number of survivors in the base increases in the future, more researchers will be recruited naturally. Dr. Ye, what do you want to talk to me about? After several layers of verification and opening the door, Han Xiaofan entered the institute full of technology. As soon as he entered the door, he said to Ye Lanxin directly. All the equipment in the institute was taken out by him from the hospital and several pharmaceutical companies in Long District. Ye Lanxin's evaluation is not inferior to that of ordinary universities. Ye Lanxin put down the test tube in her hand. An Lihong was also working seriously beside her and did not put down the things in her hand. Ye Lanxin did not answer Han Xiaofan's question immediately, but took him to a room next to it. This room is equivalent to a lounge for the 2 women. There is not only a bed in it, but also an independent kitchen and bathroom. The 2 women can live here when they are busy. Han Xiaofan also arranged an aunt to cook for them to prevent the 2 women from missing meals due to experiments. Chief, please take a seat. Although Ye Lanxin is as beautiful as a fairy, her temperament is very cold, even aloof. Han Xiaofan's temperament is also extremely cold. It can be said that the 2 of them really look very compatible when standing together. After Han Xiaofan sat down, Ye Lanxin made him another cup of coffee. She also had one for herself. She sat down opposite Han Xiaofan, drank a sip of coffee, and after putting down the cup, she said, "Chief, let me study the P-virus and the gas in the air that you named spiritual energy. After Li Hong and I did some preliminary research, We found that the P virus is very similar to the zombie virus in the movie and is also very contagious. However, as long as you are not bitten directly by those mutant monsters, you will not mutate under normal circumstances. Also, mutant monsters will not rot away like zombies over time. If they were only infected with the P virus, these mutant monsters would evolve towards becoming stronger. But with the addition of spiritual energy, the direction of their evolution becomes very uncertain. Spiritual energy can be said to be a very powerful catalyst. It can make some of the fantasy things in our fantasy novels become reality. Han Xiaofan listened to Ye Lanxin's words patiently. He was not surprised by the exaggerated effect of spiritual energy. With his current temperament, it was really difficult for him to show other emotions, not to mention the mysterious crystal he fused, which was very mysterious. He even suspected that his underground city base was not a scientific creation at all, but more like a mysterious thing. It's just that he has no evidence now. He will definitely know the truth in the future. Dr. Ye, please continue to study the P virus and spiritual energy, and try to figure out all their functions. I can provide any help you need. Okay, I will tell you what I lack and what help I need as soon as possible. Neither of them is the kind of person who can chat at leisure. After finishing the business, Han Xiaofan quickly left the institute, and Ye Lanxin continued her research work. Originally, Han Xiaofan wanted to mention to her that there was a special team to rescue her and Ouyang Mei, but he thought the timing was not right, so he would tell the two women about it later. New book for collection and recommendation. Time passed quickly, and more than 10 days passed quickly. The entire Blue Star was still shrouded in polar night and extreme cold weather. The blizzard lasted for more than 10 days. The thick snow had buried the shorter buildings on both sides of the Dragon District Street. A thick layer of ice had formed under the snow, which was the biggest reason why the survivors could go out without being buried by the snow. Perhaps they had adapted to the extreme cold weather, and more mutant monsters appeared outside. Whether they were mutants or other mutant beasts, they all had long white hair on their bodies. It was also appropriate to say that they were white-haired monsters. Under the dual effects of the P virus and spiritual energy, these mutant monsters became more and more weird in appearance, and their strength became stronger and stronger. Although humans also had evolvers, and ordinary survivors could also become stronger through crystal cores, their speed of becoming stronger was much slower than that of monsters. Fortunately, humans still had an advantage that monsters did not have. That was wisdom. With the blessing of wisdom, humans could survive in such a harsh doomsday environment. Compared to the extremely cold weather of nearly -70 degrees on the ground, the temperature in the underground world is slightly higher, only -40 degrees. But this temperature is also an extremely dangerous low temperature for ordinary people, especially the elderly and children. It can be said that many of the elderly and children who escaped the infection of the P virus did not escape this extremely cold weather. However, according to the estimation of official experts, as long as the dust layer covering the atmosphere of the Blue Star does not disappear, the Blue Star will always be in the Ice Age in the future. The time for the dust layer to disappear is calculated in hundreds of years. It is conceivable that the Blue Star has really entered the Ice Age. In a sewer somewhere in the Dragon District, a man wearing a thick, cold-proof jacket walked carefully in the sewer passage. He did not have a flashlight or other lighting tools in his hand, nor did he have a night vision tool such as a night vision goggles, but it did not affect his normal walking in the dark passage. As long as the survivors saw him like this, they would know that this man was an evolver, and only evolvers would have night vision. A mutant mouse as big as a big cat hiding in the corner saw the man. When the man was about to pass by it, the mutant mouse suddenly jumped up and tried to bite the man's throat, but unfortunately the mutant mouse failed. A dagger suddenly appeared in front of the mutant mouse. As if the mutant mouse was seeking death, the dagger pierced its head and it died. Yan Luo skillfully dug out the crystal. Also eat mutant meat. However, some survivors did not dare to eat mutant meat, but they set their sights on their own kind. They did not dare to venture on the ground to find supplies, nor did they dare to hunt other mutant beasts. They dared to kill other survivors and eat the bodies of the survivors as food. These people were the most disgusting group of people in the underground world and the public enemy of all survivors. Yan Luo had also encountered this kind of man-eating demons. These man-eating demons had become unlike humans. They had bloodthirsty eyes, drooled, ran on all fours, and their nails became as sharp as steel armor. It can be said that these man-eating demons were not much different from those mutant monsters, except that they still retained a little wisdom. The survivors of the underground world called these man-eating demons man-eating beasts and did not treat them as their own kind. The behavior of these man-eating beasts was too horrifying and aroused the anger of the official base. The official base directly dispatched most of the army to sweep away those man-eating beasts. The army killed many man-eating beasts, which also forced the remaining man-eating beasts to hide and no longer dared to be so arrogant. Yan Luo was thinking about some things that happened in the underground world during this period, while walking carefully towards his home. After walking for about half an hour, he came to the corner of a sewer pipe. There was an exit more than 100 meters ahead of the sewer pipe. However, he did not walk to the end. After walking halfway, he looked around cautiously. After not finding anything unusual, he darkened somewhere on the wall, and soon a hole appeared in the wall. He went in, and then darkened the wall again inside. The hole became a wall again, tightly fitting. As long as it was not carefully observed, no one could know that there was a hole in this wall. This was made by Yan Luo using his evolutionary ability. His evolutionary ability is to control the earth. According to the setting in the fantasy novel, it can control the earth element. This is a very useful evolutionary ability, especially in such a doomsday era. It is not about how great the combat potential of this ability is, but in civil engineering, this ability is a kind of plug-in. This is also the most important reason why Yan Luo can survive in such a cruel doomsday era with his wife and one-year-old daughter, and live much better than other survivors. There is a passage more than 10 meters long inside the cave. Yan Luo walked to the end. There was an iron door at the end. He took out the key and inserted it to open it. Once he entered, the space inside was a room. A woman was holding a one-year-old girl. When they saw that it was Yan Luo who came in, they immediately smiled happily. "Husband, are you okay?" Mao Xiaoye, who has a delicate appearance, looked a little pale. She looked a little weak because she had just recovered from a cold a few days ago. It can be said that she was lucky to survive. Otherwise, if she got sick without medicine in such a doomsday, she would really die. "Dad, hug me." Before Yan Luo could answer his wife's question, the daughter in his wife's arms couldn't wait to be hugged by him. He had no choice but to take the daughter from his wife's arms, gently touched her forehead with her daughter, and said with a smile, "Dad's good daughter, have you listened to your mother at home?" Yan Xiaobai, wearing thick clothes, was like a dumpling, with a delicate face full of blush. It was obvious that she had not suffered any hardship. When she heard her father's words, she immediately replied, "Dad, I am very obedient." Mom said, "Yes, my baby daughter is very obedient." "Hey, Dad, Mom said I am the most obedient." "Well, Dad knows. Dad will cook meat for you later." For a moment, this small room was filled with laughter, which formed a sharp contrast with the harsh and cruel doomsday outside. New book, please collect and recommend. The entire room is only a dozen square meters in size, and is divided into a bedroom by Yan Luo. The other smaller room is the toilet. There is also a place for them to cook in the bedroom, and a crib. For this crib, Yan Luo used a lot of crystal cores to exchange for some materials at the trading market, and then brought them back to make a crib by himself, so that his daughter can sleep more comfortably. The most important thing in the room is a wood stove. With this wood stove, the temperature in the room can be relatively high, so that women and children will not get frostbite. This wood stove is also the lighting in the room. You must know that with the current extremely low temperature, even the most durable batteries will not last long and will soon run out of power. Yan Luo returned his daughter to his wife's arms, and he smiled and said, "Baby, stay with your mother for a while. Dad will cook first, and we will have dinner soon." Yeah. Although she is only 1 year old, Yan Luo's daughter Yan Xiaobai has shown a high IQ. I don't know if it is because she eats too much mutant beast meat, which not only makes her resistance much stronger, but also her IQ is almost the same as that of an average 5-year-old child. Mao Xiaoye held her daughter and smiled as she watched her husband busy. She was very glad to marry a good man. Compared with the bad men who abandoned their wives and children after the outbreak of the Doomsday, her husband Yan Luo not only protected them well, but also allowed them to live a life many times better than other survivors. She was very satisfied, but it was a pity that her family was in Xinjiang province, a little far from Guangnan province, and she didn't know whether her family was still alive. Yan Luo naturally didn't know his wife's complicated mood. His hands, which were used to killing, naturally held a kitchen knife to cut vegetables. Such an ordinary and happy life was what he longed for the most. Although the world entered the Doomsday era, he was very confident that he could protect his wife and daughter, but he was still a little worried. This worry was not really about the mutant monsters, but about his daughter being too lonely. After all, it would be too pitiful for a child to have no playmates when he was a child. Thinking of this, Yan Luo thought of the rumor he had heard during this period. If the rumor was true, then his family might have to move, and his daughter would be able to live a normal life before the end of the world. The wood stove was made by Yan Luo himself. It can be used not only as a heating tool, but also as a cooking tool. The pressure cooker is used to cook rice and stir-fry 2 dishes. One of the meat dishes is mutant rat meat, and the other is a vegetarian dish made of mushrooms. The mushrooms were exchanged from the trading market. In this way, you can eat hot food, which is the top enjoyment in the Doomsday. Soon after the meal was ready, Yanluo took out a small low table and placed it on the bed and then put all the food on it. The couple sat opposite each other. Yanluo picked up the bowl and picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat for his wife and daughter. He smiled and said, "Eat more." The daughter is only 1 year old, so it is naturally impossible for her to eat by herself. Instead, Mao Xiaoye eats by herself while feeding her daughter. The picture of the family eating is very warm. It can only be said that it is an extremely happy thing to be able to eat together as a family in the Doomsday. Looking at the smiles on Yanluo and Mao Xiaoye's faces, you can know how happy they are. I went to investigate these days, and the rumor should be true. The couple always eats and chats at the same time, so it doesn't seem strange that Yanluo suddenly speaks. Mao Xiaoye naturally knew what her husband was talking about. This rumor came from other survivors. It was said that there was a private base called Hope Base somewhere nearby. Hope Base was an underground base. It was not only rich in supplies, but also very advanced. The survivors living in it were no different from before the end of the world. Hope Base was like a paradise. As long as they joined it, ordinary survivors would no longer have to take risks on the ground. Hope Base could provide ordinary people with suitable jobs. In short, Hope Base was many times better than the official base, and was the base that survivors in the Doomsday world most yearned for. Since the rumor is true, then Hope Base should have conditions for recruiting survivors. Otherwise, if all the survivors in the Dragon District want to join, Hope Base cannot recruit all of them. Although Mao Xiaoye was a kindergarten teacher and had a simple personality, it did not mean that she was not smart. Her IQ was still relatively high, so it was easy for her to see the essence of things. Yes, that's right. I heard that the Hope Base only wants people with special skills, but the conditions can be relaxed for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. However, in this Doomsday world, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled are the first to die, and there shouldn't be many of them, even in the official base. Yanluo is very cold to other strangers, or any joining would be the best choice for her family. Her husband was worried about her daughter's future, so she was naturally worried too. Wait a minute, I want to find out the specific situation of the Hope Base. I have roughly figured out the location of the Hope Base. I will go and investigate to see if the Hope Base is as the rumors say. If it is, our family will join. If not, then we will give up. Yes. Dad, I want to eat meat. Okay, here you go, eat quickly. Then the family happily finished dinner, and then the couple told stories to their daughter. When the daughter was sleepy and fell asleep, Mao Xiaoye put her daughter in the crib and covered her with a thick quilt. The couple looked at each other, they hugged each other tacitly, rolled onto the bed, covered themselves with the quilt, and rolled around in the quilt. An hour later, the movement in the quilt finally calmed down, and the two of them stuck their heads out from the quilt and just lay on the bed and talked for a while. After his wife fell asleep, Yanluo did not sleep. He got up, dressed, and added some dry firewood to the wood stove to ensure that the firewood in the room would not go out. Then he left the room. He wanted to go to a place to chat with someone and see if they wanted to join the Hope Base together. The base was destroyed by the people from the Hanwei base. Most of the members were killed, and some people surrendered directly to the other side. Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang relied on the strength of the Evolvers and escaped with Wan Xiaoyun and Du Honghai. After more than 10 days of fleeing and being hunted down, Song Xiaobin and his friends finally understood what hatred was. The base was destroyed and his classmates were killed. These made Song Xiaobin and his friends unforgettable. The Hanwei base has been deeply remembered by Song Xiaobin and his friends. As long as there is a chance in the future, they will definitely destroy the Hanwei base. After more than 10 days of fighting, Song Xiaobin and his 4 friends have completely lost their childishness and become completely mature. They have become more adapted to the cruel environment of the end of the world. While being hunted by the Hanwei base, Song Xiaobin and his 4 companions met Yanluo's family. They admired Yanluo, a man who did not abandon his wife and daughter in such a doomsday environment, and the two sides became friends. Song Xiaobin's ability is to control the earth element. This evolutionary ability may not play a big role in combat, but it is a plug-in ability for some civil engineering. It is precisely because of Song Xiaobin's ability that Yanluo's family can have such a secret place to live. The residence of Song Xiaobin and his 4 companions is not far from where Yanluo's family lives. In order to ensure that if one party gets into trouble, it will not affect the other party, Song Xiaobin and his 4 companions separated their residence from Yanluo's family. Otherwise, they can be neighbors, but it is not safe. Yanluo left the room, closed the door, walked through the long corridor, opened a corner of the stone door at the entrance of the cave, stuck his head out first, and carefully observed outside. He did not find anything abnormal, so he jumped down from the entrance of the cave and closed the stone door again. After carefully observing the marks on the ground, Yan Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the safety of his wife and daughter, he could not be too careful. Otherwise, if his wife and daughter encountered any unexpected situation, it would be too late for him to regret it. If some alarm equipment did not need power, Yan Luo would have wanted to install a set of alarm equipment at the entrance of the cave. However, it was impossible to have such a low-temperature resistant power supply in this extremely cold weather. Yan Luo walked with his back bent against the wall. This way of walking can reduce the protection in one direction. He just needs to pay attention to the front and back and the side that is not against the wall. Even if he encounters any mutant beasts or enemy attacks, he can deal with it well. After walking for about 10 minutes, there was no danger on the road. Yan Luo came to a manhole. He looked around and found nothing unusual. Then he climbed up the ladder, but he stopped at the middle because he had reached his destination. There was a stone door on the wall in the middle of the manhole. After Yan Luo opened the stone door and went in, he closed it again. The inside was the same as where he lived, a long passage. After he came in, the door at the end had been opened. A young man appeared outside the door with a crossbow in his hand. When he saw it was Yan Luo, he immediately put down the crossbow in his hand and waved at him with a smile. The young man was none other than Song Xiaobin, who had lost the base and had a great hatred for the Hanwei base. He welcomed Yan Luo into the room and closed the door again. The three people inside greeted Yan Luo one after another after seeing him. After a few words of greeting, they sat down in the room one after another. Wan Xiaoyun even took out tea leaves and brewed a pot of tea, 1 cup of tea for each person. In such a doomsday environment, such tea is already a rare luxury. Most people can't even eat enough, let alone have the leisure to drink tea, and there is no such condition. Brother Yan, what are you doing here? Under normal circumstances, Yan Luo would not come to them if there was nothing important. After all, it is easy to make mistakes if you do too much. If someone accidentally notices them, the hiding places of their two families may be exposed, which will be very dangerous. After all, the Hanwei base has issued a large reward to capture the 4 of them. Song Xiaobin is quite curious about Yan Luo's arrival. Well, I want to discuss something with you. Yan Luo put down the cup in his hand. He looked at Song Xiaobin and the other 4. The 4 were in a relatively good state and were not too embarrassed. This situation was not surprising. After all, there were 2 evolvers among the 4 of them. No matter what, they would be better off than ordinary survivors. He was not sure whether Song Xiaobin and the other 4 would agree to join the Hope Base together, but he still had to give it a try. You should have heard of the Hope Base, right? Hearing Yan Luo's question, Song Xiaobin and the other 3 nodded, indicating that they knew about it. They had naturally heard about the rumor that the Hope Base was like a paradise from other survivors, but they didn't really believe in such rumors. After all, the official bases were not paradise. With the official strength, they could only guarantee the basic food and clothing of the survivors in the base. People would die every day for various reasons, not to mention the private bases like the Hope Base. In their opinion, this was pure deception. Brother Yan, you don't believe such rumors, do you? The Hope Base can't really be that good? You should think about it carefully. Song Xiaobin didn't want to see Yan Luo's family fall into danger. After all, Yan Luo saved them when they were surrounded by the Hanwei base and were about to be killed. It was a life-saving grace to them. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I can't just believe in rumors. In fact, I've been investigating this Hope Base these few days, and I've made some discoveries. Now I'll tell you, and you'll know whether this Hope Base is really as the rumors say. Yan Luo paused for a moment, then he continued. I don't know if you've discovered, but there's a place in our Dragon District where there are almost no monsters on the ground, and the scope of this area is constantly expanding. What do you think is the reason for this? Song Xiaobin and the other 3 were all students with excellent academic performance at the #1 high school in Dragon District. They were all smart people, and they soon thought of 2 reasons. One was that there was a very powerful mutant monster in that area, hunting other mutant monsters, and the other was that there was a very powerful base there, clearing out the mutant monsters. Well, your analysis is good, but you are all wrong. There are no powerful mutant monsters there, and it is not a force that is cleaning up. Instead, a very scary and powerful evolver killed all the monsters in that area. When he thought of the person who was as powerful as a god that he saw from afar, even Yan Luo, who was extremely tenacious, couldn't help but show a look of fear on his face. Song Xiaobin and the other 4 listened to Yan Luo's words, and they all looked shocked. They knew that Yan Luo was not a person who spoke nonsense, and what he said must be true. It was just that it was less than a month before the Doomsday outbreak, and such a powerful evolver appeared. This made them a little overwhelmed, especially Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang, who were also evolvers. It was just that they felt that although they wanted to improve their strength faster than ordinary people, it was impossible to say that they, the evolvers, had left ordinary people far behind. An evolver can deal with at most a dozen people at the same time, and this is when everyone is empty-handed or holding cold weapons. If ordinary people have hot weapons in their hands, an ordinary person may be able to kill an evolver. It takes time for evolvers to become stronger. Maybe after a while, when evolvers are no longer afraid of hot weapons, that is when evolvers will completely widen the gap with ordinary people. Brother Yan, do you know who he is? Not only Song Xiaobin was curious, but the other three were also curious about the other party's true identity and which evolver was so powerful. I have a guess. I suspect he is the leader of the Hope Base, and the Hope Base is in that area. The biggest possibility is that it is in the Jinglei Villa district. Of course, whether it is actually there or not still needs to be carefully investigated. Yan Luo did not make a random guess. After field investigation, he drew a map and easily knew that the central area was the Jingle Villa district. The other party was clearing the mutant monsters in the surrounding area with the Jingle Villa district as the center. Well, Brother Yan's analysis is correct. Song Xiaobin and the other three agreed with Yan Luo's judgment, but Song Xiaobin went on to ask, "Brother Yan, what do you want us to do?" Hearing Song Xiaobin's question, Yan Luo did not answer directly. He smiled and asked, "Xiaobin, if the Hope Base is really as good as the rumors say, don't you think joining it is the best choice?" Song Xiaobin, the other three finally understood why Yan Luo was looking for them. It turned out that he came to invite them to join the Hope Base. If they did not have such a great hatred for the Hanwei Base, they would definitely agree to follow Yan Luo's family to join the Hope Base. But before their great hatred was avenged, they would not be able to join other bases and settle down. The four looked at each other. They all knew what they were thinking. Song Xiaobin looked very serious. He said, "Brother Yan, I'm sorry. We won't enter the Hope Base now. We're sorry to disappoint you. But if you go to the Hope Base, we can go out with you. We will return after you enter the Hope Base." Yan Luo understood what Song Xiaobin meant. That is, they can escort his family as bodyguards. Of course, this result is good, but it is not the best. He also knew why Song Xiaobin and others did not want to join the Hope Base. Yan Luo asked directly, "You probably want revenge, so you don't want to join the Hope Base?" "Yes, Brother Yan. As long as we haven't avenged our classmates, we will not join any other forces. We must destroy the Hanwei Base." When he said this, Song Xiaobin's face was full of hatred. The other three looked the same. They could not forget the scene when their classmates were killed by the Hanwei Base. That scene had been deeply imprinted in their minds. Sometimes whoever slept at night would be awakened. Only after destroying the Hanwei Base could they sleep peacefully. As expected, his guess was correct. Song Xiaobin and his team really wanted revenge, but they didn't think about how many people there were in the Hanwei Base and how powerful it was. They could collect protection fees from survivors around the official trading market, and they hadn't been wiped out by the authorities. It was obvious that there was something fishy going on. Yan Luo still admired Song Xiaobin and his team's character of revenge, but he didn't give up, persuading the four to join the Hope Base with their family. He smiled and said, "Didn't I just say that the leader of the Hope Base is a very powerful evolver? If you join the Hope Base with me, then with the leader's strength, wouldn't it be easy to destroy the Hope Base? This is much easier than taking revenge on your own, don't you think?" After listening to Yan Luo's words, Song Xiaobin and his team were a little silent for a while. They thought about it and felt that it made sense, mainly because they were just high school students and couldn't think of many things. Song Xiaobin clapped his hands, feeling as if he had suddenly realized something. "Brother Yan is right. We didn't think of this. But how can Brother Yan guarantee that after we join the Hope Base, the leader of the Hope Base will help us get revenge? After all, if we have just joined the Hope Base, our voices will not be loud." Yan Luo smiled and shook his head and said, "Xiaobin, you and Tong Gang are both evolvers, plus I am an evolver. There are 3 evolvers. As long as the leader of the Hope Base is not a fool, he will value us. Don't underestimate the identity of an evolver. There are not many evolvers among the tens of thousands of survivors in the entire Dragon District. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are 1 in 10,000. As long as the 3 of us request together, the leader of the Hope Base will not refuse. First, if the Hanwei Base is destroyed, the strength of the Hope Base can be enhanced. No matter it is population or materials, I don't think any base will refuse. Secondly, according to my guess, if you want to destroy a Hanwei base, the strength of the Hope Base leader alone is more than enough. I'm not kidding. As long as you have seen with your own eyes how powerful he is when he hunts those monsters, you will know that he is not a human at all, but a god or demon. At the end, Yan Luo's eyes were still filled with an extremely shocked feeling. Even after a few days, when he recalled the scene when he saw the other party hunting those monsters, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Before the apocalypse, Yan Luo was not just a white-collar worker. He was a well-known master in the foreign mercenary world. After the apocalypse, he became an evolver. He was confident in his own strength, but if he compared himself with the leader of the Hope Base, it was like a firefly trying to compete with the bright moon. There was no comparison at all. How about this, Brother Yan? Let the four of us discuss it, and we will give you an answer tomorrow, okay? Okay, I won't bother you anymore. You can have a rest. Yan Luo was not in a hurry. After all, if they wanted to enter the Hope Base, they couldn't go without any preparation. They needed to be fully prepared before leaving the sewer. After Yan Luo left, Song Xiaobin and the other three began to discuss whether they should join the Hope Base with Yan Luo and the others. The first person to speak was Wan Xiaoyun. She said, "I think what Brother Yan said is right. As long as we join the Hope Base, we will have a greater chance of revenge. And after we join the Hope Base, Ahai and I will not drag you and Agang down." Wan Xiaoyun and Du Honghai are just ordinary people. Although they have become stronger by swallowing crystal cores, the strength they have become is extremely limited. It is equivalent to an ordinary person becoming stronger than an ordinary athlete. Compared with those mutant monsters, they are no match at all. When they encounter mutant monsters, most of them are solved by Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang. They have always felt guilty. Du Honghai also nodded on the side. "Yes, I agree with what Xiaoyun said. Joining the Hope Base is the best choice for us. Brother Bin, what Xiaoyun and Ahai said is right. I also agree to join the Hope Base. After joining the Hope Base, we can not only take revenge, but also rely on the power of the base to become stronger. I don't want to run away in a panic when I encounter danger anymore." Tong Gang used to be a very fat man, but now he has lost a lot of weight and is much stronger. However, his face is a bit vicissitudes, and he looks much more mature. "Okay, since you all agree, then let's go join the Hope Base. I hope our choice is not wrong." Song Xiaobin also wanted to join the Hope Base in his heart. After all, if the Hope Base is really that good, it would be the best choice for them. But is the Hope Base really as good as the rumors say? Song Xiaobin was still a little worried, but he buried this worry in his heart. The third floor of the underground city, the main building of the luxurious manor, in the restaurant on the third floor, Han Xiaofan was having dinner with his 3 women and a child. The 3 women were naturally Chen Jie, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaoxiao. As for the child, it was Chen Jie's daughter Chen Bauer. The 6-year-old Chen Bauer could already eat by herself. The entire main building has 3 floors. The third floor is the independent space where Han Xiaofan and his women live. Others live on the second floor. As for the first floor, it is where the chef, servants, security guards, and others live. That's right, the entire manor has become more and more formal. Han Xiaofan didn't pay attention to these trivial matters. He left them to the 3 women to take care of. Although Han Xiaofan is the leader of the underground city base, the daily management is managed by Chen Jie and other management. He only takes a little time to deal with the government affairs of the base every day, and most of the time he is outside hunting monsters. As for whether he is afraid that the power of the underground city base will be taken away by others, Han Xiaofan can only say that this is too much. Not to mention that the core of the entire underground city base is the Intelligent Control Center, and the most important thing in the Intelligent Control Center is Xiaoji's clone. As long as Xiaoji exists, the entire base is under the control of Han Xiaofan. Not to mention that with Han Xiaofan's current strength, he can completely solve any unexpected situation. The security team members of the base know his strength best. His status in the hearts of the security team members is equivalent to God. No one will think of betraying him. "Xiaofan, are you going out later?" Chen Jie was eating and chatting, with a smile on her face. It was her greatest luck to meet Han Xiaofan in the Doomsday. Otherwise, she alone, let alone survive, even her daughter can't be saved. "Yes, sister, do you have something to tell me?" Han Xiaofan just asked calmly. His heart was becoming more and more indifferent. Sometimes he even doubted whether he was still a normal person. Only when men and women were doing that, or when they went out to hunt those mutant monsters, could he feel other emotions, such as excitement. "Well, I think what you mean is, can our base follow the official example and open a material exchange center? After all, in addition to self-sufficiency, our base now produces a lot of surplus materials. We can use materials, especially food, to exchange crystal cores and other materials that are in short supply in other bases. This will be of great benefit to our base. What do you think?" After Chen Jie finished speaking, she looked at Han Xiaofan expectantly. She really hoped that the base could develop better and better. She was dedicated to the management of the base every day, just in case there were problems with the base. This suggestion was also after she discussed it with others and felt that it would be more beneficial than harmful to the base, so she proposed it to Han Xiaofan. Okay, but you need to come up with a specific plan, and I'll take a look. If there's no problem, we can implement it. If it weren't for Xiaoji in his mind reminding him every day to recruit more survivors, Han Xiaofan himself is also a Chinese, and he doesn't want to see the Chinese nation become history. Otherwise, he would have no motivation to recruit survivors. After all, for him, even if he is alone, he can survive well. The plan is already there. I'll send it to you. After hearing Han Xiaofan's agreement, Chen Jie was very happy. She operated on the bracelet. Since the bracelet has the function of a mobile phone, sending files is naturally feasible. I'll take a serious look at it. If it's feasible, we can implement it tomorrow. Next, the 4 adults and 1 child ate like a family and chatted with interest. However, most of the conversation was done by the 3 women, talking about some family matters in the base, which also made Han Xiaofan's indifference fade a little. Han Xiaofan knew that he had a problem, but when he told Ye Lanxin, the woman with the most extensive knowledge and the highest IQ, about his situation, she couldn't find the reason. However, she still suggested that he spend more time with his family and read more ancient Chinese, Confucian, and Taoist classics. After dinner, Han Xiaofan took a few women to visit the base. After more than 10 days of development, the entire base recruited hundreds of qualified survivors to enter the base, which made the underground city base more and more lively, especially the first floor. Except for the leadership of the base who lived in the manor on the 3rd floor, all other survivors lived on the 1st floor. Most of the rooms on the 1st floor were shared by multiple people, and a family could live together alone, but no one could cook alone. Everyone had to go to the cafeteria to eat, which was similar to a school cafeteria. The people in the base could use credit points to eat. Credit points were the only currency of the base. As long as they participated in the work arranged by the base, everyone could earn at least 2,000 credit points every month. 2,000 credit points can guarantee all the living needs of a person for a month, and it may even be much better than before the Doomsday. After all, not everyone is rich before the Doomsday. Those who can join the base are specially selected. Except for the elderly and children, they all have skills. As long as they work hard, they can live well every month. As for the elderly and children who cannot work, the base will also provide 1,000 credit points every month to ensure their most basic living needs. In addition, the children have free education, and everyone in the base has free medical care. It can be said that the rumors outside that the Hope Base is a paradise are really not a joke. For the current survivors, they really have to thank God for being able to join the Hope Base. Now the base has almost 1,000 people. If another 1,000 people are recruited, it will reach the limit of what the base can accommodate. Han Xiaofan and a few women walked in the passage of the base. He nodded to the people who greeted him respectfully on the road. He was doing 2 things at the same time, and he was talking to Xiaoji in his mind. After recruiting 2,000 people, will there be any changes in this base? Yes, Master. As long as the Master recruits enough people and their sense of identity with the Master is higher, the base will become more and more perfect. Perfect? What does that mean? Will the base become larger and larger? Or will other functions appear? Han Xiaofan felt more and more that the crystal he had fused with was not a technological product, but rather a fantasy thing, especially the changes in himself. He was worried that he would become less and less like himself in the future. Wrong? Chen Jie, who was walking beside Han Xiaofan, focused most of her attention on him. When she saw Han Xiaofan frown, she immediately asked, "It's okay, sister. You guys go shopping by yourself. I'll go out for a while." "Okay, you have to be careful." Sumei and Lu Xiaoxiao also reminded him to be safe. Han Xiaofan smiled and agreed. He soon took the elevator to leave the underground city base. Somewhere in a sewer, Yan Luo's family of 3 and Song Xiaobin and 4 others were together. They had just come out of their homes. Wan Xiaoyun, Mao Xiaoye, and Du Honghai were carrying luggage bags, while the others were not carrying anything. They were holding weapons in their hands, and Yan Luo's daughter was tied to his chest. The 3 of them were all evolvers, and they were also the most important fighting force in the team. Of course, they could not carry luggage. Otherwise, if they encountered an emergency, it would be easy to get into trouble. Tonggang evolved the ability to control the wind, and his speed was the fastest in the team, so he was most suitable to be a scout in the front. After he said hello to everyone, he left the team and went to the front to scout the situation. As long as he found any danger that their team could not deal with, he would come back immediately to tell them to hide. It would be great if there was a walkie-talkie. Song Xiaobin sighed a little regretfully. It was very inconvenient without a communication tool. Just like this, Tonggang found danger in the front, and he had to come back to inform them. If there was a walkie-talkie, he could use it to inform them, and it wouldn't be so troublesome. Even if there is a walkie-talkie, it won't last long. Hearing Song Xiaobin's sigh, Yan Luo replied with a bitter smile on his face. He really didn't lie. In this extremely low temperature, no matter what kind of battery it is, it won't last long. The temperature outside has almost reached minus 70 degrees Celsius. It is difficult for ordinary humans to survive. The daughter tied to Yan Luo's chest was wrapped in countless layers of cold-proof clothes, leaving only one nostril to breathe. Although Mao Xiaoye, Wan Xiaoyun, and Du Honghai were also ordinary people, they were adults after all. Especially after swallowing crystal cores every day, their physical fitness became much stronger than before the Doomsday, and their bodies became much more cold-resistant. Otherwise, they might be frostbitten directly when they went to the ground. Let's go, everyone be careful. The three ordinary people were in the middle, and Song Xiaobin and Yan Luo protected them in front and behind. As evolvers, their physical qualities in all aspects have been greatly improved. They can hear the movements from far away. As long as there is any movement, they can detect it in advance, not to mention that there is Tonggang and Evolver scouting in front. Everyone else nodded. The entire team only had one flashlight for lighting, which was prepared for Wan Xiaoyun and the other two. They did not have the night vision ability of the Evolvers, so they could only see the road through the flashlight. However, the battery in the flashlight needed to be replaced with a new one in less than half an hour, which was also caused by the ultra-low temperature. As for why they did not light a torch for lighting, it was because the light was too bright and would attract the attention of the mutants, which was quite dangerous. Tong Gang was 50 meters ahead, and he could vaguely hear the voices of the team behind him, which made him feel a lot more relaxed. Being alone in the front, he was not afraid of any danger, but he was afraid of loneliness. Loneliness was the most terrifying thing for him. After losing his relatives, he only had classmates and friends. If Song Xiaobin and the others had an accident, he could not guarantee that he would still have the motivation to live. Since the outbreak of the Doomsday, he had seen many survivors who committed suicide out of despair, and there were quite a few such people. Hey, Tong Gang heard footsteps coming from the front. Although the footsteps of the people walking were very light, he could still tell from the wind in the sewer that there were more than a dozen people in front. With so many people appearing at this time, Tong Gang guessed that the other party should be coming for them after just a little thought. The most likely one is the people from the Hanwei base. But they didn't expect that they would find this place. This place is not far from where they live. Tong Gang didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and left. He wanted to go back and tell others that there was danger ahead and to avoid them. Tong Gang quickly returned to the team and told others about his discovery. Let's go, let's take a detour. There is a fork in the road behind. It just takes a little more time to get to the Jinglevilla district. Okay, let's go. Others naturally wouldn't go head-to-head with the people from the Hanwei base, especially for Yan Luo. He had to ensure the safety of his wife and daughter. Everything else was secondary. If he encountered a last resort, he would abandon Song Xiaobin and the others and take his wife and daughter away, because only his wife and daughter were the people he cared about the most. The group went back and walked to a fork in the road. Yan Luo cleaned up the shoe marks they left behind, but because of the rush of time, he couldn't completely cover up the marks. As for whether the enemy would find it, it was not something he could control. After Han Xiaofan left the underground city base, he came to the ground. The blizzard outside had no effect on him at all. He looked in a direction, exerted force on his feet, and jumped dozens of meters high, landing on the roof dozens of meters away. Then he exerted force on his feet and jumped forward again, like a flea. However, the several base guards who saw him rushing on the road were all stunned. They knew that their leader was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. He was almost the same as the immortal cultivators in fantasy novels. Not long after, Han Xiaofan stood on the roof of a building more than 10 stories high. Standing on the wall, he was not worried about falling down at all. Even if he fell from these 10 floors, he would be fine. Han Xiaofan vaguely heard the sound of fighting in the distance. As long as he listened carefully, he could hear the movement within a few hundred meters. He knew that there should be a dispute between humans there. Such scenes are too common in the Doomsday, but he heard a familiar voice. With a force on his feet, Han Xiaofan jumped high again and flew towards the direction of the sound. In less than a minute, he arrived at a tall building at the scene. He looked down and saw the fighting scene on the street. It turned out to be Song Xiaobin, a classmate he had met once. He just saw that they were besieged by more than a dozen people and dodged in a panic. Although there were 3 evolvers among them, the people besieging them also had an evolver, and they also had hot weapons such as pistols. If they hadn't been worried about the gunshots attracting the attention of those monsters, they might have been shot to death long ago. Hurry up and surrender. As long as you surrender, I can promise that I won't hurt you." Standing aside and watching his security team besieging Song Xiaobin and his men, Tang Bing already had a look of confidence in victory. He specifically ordered his men to focus on attacking a few ordinary people, which really made Song Xiaobin and his 3 evolvers lose sight of the big picture. When he first saw that Song Xiaobin had 3 evolvers, he was really shocked, but soon he knew that he had a great chance of winning. After all, the other party brought a few ordinary people, not to mention that one of the other evolvers even had a baby tied to him. How could they not beat such a combination? Bah! Don't even think about it. We will never surrender even if we die. While struggling to block the siege of several people, Song Xiaobin spit in the direction of Tang Bing, but it was a pity that the saliva was frozen into a lump of ice as soon as it came out, and it was impossible for him to spit on Tang Bing. Yan Luo, who was attacking the vital points of the people who were besieging him, was mentally prepared to escape with his wife and daughter. He knew that if he didn't escape now, it would be too late. After all, the other side had more people and had pistols and other hot weapons, and one of them was an evolver. Just when Yan Luo wanted to take his wife away, he heard a whistling sound from above. He looked up and saw a black shadow falling quickly from a building more than 10 stories high. His expression was a little surprised. Was someone committing suicide by jumping off the building? Such a thought flashed through his mind. Bang! The ground was like being bombed by a bomb. The thick snow was blown apart, forming a circular pit in the middle. A person stood inside, a young man with an ordinary appearance, carrying a Tang sword on his back, looking a bit immature. However, everyone present had stopped their actions. Han Xiaofan's super shocking appearance made everyone present know that this was a very powerful evolver. When Song Xiaobin saw the appearance of the person in the middle, a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. He shouted, "Brother Han, I am Song Xiaobin. Are you here to save us?" When the other people heard Song Xiaobin's words, they immediately knew that the man in front of them was the man who saved Song Xiaobin more than 10 days ago. They immediately showed a relaxed smile on their faces. This was because they knew how powerful the man in front of them was. Not to mention, more than 10 days ago, the scene where he appeared just now had already foreshadowed his power. Before Han Xiaofan could answer Song Xiaobin's question, Tang Bing, who felt something was wrong, immediately interrupted and said, "Hello, brother. I am the captain of the security brigade of the Hanwei base. I don't know if you have heard of the Hanwei base. Our base is very powerful, and our base leader has a very good relationship with several leaders of the official base. If you don't have a good relationship with them, then I advise you not to interfere in our affairs, okay?" Tang Bing's words were already a threat. Of course, if he didn't think that the other party should be very powerful, he would not say such nonsense at all. He would directly order to kill the other party. Ha! For such people who have malicious intentions towards him, Han Xiaofan has always had only one way to deal with them, that is to physically eliminate the other party. When Tang Bing saw the sneer on Han Xiaofan's face, he became more uneasy and he hurriedly shouted, "Go! Kill him!" It's a pity that no matter how Tang Bing and the others struggled, the result was doomed. Just after he finished shouting, a storm even more violent than the current blizzard blew around them. Tang Bing only felt a pain in his neck, and then he saw his body, but it was looking up. The last thought that flashed through his mind was that he was beheaded, and then his consciousness disappeared completely. He knew nothing, and he was dead. Puff, puff, puff. When Song Xiaobin and his companions opened their eyes, they saw that all the people who besieged them had fallen on the snow. Song Xiaobin and the other 3 evolvers had good eyesight, and they could clearly swallowed nervously. Yan Luo and Tong Gang were even more nervous. Yan Luo had also seen Han Xiaofan hunting mutant monsters, but he didn't expect that the other party would kill people so brutally. "Brother Han, thank you for saving us again. Thank you so much." Song Xiaobin had an admiring and excited look on his face. He was really grateful to Han Xiaofan, otherwise their fate would definitely not be good this time. If they were caught by the other party and taken back to the Hanwei base, they didn't know what kind of torture they would suffer. It's okay, they wanted to attack me, and I just fought back. Han Xiaofan put the Tang sword into the scabbard. His expression seemed calm, as if killing more than a dozen people was not worth mentioning to him. Fortunately, Song Xiaobin and others knew that the other party was not a murderer, but just had a cold personality. "Brother Han, we want to join the Hope Base. I heard that you are from the Hope Base. Can you introduce us? 3 of us are evolvers. We should be useful to the Hope Base, okay?" Although they had already guessed that Han Xiaofan should be the leader of the Hope Base, Song Xiaobin did not dare to say it because there was no evidence. "Of course, I am the leader of the Hope Base. I welcome you to join me. Please wait a moment. I will be back soon." He had already guessed that Song Xiaobin and his friends wanted to join the Hope Base. Such scenes were not uncommon in the past 10 days. Since the Hope Base took the initiative to spread the news of recruiting survivors, there would always be survivors trying their best to get to the Jingle Villa district. Moreover, the news that the Hope Base might be located in the Jingle Villa district was spread by their base to attract the survivors. Han Xiaofan came to a corner and saw that Song Xiaobin and his friends could not see him. He took out a large rectangular iron box from his mind. This iron box was a bit like the compartment of a minibus, but it did not have a front or rear end. There were more than a dozen seats inside. That's right, this iron box was a tool for transporting people that Han Xiaofan had specially made for the electricians at the base, but only he could use such a tool. Han Xiaofan appeared in front of Song Xiaobin and the others, holding a large iron box. Their mouths were wide open, but they soon closed them. After all, the wind and snow were pouring into their mouths. If they didn't close their mouths, their throats might be frostbitten. "Brother Han, what is this?" Wan Xiaoyun spoke to Han Xiaofan very familiarly. After all, Han Xiaofan was the leader of the Hope Base, and they would be his subordinates in the future. She naturally hoped to have a good relationship with him. "Transportation tools, you guys go in quickly, otherwise the children will not be able to bear it." Han Xiaofan still used his usual calm tone, which made Wan Xiaoyun a little disappointed. "Okay, let's go in quickly." Although he didn't know where Han Xiaofan dragged such a large iron box from, and how he transported them, it didn't matter. Yan Luo only knew that his children had been outside for too long. He pulled his wife Mao Xiaoye in, and the couple sat together. Song Xiaobin and the others didn't say much. They all walked into the big iron box one by one, and then found a seat and sat down. "Sit down. Don't stand up and walk around. I'm going to take you to the Hope Base." "Okay, Brother Han, we got it." Han Xiaofan lifted the big iron box effortlessly, just like lifting a cardboard box. He didn't seem to feel the weight at all. Song Xiaobin and the others in the iron box took a breath. They knew Han Xiaofan was very powerful, but they didn't expect that their imagination was not exaggerated enough. They felt that Han Xiaofan actually jumped up with the big iron box, then jumped up again, and then jumped up again. This way of traveling really shocked them. Is he still a human? Du Honghai couldn't help but sigh, but he soon received Song Xiaobin and the others' rolling eyes. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I don't know how to speak. I'm just a little shocked." "Okay, Chief Han shouldn't care about these." Song Xiaobin didn't call Han Xiaofan Brother Han anymore. He quickly put himself in the right position. He and his friends were going to join the Hope Base, so they would be Han Xiaofan's subordinates in the future. Some things still needed to be paid attention to. After all, it was okay to be close to the leader, but it was not okay to be too close. If the level of both parties was blurred, it would not be a good thing for them. "Not bad, he is a promising talent." Han Xiaofan, who heard the voice inside from outside, couldn't help but think in his heart. Li Yuanyuan, the front desk manager of a 5-star hotel before the Doomsday, was in her 30s, beautiful, gentle, smart, and capable. After the Doomsday, she was lucky to escape the infection of the P virus and hid in the hotel. Finally, she was rescued by the monster hunting team of the Hope Base. Li Yuanyuan was grateful to the leader of the base for being able to survive and being saved by such a good base as the Hope Base. After all, she knew that in such a Doomsday era, a beautiful woman like her would not have a good ending unless she joined the official base. However, not all survivors can join the official base, and the official base cannot fully guarantee that all survivors in the base can live well. Survivors need to work for the official base to get paid, or go to the ground to risk looking for supplies and return to the base to exchange for food. When Li Yuanyuan learned about the real living conditions of the survivors in the official base, and some private bases that treated the survivors as slaves, she was very glad that it was the Hope Base that saved her. As long as the survivors joined the Hope Base, they can live a life similar to the Doomsday. Of course, in addition to the material collection team that has to go out to risk looking for materials, there are also hunting teams that go out to hunt various mutant monsters. Because Li Yuanyuan has rich experience in working at the front desk of a large hotel, she was arranged to register and receive new residents who have just joined the base, which can be regarded as a front desk job. When the number of survivors joining the base increased, she became a supervisor at the registration office. At first, Li Yuanyuan was still thinking about the safety of her family thousands of miles away in the north, but she knew that she could never go back, so she could only pray that her family could survive. The front desk of the registration office was right in front of the elevator coming down from the ground. Li Yuanyuan and several of her subordinates were waiting for the arrival of newcomers. These days, more than 100 newcomers join the base every day, and their work is still quite busy. They not only have to register the information for the newcomers, but also need to lead the newcomers to tour the base and simply warn the newcomers what they should pay attention to in the base. There is a monitor at the front desk that can see the situation in the elevator. When Li Wanyuan saw several people in the elevator coming down, she immediately told her subordinates, "Everyone, pay attention, there are several new people coming." "Okay, supervisor." When there are no new people, the front desk staff can relax a little, but when there are new people, it is time for them to work. They need to pay attention to their image. After all, it is absolutely rare for them to work in such a good job at the front desk. It is much better than working in a factory or a farm or a breeding farm. Moreover, the daily salary is not low. Of course, they don't want to be transferred from their posts for violating work regulations. Not long after, the elevator door opened, and Li Yuanyuan saw 5 adults wearing thick cold-proof clothes and cold-proof hats on their faces came out, but soon she saw them starting to take off their coats, cold-proof hats, cold-proof gloves, and other cold-proof clothes. She was not surprised at all about this situation. After all, the temperature inside the base was more than 20 degrees. Compared with the nearly 70 degrees below zero outside, the base was as warm as spring. After being brought to Jingle Villa District by Han Xiaofan in that incredible way, Song Xiaobin and the others had no time to sigh before they were taken into an elevator that seemed to lead to a secret base. Han Xiaofan would not follow him into the base. After all, he had just left and had not started his daily work, which was to hunt those monsters. Song Xiaobin and the others had originally guessed that the Hope Base should be like other private bases, with an underground parking lot, a sewer, or a subway passage as the base. However, when the elevator door opened, Song Xiaobin found that they were all wrong. The Hope Base turned out to be a super underground base at the level of a national secret, with a dome more than 10 meters high, brightly lit, and a marble floor that looked a bit smooth. The environment in the hall was the same as going to a certain regional administrative center before the end of the world. If they had not just been in the cruel Doomsday environment outside, they would have almost thought that they were dreaming. Could it be that the cruel Doomsday they had experienced these days was fake? But soon they felt too hot, so they took off their coats. Yan Luo untied his daughter, who was tied to his chest, and asked his wife to take off the thick clothes wrapped around his daughter. Otherwise, he suspected that his daughter would get sick from being suffocated. Thinking of the instructions of the security team members of the base, Yan Luo said to the others, "Let's go there to register. Anyway, we will have plenty of time to sigh in the future." "Yes, Brother Yan is right. Let's go." "Well, they are watching us." To be honest, this combination of 5 adults and a baby was the first time that Li Yuanyuan and the others had seen. After all, since the outbreak of the Doomsday, the first to die were the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. There were almost no babies who survived. There were many children in the base, but they were all over 4 or 5 years old. As for the babies, it was really the first time they saw them. They couldn't help but smile, just like the leader said to them, "If humans don't have children, then how can humans be passed on?" Hope Base welcomes everyone to join. Please register your information, especially write down the skills you are good at, please. Then Li Yuanyuan explained in detail some of the things that need to be paid attention to when registering at Hope Base. Soon, a staff member handed everyone several forms. The registration items in them were similar to the resumes before the end of the world, but they were more detailed. Of course, if Song Xiaobin and others filled in some false information, the base would not know it, but if they were discovered by the base in the future, their fate would not be so good. Yan the base. Everyone, these bracelets are your proof of identity. The bracelets contain the base's artificial intelligence Xiaoji. If there is anything you don't know, you can ask it. This is for the baby, and she has to wear it, even when taking a bath. Do not take it off without permission, otherwise it will be easy to get into trouble in the base. Our base has very powerful defense measures. If the base's artificial intelligence Xiaoji determines that you have violated the base rules, you will be killed by the base's defense measures, so you must pay special attention. Also, you can take a day off. You can use the bracelet to know the job information of the base. You can submit any vacancies, but you can only get a job after being inspected by Xiaoji. Okay, she will take you to the accommodation. Thank you, Manager Li. Thank you, sister. Song Xiaobin and others left the hall under the guidance of the front desk staff. Along the way, they listened to the introduction of the front desk lady and gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the entire Hope Base, which filled them with shock. Of course, Yan Xiaobai, who was still an infant, naturally didn't know these things. She just babbled some words that adults couldn't understand. Yan Luo and his wife Mao Xiaoye looked at each other and smiled. Their choice was not wrong. Joining the Hope Base was the best choice they had ever made in their lives. Han Xiaofan naturally didn't know how Song Xiaobin and the others behaved after entering the base. After he left the Jingle Villa District again, he came to an area far away from the Villa District. After all, the monsters around the Villa District had completely disappeared after he cleaned them up. He didn't know whether those mutant monsters, especially mutants, had the ability to sense danger. They seemed to know that there was a monster named Han Xiaofan in the Jingle Villa district. So even if there were many living people in this area, few mutants would come to this area to hunt. How great is the effect of spiritual energy on those mutant monsters? These mutant monsters have undergone obvious changes in the past few days. Not only do they look less and less like themselves, but they are also becoming more and more powerful. They are not like the native species of Blue Star at all, nor are they like the kind of atavism described in some Doomsday novels. Instead, they seem to have been infected by some evil gods and turned into alien creatures. Of course, no matter how powerful these mutant monsters become, it is only a matter of 1 or 2 swords for Han Xiaofan. Yes, he is so powerful. Just like Yan Luo said, he is no longer a human. The direction of the abnormality happened to be the supermarket where Han Xiaofan worked before the Doomsday. He still chose to jump from the roof to get there. This is not only convenient, but also allows him to see farther away. If he sees survivors in distress, he can also help them. In his opinion, most of these survivors will become residents of his base in the near future, and it would be a pity if one of them died. The closer to the supermarket, the fewer mutant monsters there were on the road. By the time Han Xiaofan reached a distance of 100 meters from the supermarket, he could no longer see any mutant monsters, let alone survivors. Not to mention outside, he sensed that there was not a single survivor in the sewers under the street. As his body became stronger and stronger, Han Xiaofan's sixth sense ability also reached an incredible level. He could sense any movement hundreds of meters away, whether it was a mutant monster, the heartbeat of a survivor, or the emotional fluctuations in someone's heart. Even when a survivor was in front of him, he could basically sense whether the other party had a good impression of him or was in a malicious state, just like playing a game skill. There was a monster in the supermarket 100 meters away that had great malice towards him. Han Xiaofan's perception ability could clearly tell him this, and the monster in the supermarket was very terrifying, much stronger than the mutant snake he killed in the family building of the first hospital more than 10 days ago. However, for this situation, Han Xiaofan's expression did not change at all. He could easily kill the mutant snake more than 10 days ago, not to mention how powerful he was now. He himself did not know where his limit was, because he had not encountered an enemy worth going all out for. Pulling out the Tang sword on his back, Han Xiaofan exerted force on his feet, and a big pit suddenly appeared on the roof, and the entire floor collapsed. When Han Xiaofan flew into the air and was about to approach the supermarket, the 3-story supermarket building exploded from the inside out, and a large number of fragments flew towards him at a high speed. The power was more terrifying than ordinary guns and cannons. Ordinary people would be shot into sieves by these fragments. Even an evolver could not block such a fragment. But for Han Xiaofan, these fragments were completely child's play. Even if he used his body to resist directly, it would not cause him any harm. However, the clothes on his body could block the power of these fragments. He didn't want to run naked. The Tang sword in his hand easily blocked all the fragments one by one. Han Xiaofan's flying speed was not affected at all. When he arrived at the ruins of the supermarket, he saw a huge mutant spider. This mutant spider was as big as a large truck, 15 meters long and 5 meters high. It had more than a dozen limbs, each of which was 7 to 8 meters long. The limbs were covered with sharp barbs, and the false nails even had sickle-like claws. You could tell at a glance that if you were scratched by such sickle claws, you would definitely die miserably. The most exaggerated thing was the 2 large fangs at the mouth of this mutant spider, which looked very sharp. It was said that the fangs of spiders could also spray venom. Of course, Han Xiaofan didn't know whether this mutant spider in front of him was a poisonous spider or not. It just looked colorful, so it was very likely a poisonous spider. As for what species it was, he didn't know. The moment Han Xiaofan landed, the mutant spider attacked him at a speed that didn't match its huge size. Its claws slashed over, bringing up a large piece of snow. He ducked his head and turned sideways to avoid the sharp claws. The mutant spider's various attacks were not only fast, but also very flexible, similar to a person who knows martial arts, but Han Xiaofan easily dodged all the opponent's attacks. No matter how fast the mutant spider's attack speed was, how terrifying its power was, and how its claws could cut through the wall like cutting a watermelon, it was all useless. If Han Xiaofan didn't want to observe what other means this mutant spider had, or observe how this mutant spider became so powerful, could it be that this mutant spider also swallowed many mutants and mutant beasts like the mutant snake? While he easily dodged the mutant spider's attacks, he secretly pondered in his heart. Perhaps he also knew that ordinary attacks had no effect on the extremely flexible human in front of him, and the mutant spider quickly changed its attack method, spraying a large amount of liquid from its mouth from time to time. These liquids were sprinkled on the snow and immediately melted a large pit, and also melted the bottom ice layer, and even melted through the ground, just like the magma erupted by a train, not only hot, but also very toxic. Han Xiaofan's dodging became more and more intense, mainly because the venom had a large attack range, and he didn't want to try whether his body could withstand the high temperature and toxicity of the venom. There was no need to commit suicide. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When it saw that its venom was also ineffective against Han Xiaofan, the mutant spider began to worry. Since it came to the supermarket, it found that the supermarket was very different. After absorbing something in the air, its body became larger and larger, and its strength became stronger and stronger. No matter how powerful the mutants and mutant beasts were, they were not its opponents. Moreover, its IQ also improved. This was the most important reason why it began to retreat in its heart. After all, it vaguely realized that it should not be the opponent of the other party, so it wanted to escape. Han Xiaofan's perception ability was very strong. He had sensed the emotional fluctuations of the mutant spider's retreat. His expression was still as cold and ruthless as ever. To say that he had facial paralysis was a compliment to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon the mutant spider sprayed a large amount of spider silk from the back of its abdomen. These spider silks were not only numerous, but also covered Han Xiaofan within a radius of more than 10 meters, ensuring that Han Xiaofan could be completely held back. Even if he could not be held back, he could still delay his movements. This was the mutant spider's escape strategy. Sure enough, this mutant spider really wanted to escape. Han Xiaofan knew very well what this meant. This meant that the mutant spider in front of him had already developed some intelligence. Intelligent life cherishes life, and it is normal to escape if you can't beat them. However, it is impossible for the other party to escape from his hands. With a push of his feet, Han Xiaofan jumped high and came to the mutant spider that had turned around and started to flee quickly. He grabbed the Tang Dao and swung it hard at the mutant spider. The air was like a supersonic plane flying over it. With a boom, the mutant spider that was still running was split in half from the middle. A horizontal groove of dozens of meters was drawn on the ground. All the buildings in front of the blade were split in two. This was the result of Han Xiaofan's casual attack. Fortunately, no other survivors saw it. Otherwise, they would think they saw Superman. Although the battle on the supermarket side was fierce, it did not attract the attention of other monsters or human survivors because it was very short. In this Doomsday world, the most important thing for human survivors is curiosity. Many people died because of curiosity. Han Xiaofan naturally didn't worry about attracting the attention of any monsters. He hoped that a monster would come and he could kill them. The crystal core in Yelanxin is now studying how to use the substances in the crystal core to make a genetic medicine. This kind of genetic medicine is much better than swallowing the crystal core directly. After all, the speed of strengthening by swallowing the crystal core directly is too slow, especially for ordinary people. The physical fitness of ordinary people is not as good as that of the evolvers. If the speed of strengthening by swallowing the crystal core is further widened, the gap between ordinary people and evolvers will become larger and larger in the future, and the development of genetic medicine is the best way to narrow this gap. As long as the genetic medicine is developed, the surviving humans will have the capital to survive in this doomsday world. At least, they will not be extinct. Han Xiaofan knew that he would become stronger every day, and would become stronger in the future, but it was simply a far-fetched idea to say that he could clear out all the mutant monsters on the entire blue planet with his own strength. Moreover, Han Xiaofan felt that the end of the world was not as simple as it was now. The combination of spiritual energy and the P-virus would greatly accelerate the evolution of monsters. Not to mention that the ocean occupied more than 70% of the area of the blue planet, and marine life was the most numerous and complex creature on the blue planet. He could imagine what kind of mutant monsters would be born in the ocean, and it would definitely be terrifying. This was why he went out to hunt mutant monsters every day. Otherwise, with his current strength and the existence of the underground city base, he could just lie down in the base and live a life of drunkenness and dream every day. However, in this way, when the marine life evolved to the point where it could land on land, or the mutant monsters on land evolved to be very terrifying, Han Xiaofan and the survivors of the base would only have to wait for death. Han Xiaofan walked into the ruins and saw a pile of bones piled up like a mountain. There were not only human bones, but also bones of various animals. It was obvious that these were the remains left by the mutant spiders as food. Because the second and third floors of the entire building had almost collapsed, there were still some residual layers connected to the second floor. Han Xiaofan jumped onto the floor and walked to the position below where he got the adventure crystal. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Sure enough, The aura at this location was the highest concentration in this supermarket building, or in this area. This may be the reason why the mutant spider settled in this supermarket and why it could evolve to this extent. It's just that humans don't know much about aura, a gas that may be transmitted from a parallel world. Even if Han Xiaofan has a top scientist like Ye Lanxian, it takes time to study it. It is impossible to completely crack this gas in such a short time. However, Han Xiaofan knows very well that as long as humans can thoroughly understand this aura, then in the future humans can fully use this aura to strengthen themselves. Although the characteristics of aura have not been fully understood, China has never lacked smart and bold people. Some people directly use aura to practice the martial arts secrets that are everywhere on the internet before the Doomsday. In particular, before the Doomsday, China itself had martial artists who were proficient in national martial arts. Their own strength was stronger than that of ordinary people, and the chance of surviving after the outbreak of the Doomsday was much greater than that of ordinary people. After knowing that the new gas of aura appeared, the official directly issued a notice to the local official bases across the country, and also asked the local official bases to inform all survivors. This is also the official center wants the survivors to try whether they can use aura to practice. If this aura is really like the aura practiced by immortals in ancient Chinese legends, then the survivors of China will definitely have more advantages than the survivors of other countries. After all, China has a complete myth of cultivating immortals, and there are also various martial arts secrets. Although there are many fakes, there are still many real secrets. It's just that not many people believed it before the Doomsday. Now that the Doomsday has broken out, the official will naturally not stop the survivors from believing these things. Han Xiaofan walked around the entire ruins and found nothing else. The supermarket where he worked before the end of the world might not be the only outlet for spiritual energy. There should be many such loopholes in the entire Shenzhen city or the entire Blue Star. He just didn't have the time and energy to find them one by one. However, he could still try the loopholes in the Dragon Zone. After all, as long as there is such a loophole, it means that there is a very likely existence of a very scary monster there. Spiritual energy is of great benefit to those monsters, equivalent to the legendary treasures of heaven and earth. As long as the monsters sense such places, they will never give up. The food eaten by the mutant spider in this ruin may contain many losers who competed with it for this place. Han Xiaofan didn't stay in the ruins for long. He left there quickly, and chose a direction to find those mutant monsters. Every day he would set a target number for himself, that is, how many mutant monsters to hunt and how much stronger he could become. He treated this as a daily task when playing games. Moreover, Han Xiaofan planned to get rid of the leadership of the Hanwei base after completing his daily tasks. After all, he killed Tang Bing and others in order to save Song Xiaobin and others. At that time, he sensed the existence of survivors nearby, but those survivors were ordinary survivors. Naturally, he could not choose to kill them in order to prevent the people of the Hanwei base from knowing the news. He could not do that. Then, he had to kill the leadership of the Hanwei base. Anyway, the reputation of the Hanwei base was very bad in the Dragon District. This was not just the Hanwei base after the outbreak of the Doomsday. The reputation of the Hanwei group was very bad before the Doomsday. Han Xiaofan had heard of it, so he would definitely not show mercy to the Hanwei base. Tang Bing and others disappeared. When the Hanwei base did not see Tang Bing and others return after half a day, the people of the Hanwei base immediately realized that something was wrong. Because there were witnesses at the time, the Hanwei base soon knew that Tang Bing and others had been killed. The three leaders of the Hanwei base were discussing what to do, how to deal with this matter, and whether they should send people out to find the murderer and kill him. Hanwei base, Zheng family's fortress. In Zheng Han's study, the three giants of the base were discussing how to deal with the killing of Tang Bing and his men. Zheng Han and his men had been weakening Tang Bing's influence on the security team these days, and had found reasons to plant many of their trusted men. They also planned to find an opportunity to deal with Tang Bing, but now Tang Bing and his men were killed by outsiders. If they, as leaders, could not avenge their men, what would the other men think? The people's hearts were scattered and the base would soon fall apart. "Brother, should we send all the security personnel out to find the murderer and kill him?" The speaker was Zheng Wei, with an irritable look on his face. After all, the Hanwei group was almost a tyrant in the Dragon District before the Doomsday. After the Doomsday, they established the Hanwei base. They were also arrogant. None of the nearby survivor teams dared to provoke the Hanwei base. This time, more than a dozen Tang Bing were killed, which could be said to be the biggest provocation to the Hanwei base. If the Hanwei base did not take revenge, the survivor teams that had been bullied by the Hanwei base would soon retaliate against them. Don't worry, this revenge must be taken, but don't be reckless. Do you know who killed Tang Bing and the others? Where are you going to find the murderer? Zheng Han always knew that his younger brother was a more reckless person and didn't like to use his brain, so he didn't blame Zheng Wei for not thinking carefully. Yes, the boss is right. The first thing we need to find out is the identity of the murderer. We can find out from the official trading market. The murderer should have been to the trading market. With our relationship with the official base security chief, it is easy to find out the other party's identity. Then we can arrange people to kill him. Han Shan is worthy of being the first think tank of the Hanwei group. He quickly thought of a good way, which is also a very safe way for the Hanwei base. Well, Ah Shan's method is very good. Let's do it this way. Then the three of them discussed how to arrange people to kill the other party after getting the information of the murderer. After discussing for half an hour, the three-person meeting was adjourned. Zheng Han was the only one left in the study room, in a daze. He was wondering if the murderer who killed Tang Bing this time was the one who saved the students last time. If so, then the other party should know the strength of their Hanwei base. Since they knew it and dared to kill him, did it mean that the other party did not take the Hanwei base seriously at all? In the Dragon District, the only force that dared not take the Hanwei base seriously, apart from the official base, was the one called Hope Base that was widely rumored these days. However, Zheng Han had never heard of any private base in the Dragon District that dared to offend his Hanwei base. After all, those private bases were formed by wealthy people or corporate groups, and their strength was far inferior to that of the Hanwei base. If Zheng Han was not worried that annexing these private bases would cause official fear, he would have sent his men to annex those private bases and large and small survivor teams. However, Zheng Han was not worried that those private bases would grow to the point of threatening the status of the Hanwei base. He planned to slowly swallow up those private bases without attracting official attention. It would only take 3 months at most for him to completely swallow up all the forces in the Long District except the official bases. By then, even the official bases would not be able to deal with him. After all, the strength of the Hanwei base would not be much worse than that of the Lot official base, and the official base would not be able to risk too much to deal with his base. This was Zheng Han's plan. Just when Zheng Han was thinking about things, his only son Zheng Xiaoyong walked in. He sat down on the sofa, poured himself a glass of red wine, took a sip of the wine, and then asked, "Dad, I heard that Tang Bing was killed?" "Yes." Zheng Han nodded to admit his son's question, and then he asked, "Xiaoyong, if it was you, could you kill Tang Bing and the others in an instant?" Hearing his father's words, Zheng Xiaoyong rolled his eyes and was a little speechless, but he still replied, "Dad, how is this possible? Not even a moment. Even if you give me a day, I can't deal with Tang Bing and the others, unless they are ordinary people, and ordinary people without weapons. Although I am an evolver and swallow a lot of crystal cores every day, I am still a long way from the superhero in the movies." But Zheng Xiaoyong reacted quickly with a look of disbelief on his face and said, "Dad, you wouldn't say that the person who killed them all in just a moment, right?" "Well, yes, the witness said so. It shouldn't be wrong." In order to make sure whether the witnesses were lying, Zheng Han's men used some means on those witnesses. He believed that no one would dare to lie under such circumstances. However, this made him feel a little uneasy. The other party was so powerful. If the other party attacked their Hanwei base, could they kill the other party with the thermal weapons they got from their backers? Zheng Han had no idea about this. After all, such a fantastic thing as the Doomsday had happened. No matter how incredible the phenomenon was, it would become very normal in this Doomsday world. "Dad, you don't want to kill such a powerful evolver, do you?" Zheng Xiaoyong also had a bad feeling in his heart, so he asked his father directly. Sure enough, when Zheng Xiaoyong saw his father nodded in acknowledgement, an ugly look suddenly appeared on his face, and the authorities are also busy with their own affairs. He can live like an emperor every day, and he does not want such a good life to disappear. Moreover, he may even die, so he is even more willing. "Alas, Xiaoyong, Dad understands what you said, but if I don't avenge Tang Bing and the others, the Hanwei base will soon fall apart. Those people in the security team alone will rebel against us, and then we will be dead." Speaking of this, Zheng Han also had a helpless look on his face. Many times, as the leader of a force, he could not ignore the thoughts of his subordinates. Just like this matter of his own people being killed by others, if the leader could not avenge his subordinates, who would obey his orders as a leader? The people's hearts were scattered, and the team would be difficult to lead. "Xiaoyong, don't worry. Your dad is not a pushover. I will make a detailed plan to ensure that the murderer can be killed with one blow, so you can rest assured. But just in case, I will arrange a few people to take you to the official base to hide for a few days, and then come back after killing the murderer. If something happens to the Hanwei base, or to us, remember, without 100% certainty, never avenge us. Do you remember? Seeing such a serious look on his father's face, Zheng Xiaoyong knew that his father was serious, and he immediately nodded and said, "Dad, I remember. Okay, then go to the official base now." "Are you in such a hurry?" "I'm so anxious. I don't know why, but my right eye keeps twitching. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Leave the base quickly." "Okay, Dad, I'm leaving. Take care." Zheng Xiaoyong admired his father the most. He didn't say too much and quickly left the Hanwei base with a few people. No one knew about his departure, not even Zheng Han's younger brother, Zheng Wei. Han Xiaofan naturally didn't know that Zheng Han of the Hanwei base had sent his son to the official base. It was because he was too powerful that Zheng Han had no confidence in dealing with him. Zheng Han was also worried that he would attack the Hanwei base. Zheng Han was not wrong. Han Xiaofan would not leave his enemies alone, or wait until the enemies caused him some harm before solving the problem. This behavior was pure idiocy. Since he had the absolute power to crush the enemy, how could he let the enemy go? He would not wait too long to solve the enemy. He usually solved the enemy overnight. After Han Xiaofan hunted and killed thousands of mutant monsters, he felt the pleasure of his body becoming stronger, and his increasingly indifferent emotions began to fluctuate. This was the same as his woman's rolling battle, which could cause his emotions to fluctuate and make him feel that he was still a human being, not a monster. Han Xiaofan first used the bracelet to notify Tianjun and several captains of the guard team, asking them to bring people to his side. As for the daily activities of cleaning up the Jingle Villa area, they could stop for a while. After all, most of the defense forces of the base were now drawn out by him. He was worried that someone would cause trouble for the base. It would be better to let those who cleaned up the snow return to the base. As long as they entered the underground city base, they would not be afraid of danger even if there was a nuclear bomb attack. Tianjun and the others didn't know why the leader asked them to bring people here. They guessed whether the leader had encountered any great danger, but they all knew that the leader's strength was very strong. If he was in danger, what was the use of them having more people? However, none of Tianjun's men retreated. They all took their weapons and set off. They paddled their sleds and soon arrived at the location Han Xiaofan said. When they saw Han Xiaofan was safe and sound, they were relieved. Fortunately, nothing happened. If something happened to the leader Han Xiaofan, the entire Hope base might fall apart soon. Leader. Well, you guys follow me. I'll take action when we get to the Hanwei base. You just watch. I asked you to come here to receive the survivors and supplies. Tianjun and his men knew that the Hanwei base was the most powerful private base besides the official base and their Hope base, and it was also a base with a bad reputation. They didn't expect that the leader would take action against it. They had no objection at all. They hoped that the Hope base would become stronger and stronger so that they could live better and better. Okay, leader. Tianjun and his men were wearing special cold-proof clothing made by the base, and everyone looked less bloated. Of course, this was also because they had swallowed crystal cores every day, which made their physical fitness stronger. According to the numbers, they were about 50% stronger than before the end of the world. This kind of strength was all round, which was why they could survive in such a harsh environment of extremely cold weather on the opposite side, and also hunt mutant monsters. Of course, Tianjun and his men also knew that they could become stronger so quickly and have enough crystal cores to swallow every day because they had such a powerful leader like Han Xiaofan to hunt mutant monsters and obtain a large number of crystal cores for them. Otherwise, based on their strength alone, their speed of becoming stronger could not be compared with the monsters on the ground. Compared with other survivors, they had already won at the starting line. It can be said that they were the ones who admired Han Xiaofan the most. The members of the escort team would not have any questions about any order from their leader Han Xiaofan, and a group of people soon entered the underground world, at the entrance to a certain building that they had specially made through the sewer pipes to connect to, the urban sewer. Although the Hanwei base was a bit far away, and because there were a lot of people on the road, some mutant rats attracted their attention. However, for Tianjun and his team, the mutant rats were just bringing them food. Without Han Xiaofan's help, they quickly dealt with the mutant rats and put their bodies in bags. As for the crystal cores in the bodies, they could be dug out after returning to the base. Han Xiaofan had never shown his storage space to anyone in the base. He was not afraid that the people in the base would harm him, but he wanted to expose this ability after he became stronger, so that he would feel safe. It can only be said that Han Xiaofan's personality has changed a lot since he merged with the mysterious crystal, and he has become more thoughtful in thinking about problems. Of course, it is also possible that his physical fitness has become stronger in all aspects. Although he has not tested his current IQ, He personally feels that if he follows the settings in the game, his wisdom points should be improved a lot. After walking in the sewer for half an hour, Han Xiaofan and his group finally reached the outer area of the Hanwei base. He said to Tianjun and the others, "Wait here for a while. I will notify you to come in after I deal with the guards of the Hanwei base." "Okay, leader, be careful." Yes. Tianjun and the others naturally knew how powerful their leader Han Xiaofan was, so they were not worried at all that the Hanwei base could cause him any damage. It can be said that as long as they were not facing the big killers in the army, they felt that there should be no monsters in this Doomsday world that could threaten him. "Who? Shoot! Bang, bang, bang! Ah!" Shouts, gunshots, and screams of humans before death mixed together like a symphony played in the Hanwei base, except that this symphony is a song of death. Anyone who stands in front of Han Xiaofan, any enemy who attacks him, has only one result, and that is death. There are still a large number of survivors in the Hanwei base. Although these survivors can survive in the Hanwei base, they live a miserable life, which is only slightly better than being swallowed by those mutated monsters outside. In the Hanwei base, they are the lowest level of slaves, and the beautiful female survivors are even more miserable. They live a life worse than death every day. When they saw those domineering guards in the base being easily killed by Han Xiaofan, they all applauded. There was an enemy coming. As the three giants of the Hanwei base, Zheng Han and his team quickly received the news. However, when they learned that there was only one enemy, and he killed the guards in the base with only a Tang sword, they knew that it must be the murderer who killed Tang Bing and his team. There is a passage about 10 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high leading to Zheng Han's fortress. When Han Xiaofan came to the entrance of the passage with the Tang sword without any blood on the blade, the end of the passage was already full of people. They were the real leaders of the Hanwei base headed by Zheng Han. "Brother, my name is Zheng Han, and I am the leader of the Hanwei base. If our base or someone has done something bad to you, I apologize. I can accept any compensation you want, as long as you stop killing people. Is that okay with you?" Zheng Han was talking to Han Xiaofan while his hand was gesturing to the people behind him. As a tyrant, how could he let Han Xiaofan, the murderer, go? He was just paralyzing the other party now. He would teach him a lesson later. He didn't believe that the other party's body could withstand heavy weapons. The little tricks of Zheng Han, the leader of the Hanwei base, were simply ridiculous in the eyes of Han Xiaofan. With his current strength, even if the other party had a weapon of war, like a tank, it would be impossible for him to suffer any harm. Zheng Han saw that Han Xiaofan was just standing at the entrance of the passage and did not come in. The party could survive. For a moment, the entire Hanwei base was filled with gunshots. The survivors who heard the gunshots all showed worry on their faces. After all, they thought that the man who was killing people just now would not be able to survive such an attack. If the Hanwei base had not collapsed, their days would still be as miserable as before. Unlike the survivors, Tianjun and his men who heard the fierce gunfire outside the base did not show any worry on their faces. This was because they had absolute confidence in their leader. With the strength of the Hanwei base, it was impossible to hurt their leader. Han Xiaofan actually wanted to test his own limits. So although he saw Zheng Han and his men's small moves, he knew that the other party would definitely arrange some means to deal with him. He did not take action in advance, but waited until they were fully prepared to take action before he started to fight back. Unfortunately, no matter whether it was the heavy machine gun fire or the rifle fire behind, Han Xiaofan's superb eyesight made the bullets shot at him look like slow motion. He could easily dodge these bullets. For some bullets that could not be dodged, he directly used his index finger to flick them out. The armed personnel of the Hanwei base could not see that the bullets they fired were bounced off by Han Xiaofan like playing a game. They just knew that no matter who it was, no matter how powerful the evolver was, it would be impossible for him to survive such an attack. Death without a complete body would be his final fate. "Stop, stop!" A voice came from the crowd, and soon the gunshots stopped one after another. The passage was already filled with dust, which was caused by bullets hitting the walls of the passage. The smoke was so thick that Han Xiaofan could not be seen. In fact, in such a double-sided attack, several of the dozens of armed men behind Han Xiaofan were directly shot dead by heavy machine guns. It can be said that this was manslaughter, but Zheng Han didn't care at all. As long as Han Xiaofan could be killed, even if half of these trusted men died, he thought it was worth it. After all, if such a powerful evolver became his enemy, he would not be able to sleep at night if he didn't kill him. Is he dead? This was Zheng Han asking his men, his tone full of expectation, hoping that the other party would die in such an attack. But unfortunately, Zheng Han soon heard the terrified voice of his men. "Boss, he is fine, intact, devil. Is he still a human?" "He is not a human. How did he block so many bullets?" Various unbelievable voices were heard, and many armed personnel had already thought of retreating. They were not hurt at all under such an attack with only a little dust on their clothes. They were simply supermen. Don't panic, go to death. Zheng Han still had one last resort. He had a detonator in his hand. He should have stepped back before pressing the detonator, but he knew that if he stepped back, his men would immediately scatter and flee. No one would stop Han Xiaofan then, and he would still be dead, without even a chance to press the pacemaker. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound rang out. It was the explosives that Zheng Han had buried in the passage being detonated. This was his last resort. When he was building the Zheng family survival fortress, he had already buried explosives in the passage. He originally thought that he would never use them in his lifetime, but he did not expect to use them the first time he encountered the enemy after the outbreak of the Doomsday. After Zheng Han and his men pressed the detonator, they fell to the ground, rocks flew all over the sky, and the entire passage was blown into ruins. If the survival fortress had not been built very solidly, the entire survival fortress might have collapsed. Some people were hit in the vital parts by the flying rocks and died directly. They were unlucky. Some were hit in other parts of the body and bled profusely. However, they were not hit in the vital parts, so they were still alive. However, everyone focused their attention on the ruins, and their eyes were full of expectations. Ahem! Several coughs came from the ruins. Some people looked at each other and their eyes rolled. When others focused their attention on the ruins, they slowly retreated and soon disappeared from the Hanwei base. They were smarter and ran away when they saw that the situation was not good. In their opinion, the Hanwei base could not exist anymore. It was more important for them to save their own lives. However, what they did not know was that Tianjun and his men were outside the base. They ran into Tianjun and his men directly. For these people with weapons, Tianjun and his men naturally could not show mercy. Soon there were several more bodies outside the base. When they heard the cough, Zheng Han and his companions' faces had turned into a look of horror. They really didn't expect that there would be such a powerful evolver less than a month after the Doomsday. This is simply unscientific. The next result was naturally predictable. After being blown up by so many explosives, Han Xiaofan had no injuries at all, except his clothes became beggar clothes. From this, we can see how strong his body is. He estimated that only the big killer could hurt him now. Of course, this was just his estimate. He couldn't test whether his body could block the big killer, and no one would use the big killer to kill him. A few minutes later, Han Xiaofan cleaned up the Hanwei base. For some people who laid down their weapons and surrendered, he did not kill them, but ordered Tianjun and his guards who came in to control them, and then gathered all the survivors of the Hanwei base. There were more than 500 survivors in the entire Hanwei base, most of whom were young people. There were almost no old people and children. There were only a dozen or so. This was because their relatives paid a great price, so they were able to survive in the Hanwei base. Looking at the survivors in front of him, who were dressed like the refugees seen on TV before the Doomsday, their eyes were numb, without any light of hope, and their faces were pale and thin. Many of them looked like bones. If they were not wearing thick clothes, they would be just a group of skeletons. When Han Xiaofan thought of the luxurious enjoyment in the Zheng family survival fortress, which was like a 5-star hotel, he knew that this situation was the real Doomsday, and his Hope base was just an exception. To migrate more than 500 people from the Hanwei base to the Hope base, it was naturally impossible for them to go out in a swarm. Although there would be no unexpected situation with Han Xiaofan, he would not participate in this migration operation. If everything depended on him, would Tianjun and his team still have a need to exist? This was impossible. He was not a nanny. Tianjun and his team had to be independent. Otherwise, Han Xiaofan only needed to live happily with his women in the underground city base, and there was no need for any survivors to join. Hundreds of survivors were gathered together, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Han Xiaofan and his group stood in front of the crowd, and some people from the Hanwei base were kneeling beside them. These people had uneasy looks on their faces. They had bad guesses in their hearts, but they didn't dare to speak casually before the last step. After all, the man who was not a human being was standing there, and their courage was completely gone. Everyone, I am the leader of the Hope base. My name is Han Xiaofan. Which of these people are guilty of the most heinous crimes? You will judge them. After this matter is dealt with, all of you will move to the Hope base. From now on, you will be residents of the Hope base. As soon as Han Xiaofan finished speaking, those kneeling people shouted one after another. They were scared to death. They could take other people's lives at will, but they were scared to death if their own lives were taken away. Chief Han, spare us. We will definitely be loyal to you. Let us go. I'm not doing bad things voluntarily. Chief Han, we can be your dogs. We will bite whoever you tell us to bite. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Dad, Mom, save me! Han Xiaofan was not present for the next thing. He still had to put some important things in the warehouse of the Hanwei base into the storage space. Although there were guards guarding it, there would generally be no problems, but he still felt more at ease to put it in his own storage space. As for whether it would arouse the suspicion of Tianjun and others, Han Xiaofan believed that they were very conspicuous, and as long as he didn't say it, Tianjun and others would not ask him. You know, Han Xiaofan can own an underground city base like Hope Base, which makes all the survivors who joined Hope Base think that he is a very mysterious person. And some characteristics of the Hope Base also make the residents of the base feel very strange. All the crops in the farmland grow much faster than before the Doomsday, and the livestock also grow very fast. For example, the green vegetables mature in just a few days, which means that the Hope Base is not short of green vegetables at all. The Hope Base can also take out a lot of green vegetables to trade materials with the official base. What makes Tianjun and others feel most amazing is that although the Hope Base is underground in the Jingle Villa district, they dug holes in the sewers near the Jingle Villa district and dug through the entire Jingle Villa district. There is no Hope Base, but the Hope Base actually exists, as if the Hope Base is in this world and not in this world. It feels like Schrödinger's cat. This is what they think is the most mysterious thing about the leader Han Xiaofan. However, the Doomsday has appeared, and the evolution speed of various mutant monsters has become faster and faster. Humans have also appeared evolvers. Tianjun and others think that no matter how mysterious the leader Han Xiaofan is, as long as he is a human being, as long as he recruits survivors into the Hope Base, and they are not mutant monsters, they believe that under the leadership of the leader Han Xiaofan, they can survive in this Doomsday world. Hello, Chief? The guards guarding outside the warehouse of the Zheng family's survival fortress immediately greeted Han Xiaofan respectfully when they saw him. Han Xiaofan nodded indifferently. It was difficult for him to laugh now. This was also an external manifestation of his increasingly cold inner emotions. However, the guards knew that the chief had always been like this and rarely laughed. This did not affect their admiration and respect for their chief. Entering the warehouse, the most common thing in the warehouse was various Doomsday canned foods. Many of them had a shelf life of more than 60 years, and some even reached 100 years. Not to mention other foods, these various Doomsday canned foods alone could allow Zheng Hanyi's family and the leaders of the Hanwei base to survive for decades. Not to mention that there were various high-energy packaged foods in the warehouse with a long shelf life, as well as a large amount of other things such as rice, flour, and oil. It can be said that the food in the warehouse can be fully supplied to all the people in the Hanwei base for more than 10 years. This is still under the condition of full supply. If you save a little, you can extend the time by twice. It can be seen that the things these rich people prepared before the Doomsday just to be on the safe side are very exaggerated. But this is not surprising. For those rich people, what they value most is not the money, but their own life safety. There are no way to know how many rich people in the whole China have survived because of preparing such a Doomsday survival fortress. Han Xiaofan thought of the Doomsday survival group he joined before the Doomsday. Most of the group members are rich people. They can also survive in this Doomsday world, which is much better than ordinary people. In addition to food, there are a lot of gold and other jewelry, antiques, and other things in the warehouse. Han Xiaofan collected these things, and most of the food was also stored in the storage space. There is not much left, so he stayed to pretend. After all, Tianjun and others must have some guesses, but as long as he doesn't say it, then no one will speak out their guesses. Han Xiaofan also notified Ouyang Mei to bring a lot of people to help the survivors relocate. After all, with more than 500 survivors, it would be better to send more people so that there would not be too many problems. With Han Xiaofan's protection along the way, there would naturally be no danger. It was just that the extremely cold outside was a fatal threat to ordinary people. Even the nearest sewer to Jingle Villa district was a distance away, and the survivors had to walk a distance on the ground. The elderly, children and women with weak constitutions were transported by Han Xiaofan using iron boxes, and the other young and middle-aged people were arranged by Tianjun and others. All the useful materials of the Hanwei base were also brought. After just 2 hours, the Hanwei base became empty. However, Han Xiaofan believed that the Hanwei base was such a good shelter that the survivors from other places would move in soon. This was also his plan. When the Hope base came forward, it could recruit these survivors into the base, which would be much more efficient than sending people to search for survivors. The news that the Hanwei base was destroyed and annexed by the Hope base soon spread to the official base, and the highest officer of the official base immediately held a meeting. The participants of the meeting included Cao Weimin, the highest administrative chief of the Dragon District official base, Zhao Nongxin, the top security chief, and Zhang Yunbang, the top armed military chief. The three of them constituted the top leadership of the Dragon District base. There were also some other cadres who only had the right to speak, but not the right to decide. The Hanwei base was annexed by the Hope base. Tell me what impact this will have on our official base, whether it is good or bad. Everyone can speak freely. The first person to speak was none other than Cao Weimin, the top leader of the Dragon District official base. He looked at Zhao Nongxin and Zhang Yunbang indifferently. Before the end of the world, other leaders of the Dragon District were transformed into mutants due to the infection of the P virus. The three of them were lucky and were not infected into mutants, so the leadership of the Dragon District official base was mainly composed of the three of them. Although Cao Weimin was the top leader, it was the end of the world now. The control of the bases in various places in the central capital of China was much weaker than before the end of the world. It was normal for this situation to occur. After all, the bases in various places had almost become an isolated island. Even if the official bases that were very close wanted to exchange materials, it was very difficult. Zhao Nongxin had his own ambitions. If it was before the Doomsday, he would at most want to be promoted to the top leader of the Dragon District. But since the Doomsday has broken out, his ambitions can no longer be controlled. He wants to be a local emperor. The practices of Cao Weimin and Zhang Yunbang before the Doomsday seemed very stupid to him. Hearing Cao Weimin's words, Zhao Nongxin rolled his eyes and his face was suddenly filled with anger. He said, Hope Base's practice of annexing other private bases is simply a betrayal of China. Hope Base leader Han Xiaofan wants to be a warlord. Everyone, we are official, and we must not allow this situation to continue. Otherwise, it won't be long before Hope Base wants to annex our official base, and then our official base will be very passive. Seeing that everyone was listening to him carefully, Zhao Nongxin was happy. Of course, the reason for his anger was not these, but because he was the backer behind the Hanwei base. Whether it was before the Doomsday or during the Doomsday, the Hanwei base gave him great benefits. Now that the Hanwei base was destroyed by the Hope base, he was of course very angry. Our best way is to eliminate them before they grow strong enough to threaten our official base. That's my suggestion. Haha, Commander Zhao is right. Zhang Yunbang first smiled and agreed with Zhao Nongxin's suggestion, but soon he changed the subject. I just don't know if Commander Zhao knows that there is only one person who eliminated the Hanwei base. He is Han Xiaofan, the leader of the Hope base. From the news I received, I can infer that the other party is definitely a very powerful evolver. I even suspect that he is the most powerful evolver in our China. How is this possible? Colonel Jiang, are you kidding? Although the other party eliminated all the security personnel of the Hanwei base by himself, it is impossible to say that he is the #1 evolver in China. And I believe that even if he is the #1 evolver in China, he can't stop the heavy weapons under your command. Can't a tank kill him? I don't believe it. Although the evolvers are much stronger than ordinary people, even facing a few guns, the current evolvers have to run for their lives, not to mention the heavy weapons in the army. Facing these heavy weapons, the flesh is simply vulnerable. When the others heard what Zhao Nongxin said, they all nodded involuntarily, but this did not include Cao Weimin and Zhang Yunbang. The two of them were standing together, and they knew more Doomsday secrets than Zhao Nongxin. Zhao Nongxin formed gangs in the official base of Long District, and they knew what he wanted to do without guessing. After the two reported to their superiors, the superiors naturally would not trust Zhao Nongxin anymore. But Zhao Nongxin had not made a big mistake yet. Otherwise, Cao Weimin and Zhang Yunbang would have controlled him long ago. Nongxin, don't worry. We are all just discussing and expressing our own opinions. It's just that what Colonel Zhang said is correct. Although the Hope base has annexed the Hanwei base, I heard that there is a personal grudge between the two bases. It's just that the Hanwei base failed to block the attack of the leader of the Hope base. Since they are private actions, the Hope base has always maintained a good cooperative relationship with our official base. At this point, Cao Weimin asked the director of logistics, "Does the Hope base still transport 1,000 kilograms of vegetables to trade with us every day?" The director of the logistics department heard the question from the top leader, and he immediately replied, "Yes, and the Hope base also uses a large number of crystal cores to exchange bullets and other supplies from us." You see right, Nongxin, the vegetables you eat every day are still provided by others. I heard that it will not be long before Hope base will trade other food with us. Although our official base still has a lot of food inventory, we must have a sense of crisis. No matter how much food we have, it is never too much. We have a production line for bullets, and we have a large amount of inventory every day. It is more beneficial than harmful for us to trade supplies with Hope base. We cannot take the initiative to attack such a private base with a good cooperative relationship. Otherwise, you can imagine what other private bases will think. Okay, let's end this matter here. Let's talk about the frequency of attacks on our official base by those mutant beasts becoming more and more frequent. What do you think we should do to solve this problem? Hearing Cao Weimin change the subject, Zhao Nongxin felt very aggrieved, but he had no other choice. With the sheriffs under his command, he was no match for Cao Weimin and Jiang Yunbang combined. However, he thought of Zheng Xiaoyong who had defected to him. With Zheng Xiaoyong's strength as an evolver, his own strength had become much stronger. Should he think of a way to kill Cao Weimin and Jiang Yunbang? Then the entire official base would be his. Cao Weimin and Jiang Yunbang naturally didn't expect that Zhao Nongxin was also thinking about how to kill them. They were still quite curious about the mysterious Hope Base, but the news they sent people to inquire about these days showed that the Hope Base was a private base that followed the order. They naturally hoped for more private bases like this. After all, since the outbreak of the Doomsday, most of the private bases in China have been like private kingdoms, and the survivors who joined have lived a miserable life like slaves. The two of them certainly couldn't stand such behavior, but they also knew that the official could no longer control too much. Even if those people lived taken to the third floor of the base, which was also the core of the entire base. The manor where the leader Han Xiaofan and a group of important figures in the base leadership lived. Before the apocalypse, except for Yan Luo, who had lived in such a luxurious manner, the others had only seen such a luxurious manner on TV or in movies. Under the guidance of the manor housekeeper Hu Xiaoli, they visited the entire manor. Of course, they did not go up to the third floor of the main building of the manor. They learned from housekeeper Hu that the third floor was where the leader Han Xiaofan and his women lived. During the cruel experience of the past 10 days in the apocalypse, the relationship between the 6 adults and 1 child, Song Xiaobin and the other 2, had far exceeded that of ordinary friends and classmates, but a relationship of companions who could trust each other with life and death. So the 4 of them chose a suite to live in. The suite had 4 bedrooms and a living room, and each bedroom also had a toilet and bathroom. Yan Luo's family naturally lived together, and the room they chose was relatively small. Considering that the children could change rooms when they grew up, they chose a suite with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. When Wan Xiaoyun saw the bathtub in the bathroom, her eyes widened. She had not taken a bath since the outbreak of the apocalypse. As a girl who loves beauty, she could not imagine that she would have such a day without taking a bath for more than 10 days. However, taking a bath in the apocalypse was a very luxurious thing. She might freeze to death if she took a bath in such extremely cold weather. Besides, there was no condition to take a bath. It was a very happy thing to have a full meal. She just wiped her body with a wet towel at most. You should wash up and rest first. Someone will call you for dinner later. Then I will introduce other people to you. Thank you, housekeeper Hu. Thank you, sister. Song Xiaobin and the others spoke one after another. They were quite fond of the beautiful Hu Xiaoli. After all, she had tried her best to introduce the whole manor to them. Brother Yan, let's go take a shower first and get together later. Okay, our family should take a shower too. We all feel a little itchy now. Several people couldn't resist the urge to take a shower. After all, they smelled a little. Why did they like Hu Xiaoli? Not only because she was dedicated and responsible, but also because she didn't dislike the unpleasant smell on them. The more than 500 survivors of the Hanwei base came to the Hope base with some trepidation in their hearts, but when they took the elevator down to the underground city base, all of them couldn't close their mouths. They were stunned by the interior of the underground city base. Like a shopping mall hall, the lights were bright, and the temperature inside made all the survivors from the Hanwei base feel sweaty. They quickly took off most of their clothes at the reminder of Tianjun and others. It was impossible for Li Yuanyuan and her team to register information for more than 500 people at once. Seeing this, Wu Yangmei brought her female team members to help. That's right, Wu Yangmei's entire team was made up of women. Almost all of these women had lost their loved ones. They hated those mutant monsters. It was because of this great hatred in their hearts that they joined the guard team to hunt those mutant monsters. Although they might die, they would feel better as long as they could kill those mutant monsters. After registering all the personal information and settling these survivors down, it was already night. Of course, it was impossible to see the sun, whether in the underground city base or on the ground outside. If there was no watch, they would not know the time of day and night. Hope Base still operates according to the time rules before the end of the world. There are 12 hours in the day and 12 hours at night, and 10 hours of work every day. As for holidays, they naturally cannot be arranged according to the time before the end of the world. Only by working can they earn credit points. For those who have joined Hope Base, they don't want to be idle. They want to work every day. Only in this way they will not worry about not having credit points, not worrying about being hungry, and not worrying about being driven out. It is an extremely happy thing to be able to have a full meal in the end of the world. If there is a safe survival base where you can sleep peacefully at night, it is an extremely happy thing. Only survivors who have truly experienced the cruel Doomsday world can know what Hope Base, a place like a paradise, means to them. They will do their best to maintain the normal operation of the base. Whoever dares to destroy the stability of Hope Base will be the enemy of all survivors in Hope Base, and they will kill the enemy at all costs. Han Xiaofan certainly didn't know the strong feelings of the residents of the base who would give everything to protect the base. It was difficult for him to be affected by external things. After returning to the base, he went down to the 3rd floor. Instead of returning to the manor, he went to the guard's station. The guard and security teams of the base were both stationed on the 3rd floor. The two department stations were connected, but the area inside the station was larger for the guard. After all, the guard had to go out on the ground to hunt monsters or collect supplies. The security team was also called the public security team. It was the force to maintain the internal security of the base. Under normal circumstances, with the existence of Xiaoji's clone in the base control center, it was unlikely that there would be any unexpected situation inside the base. Han Xiaofan established the public security team just to be on the safe side. "Hello, Chief." Han Xiaofan first walked in from the open door of the guard station. There was a guard receptionist at the door. They were 2 young ladies. When they saw Han Xiaofan appear, they immediately stared at him with admiration and greeted him respectfully. "Yeah." Han Xiaofan just nodded lightly as a response. The guard station is a bit like a gym before the end of the world, except that this gym is a bit larger and not divided into floors. The station is divided into several areas, including training areas, gun shooting areas, team members' dormitories, and even leisure and entertainment areas, which can relieve the guard's nervous mood. Every guard member will greet Han Xiaofan respectfully when he sees him, and he will nod in response. When they arrive at the training area, there are the most people here. Everyone knows that if you sweat more, you will bleed less when you go out to do things on the ground. In fact, there is another important reason. That is, although ordinary people can't swallow as many crystal cores as evolvers every day, as long as they train more, they can break through their own limits and increase the number of crystal cores they swallow. This is extremely important for them to improve their strength. "Everyone, stop. All of you, surround me." When the leader Han Xiaofan said this, the guards present all smiled bitterly. They knew how terrifying their leader was. They had surrounded him a lot these days, but it was difficult to hurt him, let alone touch him. "Go." But everyone knew that leader Han Xiaofan wanted to train them like this to improve their reaction ability and speed. This would be of great benefit to them when facing other mutant monsters. After all, even the most powerful mutant monsters outside are far inferior to the leader. Sun Tian was a computer engineer at a well-known internet company before the end of the world. His wife was a kindergarten teacher, and they had a lovely 6-year-old daughter. They mortgaged a house of more than 70 square meters in Long District. Both his parents were alive and had pensions. The 2 old people took care of their granddaughter at home. It can be said that such a family is happy. But such happiness was destroyed at the moment of the Doomsday. Sun Tian remembered very clearly that night. His parents, who he thought had caught a cold, mutated and became mutants. He could only kill them with the grief in his heart. He hid in his house for a few days. Finally, because of the lack of food and the low temperature, Sun Tian's family could only survive in the sewer like other people. However, Sun Tian's family was unlucky. The Hanwei base they joined was so cruel. Fortunately, he had foresight and made his wife look like a ghost. He also hid in a shed built in a corner of the underground parking lot, so he didn't suffer the same fate as other women with better looks. Otherwise, with his wife's appearance, he couldn't imagine what kind of experience he would suffer. Fortunately, the Hanwei base was annexed by the Hope base. Sun Tian originally thought that the Hope base was similar to the Hanwei base. Although he had heard rumors that the Hope base was like a paradise, in his opinion, such a base did not exist at all. After all, even the official base could not be called a paradise. People died every day for various reasons. Especially when Sun Tian saw Han Xiaofan, the leader of the Hope base, killing people like killing chickens, he was even more worried that the Hope base would be more brutal than the Hanwei base. Just when Sun Tian was hesitating whether to take his wife and daughter to risk leaving the Hanwei base, he didn't expect that the Hanwei base was taken down by one person so quickly. When all the survivors of the Hanwei base were gathered by the people of the Hope base, Sun Tian knew that there was no chance to escape. In fact, he was relieved, mainly because he saw that the people of the Hope base were not like those of the Hanwei base. The Hope Base should be a kind of existence that is more friendly to the survivors. Sure enough, dealing with the group of people who were domineering in the Hanwei Base, moving all the survivors to the Hope Base, and not giving up the elderly and children, made Sun Tian feel more relieved. When Sun Tian's family and others came to the underground city base, his mouth opened wide. In addition to being stunned, he had only one thought in his mind. That is, he was very glad that he did not leave with his family. Otherwise, if he knew the specific situation of the Hope Base in the future, he would definitely regret it. Register the family's information and assign rooms. Because they are a family of 3, they are assigned 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The room also has a bathroom and toilet. It can be said that it is not much different from an ordinary suite except that there is no kitchen. Various home appliances and furniture are relatively complete. The base also gave them a few sets of clothes and some toiletries for free. Of course, the most important thing is that the newcomers have 1,000 credit points issued by the base. Sun Tian's family of 3 has 3,000 credit points in total. After entering their room and closing the door, Sun Tian and his family walked around the house and then sat down on the sofa in the living room. The family seemed a little silent for a while. Sun Tian's wife Zhong Yingying said hesitantly, "Husband, let's take a shower first. We have to go to the cafeteria to eat later. Do you think it's okay?" Sun Tian was awakened by his wife's voice, and he immediately replied, "Okay. You go and help your daughter take a shower first. I'll sort out our things." "Yeah." While his wife and daughter were taking a shower, Sun Tian was in a daze for a while. He was mainly thinking about how good it would be if his parents hadn't mutated. But he also knew that his family was lucky to survive, which was much better than most survivors. In this Doomsday world, many survivors are basically alone, and they are much more miserable than themselves. After thinking for a while, Sun Tian took out some useless things from the luggage bag, sorted out the useful things, put some good clothes into the closet, and naturally threw the useless ones into the trash can outside. After his wife and daughter finished their showers, Sun Tian also took a comfortable shower. He felt the best he had ever felt in his life. This was because he hadn't taken a shower since the outbreak of the apocalypse. He even felt sick when he smelled the smell on his body. This might be why the base asked them to take a shower before going to the cafeteria for dinner. "Okay, my baby smells delicious. Let's go eat." Sun Tian hugged his daughter, who was so thin that her cheeks were sunken. He felt very distressed. Fortunately, his daughter was still alive. If his daughter died in the apocalypse, he knew that neither he nor his wife would be able to survive. He had seen many survivors who chose to commit suicide after losing their loved ones and hope. "Dad, do we really have food to eat?" Sun Jiayi, the 6-year-old daughter who should have been innocent and lovely, was already very sensible. She knew that her father had to go out every day to find supplies for them, and then exchange them for a small amount of food, so she was a little worried that this new base would be the same as the base they lived in before. "Don't worry, honey. You can have enough food here. You'll know when you go to the cafeteria. Let's go." Sun Tian held his daughter in one hand and held his wife's hand in the other and walked out of the door. When the family came outside, many survivors had already walked out of their homes. Those who lived in this area were newcomers to the Hope Base. That is, they were all from the original Hanwei Base. Everyone took a shower and changed into new clothes. Except that everyone was pale and thin compared with the numb state when they were in the Hanwei Base. Now all of them had expectant smiles on their faces, and they then went to get rice. There were 10 large buckets of rice, and there were also several buckets of free soup next to them, which could be eaten by the residents of the base for free. Only credit points were needed to get food. Seeing the 10 full buckets of rice, the newcomers who had just joined from the Hanwei Base could not help but swallow their saliva. After they took their tableware, they couldn't wait to line up for food. For them, they hadn't had a full meal for more than 10 days. It was already very good to have some food every day. Many people could only eat a little food a day. Most of the time, they could only lie dead in the Hanwei Base to save their own energy consumption. "Hurry, let's go get food." Sun Tian's family followed the others to get food. Although they looked a little anxious, they still lined up in an orderly manner. After all, everyone was not stupid and would never violate the rules and regulations of the base. If they were kicked out of the base, they would regret it to death. "All 3 are the same. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes, thank you." "Yes, I've got it. 15 credit points." "Okay, I've already scanned it. Thank you." The fragrant food was steaming hot, and many people couldn't wait to eat it before they even sat down. For them, after more than 10 days of hellish doomsday life, what they looked forward to most was to have a full meal, even if it meant dying immediately after eating. Before the doomsday, they never thought that having a full meal was such a difficult thing, but their experience in the doomsday taught them that having a full meal was a luxury. Now that they have joined the Hope Base, which is like a paradise on Earth. These newcomers are like dreaming. If it weren't for the real canteen and food in front of them, they wouldn't have much sense of reality. When the newcomers put the food into their mouths, many of them burst into tears. It turns out that being able to eat is such a happy and satisfying thing. Delicious dad mom. 6-year-old Sunjae can already eat by herself. While eating, she happily talked to her parents. If it's delicious, eat more. Dad will go get more if it's not enough. Seeing their daughter eating happily, Sun Tian and his wife Zhong Yingying both showed happy smiles on their faces, and they also hurried to fill their stomachs. Fortunately, after the outbreak of the Doomsday, because of the P virus and spiritual energy, even ordinary people's bodies have been strengthened to some extent, not to mention some people who often hunt mutant rats. They swallow the crystal cores of mutant rats every day, and their bodies have become stronger. This is also the reason why they can eat directly after being hungry for so long. Otherwise, with their previous physical fitness, they will definitely get into trouble if they eat like this. Just as Sun Tian's family was eating with relish, a series of greetings came from the door of the cafeteria. "Hello, leader! Hello, leader! Hello, leader!" Sun Tian saw that everyone else stood up and stared at the group of people with admiring eyes. He immediately saw that the man surrounded by the crowd was the leader of the Hope Base, that is, their leader Han Xiaofan. The people around Han Xiaofan were all the leaders of the Hope Base. Sun Tian's family also greeted the leader Han Xiaofan like everyone else. Han Xiaofan nodded to them as a response. Soon, the cafeteria, which was a little noisy just now, became quiet. Han Xiaofan brought the leaders of the base to the cafeteria. Naturally, he was not only here to visit the more than 500 new people who had just joined the base. He also had to speak to many new people. Although he was not often in the base, and most of the base affairs were managed by Chen Jie and others, it did not mean that he did not care about the base. He still wanted to let the residents of the base know that he, the leader, was the real core of the base. This would reduce some unnecessary troubles. Even if he could easily solve these troubles, it would be best not to cause troubles. Everyone, today we hope to have more than 500 new residents join the base. They are all struggling to survive in the Doomsday just like you did. I hope you old people can sincerely accept them and let them truly integrate into the big family of the base so that our base can develop and grow better. In order to welcome the newcomers today, the base will treat you to this meal. The credit points you spent will be returned to you later. Everyone, eat well and don't waste food. Hearing that the leader Han Xiaofan invited them to dinner without spending credit points, everyone present shouted happily. "Thank you for the treat, leader." "Thank you, leader. We won't waste food." In the Doomsday world, food is the most important thing. If someone dares to waste food in the cafeteria, other residents may beat up such a waste of food without the base's sheriff coming forward. After all, in the Doomsday world, food is the foundation of survival. After Han Xiaofan finished speaking, he took the senior management of the base out of the cafeteria. He knew that if they stayed in the cafeteria, the residents of the base would be more restrained when eating. The group took the elevator back to the manor. Under the order of the housekeeper Hu Xiaoli, the chefs in the kitchen had already prepared dinner. After Han Xiaofan and the others sat down in the largest restaurant on the second floor, the maids brought the food up one after another and placed it on the long dining table. The dishes were very rich, with flying creatures, running creatures, swimming creatures, and all kinds of mutant beast meat. It can be said that it was not inferior to the feasts in 5-star hotels before the Doomsday. After all, there was no mutant beast meat before the Doomsday, which could enhance the physical fitness of the human body. The people living in the manor, except for the management of the base, were their relatives or close friends. Just like Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang, both of them were evolvers. They were naturally qualified to live in the manor. Wan Xiaoyun was not only Song Xiaobin's classmate, but also his girlfriend. Du Honghai was also their classmate and friend, so they also lived in the manor. There were 25 adults and 3 children at the long table, including Chen Jie's 6-year-old daughter Chen Baoer, Li Xiong's 7-year-old daughter Li Xiaona, and Yan Luo's 1-year-old daughter Yan Xiaobai. Of course, Yan Xiaobai was still so young that she couldn't eat by herself. She was in her mother's arms. The food had been served and everyone had taken their seats. The adults who could drink had wine poured, while those who couldn't drink had drinks. The 2 children also had juice. Han Xiaofan saw that no one had moved their chopsticks and knew that they were waiting for him to speak. He didn't refuse. After all, he was the leader of the base. Well, today we have many new people joining the base. Our base will become stronger and stronger. In the future, our base may become the hope of mankind. Of course, the base is still a long way from this hope, but I hope everyone can work hard towards this goal. Also, there are 3 evolvers joining the base. They are Song Xiaobin, and their ability is to control the earth element. Hello everyone, I am Song Xiaobin. Please give me your guidance in the future. Hearing the leader Han Xiaofan introduce himself, Song Xiaobin stood up and introduced himself tactfully. Everyone else smiled and nodded. They naturally liked polite teenagers. Then Han Xiaofan introduced Tong Gang and the others again, so that everyone present could get to know them. The others were smart people and knew that the leader Han Xiaofan would definitely reuse the 3 evolvers, otherwise he would not let them live in the manor. Okay, I've finished my words. Everyone, raise your glasses. I wish you all good health and that the base will become better and better. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone, start eating. We are all family, no need to be polite. Soon the atmosphere in the restaurant became lively, especially the men who liked to drink were toasting each other. The women also had a lot to talk about. They ate the food in groups of 3 or 4, laughing and chatting. If the survivors who were still starving and cold saw such a scene, they would definitely be envious and hate to death. Song Xiaobin and his friends had never known that having a full meal was such a happy thing. Although they had tried their best to control the speed, they still seemed to be eating voraciously compared to others. Fortunately, no one laughed at them, which made them feel a lot more relaxed. The other Yanluo couples were the same, except that they had better control and did not eat too fast. For them, feeding their daughter was the most important thing. They did not expect that there was infant formula in the Hope Base. Butler Hu gave them 2 cans and told them that it was given to them by the leader. Although they would need to spend credit points to buy it at the supermarket in the base after eating these 2 cans, Yanluo was very confident that he could let his daughter eat the best formula. He was an evolver and his monthly salary was definitely not low. If he joined the escort team and went out, he would get a subsidy every time. After dinner, the group did not leave separately, but Han Xiaofan had a meeting with the cadres of the base. Song Xiaobin, Tong Gang, and Yan Luo, 3 evolvers, also participated in this meeting. There was a large conference room on the 3rd floor. Han Xiaofan and his group found a seat in the conference room. Hu Xiaoli arranged for the maid to serve tea to everyone. Those who liked coffee could also have coffee. Okay, in addition to assigning positions to Song Xiaobin and the other 2, the main purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to build a material exchange center. Placing this exchange center there will be safer for the survivors who come to exchange materials. Also, our base needs to recruit about 500 more people. The base can accommodate up to 2,000 people. Everyone, please share your opinions. After listening to the leader Han Xiaofan's words, everyone present looked at Chen Jie. If the Hope Base is regarded as a company, then the leader Han Xiaofan is the chairman of the board, and Chen Jie is the general manager, or CEO. It would be right for her to be the first spokesperson. Chen Jie could naturally see everyone's eyes on her, so she spoke without hesitation. Chief, everyone, I think the material exchange center should be built in the sewer or subway passage, not on the ground. No one knows whether the current extreme cold temperature will continue to drop. As for when it will end, according to Dr. Yi's estimation, that the underground city base was under the Jingle Villa district. But even if they dug 1,000 meters from the sewer on the street outside the Jingle Villa district to the Villa district, they could easily dig out a hole, but they just couldn't dig out the underground city base, as if the underground city base was in another space dimension. However, no one asked the leader Han Xiaofan. Even Ye Lanqin, a scientist with a heart full of curiosity, couldn't help asking Han Xiaofan what was going on. Everyone knew that the leader Han Xiaofan was very mysterious. If he didn't want to tell everyone, it would be useless to ask him. When the others nodded thoughtfully, Chen Jie continued. It just so happens that Song Xiaobin and 3 others have come to our base. Song Xiaobin and Yan Luo's evolutionary ability is to control the earth element. This will be of great help in our construction of the material exchange center. At the very least, they can be used as the main force of the construction project. In addition, the base can also dispatch a lot of people to help. According to my estimate, it will only take 5 days to build the exchange center. Well, good. Manager Chen's suggestion is good. Does anyone else have a different opinion? Han Xiaofan saw that everyone else agreed and did not have any different suggestions. He continued, then how do we recruit another 500 survivors? In fact, as long as the survivors believe that the rumor that the Hope Base is like a paradise is true, then the Hope Base will not lack survivors to join. It's a pity that in this Doomsday world, what the survivors lack is trust. If Song Xiaobin and the others were not very confident in their own strength, they would not risk being attacked or deceived by mutant monsters to join the Hope Base. After all, they live much better than other survivors in the sewers. All the survivors in the entire Dragon Zone have heard of the Hope Base, but almost no one believes that the Hope Base is so good. After all, many private bases use good conditions to deceive survivors to come. After joining the private base, life and death are not in their own hands. Many people live a life not much different from that of ancient slaves. This makes other survivors more vigilant. Leader, I think we can cooperate with the official base. Doesn't the official base need our vegetables? The official base also has too many people. Not only do they lack food and cold-proof items, but because thousands of people gather together, the official base is also easy to attract attacks from mutant beasts. I believe they don't mind reducing some of the population. 500 people are just right for the official, not more or less. The one who made this suggestion was Tianjun. He was a soldier himself, and he grew up in an orphanage. He was trained by the country to become an adult, so he hopes to make some contributions to the country. Of course, he is now a member of the Hope Base, and his first consideration is always the future of the Hope Base. Hearing Tianjun's idea, others also spoke up. This method is good. It is much faster than passively absorbing those survivors. I just don't know if the official agrees. It should be possible. Anyway, we have a cooperative relationship with the official base. This should not be difficult. Yes, this method is good. We can increase 500 people at once. Okay, everyone be quiet. Aren't we going to have another material transaction with the official tomorrow? We can test the official's tone tomorrow. The next problem is to assign positions to Song Xiaobin and the other two. Because the three are evolvers, I suggest forming the 4th guard team, the 5th guard team, and a reconnaissance team. Song Xiaobin will be the captain of the 4th guard team, Yan Luo will be the captain of the 5th guard team, and Tong Gang has the wind element and can be the captain of the reconnaissance team. Everyone has no objection, right? The entire base belongs to the leader Han Xiaofan. Naturally, no one else can oppose his decision, and the 3 evolvers must be cadres, otherwise there may be big problems in the future. This can be regarded as a means to win over the evolvers. Of course, as long as Han Xiaofan exists, no evolver can have any problems. They naturally had no objection to Song Xiaobin and the other 2 being able to serve as cadres, but they did not expect the leader Han Xiaofan to be so decisive. The 3 of them had just joined the Hope Base and had no merit, but they could actually serve as officials. They all stood up to thank him and promised that they would never disappoint the leader and would do their jobs well. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. The meeting ended in less than half an hour. Song Xiaobin and the others had just joined the Hope Base, and they had not yet properly visited the base, so they made an appointment to visit the 1st floor, especially to buy some things at the supermarket. There was no difference between day and night on the entire blue star. The surviving humans could only use tools such as watches to determine the time. The Hope Base had an intelligent control center that controlled all operations of the base. Xiaoji's clone could simulate day and night by controlling all the lights in the base. When Song Xiaobin and his friends came out of the manor after dinner, many lights in the base were turned off, and the remaining lights were slightly dim. Only the walls of the passages were brightly lit like street lamps. This change made Song Xiaobin and his friends sigh in their hearts when they saw this situation for the first time. They did not expect that they could live a normal life before the end of the world in the base, which made them very happy. The supermarket in the base was on the 1st floor. Song Xiaobin and his family took the elevator to the 1st floor. The 1st floor was the same as the 3rd floor. Only the walls of the passages were lit, and the lights on the dome were all turned off. In the evening, after the residents of the base finished their meals and took a bath, they all went out for a walk. After all, there was no TV to watch in the base, but there was a cinema on the 1st floor. Some old movies before the end of the world could still be watched, and the cinema was packed every night. In addition to watching movies, there were many people relaxing or playing sports in the parks, leisure centers, and sports centers on the 1st floor. Of course, the only supermarket in the base was also a must-go place for many residents. Having just joined the base today, Song Xiaobin and his friends have not seen many places yet. This time, they have visited the base carefully. The 1st floor of the base is about the same size as a community. When they think about the fact that there are only more than 1,500 people in the entire base, it is true. Seeing so many people in the apocalypse, Song Xiaobin and his friends are in a good mood anyway. After all, they are all Chinese, so they naturally hope that more Chinese can survive in this apocalyptic world. Otherwise, the Chinese may become extinct in 100 years. Especially when they see some children chasing and playing, the adults all show happy smiles on their faces. As long as humans have children, the future of mankind will not be cut off. The park is not large, only a few hundred square meters. Many elderly people and children are relaxing on the grass here. Song Xiaobin and his friends quickly walked around and then went to the leisure center to have a look. There were also elderly people playing chess or playing poker, and some children playing games. The group went to the sports center to take a look. Most of the people doing sports activities were young and middle-aged. They all knew that physical exercise was very important in this doomsday world, especially the information released by the base. By swallowing some crystal cores every day and then doing extreme physical exercise, they could make their bodies stronger. Even if they didn't have to go out to take risks on the ground, it would still be good for them, such as being less likely to get sick. It was said that if the body became stronger, the lifespan would be relatively extended, but this was just a rumor, and there was no evidence to prove it was true. Brother Bin, has our lifespan really been extended? The one who asked this question was Tong Gang. No one doesn't like to live longer. Naturally, he hoped that the lifespan of the evolvers could be increased. Haha, Agang, those are all rumors. We can only believe them if a scientist Dr. Ye can research them. The leader wants us to have some time to cooperate with Dr. Ye's research in order to find out what the evolvers are, and to research a genetic drug that can turn ordinary people into evolvers. Song Xiaobin was not talking nonsense, but a request from Ye Lanxin and Han Xiaofan. After all, in the entire base, apart from Han Xiaofan, who was suspected to be an evolver, there were only 3 people named Song Xiaobin who were evolvers. Ye Lanxin certainly couldn't use Han Xiaofan for experiments, and Han Xiaofan knew that he was not an evolver. He just fused the mysterious crystal. That's right, if Dr. Ye really researched the genetic drug, the future development of our base would be limitless. Yan Luo hoped that Ye Lanxin could research the genetic drug. Otherwise, the gap between evolvers and ordinary people would become larger and larger with the passage of time, and a deep ditch would definitely form between the two in the future. At that time, even if there was a strong leader to suppress them, the contradiction between the two would become larger and larger, which was irreconcilable. Even now, when they heard that the lifespan of the evolvers might be extended, ordinary people like Du Honghai and Wan Xiaoyun both had envy on their faces. Let's go. Let's go to the supermarket and see what good things we can buy. Let's go. I didn't expect to be able to go to the supermarket on the Doomsday. I want to buy more snacks. Hubby, I want to buy a few cans of milk powder for our daughter. Okay, don't worry. I heard from Butler Hu that there is absolutely no shortage of supplies in the supermarket. The supermarket in the base has an area of 1,000 square meters, and it is also the largest building on the first floor. The supermarket has a total of 3 floors, which adds up to more than 3,000 square meters. The first floor of the supermarket is the food area. The second floor is the general merchandise area, and the third floor is a mixed area of the general merchandise area and the food area. As for counters or fresh food areas, there are, naturally, no counters or fresh food areas. Almost all residents of the entire base work for the base. There is no business or any adventure team to go out and find supplies. The main reason is that the population of the base is too small. Han Xiaofan does not want the residents of the base to suffer too much loss because of going out to find supplies. After all, the base has a guard team that will go out to hunt mutant monsters and find supplies. Only when the base expands in scale and the population increases, survivors can be expanded. Then the underground city base will continue to expand. As for how large it can be expanded, it depends on the number of survivors recruited. When Han Xiaofan heard the information from Xiaoji, he suspected that the thing in his mind was a bit like an item in a fantasy novel, but he had no evidence to prove that the crystal was that kind of thing, but he knew very well that he would know the truth one day in the future. After Song Xiaobin and his companions arrived at the supermarket, they entered from the main entrance. The supermarket layout and settings were not much different from the normal supermarkets before the Doomsday. In front of the first floor was a lobby, a front desk, several cashier counters, and a main passage to enter the supermarket. There were still many customers coming in and out. Some customers checked out at the cashier counter, which was not much different from shopping in a normal supermarket before the Doomsday, except that they used mobile payment before the Doomsday, but now they use wristbands to pay credit points. Let's go to the third floor to buy milk powder and meet up on the first floor later, okay? Okay, see you later. Song Xiaobin and his 4 friends separated from Yan Luo's family of 3 at the elevator entrance on the first floor. They all pushed a shopping cart to buy their favorite products. In particular, Wan Xiaoyun could no longer suppress her shopping impulse, so she took the 3 men and rushed directly to the snack area. Lu Shanhong, the campus belle of Shenzhen University before the end of the world, is now the most beautiful woman in the base. This is also selected by some young men in the base. It can be said that there are at least 800 young men in the base who have a crush on her. However, they are all very self-aware and know that a beauty like Lu Shanhong is not something they can get their hands on. Originally, Han Xiaofan wanted to arrange Lu Shanhong as Chen Jie's deputy, but Lu Shanhong herself refused. She knew her own strengths and didn't want to become a senior executive of the base all at once. Instead, she wanted to train herself and climb to a high position with her own abilities in the future. Finally, Han Xiaofan arranged for her to be the store manager of the supermarket in the base, which was somewhat related to her part-time job before the end of the world. In fact, Liu Shenhong knew very well that Han Xiaofan had that kind of intention towards her. However, although she was very grateful for Han Xiaofan's life-saving grace and had some good feelings for Han Xiaofan in her heart, it was not to the extent of falling in love with him. She thought it was best to let nature take its course. Sitting in the supermarket office, she was the only store manager in the office, and the other supervisors were busy outside. She was thinking about what Chen Jie said to her a few days ago. She was a little hesitant, not knowing whether to agree to what she said. A few days ago at noon, Chen Jie came to the supermarket office to find Liu Shenhong to chat. The content of the chat was about some special situations of Han Xiaofan. It turned out that since the outbreak of the Doomsday, Han Xiaofan's heart has become more and more indifferent over time. This indifference is not only reflected in his indifference to people, but also in his own personality. He has become more and more cold, and there is not much human touch at all. It's like he is changing from a human to a god. He looks at people with a sense of superiority. Ye Lanxin is worthy of being a top scientist in China. Although she has not yet determined why Han Xiaofan has such a change, she knows that if she doesn't take some measures, when Han Xiaofan's humanity disappears completely, there will definitely be big problems, which may endanger the lives of everyone in the base. This is not a joke. After hearing about Han Xiaofan's change, Liu Shenhong thought about Han Xiaofan's true appearance and personality when she saw him in the supermarket before the apocalypse. At that time, Han Xiaofan was just an ordinary supermarket manager, a very normal person. He had really changed a lot from what he saw after the apocalypse. Even if the survivors had experienced many cruel things in the apocalypse, a person's personality could not change so thoroughly. Liu Shenhong knew that Chen Jie was not lying, and what she said should be true. But Liu Shenhong didn't know why Chen Jie told her these things, and she didn't beat around the bush, but asked the reason directly. After hearing Liu Shenhong's question, Chen Jie showed an embarrassed look on her face, and after hesitating for a long time, she said, "Dr. Ye told us that one way to alleviate or delay the changes in Xiaofan is to increase his humanity. Let me tell you a secret. Only when Xiaofan stays with us and does that kind of thing at night, he will appear more excited and have the emotional fluctuations of a normal man. Dr. Ye told us to practice more exercises and to let Xiaofan have more women. Finally, he hopes that we can give Xiaofan a child as soon as possible. For the Chinese, passing on the family line is a tradition engraved in their bones. As long as there is a child, Xiaofan will never completely become a god. He will always be just a human being. I know you were colleagues with Xiaofan a few days ago, and Xiaofan should have had a crush on you. I hope that if you want to find a man to marry, you will consider Xiaofan. Otherwise, we are worried that if you find another man to marry, it may cause some bad results. You should consider it seriously." Recalling Chen Jie's expression when she said those words, Liu Shenhong knew that she was not exaggerating. She hoped that men and women who were attracted to each other in the base could apply for marriage and register as husband and wife. They would also allocate rooms for newlyweds. There were quite a few newlyweds, and the base also encouraged men and women to find their other half again. This was not only to reduce the sadness of those who lost their other half in the Doomsday, but also the most important thing was to increase the population. After all, without newborns, mankind would have no future. Liu Shenhong was also hesitating in her heart whether she should just become Han Xiaofan's woman. After all, no matter what, her future man could only be him, not another man's. Forget it. Han Xiaofan will not turn into a god for a while. If it wasn't for Dr. Ye Lanxin's speculation, Liu Shenhong would never believe it. But since it was Dr. Ye who said it, this guess is still very reliable. Although she doesn't know Dr. Ye's true identity, the top leaders of the base can guess that how could someone who can be protected by an elite special forces soldier like Wu Yangmei be a simple researcher? After being in a daze for a while in the office, Liu Shenhong left the office. She was going to go outside to inspect the store. After all, the supermarket business was the best at night. Although it was impossible for the supermarket disputes before the end of the world to occur, she still had to be responsible and conscientious. "Abin, I want this, that, and that." Wan Xiaoyun's face was full of smiles. This was because Tonggang and Du Honghai were very tactful. They went shopping separately from them. After all, the two of them and Song Xiaobin were two big light bulbs together. Being able to go shopping in the supermarket alone with his sweetheart was something that could only exist in his fantasy before the end of the world. He didn't expect that it would come true now. Wan Xiaoyun was naturally very happy. "Okay, don't worry, Brother Yan and the others won't finish choosing the goods so quickly." Looking at the happy smile on Wan Xiaoyun's face, Song Xiaobin couldn't help but show a bit of pampering on his face. The two have now confirmed their relationship. They plan to register as husband and wife in a few days. Both of them have lost their families. They need the comfort of family affection. Anything can happen in the Doomsday. As one of the evolvers of the base, Song Xiaobin will spend most of his time out in the future. There is a high probability that he will encounter unexpected situations. He doesn't want to leave any regrets. As for whether he will be considered too selfish, the world is coming to an end. Who would think so much? Both of them were 18 years old, which was considered an adult. Now the base stipulated that men and women aged 18 could get married and become husband and wife, and they fully met the requirements. Abin, look, that's Manager Liu, she's so beautiful. Wan Xiaoyun couldn't help but sigh when she saw a stunning beauty with long, flowing hair walking through the aisle. Even a beauty like Wan Xiaoyun thought Liu Shanhong was beautiful, so you can imagine how beautiful Liu Shanhong's appearance was. All the customers in the supermarket were stunned when they saw Liu Shanhong for the first time, regardless of gender, age, or young. However, Liu Shanhong's name was well known in the base. After all, she was rated as the most beautiful woman in the base by most of the men in the base. Everyone knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this first beauty would become the woman of the leader Han Xiaofan. No one dared to make a move on her, and no fool would pursue her. Song Xiaobin naturally saw Liu Shanhong. In fact, when he was eating, he felt that whether it was Liu Hanhong, they were all very beautiful. He felt that all the beautiful women in Shenzhen had joined the Hope Base. He didn't dare to look at them casually when he was eating, for fear of being misunderstood by the leader. Xiaoyun, you are no worse than her. Abin, you are so sweet. Wan Xiaoyun knew that her lover was lying. But women are like this. No matter which woman is praised by her lover, she will be very happy, and she is no exception. Song Xiaobin and his group stayed in the supermarket for more than an hour, and each bought the products they liked. Then they met on the first floor of the supermarket, and then they left the supermarket with their shopping bags. Not long after, they returned to the manor on the third floor. The next day, after breakfast, Han Xiaofan took Liu Meng and Wei Lao to the farm vegetable field. The vegetable field was full of various vegetables which looked very delicious. Such vegetables were more expensive than ordinary mutant beast meat. After all, people could not eat meat every day, and they also needed to absorb certain vitamins. The most abundant thing in vegetables was various vitamins. The agriculture of the base was the farm and the breeding farm, and the two places were managed by Liu Meng's father, Liu An and Wei Lao. They were not only managers, but also knew that Liu An's sai was not a test for him. After all, he knew very well what kind of person Liu An was. However, he still said a few words to tell others that the base would not lack food in the future, which could be regarded as reassuring people. After hearing the leader's words, Wei Lao interjected, "Yes, the leader is right. Food is the foundation in the Doomsday." Wei Lao was absolutely grateful to the leader Han Xiaofan. You know, if it weren't for Han Xiaofan, the couple would not have survived at all. They would have died long ago when they were in the family building of the first hospital of Long District, not to mention that they can still live so well now. He knew that many private bases did not accept the elderly and children at all. The elderly and children were the first group of people to be eliminated in this Doomsday. Only the official base and the Hope Base accepted so many elderly people and children. Everyone, hurry up. The people from the official base should be waiting for us there. Okay. Han Xiaofan and his team did not just stand there and watch. They went to the fields to pick vegetables together. The speed was very fast. In less than half an hour, 2,000 kilograms of vegetables had been picked and all packed in foam boxes and sealed with plastic tape. Each member of the escort team carried a box and followed Han Xiaofan. Han Xiaofan led the way. With him, there was no need to worry about any danger. Whether it was a mutant monster or other survivors, he could easily deal with them. Leaving the underground city base and coming to the ground, the environment was still as bad as ever. It was polar night, extreme cold, blizzards, and pitch-black environment. With Han Xiaofan turning on the lighting to lead the way, the escort team members behind could see the road ahead. There were guards from the guard team on guard inside the Jingle Villa area. They did not come out to greet the leader and his team, but watched them silently from the dark. The guards knew that it was the leader Han Xiaofan who led the guard team to trade supplies with the official people. The most important thing was to trade bullets. After all, the guns of the Hope Base were all traded with the official. The Hope Base did not have a bullet production line, so it could only trade with the official. It took half an hour to arrive at the official trading market. Several officials in charge of logistics were already waiting for Han Xiaofan and his team to arrive. After all, for the official, the vegetable trading every 2 days was very important. Although several thousand kilograms of vegetables were a drop in the bucket for the official base with a population of 5,000, it was much better than nothing. At least it could let ordinary people taste the taste of vegetables and let everyone in the base supplement vitamins. However, some people in the official base were unhappy because they did not want to share these vegetables with ordinary people. They wanted to enjoy them alone. These people were led by Zhao Nongxin, the sheriff. They advocated that useless people should not be kept in the base, especially the old, weak, sick, and disabled people should be driven out of the base and should not consume the limited supplies of the base. However, the suggestions made by Zhao Nongxin and others were jointly rejected by Cao Weimin, the administrative chief of the base, and Zhang Yunbang, the military chief. This made Zhao Nongxin even more dissatisfied. He had already decided to seize the power of the base. His ambition could not be suppressed. With the rejection of Cao Weimin and Zhang Yunbang, many people in the base who wanted to enjoy privileges chose to stand with Zhao Nongxin. Now the atmosphere of the official base has become very different. Even ordinary people can feel the undercurrent. In addition to the logistics personnel from the official base, Han Xiaofan also saw Zhao Jianjun's special team. There were 6 people in their team. They didn't say anything to Han Xiaofan. Instead, they waited until Han Xiaofan completed the material transaction with the official logistics personnel. Then Zhao Jianjun said to Han Xiaofan, "Chief Han, can I take up a little of your time? I have something important to talk to you about." Hearing what Zhao Jianjun said, Han Xiaofan guessed in his heart what the other party wanted to tell him. Could it be about Dr. Ye Lanxian? Although he was thinking about something, his expression was still as cold as ever. "Okay, let's go to your place." Zhao Jianjun had already prepared for Han Xiaofan's rejection, but he didn't expect Han Xiaofan to agree so readily. He was overjoyed and said quickly, "Yes, let's go to our place to talk." Although the logistics personnel of the official base didn't know why Zhao Jianjun's special team was looking for Han Xiaofan, they couldn't control Zhao Jianjun and his team. Not only could they not control them, but even the officers of the base couldn't control them. After all, Zhao Jianjun and his team did not belong to the troops under the jurisdiction of the Long District base, but to the troops at the Shenzhen General Base, and the confidentiality level was also very high. The Long District could only cooperate with the tasks or actions of Zhao Jianjun's team. The place where Zhao Jianjun's special team lived was here at the Market Trading Center. It was originally an office for the subway station staff, but after some renovation, it became a dormitory-like room with several iron beds and a warm fireplace. Charcoal was burning in the fireplace to ensure that the temperature in the room would not be too low. "Liu Meng, you wait outside." "You go outside too." Han Xiaofan and Zhao Jianjun each left their men outside the room. Zhao Jianjun did not make tea, mainly because tea is now a luxury item. All materials that are not food are not the first target of the official collection of materials. Only food is the most important. After drinking a sip of the boiled water poured by Zhao Jianjun, Han Xiaofan did not beat around the bush, but asked directly, "Captain Zhao, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hearing Han Xiaofan's question, Zhao Jianjun didn't know where to start for a moment. After all, he came to Han Xiaofan this time under the order of his superiors. The most important thing is that although Zhao Jianjun didn't want to admit it in his heart, he knew very well that he was a little afraid of Han Xiaofan. This was because he and his team members had seen with their own eyes how the other party slaughtered those mutant monsters. Those monsters that they avoided were as easy as killing chickens in the hands of the other party. Moreover, Zhao Jianjun's team has been investigating the Hope Base these days. The more they investigate the Hope Base and the more they understand the Hope Base, the more Zhao Jianjun and his team realize the mystery of Han Xiaofan. He reported Han Xiaofan's various situations to his superiors, who told him to befriend Han Xiaofan and to reveal some information that only the authorities knew. In fact, if the authorities still had the same control over the local area as before the apocalypse, they would definitely find a way to find out the secrets of Han Xiaofan. After all, an underground city base that did not exist in this space was worthy of the authorities' attention, not to mention that Han Xiaofan could become so powerful in just a dozen days. It's just a pity that the largest official base in Shenzhen, the Fuku base, can't transfer most of its forces to the Longkou base. The power of the Longkou base alone can't threaten the Hope base, so making friends with Han Xiaofan is the only choice for the official. Another reason is that Ye Lanxian is likely to be in the Hope base. You must know that Ye Lanxian is a national treasure-level scientist in China. Her importance is self-evident. For her safety, the Shenzhen official dare not take too tough measures to deal with Han Xiaofan. After all, although the control of the Beijing base of China over the local official bases is already very weak, it does not mean that the Beijing side can't deal with the local bases. But the cost is a bit high. The Beijing base controls all the big killers in the whole of China. Even if the satellite guidance cannot be used now, the harsh environment outside is not suitable for aircraft to take off. There are still many other ways to launch big killers to attack a certain place. Yes, Chief Han, I want to tell you something important on the orders of my superiors. I hope you can listen carefully. Hearing Zhao Jianjun's serious words, the indifferent expression on Han Xiaofan's face became a little more serious, and he pretended to listen attentively. Seeing Han Xiaofan become serious, Zhao Jianjun felt a little relieved. As for why Han Xiaofan was so indifferent, he also knew that the other party was like this, not looking down on him. He continued, Leader Han should know that the P virus is an ancient virus, but I don't know if you know that our blue star now has a brand new gas, which is very similar to the aura in fantasy novels. Han Xiaofan didn't find it strange that the official could discover the aura so quickly. It would be the strangest if the Chinese official couldn't find it. After all, even if China lost most of its population, resources, and territory, the power that the official could control was not comparable to that of private bases or private forces. He nodded to indicate that he knew about this aura. Seeing Han Xiaofan nod, Zhao Jianjun didn't feel strange either. With Ye Lanxin, a national treasure-level scientist, it would be strange if the Hope Base couldn't find it. Of course, he didn't know that Han Xiaofan might be the first human to discover this aura in the entire blue star. Zhao Jianjun continued, This gas called aura is of great benefit to all creatures on Blue Star. It can promote the evolution of creatures, just like the Cambrian explosion of life on Blue Star 600 million years ago. But the effect of this aura is even stronger, and under the dual effects of the P-virus, the creatures on Blue Star have completely entered the great evolutionary frenzy. It's just a pity that I don't know if it's because humans have wisdom. In this great evolutionary frenzy, humans are at the end stage. If humans can't keep up with the evolution speed of other creatures in the future, humans will be eliminated sooner or later. Then Zhao Jianjun also said a lot of secret news on Blue Star that only big countries know. Of course, if time passes a little longer, the surviving humans on the entire Blue Star should also know it, but it will be a long time later. Now Zhao Jianjun relays the official news, which can let Han Xiaofan know a lot of secret news that is difficult for individuals to know in advance. At this stage, there are 4 main types of monsters discovered that are mutated from humans. They are called hairy monsters, alien monsters, giant monsters, and ape monsters. From their names, you can know what characteristics they have. The hairy monster has a slender body, is very fast, has agile attributes, has long hands and feet, and sharp nails that can easily cut human bodies. Ordinary people will almost die if they encounter this monster, unless they can hide and escape in a narrow space inside the house. If they are in an open environment outside, they will die. The second type is the alien monster, which has a similar body shape to the hairy monster. It likes to run on all fours. It has a balanced speed and strength. It has a terrifying jumping ability and can easily jump up to a height of 10 floors. Its mouth has teeth like crocodiles, and its bite force is amazing. The tongue in its mouth can eject an attack, and the attack length can reach 2 meters. The most notable feature is that it has a tail with thorns. The tip of the tail is like a spike, and the attack power is terrifying. Ordinary people will die if they encounter it. This mutant monster also likes to hide and attack. Even if an evolver or a military team encounters this monster, it is easy to be wiped out. The third type is the giant monster, which is tall, up to 5 meters tall, and has a strong power. Its weakness is that it is slow and less flexible, but it can easily lift more than 10 tons of things to attack and throw. If you encounter this kind of monster, you must run away desperately and don't think about fighting it. The only way to kill it now is with heavy weapons. The last type is the monkey monster, which looks similar to a chimpanzee, but has lush hair on its body, can reproduce, and has the largest number. Its physical strength and speed are stronger than ordinary people, but weaker than the evolvers. However, the monkey monster has an IQ similar to that of a human child, and has the attribute of living in groups. Each group has a powerful leader, who is usually an evolved monkey monster. Other mutant animals have a great atavism phenomenon, and some have even evolved to be similar to mythical creatures. The marine mutants in the sea are the most terrifying. Plants that can survive on the blue planet have unique evolutionary abilities, and some have even grown to hundreds of meters high. The most terrifying tree on the blue planet is in the Amazon forest. It is 3,000 meters high and is called the World Tree by humans. Most of the small and medium-sized countries on Blue Star have been destroyed. The only countries that can maintain a relatively sound administrative and military system are the 5 permanent members of Blue Star. Even if the other major countries still have official systems, they are almost all kings. China is relatively good. Private bases or private forces, such as consortiums, have not expanded to the extent that they can challenge the official. However, this situation will change greatly over time. This is because of the existence of human evolutionists. Now, human evolutionists are not so powerful, and they are not so noticeable to ordinary people. However, anyone who is not a fool knows that the people in power in the future will definitely be evolutionists. Sooner or later, ordinary people in power will have a war with evolutionists. The official is naturally very clear about this situation, but the official is powerless in this situation. The official cannot force all evolutionists to join the official organization, otherwise it will fall into chaos. After hearing what Zhao Jianjun said, Han Xiaofan didn't look strange. The world was about to end, and it was normal no matter what happened. However, whether humans could survive on Blue Star and avoid extinction, the unity among humans was also very important. If humans didn't know how to unite, then the future fate of humans would be extinction. After hearing the secret information Zhao Jianjun said, Han Xiaofan had a thoughtful expression on his face. He thought that the other party must have asked for something in return. However, apart from the mysterious crystal that he had fused, he only had the underground city base. Could it be that the authorities wanted to seize his underground city base? The underground city base was already bound to him, so Han Xiaofan was naturally not worried about it being taken away by the authorities, and no one could take the underground city base away from him. Han Xiaofan asked Zhao Jianjun directly, "You told me so much important information. There must be something you want me to do, right?" Zhao Jianjun still had a good impression of Han Xiaofan's straightforwardness. As a soldier, he liked such straightforward people, so he did not beat around the bush, but said directly, "Well, it can't be said to be a request, but the higher-ups hope that you can save more survivors under the conditions." Hearing such an answer, Han Xiaofan showed a little surprise on his face, and he asked, "Do the higher-ups think so highly of me? Do they think I can save many survivors in the future?" "Yes, the higher-ups think so, and I have to apologize to you here first." At this point, Zhao Jianjun's face showed a little embarrassment. He told about his team's exploration of the Hope Base these days, and also said that he reported all the exploration results to the higher-ups, and then the higher-ups notified him what to do. "Well, that's it," Han Xiaofan nodded. He didn't feel strange in his heart. The abnormal situation of the underground city base was easy to be discovered, and he couldn't keep it secret for a lifetime. "You should have more than just this request, right? Is there anything else you need me to do? If I can do it, I will do it." Zhao Jianjun stared at Han Xiaofan's eyes and asked, "Chief Han, Dr. Ye should be in the Hope Base, right?" Although it was a question, the tone was affirmative. Han Xiaofan was silent for a moment, thinking that there was nothing wrong with admitting it. The authorities should be busy with their own affairs and could not send too many forces to deal with him. Moreover, he believed that with his current strength, he could not be afraid of the authorities. Unlike at the beginning of the Doomsday, others might have only become a little stronger in a dozen days, but he would become much stronger in a dozen days. "That's right, not only is Dr. Ye Lanshin in my base, but Captain Ouyang Mei is also here. The two of them are living well now. You don't have to worry about them. Dr. Ye can still continue her research work." Finally hearing the exact news of the mission target, Zhao Jianjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, they had guessed that Ye Lanshin and Ouyang Mei were very likely to have been rescued by Han Xiaofan and were in the Hope Base. Sure enough, they were right. A smile appeared on Zhao Jianjun's face, and he said with a smile, "That's good. Thank you, Chief Han, for saving them. Since they are doing well in your base, please take good care of them, especially Dr. Ye. I can only tell you this. She is a national treasure-level scientist, secretly trained by our country. I hope you can treat her well, and I hope you can make good use of her abilities to study this Doomsday situation more. If there are any results, the higher-ups also hope that you can inform them for the sake of being fellow Chinese, so that the authorities can notify the survivors across the country, okay?" Of course, there is no problem with that. Dr. Ye is now researching genetic drugs. If he succeeds, I can make a copy of the information for you. Although he said that, the information certainly couldn't be free. Han Xiaofan also wanted to use the genetic drug information to exchange some important materials with the authorities. "Thank you. Don't worry. The higher-ups won't ask for your information for free. They will definitely exchange materials with you." When Zhao Jianjun heard Han Xiaofan say that Dr. Ye was researching genetic drugs, his eyes lit up. This result was exactly what the authorities wanted to see. After all, the authorities were so anxious to send them to find Dr. Ye. The purpose was actually to let Ye Lanshin research genetic drugs. After all, Ye Lanshin was a national treasure expert in this field. Now that the other party was in the Hope Base, they could do research. As long as they could achieve the same goal, it would be fine. The two chatted about some things. Finally, Zhao Jianjun told Han Xiaofan that the evolution of marine mutants was much faster than that of terrestrial creatures. It was not known whether the creatures in the ocean were more diverse than those on land. In addition, if humans gathered in large numbers, it would be easy to attract the attack of a tide of mutant monsters. Now the Fook Base had a population of more than 1 million. The leaders of the Fook Base were worried that it would cause an attack of a tide of mutant creatures in the ocean. After all, the Fuku base was too close to the ocean. Han Xiaofan took the situation Zhao Jianjun mentioned to heart. But the Dragon District is still a little far from the ocean, about 50 kilometers, so there is no need to worry about this situation. The situation is not necessarily the same for the Peng District next to the Dragon District. The Peng District also has an official base with more than 10,000 survivors, as well as large and small private bases. If the mutant creatures in the ocean really attack humans, the people there may flee to the Dragon District. The two districts are the closest, and the subways are connected. There is no reason for the survivors not to flee to the Dragon District. After Zhao Zhenjun met Han Xiaofan, he also had to leave the Dragon District base with his team members. Their team was going to return to the Fu District base. The threat faced by the Fu District base was much greater than that of the Dragon District. Just dealing with the attacks of underground mutant beasts every day made the Fu District base helpless, and it was good to have more strength. In fact, Zhao Zhenjun wanted to invite Han Xiaofan to the Fu District directly. He had seen Han Xiaofan slaughter those mutant monsters. He believed that with Han Xiaofan's strength, he could completely clear the mutant monster threats around the Fu District so that the Fu District base would not be exhausted. But Zhao Zhenjun knew that the other party would not agree to his idea. Han Xiaofan was not an official, and he did not need to obey official orders. If he said it, the relationship between the two sides would fall into a dilemma which would be bad. Han Xiaofan and his men left the market trading center. After many twists and turns, they returned to the sewer near the Jingle Villa district. Coming out of the sewer was a building near the Villa district. A large room on the first floor of this building had been dug into the sewer. This room was an entrance and exit for the Hope Base to enter the sewer. There were guards from the Hope Base guarding outside. There were 3 more entrances and exits like this in the high-rise buildings around the Jingle Villa district. When the guards outside saw the leader coming out, they immediately greeted him respectfully. "Hello, leader." Han Xiaofan nodded in response. He did not return to the base, but watched the people who came out of the base to clean the snow in the villa area for a while. Seeing that they were all dressed tightly and had not been frostbitten, he felt much more relaxed. The snow in and around the villa area needs to be cleaned every day, otherwise the underground world of the villa is a different world. An area about the same size as the villa, and a 3-story underground base is built under this villa. The first floor of the underground base is where Lu Sanqi's family lives. There are not only 5 bedrooms, but also 2 living rooms, a kitchen, a small movie theater, a leisure hall, and a bar. It can be said that it can not only make Lu Sanqi's family, but also make them spiritually happy. The second floor is a warehouse, which stores food that can supply the Lu family for 10 years. Various Doomsday canned foods, compressed biscuits, and other foods. The third floor is the center of the energy supply system of the Lu family's underground base. There is a set of the latest diesel-gasoline hybrid power generation system, which stores a large amount of diesel and gasoline, as well as a geothermal system. Finally, there is a piece of arable land with an area of about 100 square meters. Some vegetables can be grown here. Although a lot of vitamin tablets are stored, it is definitely better to eat fresh vegetables. There are also many places where you can trade some materials with other survivors or officials. It can be said that as long as there is no problem, the 5 people of the Lu family can live safely in this underground base for about 10 years. Lu Sanqi's family was also very lucky. None of them were infected with the P virus, and Lu Sanqi was an evolver with the awakening ability to control water elements. It was precisely because he was an evolver that Lu Sanqi needed to swallow a certain number of crystal cores every day. After all, he knew that in the Doomsday world, strength was the foundation. If he didn't want to become stronger and chose to lie down in the underground base every day, he believed that if his family encountered a strong person in the future, they would probably die miserably. For the safety of his family and to get some useful and timely intelligence information, Lu Sanqi would leave his underground base every day and go to the ground to hunt some weaker mutant monsters. By the way, he would take some supplies to the material trading center opened by the official base to exchange supplies and inquire about the news. Today, as usual, after eating, Lu Sanqi put on his cold-proof equipment and carried his weapons, a machete, a crossbow, and a backpack. After getting dressed, he said goodbye to his family, opened a 1-meter-thick steel door, and closed the door after going out. Outside was a passage, which was inclined upward. There were surveillance cameras specially installed by Lu Sanqi in the passage. He followed the passage to the end, which was a wall with an iron ladder on the wall. He climbed up the ladder and soon reached the end. At the end, there was a cover like a nuclear submarine. After he unscrewed the cover, he crawled out from it. Outside was a closed space, closed the cover, heard a sound from inside, and locked it again. This kind of cover requires a special key to open, and as long as it is locked inside, it cannot be opened even if someone outside gets the key. Because of the evolution, Liu Sanqi did not wear the infrared night vision device hanging around his neck. He used this night vision device for show. He would wear it when he met the survivors, so that the other party could not guess that his real trump card was the evolution. In the Doomsday world, humans should not only guard against those mutant monsters, but more importantly, they should guard against their own kind. From the outbreak of the Doomsday to now, Liu Sanqi did not know how many survivors he had met who were malicious and wanted to kill him and plunder his supplies. When he saw blood for the first time, he still felt nauseous and uncomfortable, but after seeing it more, he could kill the enemy without changing his face or heartbeat. There was a walkie-talkie in Liu Sanqi's base, but he never used it, not only because the signal of the walkie-talkie was very bad in such extremely cold weather, but also because the sound of the walkie-talkie was too loud, which could easily attract the attention of the mutant monsters, so he did not bring the walkie-talkie when he went out. He agreed with his family that under normal circumstances, he would be back within a day. But if there was any unexpected situation outside, he would be back in a week at most. If he did not come back in a week, it meant that he died outside. Outside was a room on the first floor of Liu Sanqi's villa. He came out of a large wardrobe in this room. This wardrobe was also specially made and could be locked from the inside. He first listened quietly to the movement outside, but he could only hear the sound of the whistling wind outside the villa, and there were no other mutant monsters or human voices. He was relieved. In fact, Liu Sanqi was not very worried that someone or a monster would enter his villa. This was because he had already remodeled the villa. In the underground base, he could also know the specific situation of the villa. Now he was so cautious just in case. Sure enough, after coming out of the room, Liu Sanqi spent some time to tour the villa and found that the first and second floors were completely covered with snow, leaving only the third floor exposed outside. Fortunately, the glass of the villa was specially made and was not crushed by the snow and ice. Otherwise, he suspected that the entrance and exit he left on the first floor would have been buried by thick snow. However, Liu Sanqi was not too worried about this, because he had left an escape passage when he built the underground base. The escape passage led directly to the cliff of the back mountain, which was dozens of meters above the ground. Even if Blue Star had another 100 years of blizzards, he believed that the escape passage on the cliff would not be buried. Liu Sanqi came to the third floor, tied up the skis first, and then went out of the window of the room. The blizzard was blowing in his face. After he closed the window again, he paddled on the snow and left the villa. It seemed that a mutant monster might pop out at any time in the dark environment outside. Liu Sanqi skied very slowly. He put on the night vision goggles, which allowed him to see farther and detect danger in time. He knew that the mutant monsters now were more adapted to the extremely cold weather than before, and they were out for longer and longer periods of time. One day, those mutant monsters would fully adapt to the extremely cold climate of Blue Star, and it would become more difficult for the surviving humans. While thinking about the future of mankind, Liu Sanqi was distracted. A black shadow rushed towards him at an unimaginable speed. When he reacted, he was like being hit by a speeding car. He flew across the air for a distance and fell heavily on the snow. Then his whole body drew a horizontal groove on the snow. Ahem! Falling on the snow, Liu Sanqi coughed a few times involuntarily. He was injured internally, but he didn't know if his internal organs were damaged. If so, it would be troublesome. He looked up and saw the black shadow attacking him in the distance, a mutant monster that looked like an alien. His heart sank because he knew that the mutant monster in front of him was the official alien monster, and it was very powerful. The skull was bulging, saliva was dripping from the mouth, and the red eyes revealed a bloodthirsty emotion. It was lying on all fours, and the nails of its front paws were as sharp as blades. The most conspicuous thing was the tail covered with barbs that swung back and forth. This was a monster evolved for killing. Now Liu Sanqi was being targeted by such a monster. The route he had originally chosen was relatively safe. At most, he would encounter ordinary ape monsters. He had never seen other mutant monsters. He did not expect that the first time he encountered this monster, whose killing attribute could be ranked in the top 3 among many mutant monsters. Damn it, I can't give up. Liu Sanqi encouraged himself in his heart. He knew that if he gave up, his chance of survival would become very slim. Although he was injured, Liu Sanqi was not without the ability to fight back. He just didn't know if there were any other alien monsters hidden in secret. After all, according to the official news, this kind of alien monster has a strong IQ. The alien monster soon couldn't help but run over, running on the snow with all 4 limbs at a very fast speed, feeling like flying on the grass. Anyway, Lu Sanchi felt that his speed was far inferior to that of the other party. No wonder the official told him that when encountering such an alien monster, the best way was to escape into the building. Only in a small space could it be possible to kill the other party. However, in this way, there is a possibility of encountering other mutant monsters hiding in the house. Lu Sanchi's choice is to fight. He just carefully aimed the crossbow at the alien monster. Fortunately, the opponent attacked in a straight line. Swoosh, the crossbow arrow accurately hit the alien monster's mouth and went straight through the throat. It is also possible that the alien monster has never encountered such an attack weapon and was directly hit in the vitals. Roar! A painful sound rang out. The alien monster stopped and lay on its mouth with its forelimbs. It seemed that it wanted to pull out the crossbow arrow, but how could Lu Sanchi give the opponent such a chance? The crossbow was thrown directly on the snow. He took a step forward, crossed a distance of several meters, came to the side of the alien monster, and used the machete to chop the alien monster's neck with all his strength. The blade immediately penetrated several inches. Lu Sanchi chopped the opponent's neck. This was a decision made based on the official monster's weaknesses. The neck is the alien monster's weakness, but after being chopped, he immediately jumped back 2 meters away. Sure enough, when Lu Sanchi just jumped away, the barbed tail of the alien monster stabbed at the place where he was just now like a sharp sword. When he saw the tail stabbed on the snow, he immediately used a machete to chop at the tail near the tail. The machete, made of special steel, was extremely sharp and easily cut off the opponent's tail. Roar! A more painful sound rang out. Lu Sanchi did not hesitate at all. He used the machete to chop at the neck of the alien monster continuously, and soon cut off the head of the alien monster. Then he took the time to dig out the crystal core in the body of the alien monster. He did not stay in the place of the battle for a moment, and quickly left there. He knew that if he did not leave, he would not be able to leave. After all, the sound of the alien monster just now was heard from a long distance, and the smell of the opponent's blood could easily attract the attention of other mutant monsters. Not even a few minutes after Lu Sanchi left, dozens of figures with fast speed came to the body of the alien monster. They were all alien monsters, but they soon killed each other because of competing for the dead alien monster's body. It can be seen that the alien monsters are not very united and will still kill each other. It's just that Lu Sanchi has left and found a house. He hid in a room to treat his wounds. This is a 10-story building, 2 floors of which were buried. In fact, Lu Sanchi was on the 3rd floor. There were no mutant monsters hiding in the room he found. Of course, he was not sure that there were no monsters in other rooms. Anyway, after locking the door, he began to treat his wounds. Lu Sanchi first put away his backpack and equipment, then took off his cold-proof jacket and lifted up his thermal underwear. He immediately saw a large bruise on the right side of his abdomen. He pressed it a little harder with his hand and felt pain, but it didn't hurt much. It shouldn't hurt his internal organs, otherwise he might have started vomiting blood. He was very glad that he was an evolver, and his physical fitness was much stronger than before the Doomsday. Otherwise, Lu Sanchi knew that he would definitely die from the sneak attack of the alien monster just now. Now he was only slightly injured, and the problem was not big. He could go back and take some anti-inflammatory drugs. Lu Sanchi took out the crystal core he had just dug out from the body of the alien monster. Compared with ordinary mutant monsters, this crystal core was slightly larger, about the size of a walnut. He bit it and swallowed it. The crystal core felt like glass, but it actually softened when it entered the mouth, almost like a soft candy, so there was no need to worry about choking to death. Not long after swallowing it, Lu Sanchi felt his body slightly warm, and soon he felt a kind of floating pleasure all over his body. But this feeling disappeared after about 2 minutes. The more powerful the monster, the longer the crystal core in the body can produce this feeling. The general crystal core only lasts for less than a minute, while the crystal core of this alien monster lasts about twice as long as the general one. In fact, Lu Sanchi knew that this feeling was the essence in the crystal core strengthening the human body, and it felt like taking a magic pill. Some old smokers who were addicted to cigarettes and couldn't find cigarettes to smoke would even use the crystal core as a substitute for cigarettes to relieve their addiction. Lu Sanchi doesn't smoke, so he naturally doesn't know the uncomfortable feeling of those old smokers when they are addicted to smoking. He just thinks that swallowing crystal cores is similar to sex between men and women. After the feeling of fever in his body passed, Lu Sanchi's stomach began to growl with hunger. This is a very normal phenomenon. As long as you swallow the crystal core, you will start to feel hungry. He took out the mutant beast jerky from his backpack and ate it. This mutant beast jerky is made of mutant mouse meat and can quickly replenish the energy needed by the human body. After eating about a pound of mutant beast jerky, Lu Sanchi felt full. He opened his underwear again and looked at his bruises. The bruises had disappeared a lot. He pressed hard and it didn't feel so painful. Sure enough, swallowing crystal cores can heal injuries. Although it is not as exaggerated as the healing technique in fantasy novels, it is a dimensionality reduction attack compared to modern medical technology. He even suspected that there were evolvers who awakened healing techniques among the evolvers. But he had never seen such evolvers. Evolvers are like treasures in various forces, not to mention evolvers who can heal injuries. They may be national treasures among national treasures. A lot of time had been wasted. Lu Sanchi put on his cold-proof jacket, put on his backpack, and took all his equipment. Then he carefully left the room and came outside. Except for the whistling sound of the wind outside, there was no other sound. He did not go to other rooms to collect supplies. He was worried that there were mutant monsters hidden in the room. After all, he was not short of food and other supplies. He did not want to take risks, so it was better to be safe. After coming out of the building, Lu Sanchi put on his skis, found the direction of the official base, and skied away. The largest official base in Shenzhen is the Fuke base, with a population of more than 1 million. The daily consumption of materials for so many people is astronomical. This is still the official consciously reducing the daily food supply of survivors. Everyone, whether adults or children, has a fixed amount of food every day, which cannot be exceeded. Otherwise, if the food is supplied openly, the official base will not be able to hold on for a month. Every day, most of the official army goes out to find supplies, especially food. In order to solve the problem of storing more food, the official also encourages survivors who dare to go out for adventure. These adventure teams are equivalent to mercenaries. They go from the official base to the ground every day to find useful supplies, and then return to the official base to exchange for other supplies. There are 5 entrances and exits to the official base, all of which were converted from the original subway stations. Because the blizzard lasted for more than 10 days, the official simply built a passage from the original entrance to the nearest high-rise building to the subway station. In this way, even if the blizzard lasts longer, even if it buries a 10-story building, the entrances and exits in the high-rise building will not be buried by the snow. Lu Sanchi wanted to go to the official entrance closest to his villa, which was less than 3 kilometers away. It took him an hour to get there. In addition to wasting a little time because of an attack, the rest was hiding all the way to the official entrance. Be careful on the road. Not only be careful of those mutant monsters, but also be especially careful of those survivors with bad intentions. For Lu Sanchi, he would rather encounter mutant monsters than survivors, because if he encounters survivors, he doesn't know if the other party is a good person. If he deals with them, he needs to be on guard against them at all times, which makes him feel very tired. Anyway, it is safer to deal with other survivors after entering the official base. After all, there are not many survivors who dare to mess around on the official site. Those who dare to mess around will not have a good end. In the Doomsday world, the official also handles special matters specially. Anyone who dares to violate the official rules will be severely punished. Ping An Building, a skyscraper with 100 floors, stands firm in the blizzard like a sword inserted into the ground. The closer to the building, the more survivors there are. However, Lu Sanchi did not greet other survivors. Everyone was silent. The Doomsday world is like a jungle world, following the ancient law of the jungle. Generally, when encountering survivors in the wild, they mainly hide. However, those who came near the Ping An Building were survivors who wanted to enter the official base to exchange supplies. Their purposes were similar, so it was naturally impossible for them to cause trouble or do other things that would cause official disgust. When he arrived at the Ping An Building, Lu Sanchi took off the sled on his feet and tied it with a rope. He walked along the wall of the building. Other survivors also walked like him, so that they could better avoid the wind and snow. When Lu Sanchi entered the Ping An Building through a window, there were more than a dozen soldiers guarding inside. They checked every survivor who came in. Cold weapons can be brought into the official base, but hot weapons cannot. They can be kept in the lockers here. There are soldiers guarding them, and no one will come to steal. Those who dare to do so are either fools or want to die. Lu Sanchi's crossbow and machete naturally do not need to be kept. It is not the first time he has come here. He naturally accepted the insistence of the soldiers, and then registered his information and took a sign. This sign is their temporary identity proof for those who are not permanent residents in the official base. Don't make trouble when you go in, and obey the rules and regulations of the base. Okay? Lu Sanchi accepted the reminder of the soldier very naturally. He came to the base to exchange things and to inquire about the latest news. Last time, he had agreed with another survivor to exchange medicine for the other party's crystal core. With the amount of medicine he stored, his family could not use it up in 100 years, so he took out some medicine to exchange for other supplies. Medicine is also a very precious material in the Doomsday world. After all, it is difficult to get a doctor to treat illness in the Doomsday. Even in the official base, there is a shortage of medicine. The entrance and exit of the official base is on the 20th floor of the Ping An building, not in the lobby on the first floor. This is also to prevent the blizzard from continuing to fall. In order to prevent the entrance and exit from being buried, the passage can only be extended to the upper floors. Maybe in a dozen days, the entrance and exit here will be on the 40th floor, not the 20th floor. However, there was no gate at the entrance and exit. When Lu Sanxi saw construction workers building a wall, he guessed that this entrance had to be moved up. The entrance was the main staircase in the middle of the Ping An building. They walked up the stairs to the bottom floor. The bottom floor was supposed to be a hall, but now it has become a passage 5 meters wide and 4 meters high. This passage leads directly to the entrance of the subway station. It is more than 50 meters long. Lu Sanxi and a dozen survivors soon reached the end. The end is the entrance and exit of the subway station, which is also the real entrance and exit of the official underground base. A thick steel door is installed here. Lu Sanxi heard that the strength of this door can prevent nuclear explosions. It can be seen that the official has raised the protection level of the base to the highest level. That's right, the official base with the largest population in the entire Shenzhen city has a population of more than 1 million. If the entire Fook base is breached by those mutant monsters, it is equivalent to the official bases in various places in the entire Shenzhen city without a center. The number of soldiers at the gate here has increased by 1 level, with more than 100 soldiers. Every survivor who goes down the stairs will be looked at by these soldiers at 360 degrees without dead angles. But everyone has gotten used to it, so they don't care about the soldiers' gazes. Going down to the bottom is the first floor of the subway station. There is also a thick wall in front of the hall. Lu Sanxi knows that this is to prevent the voices of people in the underground base from being heard outside. Even if it is a blizzard outside, ordinary mutant monsters really can't hear the voices of people in the underground base. But it is better to be safe than sorry. The necessary measures should be taken. After passing through the wall, you will enter the hall of the original subway station. What comes to your face is a scene that is as lively as a town market. The most common ones are various stalls. This is the trading market on the first floor of the official base. There are dozens of such trading markets in the entire Fook underground base. This is the smallest one. There are all kinds of items on the stalls, including daily necessities, high-end cosmetics, luxury bags, jewelry, etc., but there is no food. Yes, there are thousands of vendors on the first floor, but not a single one of them puts food to exchange for other materials. This shows that food is so precious in this doomsday. The luxury goods that should have cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands to buy before the apocalypse are now placed on the street stalls like garbage, and few people need these things. In the apocalypse, these luxury goods that cannot be eaten and are inconvenient to use are the most worthless and the most unnecessary garbage items. Even luxury goods worth tens of millions are not as good as a pack of instant noodles. The people who set up stalls here may have been the CEOs of some companies before the apocalypse, or billionaires, or famous stars, but at the apocalypse, they did not receive any preferential treatment. What the government needs are all kinds of skilled talents. Electricians and farmers are much more valuable than these people. At least the official underground base needs these 2 types of talents. Of course, the top scientific research talents are still the most needed by the government, but many of these talents were sent to the capital by the central government the day before the apocalypse. The latest bag of donkey brand can be exchanged for 1 crystal core or a pack of instant noodles. The latest Nishunger cosmetics, 1 crystal core for a set, first come first served. Boss, do you need any service? 1 crystal core for 1 night, 2 crystal cores for free. Don't miss it if you pass by, bosses. Take a look at the homemade ultraviolet flashlight, which can effectively drive away mutant monsters in the wild and ensure your safety. It only takes 10 crystal cores. Lu Sanxi ignored the slightly noisy voices along the way. He didn't mean to look down on the women who stood up to provide services. Almost all of these women had dead men and no one to rely on, and they had children to support. Although the official gave a little free food to the children every day, that little food could not guarantee that the children were full, and it could even be said that it could only guarantee that the children would not starve to death. There was no other way. Only the official base would accept children and the elderly. In this way, there were more than 300,000 elderly people and children in the entire Fuku base alone. More than 300,000 elderly people and children, most of whom cannot work, put a heavy burden on the official base. It is simply impossible for the official to abandon these elderly people and children. It is not that no one has suggested abandoning the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people. However, if the official base does this, the entire official base may collapse. This is not a joke. The temperature inside the underground base is much higher than on the ground. It is about -70 degrees outside and only -20 degrees inside. For most ordinary people, it is still tolerable. Lu Sanqi did not stay on the first floor for too long. He came to the second floor. The space on the second floor is much larger than the first floor. In fact, the waiting space at the subway station is only a small part of the underground base. Most of the other passages that are connected by the official and the space specially dug out connects most of the underground parking lots in the entire welfare area. Only in this way can more than 1 million survivors be accommodated. If only relying on a few subway stations, it is impossible to accommodate more than 1 million people. Not to mention that the government has also opened several factories, breeding farms, and farms. It is impossible for the government to rely on the army or adventure groups to collect all the materials on the ground. You know, going to the ground not only has to face the extremely cold climate, but also has to face the endless mutant monsters. In just a dozen days, the army has lost almost half of its number. It is really a heavy loss. The government can no longer afford too much loss. The official base recruited a group of civilians as a supplement to the army, but these people were forced to do it because they lacked sufficient training. They were far inferior to real soldiers in all aspects. Fortunately, the government recruited dozens of evolvers. The government formed these evolvers into an evolver team, which is the biggest trump card in the government's hands. After Lu Sanqi came to the second floor, he vaguely heard some gunshots. He knew that this was the official army cleaning up the mutant beasts underground, such as mutant rats, mutant cockroaches, etc. These mutant beasts are easily attracted by the popularity caused by more than 1 million people gathered together in the underground base. That's right, if the number of survivors gathers together, they will be easily attacked by mutant monsters. Lu Sanqi heard that this is because the mutant monsters have evolved strong sensing abilities, and if the number of humans increases, the life magnetic field will increase greatly, especially the life magnetic field of more than 1 million people, which is like a particularly conspicuous light bulb in the dark to the mutant beasts underground. Every day, the army has to clean up these mutant beasts attracted by the underground base, and sometimes there will even be small beast tides. This is the most important reason why Lu Sanqi only wants to stay in his own underground base. In his opinion, the official underground base is not only far less comfortable than his private base, but also the degree of threat is much higher than his private base. Lu Sanqi came directly to the fourth floor. The place he agreed to meet with someone was a certain location on the fourth floor. After many twists and turns, he came to a relatively short passage. He walked in. There were only a few vendors setting up stalls in the passage, and there were a few women soliciting business. When they saw him coming in, they all showed excitement on their faces. What disappointed them was that Lu Sanqi ignored them and walked to a corner at the end, which led to a residential area of the underground base. He walked a few dozen meters and came to another fork in the road. He turned to the right passage and walked less than 10 meters. There was another fork in the road. There were no people here. When he reached the end of a passage, there was already a person wearing thick black clothes and a motorcycle helmet on his head. Lu Sanqi knew that this was a homemade infrared night vision device, but it looked like a motorcycle helmet. On the ground, it could not only be used to see the road and observe mutant monsters, but also to prevent wind and cold. "You're here." The person wearing the motorcycle helmet opened the shielding lens on his head, revealing a pair of slightly vicissitudes and shrewd eyes. This is a young woman, but Lu Sanqi didn't know what she looked like. He agreed on the transaction time and materials with her, because he felt that she was also an evolver and a person of credit, which is a rare quality in this Doomsday world. "Well, I brought my things. You should have brought enough crystal cores, right?" Lu Sanqi had no shortage of food and medicine. What he lacked most was crystal cores. Why didn't he desperately hunt mutant monsters to dig crystal cores? This was because he was afraid of death. Although he was an evolver, his strength brought him the most cold-resistant and night vision abilities. As for combat ability, he just liked fitness before the end of the world. He was not a soldier king or a Sanda master. He would be killed by mutant monsters if he was not careful. If he died, he dared not imagine what would happen to his family in the future. "By the way, can you count the medicines I want?" The woman took out a bag from her backpack at dawn. The bag was bulging, and you could tell it was full of things. Lu Sanqi took the bag, opened it, and counted it carefully. The number was correct. He also took out a bag from his backpack and handed it. "Is it the same as before?" Yes, the same as before." The two did not stay there for too long and soon dispersed. Lu Sanqi did not leave the official underground base immediately. He also had to find someone to find out if there was any latest news released by the official, or any new news such as rumors. This was what he needed. Dong Yanfei grew up in an orphanage and was admitted to Jingcheng University. She is not only smart and talented, but also beautiful. If she were in a normal society, she believed that she could make a lot of money with her own abilities and build the orphanage where she grew up better. However, all these beautiful expectations disappeared with the arrival of the Doomsday. However, Dong Yanfei was still very fortunate that she happened to be in the orphanage when the Doomsday broke out, and she also became an evolver and awakened the ability to control metal, which allowed her to lead 13 orphans and a girl who volunteered to take care of them to survive. Originally, there were dozens of people in the orphanage and more than a dozen staff members, but unfortunately, on the night of the Doomsday, only 15 people survived. Dong Yanfei no longer wanted to recall the tragic past that happened that night. Now she only wanted to lead 14 people to survive in this cruel Doomsday world. Exchanging medicines from Lu Sanqi is what she has been doing for some time. Although there are medicines available for exchange at the official exchange center, the price is too expensive. This has led to some private people exchanging medicines, especially some smart people who not only hoarded a lot of food, but also a lot of medicines on the night of the Doomsday outbreak. In Dong Yanfei's opinion, Lu Sanqi should be such a short of them, not to mention that she has been hunting mutant beasts such as mutant rats these days, and hoarded a lot of mutant beast meat. The current food inventory can fully supply 15 people for a month. Just as Dong Yanfei was thinking about things and walking, several people somewhere in the passage saw her, and their eyes lit up. They looked at each other, and soon, a young man walked towards Dong Yanfei from the opposite direction. Although Dong Yanfei was thinking about something in her mind, because she was an evolver, her perception ability was much stronger than that of ordinary people. This was also the effect of the evolver's strengthening of the human body. She just took a light step and dodged the man who deliberately bumped into her. She glanced at the man who wanted to deliberately bump into her, and a sense of familiarity flashed through her mind. The other party should be the man who appeared in front of her after she came to the official base to trade with Lu Sanqi several times. Sure enough, his private transaction with Lu Sanqi was noticed by some people. The official base has a population of more than 1 million, and there are always all kinds of people among them. Some people will work hard for the official base in exchange for food. Some people will form adventure groups to collect supplies on the ground or hunt mutant monsters, but some people have formed small teams with the idea of getting something for nothing. These small teams not only do not work for the official, but also do not go out for adventures. What they do most is bullying the weak and robbing the supplies from the weak. It can be said that such people are definitely not worth dying for, but unfortunately, the number of sheriffs that the official can use to maintain order in the base is too small. Even if the official knows about these dark sides, they don't have much energy to take care of them. As long as those small teams don't cause deaths and don't go too far, the official will not care too much. The man who almost fell down suddenly became angry and shouted at Dong Yanfei, "Damn, are you looking for death? Do you know that our people are protecting this area? You traded materials with others without paying us fees." As the man's voice sounded, several men over there ran towards this side. Although Dong Yanfei was not afraid of these ordinary people, there were no evolvers among them, but she did not want to conflict with these people in the official base. As an evolver, what she had to do was to keep a low profile. Although the official base did not force all civilian evolvers to join the official organization's evolver team, Dong Yanfei would never overestimate human nature, especially in such a special era of the Doomsday world. She would never let others decide her fate. She was carrying the lives of 14 people. The pace of her feet accelerated, and Dong Yanfei surpassed the speed of those people's encirclement and ran away before they surrounded her. Those people did not give up Dong Yanfei, but they did not dare to shout. With such a tacit understanding, they chased Dong Yanfei in front of them out of the official base. Dong Yanfei did not exit from the exit of Ping'an Building, but from another exit. The exit here was built in Guomao Building. When the survivors came out of the base, they only had to return the sign to the soldiers guarding the exit. The soldiers guarding the exit would not check anything for the survivors leaving the base. They would only check when they entered. After all, some survivors might trade some materials inside. As long as the materials allowed to be traded in the official base, they naturally did not need to be checked when they left. Otherwise, few survivors would come to the official base. The main reason was that the survivors who left the base were worried about the safety of their materials. It was not that the materials traded by the survivors were intercepted by the guards. Dong Yanfei did not care about the men who followed behind. Of course, she would not cause trouble near the entrance of the official base. After all, the official had deployed a lot of guards near the entrance. If she dared to do it here, she might be killed by sniper bullets shot from an unknown building. This was not a joke. There were people who robbed survivors who came out of the official base near the entrance. Such people would only end up dead. Then there were 6 men following Dong Yanfei out. They were all wearing thick cold-proof coats, snow boots, skis, and cold weapons. They did not hide their purpose at all, which was to follow Dong Yanfei. After leaving the vicinity of the International Trade Building, they would kill Dong Yanfei and plunder all the valuable materials on her body. This was not the first time they had done this, and they were very experienced. As for whether Dong Yanfei was an evolver, they guessed that the other party could not be an evolver at all. Otherwise, Dong Yanfei would not have given in to their test in the base just now. After all, evolvers have privileges in the official base, but everyone knows it tacitly. If ordinary people dare to provoke evolvers, the official will definitely stand on the side of the evolvers. Unless the evolvers do something too outrageous, only in this way will the official deal with the evolvers. Haha, you are looking for death. Speed up and leave the vicinity of the International Trade Building. This is what Dong Yanfei wants to do. She has to kill the men behind her not far ahead. Otherwise, if she is farther away, the blood left when she kills them will probably attract the attention of those mutant monsters and she will be in trouble. Haha, weren't you running happily just now? Why don't you run anymore? Break her limbs, then we'll have fun. That's right, although we can't see her figure and appearance. As long as she's a woman, it's fine. Yes, it's not satisfying to play with those women in the base, haha. After leaving the China World Trade Center a few hundred meters away and out of sight of the China World Trade Center, the men sped up and surrounded Dong Yanfei directly. Of course, this was because Dong Yanfei deliberately slowed down so that they could catch up. Otherwise, with Dong Yanfei's strength as an evolver, how could a few ordinary people catch up with her? When they were talking happily, their voices suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. They just felt a pain in their necks, and then they couldn't breathe. Someone touched his neck and found a knife stuck in his neck. It turned out that at some point, a knife was stuck in the necks of all of them, one for each person and no extra. Soon they felt that all their strength disappeared, and their eyes went black and they knew nothing. Dong Yanfei was wearing a helmet, and outsiders couldn't see her expression inside. But there were no outsiders here, only the howling blizzard. She knew that her face was expressionless. She was used to killing people. From the first time she killed someone and vomited, to now being able to kill 6 men with an expressionless face, the time in between was actually only a dozen days. But these short 10 days seemed as long as a lifetime for her. After collecting all the knives on the corpse, Dong Yanfei set off again. As for where the corpse was thrown, those mutant monsters would naturally clean it up. The orphanage is 3 kilometers away from the International Trade Center. Fortunately, the army often clears mutant monsters in the surrounding area. There are relatively few mutant monsters wandering here from other places. As long as you are careful and pay attention, even ordinary people don't have to worry too much. However, in addition to mutant monsters, ordinary people are most afraid of super low temperatures. The ultra-low temperature of -70 degrees can really freeze people to death. However, ordinary people are not without the ability to resist cold. That is, swallowing a crystal core every day can strengthen physical fitness and improve the ability to resist cold. It's just that ordinary people rarely get crystal cores. They dare not take the risk of hunting mutant monsters. Even in the underground world, they face the weakest mutant rats, and they are likely to die. Crystal cores have completely become the hard currency of the Doomsday world, replacing currency, and can also be used to strengthen physical fitness. It can be said that crystal cores are the most important supplies in the minds of survivors. As long as there are crystal cores, they can be exchanged for all supplies. It took Dong Yanfei half an hour to get back to the orphanage. The orphanage where she grew up was located in an urban village. Of course, the urban village in Shenzhen is just a community, not a slum. The orphanage was not large. Before the apocalypse, there were only a few dozen children. There were 3 buildings, the tallest of which had 6 floors, and the other 2 had only 3 floors. However, the 2 3-story buildings were almost completely covered by snow, and only the tallest one still had 3 floors. Dong Yanfei took off the sled on her feet and went in through the window. However, after entering, she did not walk in the middle of the room, but walked along the wall of the room. This was because she set a trap in the middle of the room to prevent survivors or mutant monsters from coming in and hurting the children. As for whether ordinary survivors would be injured by mistake, she would not worry about accidentally injuring ordinary survivors compared to the possibility that the children would be hurt. If they died, it was just bad luck. After leaving the room, Dong Yanfei closed the door again. Although the corridor was pitch dark for ordinary people, for an evolver like her, it was almost like a cloudy day, and she could see clearly. Although the helmet she wore was modified into an infrared night vision device, she only wore it so that she could see farther. Otherwise, she could not wear a helmet. Of course, the helmet also had another function, which was to cover her beautiful face. After all, beautiful women in the Doomsday world had almost no good end. Walking down from the 6th floor, we came to the 1st floor. The 1st floor was originally the kitchen, canteen, and storage room of the orphanage. There was a basement in the storage room itself, but the original basement was not only small in area, but also not ventilated and suitable for living. After the Doomsday, Dong Yanfei spent a lot of energy to transform the basement into 3 rooms, a storage room 200 square meters. Opening the door of the storage room, Dong Yanfei found that the alarm system she set up was not triggered. She was relieved. Every time she went out, she was most worried about the children and her sister Tian Fangfang. Tian Fangfang was not her biological sister, but a child who grew up with her in an orphanage. The relationship between the two was the closest, and they were not biological sisters, but were better than biological sisters. The original entrance to the basement was a wooden door, which Dong Yanfei had replaced with an iron door, and it was thickened a lot. This was a modification of her ability to control metal. She used the key to open the iron door, walked in, and closed the iron door. There was a 3-meter-long passage inside. At the end of the passage, there was a metal plate on the ground. Dong Yanfei lifted the metal plate and found a manhole-like existence inside. This was also made by herself. After getting in, she closed the manhole cover again and climbed to the bottom. Then there was another 3-meter-long passage. At the end of the passage, there was a ladder against the wall. She climbed up the ladder. When she climbed to the top, a pretty girl was looking at her with a smile on her face and pulled her up. The girl was Tian Fangfang. While patting the snow on Dong Yanfei's body, she said with concern, "Sister, did you encounter any danger this time?" Dong Yanfei took off her helmet, her beautiful hair fell out, and her beautiful oval face was revealed. Her temperament was cold and elegant, and she felt like a fairy. However, Tian Fangfang had long been accustomed to her sister's beautiful appearance, and she did not feel much. Dong Yanfei enjoyed the care from Tian Fangfang. She smiled and said, "It's okay, you don't have to worry. We just met a few ignorant hooligans on the road. It's good that you're okay. The children haven't slept yet. They won't sleep until you come back." Tian Fangfang didn't ask about the outcome of the hooligans. In her heart, 10,000 hooligans were not as important as a hair of her sister. There were also 13 children. They were her closest relatives, and the people she cared about most in this Doomsday world. She wouldn't care about other people, even if tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands died. She was just that kind of person. "Let's go. The children should go to bed early, or they will sleep in again tomorrow." "Haha, it's okay. I'm the one teaching anyway, so we can postpone the time." The two sisters passed through a 4-meter-long passage. At the end of the passage was another iron gate. Opening the iron gate was the real underground base of their orphanage. The two girls opened the door and walked in. The door was closed again. Inside was a large living room. The living room was connected to the kitchen. The living room was also their dining room. Next to the kitchen was a storage room. A large amount of food and other supplies were stored in the storage room. The storage room was conveniently the bathroom. There were 3 rooms. One room was shared by the 13 children and the 2 girls. There were no beds in it, but beds on the floor. In order to keep warm, Dong Yanfei and Tian Fangfang also built a fireplace. The smoke pipe of the fireplace was led underground by them, not upwards. After all, if it led to the outside, the thick smoke would easily attract the attention of those who were interested, or those mutant monsters, and then their underground base would be in danger. The other 2 rooms, one was the 2 girls' research room, and the other was their small plantation. Yes, although the underground base was small, they still built a research room and a plantation. The research room was naturally for the 2 women to study the cause of the Doomsday, or to study the P-virus, and the effect of the spiritual energy in the air. As for the plantation, the 2 women were trying to grow some mushrooms and seaweed. Both plants can grow in such an environment. It can be said that these 2 plants are also the best plants for all bases on the blue planet. If Dong Yanfei, a talented student from Beijing University, is a top student, then Tian Fangfang is a very rare genius in human history. In the normal society before the Doomsday, in order not to attract the attention of those who are interested or the attention of the country, she behaved like an average top student. She studied at Shenzhen University. However, only Dong Yanfei knew how terrifying her sister's IQ was. Photographic memory is just a trivial manifestation of her IQ. After the Doomsday, Tian Fangfang also became an evolver, but her evolutionary ability is not the ability to control metals and earth elements. Her evolutionary ability is the evolution of the brain. That's right, her brain has evolved, which makes her IQ even more terrifying. It was thanks to Tian Fangfang's plan that they were able to build such a hidden and safe base. Dong Yanfei opened the door of one of the rooms. The children inside heard the sound of the door opening. When they saw Dong Yanfei, they gathered around in thick clothes and chattered non-stop. "Sister, you're back. Sister, have you encountered any danger? Sister, I miss you. Sister, I want you to take me to bed." 13 children, the oldest is 10 years old, and the youngest is only 4 years old. However, because they are all orphans, they are more sensible. Now that the world has entered the end of the world, they have become even more sensible. Even if they have to stay in the underground base without seeing the sun every day, no child complains. They are still worried about Sister Dong Yanfei, who goes out for adventure every day. "Okay, Sister is fine. Sister will take you to bed." As long as she sees the children, the smile on Dong Yanfei's face is particularly beautiful. Only these children are the biggest motivation for her to go out every day to face those mutant monsters. Yes, everyone go to bed. Tian Fangfang also urged the children to go to bed. After all, it is warmer to get into the quilt. Even if there is firewood burning in the fireplace in the room, the temperature in the house is still more than 30 degrees below zero, which is still relatively low for children. Hearing the words of the two sisters, the children got into the quilt obediently. They did not take off their clothes. In fact, they did not need to take off their clothes. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to sleep in thick clothes, it was better to be warm than uncomfortable. Dong Yanfei and the others watched the children sleep. After the children fell asleep, they left the room. They still had things to do and would not go to bed until very late. The two came to the end of the corridor. There was an iron door at the end. They opened the iron door, went in, and closed the iron door again. Then they passed through a passage about 30 meters long and reached the end of the passage. There was another ladder on the wall at the end. The two women climbed up the ladder to the top. There was a round cover on the top. The cover could be opened from the inside. The two women came out of the hole. There was a very small room outside. There were several shelves in the room. Various auto parts and repair tools were placed on the shelves. Just by looking at the things in the room, most people can guess where this place is. Yes, this is a car repair shop not far from the orphanage. In secret, this shop is also a well-known modification shop in the city. The two women opened the door of the storage room and came out. There was a corridor outside. The corridor seemed very dark and quiet. The two women were evolvers, so they could see clearly. They passed through the corridor and came to the maintenance workshop outside. The maintenance workshop was not small. There were several cars parked there. The most conspicuous one was a Scania Higer RV. This RV is 13.7 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and 3.8 meters high. It is similar to an ordinary bus. The most conspicuous thing about the RV is that the front and rear wheels have become like wheels of a road roller, which are as long and wide as the car. Yes, this RV has been modified. If it was before the end of the world, such a car would never be on the road, but there would be no sheriff to check in the end of the world. Although the underground base of the orphanage is very safe and there is no shortage of food and water, Tian Fangfang and her two daughters are still prepared to retreat, and this RV was modified by the two of them in the past 10 days. The original tires cannot travel on snowy roads, and many things in the RV have been modified. It is precisely because of Tian Fangfang's super IQ and knowledge and Dong Yanfei's ability to control metal that they can modify this RV. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one person to successfully modify it. It can be said that the abilities of the two are highly complementary. After opening the door, the two walked up. Tian Fangfang turned on the lights inside the RV. The overall decoration inside the RV was very luxurious, with a sense of splendor. This RV was a 2-story structure. They went up to the first floor, which was also the living room on the first floor. There was a wraparound sofa in the living room and a foldable table. Opposite was an open kitchen with induction cookers, microwave ovens, refrigerators, and other electrical appliances. There was a cab on the first floor with 3 seats. Behind the seats was a small bed for one person to rest and sleep. There were 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a storage room on the first floor. The stairs to the second floor were in the living room. The two went up to the second floor. There were only 4 rooms on the second floor, and there were no other settings. Each bedroom could accommodate 4 people. There were 7 bedrooms in total, which could accommodate 21 people, and they were adults. If they were children, 50 could be accommodated. It was unknown which rich man had bought this RV before the apocalypse. It cost at least 10 million yuan. But now it belongs to Tian Fangfang and her 2 daughters. They spent more than 10 days to modify this RV, turning it into a RV that can be driven in extremely cold temperatures and on thick snow. Dong Yanfei's ability to control metals is very unique. She can change the atomic and molecular structure inside metals and can turn ordinary metals into special metals. This is why Tianfangfang is confident that she can transform this RV into a snowmobile, like the one in the Wandering Earth that can drive in the snow. The two women worked for an hour and finally finished what they had to do today. In 2 days, this RV will be completely transformed. The two women did not go back to the underground base immediately, but sat down on the sofa in the living room on the first floor to chat. Sister, are you worried? When Dong Yanfei just came back, Tianfangfang realized that she must be worried. As a brain evolutionist, her ability is not only to increase IQ and brain power. Dong Yanfei was not surprised that Tianfangfang knew that she was worried. She just thought of the rumors she heard from the official base, and her face showed uneasiness. She told Tianfangfang the rumors she heard. So what kind of rumors made Dong Yanfei and Evolver feel uneasy? It turned out that many survivors in the official base were privately spreading the news that the frequency of mutant beasts attacking the base was getting higher and higher. Hearing this, Tianfangfang said a little strangely, "Didn't we know about this situation a long time ago?" Now this RV was transformed because of the mutant beast attack. What is there to worry about? The main reason is not this. Dong Yanfei shook her head and denied it. She continued, "I want to talk about another rumor. I heard that the mutant marine creatures in the sea are very scary, and because there are too many people in the official base of Fu District, it has attracted the attention of marine mutant creatures. Someone went to the seaside to observe that the offshore sea was almost frozen by the ice. That person found that there were many marine mutant creatures under the ice swimming towards the land, as if they were attracted by something on the land." Tianfangfang frowned. If it was just some mutant rats or mutant earthworms from the underground world, she believed that with the powerful modern firepower of the official base, it should not be a big problem. However, humans do not know anything about the ocean, but they know very little. The most knowledgeable marine biologists in the world cannot tell how many species and numbers of creatures there are in the ocean, not to mention the dual effects of the P-virus and spiritual energy. Just think about the Cambrian explosion of creatures 600 million years ago, which broke out from the ocean, and you will know how terrifying the mutant creatures in the ocean are. They are far from being comparable to the mutant creatures on land. It is very likely true. Hearing Tianfangfang's question, Dong Yanfei directly admitted, "Yes, there are many creatures that can burrow holes in the ocean, not to mention what kind of terrifying abilities they will evolve after being infected by the P-virus and the dual effects of spiritual energy. No one knows. The mutated creatures on land have already made humans unable to take care of themselves. I believe that many countries have not yet paid attention to the mutated marine creatures." Tianfangfang agreed with Dong Yanfei's analysis. She said seriously, "It seems that we have to hurry up to complete the transformation of the RV. The transformation of the RV is fine, but we are short of diesel. Can we exchange more diesel at the official base?" Dong Yanfei has always been responsible for the exchange of materials and hunting mutant monsters. Tianfangfang's physical fitness is only a little better than that of ordinary people. Even if she swallows crystal cores every day, her